Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like, fuck it, where my mask at? Then mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side Dannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off. Say ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I guess y'all can hear me, huh? All right, y'all. Good morning. Good Saturday morning if you're out here on the West Coast, man. But if you are not on the West Coast, you on any other coast, man. You're on the East Coast. Shout out to you. You know what I mean? Good afternoon to you. Today we're gonna take a look at, man. We're gonna take a look at a show. Normally I watch Bolo TV, man. I just listen, right? Because I be learning stuff. I just listen. But yesterday I saw something, man, and brother had some good questions. A brother had some good questions. So we want to take a look at that and see if we could chime in, man. Today I'm gonna have people chiming in. Let them, get they, I'm gonna chime in. We're gonna just chime in, man. We get some, what do you call that? We can get some good flavor today, right? Everybody can put their flavor in the pot. All right, so first of all, let's do the business, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. Shout out to 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life, better known as Chill. Shout out to him, man. Yeah, man. Chill is blowing up, man. Chill's blowing up, man. Go over there and check his page out, 16 to Life. A lot of funny videos, a lot of good stories about prison life, a lot of funny stories about before the prison life, a lot of funny stories about after the prison life. But shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. Go check him out over there, 16 in Life, the YouTube page. All right, let's bring Brother Eric down, man. All right, let's start talking about what we saw yesterday, man. Let's get right into it. Oh, before I do that, man, I gotta check everybody in, man. The only one we got on the docket today is our resident sniper, Reese O'Neal, man. And just to let you know, man, if you're trying to come out here and troll, not the person you want to mess with, man. Risa is not the person you want to tangle with, man. Trust me. I'm telling you, man. You're just not gonna win. You're not gonna win. What's gonna happen is always happens. You're gonna get taken down, and then you're gonna come crying to me and say, "Hey, one of your moderators took me out." We just ask you if you want to come back, right? You're not gonna win, man. Not gonna win. But shout out to our resident sniper in the building, Reese O'Neal. Shout out to you. All right, who else is in the building? I think that's everybody that's on the docket right now, man. So let's get right to work. Let's get right to work, y'all. Okay, so last night I'm watching. Man, I got in. Hold on, y'all. I got in last night, and let's see. Here we go. I think here we go. That's what we want. I got in last night, man, and I was watching Bolo TV. What's going on? Oh, there we go. All right, so I'm watching Bolo TV, man. Just chilling, right? I'm watching Bolo TV, man, and I see this brother High Risk One, right, and he's got a lot of good questions, and the reason why I say good, I in my opinion, they are questions that the general public would be asking, right? They are confused about. There's a lot of confusion out there about God, about the purpose of the Bible, purpose of the Quran, so on and so forth. So brother was asking a lot of questions, right? And I believe he was trying to keep his spirit in the spirit of just attaining knowledge. But I think underneath that, he had a little bit of he wanted to attack, right? And so it was interesting to see how Anthony handled it. He handled it pretty good. So I mean, under the circumstances, right? I thought he handled it pretty good. But so anyway, we're gonna start out with Brother High Risk, and some of y'all are gonna say, Clarence, did you get permission from Bolo? I did get permission from Bolo TV to play this. So hopefully he won't strike me. Hopefully he won't strike me, right? All right, so let's take a look at last night's program with Brother High Risk One.
No. Hold on, pimp. Slow your roll, pimp.
Shout out to Arshawn, by the way.
So are you implying God is human?
Good show last night.
I'm saying that God gave you the ability to choose. He gave you the ability, he gave you the ability of being able to have free will in choices.
But what you're saying, you're
to be able to freely love.
You're applying God to a human. That's what you said.
No, I'm applying a human characteristic.
No, I said, wait, hold on. I said God, the first mistake God made against you. And your rebuttal was, do you have a child? Yes, but so you're implying that God is a human and we're his children.
Okay. So we're just gonna take a walk in logic. That's all we're gonna do. We're not. This is not. Clarence, you're gonna caping for Anthony T Biz and the Village, right? I probably would, but but this is not a caping. This is not a caping. This is just we're just gonna take logic and just do a logical walk, right? That's all we're gonna do. Just take a logical walk. Okay, so he says he asks, does this guy make mistakes? So T-Biz says, hey, do you have children? And the logic behind that is, okay, if you have children, even though you love them and you want the best for them, you're not trying to force them to love you. You don't want to force them to love you. It's like when it makes no sense to try to force somebody to love you. It's like when you force somebody to make an apology. You need to apologize. That's it, at that point it's just ego, right? Because if the person really truly feel that way, they will apologize to you, right? But if you forcing them to apologize, however you coercing them to apologize, that's not them actively acting on their own. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Sister Sophia. Glad to see you in the building, sis. As always, man, you are a inspiration to us all. Yeah. So if you say, well, you need to apologize to me. The whole point of your apology at that point is vanity, right? You need to apologize to me. That's not allowing the other person to grow and allowing the other person to crunch what happened and then decide on their own based on their love for you to apologize. Right? Go in there and apologize to your sister. Sorry. Right? But is that really teaching the child to really think about what happened? Right? What they consider is, I got caught that time. I'm gonna make sure I don't get caught the next time. Right? So in this situation, he says to Brother High Risk, hey, do you have children? Right? Do you have children? Well, you want your children to love you freely, right? I'm paraphrasing and taking a little assumptive walk with Brother Anthony, his questioning, right? So he said, you have children. And I think the point was, there's going to be free will there. You're going to have that your children have the freedom to think about what they want to do so they can move, so their character can build on its own. You cannot force somebody's character to build. You can force them to behave. You can force their behavior, but you can't force their activity. You can't force their method, their motivations, right? You want to encourage them to have the motivation to do the right thing, whether you're there or not. That's what we're trying to do as parents. We're trying to encourage our children to be motivated to do the right thing. But when we force them to do the right thing and not put them in a situation where they can empathize with someone not doing the right thing with them and pick this up on their own, are we really teaching? So anyway, brother Anthony is asking the brother, hey, do you have any children? So let's see how that goes.
Not all.
Are we the son of man or not?
We're
You just said it.
Man.
I mean, the son of God, I misspoke.
No, we're creations of God. You only become a son of God through accepting Christ.
But I
gave you an analogy.
Implying that God is human. that
No,
he had
implying that
us,
God is God.
but you referred it to a child rebelling against his father as God, us being his child, like he had physically. That's what I'm saying.
Was not Adam his child created perfectly? So his
Oh, wait. So
okay.
wait, hold on. You said was Adam not his child?
Yes.
That's what you said?
Was Adam not his child created perfectly?
God's child, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, Adam was a human.
Yep.
So you're still implying
God's
God is a
creation.
human?
No, he created man in his own image and likeness. He was God's first creation. Well, not his, technically, he was his first human creation. Yes.
Okay, so as we can see here, brother High Risk, shout out to High Risk. He was having some problems with the way and Anthony T. Biz was explaining the situation. I thought it was pretty clear what he was saying, but brother High Risk was having some issues, right? And so he was saying that, hey, you know, you're what you're doing is you're humanizing God by making this analogy. And I did not see that. I did not see that. I thought it was a pretty clear analogy. And you know, the brother just had some trouble with the logic in it. So let's continue.
So
Man.
here's what you have to understand.
See,
It
okay,
wasn't.
hold on. Before
Hold
you
on a
say
second.
that,
Let me.
oh, wait.
Let me.
Hold on. Before you say that, oh shit, hold on. Damn. Hold on.
Curb the
Before you say
profanity,
that,
my guy. Curb the
I'm
profanity, my
sorry.
guy.
I'm sorry. No, my computer tripping. That wasn't towards you. Come on, what is this? Well, my point is, every time I try to have this conversation, we never get past the first point. Ever. I said I got I said I
Well,
had
no. Stop.
three
Stop.
examples.
Stop. Stop.
What's
Stop.
up?
Stop. Don't worry about all the previous times and everything else. Let's concentrate on where we're at right now. To your
Yes.
question. So what I was going to say to you was this. You can only truly love if you are able to choose to love.
Did you hear that? He hit he hit that one right out of the park. Did you hear that? Shout out to Von Bryan, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Did you hear what he said? Get this. That is a critical part. There's a critical understanding that you must have when you trying to understand dealings with God. That's critical. You can only love free. You can only love when you love him freely. If I go to a girl, if I go to Sister Sophia, I go to Sister Sophia, I say, Sister Sophia, I'm going to hit you in the head with this stick if you don't love me. I'm going to have her free love. Is she going to really love me? Or is she just going to submit so that she doesn't have to deal with the violence that I'm threatening her with? Right? You better love me, or I'm going to break your car windows. Right? You better love me, or I'm going to, you know, sometimes people, man, we get so crazy. We get so crazy, man. We threaten another person with violence or loss of some type, or you know, of property or something, right? Some people get so sick, man, they threaten people with the visitation of their children. If you don't get back with me, you're never gonna see your child again. Shout out to M. Mills. Man, where you been, M. Mills? Good to see you. Our second resident sniper in the building. Shout out to M. Mills in the building. Right? How can we love each other when we loving each other under duress? right? We're under duress. If you don't love me, I'm going to divorce you. If you don't stay with me, I'm going to take half your stuff. If you don't stay with me, these are the kind of relationships we building. Or not building, excuse me. We're taping together. But God don't work that way. God don't work that way. God, man, God, it's like if a homeless man came up to me and he said, hey, you know, I want to be your friend, Clarence. I want to be your friend. I said, okay. He said, but the only way I'm going to be your friend, man, is if, you know, you do X, Y, Z for me. And if you don't do that, I'm going to take my friendship elsewhere. But I got everything. Like, how can you threaten me when I have everything? It's like you're going to God and say, hey, yo, if you do this, then I'll be a good person. That's stupid. Right? That's like going to Microsoft and saying, hey, you're not going to, what's the guy that started Microsoft? Bill Gates. You're not going to his office door and you say, hey, look, man, I'll write a program for you. I'll write a program to help you guys make money if you give me a bunch of money. Guys go, hey, what do you mean? Microsoft is running on 80 to 90% of the computers out there. What do we need you for? If you want to work here, come here and just tell me you want to work here. But you can't come in here and threaten me. I have everything. Likewise, if Bill Gates went to the guy and said, hey, look, I'm going to open the door for you. Now, which kind of employee would you want? Would you want an employee that's going to work for you because they really like the job and they really enjoy what they're doing? Or somebody that's just doing it for the money? People that just do stuff for the money, man, they usually don't do a good job. People that do stuff for the accolades usually don't do it for the good job. People that do stuff for the cameras and the likes and the views, they're usually not doing it for the good job, do a good job. And it's not for the right reason. Right? Sister Sophia said, don't hurt him. And I'm gonna dig in today, man, because I appreciate the brother high risk, but I'm not, it's not him in particular. It's that thinking process permeates throughout the Black community in particular. It permeates throughout, I think, most of the Western world, but in the Black community in particular, and it drives us away. It drives us into the ditch. You know, it drives us into ditches because we don't do the logical follow through to find out what's going on. Actually, think about it, right? Emil says, exactly. How is the clay telling the potter what to do? That's crazy. It's crazy, Emil. It's crazy. But that's the kind of mentality that we have when we think about God. We think about God. The brother high risk actually think about God in a human sense, right? As you'll see, he will start telling on himself about how he's thinking about God in a human sense. He's going to reverb that. Hey, shout out to Pagoda, by the way. Shout out to Pagoda. He's going to reverb how he is saying that God is, he's going to say that Anthony is saying that God is human, but he actually is saying, this is actually his theory. This is actually his thinking process. So let's see a little more. That's
the only way you can, hold on. That's the only way you can do it. Anything that is outside of that is something that is forced, was never love.
You know, it's funny you say that, because I had an epiphany today. I was talking with my daddy, and I got goosebumps, bro. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it right now. Mm-hmm. And I think I figured it out. Just follow me for a second. Just follow me. And I always wondered since a kid, like I hear the story, the biblical stories, and I'd be like, damn, why God giving Lucifer all these goddamn passes? We get punished for everything. Everything is accounted for on us, but the person, the entity it started with, get all these passes. And then it hit me. I said, wow, the story really makes sense if you switch Lucifer to Lucy. Oh, if Lucifer, if you swap the whole Lucifer story and made it a female, it makes sense. It makes sense why females so evil. It makes sense. And I'm like,
hey, Brother High Risk said it makes sense why y'all so evil. Y'all just evil. Females just evil. So his conclusion. See, now, like I said, y'all, we just walking in logic. His conclusion is not that there may be some other issues that he may not recognize. The only way he can see, people only can do the math on which the math they can work with, right? So a person that can only do arithmetic, they're gonna look up at a skyscraper and be able to just say, "Hey, that was magic." Why? Because they don't have the math. They don't have the arithmetic. They don't know algebra. They don't know geometry. They don't know differential and integral calculus. They don't understand that. They don't have the mathematics in place in their head to do the mathematics to get something like that up and running, right? Therefore, based on what their knowledge is, hey, I know 2 + 2 is 4. And that definitely can't make that happen. So therefore, that was magic. Aliens came down and did it, right? Or whatever their theory would be, right? So his theory is, hey, you know what? The reason why there's evil that has happened is because it's women. Women are the reason why evil is so rampant. It's women. What do you guys think, man? Do you guys agree? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And, many places I could see that. Yeah, I'm sure Sister Sophie, shout out to Bolo TV, by the way. Shout out to Bolo TV. Bolo, don't strike me. Bolo, don't strike me, Bolo. So, but, I wish I could have seen his face too, Sister Sophia, because I know he was just like, what is this going? What's this cat talking about? But yet at the same time, I know that like myself, like Bolo, we were thinking like, okay, it's not him in particular, because a lot of people probably think this way. So let's address it, because he represents a lot of other people that may think this way, in my opinion. That was my opinion. Brother Bolo.
What's going on?
Hey, Brother Bolo, man, I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna have the check to you. Don't strike us, man.
I'm not going to strike you this time.
You're not going to try to strike this time?
I'm not going to strike you this time.
Okay, cool, man, because I just want to make sure we're going to be okay this time.
How you doing, my brother? How's the family? Everyone good?
Everybody's good. You already asked me that because I talked to
this. Forgive me for the noise in the background.
Listen, y'all. I already talked to this man this morning already, but he trying to act like we just talking to the guy. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to play along with you. Everybody's fine, Bolo. How's your family? You good?
The family is good. I'm good, man.
Okay.
All right. A lot of things could have happened in between the time that you and I spoke.
That is correct.
A lot could have happened in between the time that we spoke.
That is correct. That is correct. Okay, I will give you that one. I'm gonna let you slide on that one, especially since you ain't gonna strike me so far, right? All right, Bolo. I got a question for you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
yes, sir.
The brother High Risk, in my opinion, he had some good questions. I think he represented what a lot of people that I would say are disbelievers in God. I think he represented their position. Right. So my question is, should we answer questions like, or should we acknowledge and in your opinion, should we, try to resolve these questions that they may have, even though they may not make sense to us? Should we try to resolve those questions as believers?
Absolutely. Here's the issue. The issue isn't the questions that are being asked. The issue is, what is the reason that these questions are being asked?
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, if the questions is being asked in the perspective of trying to grow and understand, then let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's dissect it. Let's do what we need to do. If the questions are being asked to preface that you're deep or you're heavy or it's an ego thing, then, I choose not to indulge in that conversation. So, the question that he asked was a good question. And these are not questions that he's never asked for. These questions have been asked before by him, and he, as you get further in the video, he referenced me and said, Big Ant, this is the furthest that we've ever gotten, because, if it was me and Bolo, it would have went left.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
My issue with having conversations with High-Risk One is, it's not about you asking the questions, it's about waiting for the answer to come. High-Risk One will ask you a question, and then in the middle of you trying to answer his question, he'll throw two more at you.
Right.
So it's frustrating. It's frustrating. I mean, if you listen to it, Ant had to shut down. It's like, go ahead, man. Because you asked me this question before, and you're not allowing me to finish. You're not allowing me to preface the question that you asked so that I can give you some type of clarity so that we can gain some momentum and we can move on. Every time the question is asked and Ant tries to go in to answer the question, he'll jump back in and cut you off, and that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, our job is to answer the hard question. If the Lord puts it in our members to be able to answer it. Because some questions I may not have an answer for you. I may have to say, you know what, that's a good question. I'll get back to you on it because I don't have an answer for you. But yes, our job as believers is to answer the question that is asked of us. Absolutely.
All right, man. So, hey, if you got a minute,
I got a minute.
I'm going to go through the video, brother. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to stop it periodically, and because he has some good points. He represents, in my opinion, a lot of these people that's out here that don't have a good understanding of these books, these holy books, God's purpose for us, and the redemptive process that has to take place. He didn't really understand all of that. So I want to go through it and show how we might be able to handle something like this, because it's out here. Them people out here. So all right, so we're gonna get back to this is Bolotv, the village, and this is High-Risk One asking questions of the village, and he's trying to get some I guess he's trying to get some clarity. So we'll see.
Wow. And another thing that's on my heart, and tell me what you think about this. Since we grown up in the church, they always talk about Adam and Eve biting from the apple, but they never tell you what the apple was or is. You want to know what I think?
I know this is one of your pet peeves, man. That he bit from the apple, right? I have heard you go off on people asking them, where does it say apple anywhere in that book? You find it for me, right?
But you know what's crazy about that, Brother Clarence? Here's what's crazy. Just in that question alone shows me, right, that you haven't read the Bible.
Correct.
Right? So when you have a person that has not read the Bible, and you're trying to explain that, listen, it doesn't say fruit. I mean, it doesn't say apple. Why not banana? It
Right.
doesn't say apple at all. That goes to show me that what you're going off of is hearsay, right? This is
Right.
the reason why we read the Bible every morning, right? To get
Right.
our minds off of hearing what Brother Clarence said, let's get your eyes on it yourself so you can say, right, what Brother Clarence said was right. And
Right.
that's what it is. So by him saying apple, and you'll hear that, he'll tell you, I don't read the Bible.
Right.
So when you have a man that does read the Bible, trying to give you clarity and understanding, and you continuously fight, and me, I'm different than Ed. I'll tell you and Ed, you guys have more patience than me. You, Vaughn, Brian, and Ed, y'all patience to say, and I'm working on getting that patience, and I'll be patient. But then there'll come a point where I say, yo, brother, listen, if you want the answer, you have to be quiet for a second and let the answer be heard.
Right.
You're going to have to let the man answer the question. You can't sit there and ask the question, and in the middle of him answering your question, you ask another question. That's not in decency and in order.
Right. And, and to me, and not to pick on the brother, I just, I realize what's going on. And I think we realize what's going on where, people that don't have knowledge, they got to use other strategies to try to lay out a foundation for what they're trying to say, right? So if you start, what's the word? You start dissecting what they're saying using knowledge, then at a certain point, they're going to have to distract because they can't dispute you because they don't know. So they have to distract and distract and what's the other word I want to use? Derail, the conversation. So what they will do is they will, in the middle of, like I saw him do this about 4 or 5 times with Anthony, is that he, when Ant is answering a question, he doesn't like where it's going. He'll throw another question in there, right?
Right. And you see the difference in teaching tactics. And again, like I said, you, Vaughn, Brian, and Ant, you guys are a lot more patient than I am. And again, I'm the first person to tell you that I'm a man and, I'm a work in progress. What I'll do is, I'll go, okay, you know what? Let's slow this down completely. Let's slow it down. Okay, first of all, I need you to not talk for a second. We're going to go into each statement you made one by one, period. We're not going to move until A is dealt with. I'm not going to go to B if A still has a question mark. Right. And that's what happens. See, even in the conversation, this is a little bit further down the line, when he says, let's talk as humans, when it's pertaining to God. When he says, God made, when he says, let us make man in our image, and what he does is he prefaces it and says, listen, speaking humanly, we make mistakes. So if we make mistakes, it would be fair to categorize that God makes mistakes. Now, here's the problem with that statement. God ain't human. So for you to tell me, humanly, let's speak, that's a disingenuous statement to make. Because if you're talking about you and I, absolutely, we're human. But when you're trying to bring God, the sovereignty of the Father, the God Almighty, and you're trying to bring him down and lock him up in a box to our law, statutes, and how we rock on this earth, no, it doesn't work that way. You can't do that. And this is the disconnect between Ant and Tyrus 1. Tyrus 1 is trying to preface human traits to the mistakes that we make to the Heavenly Father who's perfect. You can't do that. It doesn't work. And that's where the confusion comes.
Yeah, shout out to Big Rig Slaps, man. I'm gonna hit you up today, man. I keep forgetting to hit you up, Big Rigs. I gotta ask you something real quick, man. It ain't no thing, man. But okay. Yeah, man. I just saw that it was a lot of confusion. But the questions that he asked, I think a lot of people that feel like that are able to use the confusion to justify not having a relationship with God, in my opinion, right? So I think
your
it was,
opinion,
huh?
your opinion would be right. Remember, what separates us from God is the morality that we choose to go by.
Agreed.
We choose to do what we want to do. That's the basics of it. Making it real simple and easy to understand. We're choosing a God of our own making. Like, you see how you chose God. You've chosen to say there's certain things that I'm going to do, and there's certain things that God tells me not to do because of the morality that God wants me to have. And I have to understand that if I'm going to get next to the Father, I have to understand that there's a certain way that my temple has to be, right? There's a certain thought process and understanding that I have to have towards my Father. A lot of these people don't want to have that. They want to do what they want to do. Now, again, questions that he asked were very good questions.
Right.
But if it's going to fall, if the answer is going to fall on sand, if it's going to fall on sand, then what good are the questions? Right? What good are the questions? What good is a cure to cancer if you're not going to give it to the people? You're only going to put it in a refrigerator and leave it there. What good is it?
Yeah.
It's no good. It's no good at all. So if it's a person that is truly asking to understand, and again, this is not the first time, Brother Clarence, that we've had these questions. These three questions that he's asked, and again, I don't know if you got to that part of the video. He's going to say, me and Bola, we don't get that far because I know his tactics. I know what he's going to do. I know that once you start answering a question, he's going to throw 5 different branches in there when you're trying to deal with the root.
Right.
This is just what he does. And again, my job is to bring clarity. The same way how you will say, listen, everybody, let's calm down. There are times when conversations can get contentious on your chat. What's your job to do? You'll let it rock for a little bit to see if it'll work itself out. If it doesn't, what do? You step in and say, everybody calm down now. Okay?
Agreed.
Let's try to gain some clarity to this because I want to hear the answer too. So that's what that's what Ant was doing. Ant was like, calm down. Let me answer your question. And every time it was quiet and Ant was making some headway, what would he do? He would jump right back in. It got to some point where Ant had to mute him and he unmuted himself. You have to get to that.
Yeah, I didn't see all 6 hours, but I saw enough of with the contentious part, a little when it got a little contentious. But hey, brother, let's see how Ant rocked it out, man. Because and bro, by the way, brother, High Risk, if you out there and you want to jump on the panel, man, just let me know in the chat, and I will give you a link, man. All right, so let's see, let's see if we can get down the line.
You want to know what I think the apple is? Oral sex. That's why they had to cover up.
No. It was a literal, according to the scripture, it was a literal tree with literal fruit. Just doesn't say what the fruit was. But it was the
like
fruit
a phallus
of the tree.
with kids in it?
No. It was no different than you would see an apple versus a pear versus a peach versus a.
That's why they covered up.
Whatever the case may be. No, that's not why they covered up.
They was naked the whole time.
Yep.
They was naked the whole time.
Yep.
And as soon as that happened, they was covered up.
You know why?
Hiding from God.
Yes. Why?
I'm using your book.
Because
she ate from the tree of life.
No. It wasn't the fact that she ate from the tree. It was the fact that he ate from the tree. He ate the fruit.
She brought it back to him.
No, she didn't. He was right there with her.
Go ahead, Brad.
Now, Brother Clarence, you see how the underlying tone in there is it's the woman's fault.
Yeah.
You can see the underlying tone where it's the woman's fault. When Adam was right there next to her, Adam was right there.
Yeah.
Adam had all of the tools to say to Eve, yo, you need to chill. Nah, we ain't doing it. He chose his woman over the father. That's not
Yeah.
wrong. But when he gave that answer, he bounced it around and moved and shifted the perspective to a different thing.
Yeah.
And again, I love the brother. I love high risk because we've had some good conversations.
Of course.
We've had some good conversations.
Yeah.
However, you have to understand that sometimes we have to really slow it down so that we can have clarity and gain understanding. Because what's the purpose of having the conversation if we're not going to have understanding from it? If we're not going to gain clarity from it, what's the purpose of having the conversation?
I think I think there's a couple of different categories of people. There's some people that's coming that they honestly want the fellowship, man. They want a fellowship. They're looking to fellowship. They might have a question or something they're confused on, and they can get some clarity on it or get another perspective on it. I think there's that group of people. I think there's other group of people that just want to listen and see, what does Bolo say? What does Ann say about this? What does Lyric say about that? Let me just get their perspective on it, right? And then I think there's a group of people, man, that want to push everybody's wig back, right? I think they just want to come in and they want to ask a bunch of questions to not get clarity, but to confound the panel. And when that does, and so they think in their head, these questions cannot be answered logically. So I'm going to ask these questions of Bolo. I'm going to ask him. Well, I can't ask Bolo, right? I think, what did he say? He said, I can't do this with Bolo. I can't do it with him because, we never get past the first question, right?
Yeah, because and you know what's so crazy about that statement? The only reason why they got as far as they did is because Anthony just let them rock.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't a conversation because, again, Anthony did a very awesome job.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
However, the only reason why they got as far as they did is because Ant just said, go ahead. Now, I'll give you that leeway to speak. Let me speak after I'm finished. Let me answer your question. You came here for answers. Let me answer. Did you just come just to ask your question? So when it comes to high risk and I, a lot of the time, it'll start off like that, like what you just saw, or what you're seeing currently right now. And then in my mind, I'm saying, like, listen, at the end of the day, when I call you personally, Brother Clarence, and I'm scatterbrained, and we've had these conversations before personally, you and I. If I'm scatterbrained, I'm going to call you and say, yo, give me some clarity. Am I bugging on this? Have I not done that with you?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, your job is to see where I'm confused at and do your best with the knowledge that God gave you to unconfuse me, or at least give me the tool so that I can be unconfused or not confused anymore. That's the word. That's our job. Our job is to say, okay, every time this guy asks a question, he'll jump in and ask another question when I'm trying to answer question A. It makes no sense for me to answer question B because question B has the foundation of question A there. So if question A is not answered, we're going to be confused on question B, and we only create a quagmire, a bigger quagmire, if we go through C, D, and E, and so forth and so on. So the foundation has to be laid right. You can't lay anything else on top of it. And there, it gets to the point where I have to say, yo, high risk, you need to chill. You ask the question, even to the point where he said, here's the three mistakes that God made. He made something that turned against him.
Wait, we're going to get into that, Bolo. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
My bad.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. I'm setting up his logic. I'm starting back far enough where we can see his logic. Shout out to Patrice, by the way. Glad to have you in the building. Be safe. Be careful out there, Patrice. All right. So I want to establish his logic, his train of thinking, so that as we get down the line, people can understand, oh, okay, I see where he's going with that. That didn't just come out of nowhere, right? So anyway, we got our brother High Risk, and he is welcome to join us at any moment, because he might come up here and say, you know, Clarence, kick Bolo off this stage. I'll talk to you, but I will not talk to Bolo, because, you know, I just can't talk to Bolo, right? Because he won't go for it, right? All right. So anyway, but brother High Risk, you're welcome to come up here. If you have any words to add, we're just looking through this. This is not about attacking you personally. It's just the mentality of people that think in that way. We want to see the better way to address it. I think Anthony addressed it very well, but we still have, all of us can take a look at it and learn something from this, I think. All right, so let's get back to Brother High Risk and his questions.
Now, do you want to change God's mind?
Huh?
Are you trying to change God's mind? I'm hearing what you're saying. Like, you change God's mind by, in prayer. Like, it's stuff you don't know, it's like, Lord, can you help me do this? Okay, basically it's like this. Brother T-Biz, God is perfect, right?
Yes.
But wait. Okay, wait. I agree with that.
I'm getting there. I'm for sure you something.
How do you get perfect though?
I'm for sure you something.
Show me, brother. Show me.
Earn against earn.
I see it in your eyes. Oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I heard you. That was slick. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Lucifer was created as well, right? Was it from God?
Yeah.
So people was trying to say, man, if Lucifer was created, he was all perfect, all being, then why God kicked Lucifer out? So because now I'm looking like,
okay, that was a good question. If God created Lucifer, why did he get kicked out? I mean, if I'm perfect, hold on, Vagoda. We're talking to the man here, and then after a while, yes, I'm going to bring everybody in. Give me about an hour or so, Vagoda, and then we'll bring everybody else in. Okay, so that was a good question. Now, let's get an answer for that. Let's get an answer. I think it was answered, but let's see. If not, I'm glad you're here, Brother Bolo. I'm gonna have you answer that.
when he kicked Lucifer out, then I'm not perfect because because I'm the same thing as Lucifer. That's what that's the trend I'm seeing on.
No, but check this, brother. I'm gonna go. Hold on. I'm gonna just go through the three mistakes of what we started with. First mistake, you made something that could go against you. Second mistake, you did. Wait. Hold on. First mistake, you made something that could go against you. Second mistake, you didn't kill it. Third mistake, you sent it to you sent that thing to the place where you had your most perfect creation. From what you said.
Hell, right. That's what I'm going.
Okay, there we got our three questions. We got our three questions out there. You made something that could go against you. You didn't kill it. And what was the last one, Bolo?
You sent it down to earth where your greatest creations are.
You sent it down to you sent this thing that was so vile to go get your to attack your greatest creation. Right? Okay, so can we start breaking these questions down? Let's start breaking.
I mean, and answers it, but yes, we can go into it if you
Okay. Go ahead, bro.
You want me to answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I mean, or your opinion, or whatever you want to respond
we
to.
We have to understand the sovereignty of God and understand that He has the overall picture of everything. And this is what us as man don't get. What we're trying to do is exactly what you said earlier, which was so perfectly said. We're trying to take the little knowledge that we have as man, and we're trying to make it fit this big thing that we call the universe. And a lot of the times it just doesn't make sense. So it baffles us and confuses us, right? It's the same way where if you are a parent and you allow your child to go through different hardships in their life for them to grow, it shows you free choice. It gives you free choice. Not only does it show you free choice, it shows you grace and mercy. Because if the Lord, like Ant said, destroyed Satan, then what's the purpose of hold him back from destroying us? Because we're created in sin, right? We're brought into this world in sin.
Okay.
So Christ comes down, dies for us, and gives us grace and mercy, and allows us to be brought back to the Father.
Okay.
So when someone says, how did he create something that goes against him? Again, not understanding. Satan is not a renegade dude running around as if he's not in order. Now let's preface that. When he tempted Christ, he said, if you worship me, this was given to me to give to whoever I want. He didn't say I stole it.
All right.
He said it was given to me. So Satan plays a position, right? Even when he went to Job, what did God say? Look at my servant. And Job and Satan said to God, he said, listen, the only reason why he does this is because you protect him. But if you remove this hedge from around him, he'll curse you to your face. And what did the Lord say? Take everything from him, but don't touch him. Does that sound like a renegade angel? Does that sound like someone that's not operating under order?
Mm.
No. So Satan has a job, and he's perfectly executing that job.
Agreed. Okay, so in my opinion on what the first question is, I see, because like you said, he's applying his knowledge, he's applying his understanding to the universe, and it just, like you said, just doesn't fit. And he's applying his knowledge of how he would handle things with how God would handle things, and it just doesn't compute, right? So even Satan has to have the free will, right? Even Satan, to have the universe, we got to have free will out here, right? We got to have it. We got to have the good and the bad. You can't just have all good, right? And like I believe, like you said, Jesus comes to say, okay, that we have to have this element in the soup here, but here's how you can adjust the flavor. Take this information, you can adjust the flavor, and at the level of the discipline you're willing to apply to this information, you can make the flavor a lot better, right? So I think people that had this understanding that the young brother had is they don't get that, right? It's either all or nothing, right? God should have made this world where, everybody, like, anybody that's Jehovah's Witness, please forgive me. I used to do this when I first became a Muslim. We used to make fun of everybody, Christians, everything. Y'all forgive me, right? As I got a better understanding in Islam, I understood that was wrong. What I was doing was wrong, and it was totally ego-based. It was totally just an ego thing, right? It wasn't based on God's teaching for us, right? So anyway, what we used to do is the Jehovah's Witness would have these books that they would hand out, right? In good faith. They was doing it in good faith, but they were handing out these books, and on the cover of the book, sometimes it would have a depiction of heaven, and in the depiction of the heaven, it would have lions and sheep and everybody all sitting together, right? Human being, everybody's all sitting together. So we in the nation, we would crack on that sometimes. We would say, how is this possible that lions eat sheep? How are they going to survive if they don't eat? So we would go in on that based on our limited understanding. Based on our limited understanding. That's okay, y'all. That's them calling for the cable bill. Anyway, so that was based on our limited understanding of the situation. As we got older, as we got more studied, we were able to get more information and respect everybody's approach, because everybody doesn't approach everything the same way, right? I can't accept, if I read the Quran only and you read the Bible only, I can't expect you to approach things the way I approach things, even though you might have the same goal, but I can't. Likewise, somebody just read the Torah. I can't. So we have to come into a bigger understanding. And I don't think that a lot of the people that want, that are looking for, because like I said, it's these categories, and the people that just want to fight or just want to find a way to justify their disbelief, they're going to attack you. And then on top of their disbelief, they have no knowledge. It's going to be difficult to corner them and say, okay, now you have to either accept this or this, you know what I mean? And so it's going to be difficult, brother. It's going to be really difficult. But okay, so that was
what's another thing too, Brother Clarence, look at it. Another place to look at it is we try to put our humanly thought process on the Heavenly Father.
Yes.
And it goes
Big
to
mistake.
what you're saying.
Big mistake.
And that's a big mistake.
Yeah.
Again, we read these books from the creature's perspective. We sit there and go, why would God say to Abraham, sacrifice your child? That's none of your business.
Right.
The Lord said it. The Lord said it. This is not about our feelings at all.
Yeah.
It's not our feelings. And what we try to do is put those humanly attributes on the love and the grace. Understand, if God had the attributes of man, we'd be dead by now.
Correct.
Understand that. So I think that I know that we really need to rethink the way we see the Father. It's even, we have to understand that he has his plan. And there's certain things, there's certain questions that we're not going to have answers to, right? I have a question that I ask the Father every night.
Yeah.
I have a question, and I've shared it on the village, and I'll share it on Let's Talk a Better Black Life. I ask the Father every night, why did you take my son?
Man.
Every night I ask this question. I haven't gotten an answer yet. Now, I may get one, I may not get one, but I have enough faith to understand that there's a bigger picture that I just can't see. Why? Because I'm man. And hopefully, in this lifetime of me being here, he will reveal it to me. Hopefully. Then again, he may not. Right. That doesn't change the love that I have for him. That doesn't change my obedience towards him. It does make me upset at times because I'm man. It does make me sorrowful at times, but I'm man. And the Lord leaves room for that grace. He leaves room for that. But we have to understand that we can't take our human thought process and put it on the creator that made the universe. Listen, man doesn't understand the beginning of the universe. They call it a Big Bang theory. It's not fact. It's a theory.
Right.
So for man to be as egotistical and prideful as say, well, God can't do this, we have to really be mindful of how we speak of the sovereign God.
Definitely. And it's people think it's like just reading picking up a book, and it's so much more involved in that. You're not gonna just get a perfect understanding just reading the book one time. I mean, you might have to read it 5 or 6 times, 7 times, experience a couple of things, hear some testimonies. I mean, it might be and the other person might could just read it one time and but it just depends on the person and what you've been through, and how open your heart is to really wanting that knowledge, in my opinion. All right, brother, let's go to the second question. The second question is, if Lucifer is so bad, why didn't God just kill him?
I think we answered it. It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Good question.
But we answered that, right? We have to understand that the Lord, listen, let's understand something. Our Father can do whatever he wants to do. The Father didn't have to give man free will.
Agreed.
He didn't have to give man a choice. The Lord told Moses, I can raise rocks to worship me. I don't need y'all.
Right.
So understand that this is a graceful thing that he offered man, and it comes with something. It comes with mistakes. It comes with the grace that the mercy that the Father offers. So the reason why he didn't destroy Satan is the same reason why he didn't destroy us. Now understand the overall process. The same way we understand the overall process of what happened to Pharaoh, right? The Lord said to Moses that, Pharaoh was going to say no. This is why this is why Moses never flipped out when Pharaoh said no, because the Lord told him he's going to say no.
Right.
And there was a purpose to Pharaoh being used. You read Romans chapter 9, verse 13, there was a purpose. There had to be a purpose. There's a purpose for Satan. And Satan has to play out his purpose. But we know his end result. His end result is being cast into the lake of fire for eternity.
Right.
But there's a purpose and a reason for him to be here. And he has to play out that purpose and reason.
Agreed. Okay, so therefore, what you're saying right now is that it was the reason why he was spared, quote unquote, was because he's got a purpose. He got to play his position, and so God just letting him play his position, right? Am I understanding you right?
Okay. Absolutely. And I preface the example with Pharaoh. The Lord didn't have to go through the changes that he went through with Moses to get his people free. He could have just said, yo, Moses, go free my people. And that would have been it. But the Lord had to show you the dissonance, the disobedience, the pride, the ego, the evil of this man. So that you can sit there and see it. So that you can see it live in Memorex and go, now I understand. Understand it, because again, if Brother Clarence is teaching a course, right, and I'm taking the course, now I don't know that it's Brother Clarence giving the course, and I come and I see Brother Clarence, man, let me explain something. I'm not studying. I probably won't even come to the class because of the relationship that I have with Brother Clarence. I'm going to assume that he's going to pass me, period. Now, Brother Clarence, being the astute man that he is going to say, no, Bolo, you got to come to class, and I'm going to treat you like anybody else. Because he understands that there will be no growth in my thought process. There will be no growth in my character. There will be no growth in my integrity if I don't go through those changes. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
So we have to go through those changes. If I give you the answer to the question, I rob you of your thought process of trying to figure it out and you growing in the spirit.
See, and that's the thing, man. Struggle is good for us. We have to struggle for what we want, man. Strive for what we want. And the struggle brings out in us, because if we stay always just with one particular viewpoint, we're not going to grow. And we have to struggle to grow, right? Everything has to struggle to grow, right? So that struggle that we have to have for we get the answer, we are much more invested in that situation than a person that somebody just comes up and says, hey, here's the answer, right? M. Mills said, Bolotv is younger than me. I don't know. M. Mills. I don't know. Brother Bolo is old. Very, very, very old. You know, that wrinkle beard that comes all the way down and it's white and everything. And, that's Brother Bolo.
It is white. My beard is white.
See, but I know, but see, what you are not adding on is the Rip Van Winkle part where it's like 6 feet down up under your legs, man. See, that's the part I'm adding in there, right? Brother Bolo said right. Memorex. How many of y'all remember Memorex?
Oh man, here we go, B.
We're gonna do a sidebar. How many of y'all remember Memorex? Right? Remember the guy sitting in the chair, right? Is it live or is it Memorex? Right? And the lady was singing, and you didn't know if the lady was singing live or the lady was singing on the tape, right? Holy smokes.
Hey, You gotta be old too, because you remember.
Hey, I'm gonna do you like
Well,
I'm gonna do you like the youngest do these girls out here. We ain't talking about me. We talking about you.
so crazy, Brother Clarence. You know, you just said something that made me think of something.
What's that,
right?
brother?
You made me say, perspective is so important, right? It's like if you take a seed and you put it into the ground, you bury the seed. Now that seed has two perspectives. That seed can look at itself as being buried, claustrophobic, dark, wet, and it can think that destruction is next. Or it can think, I'm being planted. I'm going to be watered. I'm going to grow. I'm going to pierce through this dirt and become something awesome. So when you said that struggle is needed, we're not going to ask God for strength. And God is you're just going to wake up with, cock diesel. You're going to wake up with, pecs and able to bench press the planet. It's not going to happen. He's going to put you in situations where you need strength, whether that be spiritually, mentally, emotionally, or physical. If you ask for patience, you're not just going to get it. He's going to put you in situations where you need to be patient, right? And it's a growing pain. And not only is the reason why he's putting you through it so that you can understand, he's putting you through it so that you can understand the people that you are meant to go teach. Because a lot of the times the lessons that Brother Clarence and I or Nay or OG Patrice or Von Bryant or Risa is going to go through is not for us. It's for those that the Lord is teaching us to go get.
Yeah. And so, but sometimes, man, that kind of understanding, man, is on a whole nother level, man. And it's like people that have this kind of perspective, sometimes they just can't get there, man. And so it's hard we have to try to figure out a way to reach them. Now, if they want to be reached, it's a different thing, right? It's a little easier when, hey, Lady Navoy, good to see you, good sis. And shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes too. It's a little easier to reach out to them if their ears are open and they truly are just absent of knowledge. But when they absent of knowledge by on purpose, by their own direction, they don't want the knowledge, right? Like we saw Anthony trying to get this man the knowledge, and the man was like, anyway, you know what I'm saying? I asked a question and you answering it. I don't like where it's going. So I'm going to throw another question in there, right? All right. So we got to answer the last question, Bolo. We got to answer the last question. Well, you got to. So I will make you. Why would if God made this thing, and this thing it has turned evil, right? And why? And so we answered why that was occurred. Why? And then we answered the question, why was it not just killed off, right? Everybody would be perfect. There would be no suffering. There would be nothing, right? Why wasn't that taking place? Why would God not do it? We answered that question. Okay, so now let's answer the question of why would God even send that? I think we did a little bit. We answered it a little bit right now, but let's specifically deal with this question, which is why would he send such a creation to deal with the earth and humans and everything on the earth?
Well, nowhere in the scriptures have I come across where the Lord said, hey, Satan, go down there and torment man. God never sent him down here to torment man. God kicked him out of heaven. So there's the answer, the simplicity of the answer. He didn't restrain him to no place. Satan chooses to come to earth and, accuse man or do his best to lead man left. Satan does that. Now, again, we have to understand there's a bigger picture. And a lot of the times we can't see past the picture that we're in. We can't see past the experiences that we're going through in life. And I'm glad that you said what you said pertaining to, all we can do is What was he telling them? You don't got to go into the book. Ant's response before he even asked the question was, I'm going to answer you from the book. And it depends on the question that you're asking. If you're asking me something personal, then I'll give you a personal question. If you're asking me something that references to God, I'm going to give you a biblical answer because you can't argue with God. And that's the problem. You know, that's the problem. The problem is man wants to argue. You want to argue with me. And you can argue with me because I'm knowing that you should sit there and take my word for it. You know, if Brother Clarence says it's 5 o'clock, you know, we can argue that fact, right? We can argue that. But when Brother Clarence says, well, listen, let's go to the Bible and see what it says, there's no argument there. It says what it says. Now, what did Brother Clarence do? He took the argument off himself and put it in God's lap and said, listen, if you want to know why he did it, get on your knees. But you said something that was so important that I think that we pass over. It's not about how many times we open up this book to read it. It's about your heart. And I'm glad you said that. It's about what is in your heart.
Yeah.
Because there's many people that have read this book for 30 years and still don't have a clue.
Yeah.
They don't have a clue. So it's about the sincerity that's in your heart towards the Father. And what is your purpose in reading this word and what you're going to do with it. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, it did. You know, because I think a lot of people had this. I don't want Brother High Risk to think I'm picking on him. Because I feel like a lot of people had the same perspective. So I think if we address it and we as a group, as a family, learn how to address people like that, then I think it will be better, handle it better. Because I thought Ant did a great job dealing with the guy, right? So not only having the patience, but having the wisdom of how to handle the person and where they're at and seeing where they're at, right? Everybody can't be a Bolotv and go to the trunk. What you say? You know what I'm saying? Right? Go to the trunk. But some of us, we can slow down a little bit and try to have a little more patience because, you know, sometimes, you know, brother, and you know, as I know, you've been in the field, I've been in the field. We talk to people like this, man. Some of our people just crazy just for no reason, man. We can't, you know, we can't even identify what happened to them, man. It's just out there, man. And
you know,
they look
a lot of people that they're wrestling with the trauma. They wrestle with the trauma, and you and I spoke about it too. They wrestle with the trauma, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to do the best that they can with what they got.
Exactly. Agreed.
And you know, and the you know, the Father, you know, he you know, again, I suffer with depression, but there's different levels to it. And I see some of the people that, you know, especially the people I talk to, I see some of them in the depression that they rock with. Yo, bro, after I get off the phone, I thank the Lord because the depression that he gave me was just level 2, level 3. Just for you to see the grace and the mercy that I gave you. That this rabbit hole can go really far, my G.
Yeah.
You know, so a lot of the times these questions that people have, and again, this, you know, I'm bad with time. And
Yeah.
High Risk has been, he was the beginning of the village.
Wait a minute,
And
say
these
that
have
again,
been
brother.
the same questions.
Wait, Bolo. Say that again because you went out.
High Risk has been there almost from the beginning of the village. And he's asked the same questions. There was one time, at this time, we used to start at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9:30. We went from 9:30 to 7:30 the next morning.
Holy smokes.
The same questions. Every time we would give him an answer, he would push the goalposts. And it got to a point where I was like, yo, guys, listen, man. I had to say to High Risk, bro, we got to give you a segment. Because when you come in, and it's not a bad thing, but when you come in, you ask these questions, and there's 4 other people on the stage. And these 4 other people might have questions. Joseph has a lot of questions. Sweatbread has a lot of questions. At times, 84 has questions. You know what I'm saying? So when you come in, it's not that you don't have a question and we don't want to answer it. There's you have already a plethora of things that you're going to ask, regardless of whether you get the answer or not. So you're not here to listen for the answer. You're not listening for a response. You're listening just to respond. You're
Right.
listening to just say, get off what you want to get off.
Right.
And that hurts. That hurts the platform. Because at the end of the day, where there's other people that, we're there to celebrate the Father.
Right.
We're not there to argue and have a contentious conversation. Now, at times that might happen, and the beauty of the Father is he might want us to work it out. However, the questions that he asked got answered. But this is the point that I want us to really think about. Did he receive what he was trying to get? Because if I ask Brother Clarence a question, I earnestly value his opinion. I want an answer. Now, again, it may not be the answer I wanted, but I got an answer. It may not be the one I like. At the end of the day, did you get what you came to get? And my answer would be no. Because at that point now, Brother Ant has to teach through you, not to you at this point anymore. Right? He has to use you to get these, like you're doing right now. These questions are good questions. But in the format that it was asked in the village last night, some people might refrain because every time he tried to answer the question in its entirety, he would get cut off and asked another question. Not that you can't ask another question, but let him answer your question. So, yeah.
That's the thing, man. Unfortunately, in this business that we in, man, as believers, man, we in the business of, we don't get the ones that come and sit in the pew. I tell the Bolo this all the time, man. We don't get the ones that's gonna come and sit in the pew. Pastor, I have a question. I want to, and they, they have respect, and we get the ones that's the savages, man. They savages, and what I mean is that they got clothes on and they got a job, but I mean as far as their understanding, it's savage understanding, man. They lost the knowledge of who they are, so they don't even understand that they're God's people. So they just talk crazy. They don't, they have respect. Well, I asked you a question. Okay, I'm gonna show you enough respect to listen fully to what you said and come back and allow you to, fully answer the question before I move forward. Right? Our people are just out there, man. They don't have, they just savages, most of them. Right? So we got to bring them back by being an example of how to deal with them, how to talk, how to, do different things. We just, a lot of our people, they just don't know. And they don't care that they don't know, right? They just, I want money. I want girls. And whatever I got to do, there is no rule book on how I got to do it. I can do it any kind of way I want, right? Selling drugs, doing this, whatever, right? So unfortunately, man, we as a family, we got to learn how to deal with these people, because some of us are approaching these people, like myself, Brother Bolo. We're approaching people like this, man. On a daily basis. We might see them out there and just say, hey, brother, why don't you, but if we can't recognize when they are, they might be asking us a question, but not asking us to get clarity. They're asking us a question to try to set up whatever type of chicanery they might have going on. We got to be able to recognize that, y'all. We got to be able to recognize that so we don't get caught up out there, man. You know what I mean? People pulling people out their cars and everything. So we got to be understanding, man. We got to understand what's going on at the time, what they call situational awareness. All right. So Brother Bolo was gracious enough to come on and answer a few questions about this situation. We're going to continue on unless you got anything else to say before we move on in the video, brother.
No, go ahead, brother.
Okay, we're gonna move on because like I said, High Risk did not, let me rephrase that. Let me say that again. Did not want to talk to Brother Bolo. He made it clear. I cannot talk to Brother Bo. All right, here we go.
Oh, well, I'm getting away with it. It takes time.
And then
We're letting the plan.
And then we're still
I
held
know.
accountable.
Check this out. Check this out.
So all
Okay,
I'm saying is,
he
go
created
ahead, brother.
Lucifer.
Go ahead.
He created Lucifer. Lucifer got kicked out of hell. And here we are, number 3,
Heaven.
as people. Right, as people.
Heaven.
We look and say, like, right. And we're looking at people like, if you kick Lucifer out, then what about us? You know, we not right. And, you know, we are we going to go to hell? That's what you're trying to get? Because, you know, if Lucifer act up, he sinned against God. What about us?
What I'm saying is Lucifer and all the angels and the heavens was created before man. So my point is, people say he don't make mistakes, but how many mistakes you gonna make before we call it a mistake? We wouldn't even know what a mistake is if it wasn't for God.
Yeah, I say the same thing, because it was for Adam bit the apple. I get it. I get that all the time. Like, why we got to go through it? Why we get to blame for that apple? And I get it.
So
But
my point to this whole thing is, the story really comes to a realization if you just swap Lucifer with Lucy, and then you'll understand the relationship.
okay, well,
You done?
yeah, go ahead, brother.
And
I
got another point. Why you think?
All right, you just get. All right, so all right, stop. No, won't do it. Here's the deal. You threw out 3 points already. You did 3. I only responded to 1. You said, "Does God make mistakes?" That was the first one, and I said, "No, he doesn't."
No,
make mistakes.
that was
and then
my.
you said,
that was my purpose question.
I know that.
Do you think God?
That was.
You said
do
no.
I think God make mistakes? I said no. You said, well, you said I got 3 things for you.
I said, what if I could name you? I said, what if the words are important. I said, what if what I'm saying is not concrete.
All
That's
right,
what I need y'all to believe.
All right,
this is not
this is a hypothetical. This is
a new religion I'm trying to start. These are just because I'm looking for answers.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. He said he's looking for answers. Now, based on his behavior, was that the conclusion that you came to, that he was honestly looking for answers?
No. It probably starts as that, but sometimes we are so captivated to our second nature that sometimes we can get caught up in it. Sometimes it may start off as, let me just ask this one question, then your second nature kicks in. Let me ask this next question. Let me ask this next question. Let me ask this next question. And a lot of the times, what I learned in school? What I learned was, if you let the person finish, you may not have to ask the second question that you have already loaded to shoot.
Correct.
You dig what I'm saying? So again, it goes back to that thought process of what you were saying. If we can deal with A, maybe you'll have the building blocks to then understand B. This is why Christ said, how can you expect me to give you heavenly things and you dudes don't understand earthly things? You want to sit there and try to understand God and his creation and understand what's his thought process and all that stuff, and you don't even read the book. You didn't even dedicate your life to reading the book. Now, we all say that, I'm God-fearing. You have a lot of men and women that say that. I'm God-fearing. But the Lord says their mouth speaks honor, but their hearts are far from me.
Yeah.
Their hearts are far from me. Do you know my word? So when you say that, is it sincerity? It could start off as that. But sometimes, with our ego, and again, I fall victim to this, we get in our own way. We get in our own way. And at times, like indulging in certain conversations or being pissed off or being upset, even when it comes to tone and intonation. Sometimes you can get caught up in it. I know I get caught up in it at times. You know, this is why he said he don't want to talk to Bolo. because because what I'm going to do is
he made
what
that
I'm going
very
to do
clear.
very clear.
He
Because
made
what
that
I'm
very
again,
clear.
like I said, you know, I'm working on my patience that you, Von Bryant, and Anthony have. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, listen, at the end of the day, I understand that there's more than just us talking. If it's just you and I talking, we can talk all night and go wherever you want to go. I told you Von Bryant had me up to 9 o'clock the other day.
Yeah.
After the show was done, he had me open for another 2.5 hours. So the conversation is not the issue. The problem is we're on a platform where the propensity of a whole lot of people can watch, and we want to give them something to grow from. So if you're going to continue asking me questions, and it might pass by, I don't want you to think that I just vavoom straight there. There's been times I let him go in the past. We'll have conversation. He'll go on for 45 minutes.
Wow. Wow.
And I'm like, okay. And you'll hear him say, all right, this is my last statement. And that was 5 statements ago. And I'm like, yo, bro, listen, man, it got to a point. You know why I write things down? It's because of him.
Right.
It's because of him. Because as you see, he said in the first 3 things, right? He said, why did God create Satan? Something that would turn against him. Why didn't he kill Satan? You heard him say that. And why did he send him down to earth? Right. As you get further in the video, he's going to say, I never said kill. He's going to say that. I never used that word kill. Because of him, I started writing words down so that when someone says something, I can say, no, dogs, this is what you said. I wrote it down. So, yeah.
All right, y'all. We are going to continue on with Brother High Risk and see, you know, just how this thing unfolds.
Just to give me, the first one you said was, why did he create something that could turn against him? Yes. That's the first one, right? The second one was, go.
Why didn't he destroy?
Why didn't he destroy it? Okay.
When it went against him. But hold on, I say that because the scripture said when Lucifer went against him, he did something so horrible that all the other angels would know never to try him again. Why you just kill him?
Scripture didn't say that.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, scripture didn't say that. Scripture just said he cast him out of heaven.
But he did it in a manner so vicious that all the other angels would know never to do this again.
No.
Am I?
So the third question, the third part behind that was, the first one was, the first question you had was, why did he create something?
Why would you make something? Yes.
The second,
but not only
why
that,
would you make something that turned against you? He made a bunch of
angels. He made a bunch of angels.
And the third of them went down with Lucifer. We see that.
So that means free will existed before humans were created. That's what I'm trying to. All of this. That's what I'm saying. This is God. All of this shit happened. I'm sorry. All of this happened before us. Sorry.
Okay.
All of this happened before us. How are we still blamed?
Blame for what?
Everything.
What are you saying we're blamed for?
The reason we'll go to the same place that God sent Lucifer, like it all started with Lucifer, and we still ended up going to hell. Like what? When is it your fault, bro?
I see where you're at. I see where you're at now.
You see
what let me help bring some clarity to you. All right. Hey, Joseph. So here's the deal. I think I see where you're going. So take your time, bear with me. Okay. The reason why he didn't destroy man right off the bat, right? Even though he told
Hold
him
on.
the day that
You didn't get to the third one. You didn't get to the third one.
the third one was.
So all three, rapid succession. First one, you made something that could go against you. Second, you didn't destroy it. Third, you sent it to Earth where you claim your best creation was made, and you sent the same thing that went against you to corrupt us again, and then now you're still blaming us for it. So how can God not make mistakes? Those are mistakes. And
Did we clear that stuff up?
Brother Clarence,
Yes,
let
sir.
me say this. In his statement, he already answered his question. He said he said in his statement that God is going to send us where he sent the Lucifer.
Okay.
So if he sent Lucifer to earth, that means God is going to send man to earth in destruction. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you already know that that God did not send Lucifer to earth, because you just said it. He just said, hey, so that means if we are found guilty, he's going to send us to the same place that he sent Lucifer. So that answers your last question, that he didn't send Lucifer to earth. That answers your last question. But you see how Ant was trying to answer it. He said, okay, in rapid succession, let me go. And he used destroy this time. He said, kill the first time and destroy this. Yes. Later in the video, he's going to argue with Ant and say, I never said none of those words.
Yeah. Well, see, is it like I said, I think this is a perfect illustration of when somebody has very limited knowledge. By the way, shout out to Sister Annie. Glad to have you in the building, sis. When you have limited knowledge on a thing and you try to debate someone on that thing, so the only thing you can use, since you don't have knowledge, you can only use emotion, right? I feel that this is this way. I feel this is this way, right? You don't have knowledge, so you can't dispute what's being said. So if what the person that's telling them the answer, you ask a question and the person don't answer you the way you want it, the answer doesn't come out the way you want it to come out. And when I say that, I mean that with our limited understanding, we can't see. The best thing is to be like what you were talking about, where you say, hey, look, I don't know why God did this. I don't know why God allowed that. I don't know why God this situation or allowed me to have to deal with this, or but I know that God is the Father, and hey, I gotta go. We got to be like little Isaacs out here, right? Okay, well, if your God said this, how I gotta go. This how I gotta go, right? But most of us are not like that, right? Because of the vanity, right? We're so vain, we don't feel like, hey, I'm not that dude. I'm above having to sacrifice or go through anything like that. So I should be above sacrificing. I should be above struggle, right? And people nowadays, they may make struggling a bad thing. You struggling. Everybody struggles. There is no person that don't have to struggle. I don't care how rich they are. I don't care how poor. Everybody has to struggle at some point. Now, getting back to our brother High Risk. So a lot of people have the same mentality, and they can only crunch things up with what they got, right? You made a good point, brother. You were saying, hey, people can only they're doing the best they can with what they got, right? If I said to you, Bolo, hey, I'm here in Compton, you out there in Long Beach, hey, meet me at Atlantic and Rosecrans, right? You got a car, you'll just come over here, right? It'll be easy. Hey, you be there, 15 minutes, right? But somebody I say Vaughn has a skateboard. Okay, Vaughn, meet me at you in Long Beach, you at the pier. Meet me at Atlantic, and meet me in Compton at Atlantic and Rosecrans. That's gonna be a little work for Vaughn, right? It's gonna be a little more of an exercise for Vaughn, right? So Vaughn will be like, man, I can't make it on the skateboard. I'll never get there. It'd take me 2 or 3, 4, 5 hours to get over there, right? But he's working with what he got, a skateboard. So he's only gonna be able to understand it from having a skateboard. So we got to start thinking critically and not picking, like I said, we're not picking on Brother High Risk. And he's welcome to join us. If he's out there listening, you're welcome to come in and join the panel, brother. And, get whatever you think is not, if we are not, have something that's not straight, help us straighten it out. But I do want to, I'm glad that the brother came on because he raised some good questions that I think a lot of people would have issue to, right? Vaughn said it take him 2 weeks on that skateboard, right? If you can get through all the gang neighborhoods out there, gang hoods going just coming across, right? But anyway, yeah, so we all working from the understanding that we have. So we gotta have to have that understanding, like in my opinion, that Isaac had, which is, hey, I don't know why this is. I can't explain. I can't understand it, but I know that this man never lied to me, never told me nothing that didn't make sense. So, hey, if that's what we got to do, this is what we got to do. Let's get cracking on it, right? But some of us, our heart is too, we think too much of ourselves than we should, and the vanity gets in the way. And so we say, hey, man, I shouldn't have to struggle. Who ain't going to have to struggle, right? Sister Annie, there was no way for me to contact the brother. I tried to look into contacting him, but I couldn't figure out how to contact him directly. But I put his name in the description so that he would be notified. Because when you put somebody's name in the description, you're usually notified that somebody's talking about them. So we put it out there. So hopefully he'll join us if we're still here, right? Mandrell said, where's the link? Brother Bolo, you ready to talk to the people, man? Mandrell wants to leak. Vagoda wants to leak. You ready to talk to some people about this situation? Brother Bolo? Uh-oh, he must have fell asleep. I will put the link out there, man. I will put the link out there. Mandrell, if you want to talk about it, man, because there he is, Brother Bolo. Brother Bolo, you ready to talk to some people?
Yes.
Are you sure, man? Are you sure?
Yeah. You might hear some noise in the background. I'm in BJ's right now, but yes, I'm ready to talk to some people.
He's in Brother, go spend time with your family, man. We'll talk about it. We
good. We good. Don't worry about it, man. We good. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna spend time with the fam. We good.
He's gonna do like Rico. He's gonna do like Rico, right? Rico will tell his wife, no matter who Rico is fighting with online, I'm talking to Clarence, right? So his wife will be mad at me all the time, right? I had to tell Rico, man, Rico, don't do that, Rico. All right, let's get some people up here, man. Anybody wants to come up here and discuss the situation? Hey, there's the link. But I really would like High Risk to come up here if he's out there. I've invited him a couple of times to come up here on this panel. But anyway, y'all, we want to have a discussion. Does God make mistakes? That was the question that was raised. Now, of course, a lot of other orbiting questions have been raised upon that, right? I think if we watch the brother High Risk, we will notice that he will hit you with a barrage of questions, right? And you can never really answer one question because it's always a redirect to another question if the answer is not coming back the way that the brother wants, right? That was my impression. Brother High Risk, if you're out there, come on up here and let me know if it's different, but that was my interpretation of what was going on, man. Anyway, okay. So let's get back to the video.
And we only know what mistakes are because of our human understanding of what a mistake is. And you can't get perfect unless you done messed that thing up a lot of times.
Okay.
And you took the
So
time to get good at it. He's
all right,
great
so-
now.
No. Hold on a second. What
He's
you're not talking about man.
No,
You're talking
I'm
about-
talking
you're talking
about the Most High Himself.
No. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here.
No, I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, this is what I'm trying to make sure. You're not really asking about man. You're really asking about the devil.
My question was, does God make mistakes?
I
Does the
understand
Most High make mistakes? Does
I
Yahshua
told you
make
no.
mistakes? What
I
name
told
did
you
he?
no. I told you no. I said no. When you said ask that question, I told you no. Then you came out with the question of
I said, what if I could name you three mistakes?
three things, right? That he
Two
made.
before man was even created.
Okay, that's an add-on. That part there is an add-on to the question.
No, the third,
Yes.
the
You
third.
Okay, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. All right, we got two new people on the panel. We got Brother Vagoda and Brother Mandrell. Shout out to them two. Okay. Okay, I want to let you guys get an opening remark, but I'm going to ask you the question: does God make mistakes? Vagoda, does God make mistakes?
It depends who you ask, but yeah, you can say that. Technically you can say it doesn't, but yeah, a lot of lady boys think that he did a mistake.
Yikes! Okay.
What? No? That's what
Well, I wouldn't blame
transgenders
a
think.
ladyboy. I wouldn't blame ladyboys on God, right?
No, I'm saying that people that are doing a transition, that's what a lot of them say.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that they are alive because they have the. You know what? You got what I'm trying to say.
I got you. That they say that their situation is a mistake. I get you now.
Yeah.
I got you now. Okay. Let me move over to Mandrell. Mandrell.
Hey, tell Bolo not to run from me. And the answer is yes. I don't know if he does make mistakes anymore, but I know that he has, and I got that from the Bible.
Okay. Good.
What do you
I'm glad you said that. By the way, Bolo, I don't know if you heard
Yes,
Mandrell.
sir.
Mandrell said stop running.
I heard Mandrell. I'm not gonna run from him. Tell him I'm here. I'm not running.
Mandrell, stop running from high risk. Stop running from these people.
Stop running from me, Bolo. Quit running.
I apologize. You were supposed to call me and you didn't call me. Remember that? Remember that.
Uh-oh.
Was I?
Uh-oh.
I've been busy, Bolo,
Yes,
as you
you
can
were.
imagine.
Yeah, right. You've been busy. Let's see who's talking about running. You were supposed to call me, and you didn't call me.
I'm not running from you, Bolo.
All right, so then why didn't you call me?
I apologize. It did slip my mind, Bolo.
Okay,
right,
don't make no mistakes.
Hey, I admit to making mistakes.
No doubt. Me too.
I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not pretending to be all knowing, but then set people up for failure and blame them for it. Create them to fail and blame them for what I created them to do. I'm not doing that.
Mandrell. We get your dark sarcasm here. We get it. All right. So what I want to do is, you said that God has made mistakes, and it's in the Bible, it's written in the Bible, his mistakes, correct? Did I hear you right?
Yeah, according to the stories in the Bible, when I read it, I'm like, okay. And these are questions again I've had since childhood, and I've even asked priests, and they get stumped on it. So it depends on who you're talking to and how well they can articulate it. But here's the thing, like for example, and this is just a small example, okay? You can say, like, okay, my uncle and I got into a conversation. He said, God doesn't understand sin. I said, what do you mean? He doesn't understand sin because he didn't create it. I said, yeah, but the whole thing about him being all knowing, that kind of negates that. If he's all knowing, then he does understand it. That's the point of being all knowing. And also, if he's all knowing, he knew that Adam and Eve were going to eat from the tree of life and understand what sin is, and then going to go out and do whatever. He knew that before he created them. He knew it from the beginning. So, and then you look at the way he moved in the Old Testament. He spends the first 5 books of the Bible wiping out people, but then all of a sudden he reincarnates himself as human, but then calls himself his son, which tells me he's confused himself. But then, he makes these 10 commandments. He makes new rules. I'm like, so what? Did you change your mind or something? And if you change your mind, then that's an admission that you made a mistake. He
Okay.
changed things up when the New Testament came around. Because
Okay.
he was fire and brimstone in the Old Testament, but then he changed things. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, yeah, I think you made a mistake, dude. A couple of them, at
Okay.
least.
Okay. I think you made your point clear. Bolo, would you like to respond, and then I will respond, or?
Yeah. First off, wow. Okay. He said that. Let's talk about the commandments and these things first. Okay. When the Lord gave Moses the laws, the reason why a new covenant had to be made was not because of God, it was because of man. He said that the laws were given with a cold heart. So let me give you an example of that. The Pharisees and Sadducees found a woman that was committing adultery with a man, right? They didn't bring the man, they brought the woman. Now, we don't know if they knew the man or not. We don't know none of that. But again, the rules and regulations were dished out according to the heart of man. And man's heart is cold. So if I have a problem with Mandrell and Mandrell catches me in the midst of a sin, because I don't like him and he does not like me, and he is the administrator of the law, he is going to give me the worst of the worst. There will be no mercy given. This is the reason why Christ said, he who has no sin, let him cast the first stone, right? Now, again, physically, Christ didn't see these dudes sin, but spiritually, they knew they did. The only difference was they didn't get caught and she did. So it wasn't about him making a mistake. It was man was too cold in the way they dished out the law that Christ had to come to give mercy and grace.
How about that? How about that? All right.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Again, you can't you're not getting away from this, Bolo. If that's the case, then he's not all knowing, because that means that
I'm here. No, it's not about. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not running.
Here's the thing. No, I'm not saying you're running. I'm just saying you're not gonna. There's something wrong with this story, Bolo. I've been saying that since the day you and I met. There is something wrong here. Okay. He can't be all knowing and then be perfect, but he changes his mind. He makes new rules. Why don't you make those rules the way they were in the first place?
He didn't change those rules, Mandrell, because there were certain men in the scriptures that understood how the law should be administered. Hence the Peters, the Daniels, the Solomons, and so forth and so on. It was on a whole, my brother. It wasn't about, you have to understand, it wasn't about him changing the rules. But the one thing I will agree to you, there is a flaw to this whole thing. I agree with you. And that flaw is the thought process of man. It's not him. It's man's flawed thought process trying to understand a perfect being with the little understanding that we have on this earth. So I understand when someone. No, it's not. No. Hold it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if, like the Lord said, if he wanted this, let me ask you a question. Do you have any nieces and nephews?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have any cousins, younger cousins?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you love them?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, give me the understanding of love without hate.
Understanding of love.
Give me the understanding of love without hate.
Well, hate is the dynamic opposite of love. They define one another.
So you need that to understand love, correct?
You do.
Okay.
So he created the opposite of him so that we could understand it, but we still don't understand it.
He didn't create it.
Yes, he did.
Hold on. The sin is the omission of God not being in your presence. That's darkness and sin. When you make a choice to say that I don't want to follow God, you are choosing to follow yourself. And whatever happens from there is on you. It's the same way if you tell me, give me the definition of cold. My answer to you would be where there's no heat. Give me the definition of darkness where there's no light. So when you take light out of the equation, there's darkness. When you take heat out of the equation, there's cold. So it's not that heat created cold. When you take heat away, you have cold. So when you separate yourself or you choose not to adhere to what our God tells us to do and how to live, this earth is what you get.
No, no, Bolo. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works, Bolo. Here's the
Okay,
thing,
let me
like I
ask
said,
you something, man.
here's the thing. Here's my thing. Okay. All right. And I understand that I'm a human. And if you're talking about a perfect being, of course, my understanding is going to be very limited. You know what I mean? It's not even comparable. If that's what we're talking about, a perfect being, all knowing and all wise being. Okay. All right. Because he's done some things in the Bible that I consider evil. You know what I'm saying? So, and by his, but it's okay when he does it. But no, no. He has made mistakes. Killing every firstborn son of Egypt was a mistake. You don't do that.
And again, we come through with the understanding of man. See, here's the difference. It's the same way when a judge says you can't take the law into your own hands. Because when something happens to Mandrell, Mandrell feels that he is right in what he is doing. Mandrell feels that he is right. And because it was done to him, he feels that he has to retaliate. I felt that I was right to do it to Mandrell because of what Mandrell did to me. This is why we have to have a third party judge the case, right? Someone that is not close to it, someone that does not know myself or Mandrell, and we present our cases to this judge, and this judge, from the evidence that is presented, makes a judgment call. Now, I'm giving you an earthly understanding. We're talking about the Father who is omnipotent, who is everywhere. We don't understand things. There are certain things that we are not privy, Mandrill. And I know it might sound like a cop out to you that I may not be able to answer certain questions. But believe it or not, Bolo doesn't know everything, and I'm the first to tell you that. So what I do know, I will surely give it, as you and I have spoken offline plenty of times. And we've come to some type of understanding. We have to stop trying to apply earthly thought processes to a godly being that understands things without prejudice, that understands things without bias. You are incapable of that, and so am I. So
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, the problem with what you just said is you said we have to stop trying to understand in a human way, right? But that's all we have because we're only human. We're only human. That's the only way we can understand is in a human way. We can't think like an omniscient, omnipresent being because we're not that, and we never experienced that. No one in human history has. No one's experienced that at all. So we have no frame of reference with it. Like I said, the cop out is to say, hey, I'm doing this because of reasons. I'm perfect, you're not. This is the way things are, and this is what I want. Okay, no, why, dude? Why do you want it that way? Because I said so.
That's a good question.
It's like good question. Human beings say is because he says so. I'm like, no, there's something missing here. Why?
Let me ask you a question. You in the service, right?
Yep.
Now, did your commanding officer ever ask you to do something and you thought was kind of outrageous and decided not to give you this? Now, at the end of the day, did that commanding officer ever give you the bigger breakdown to why they asked you to do what they told you to do that in that moment you thought was wrong or you thought didn't make sense?
Well, in that moment?
Let me say it again. Mm-hmm. In that moment, you thought that what this commanding officer is asking you makes no sense at all. But they're the commanding officer, so you have to do what they tell you, right? In that construct of the military. Now, after you've done what they asked you to do, did you get the bigger picture, the bigger understanding of why this man or woman who asked you to do this thing that you thought was wrong at the moment, did you then get clarity and understanding to the bigger picture after it was done?
Sometimes, but then there's other times where there's still a better way to do it.
Okay, cool. So there's sometimes you were able to say, damn, I see why this officer told me to do what they told me. I didn't see it in the moment, but I see it now. And then there were times when you just didn't get clarity at all, and you were just left in the wind flailing. That's how God operates.
Why?
Now again, I'm gonna tell you, gotta ask him that. He may give you the answer. He may not, he may give you the answer, brother. Have that relationship with him. He may give it to you. He doesn't give every one person all the answers, because then we wouldn't need each other. He gives everybody a brick to come together to put together this building that he is creating. So we all need each other. So the point that I'm trying to explain to you when I tell you we need to take earthly thought processes and not put it on an omnipotent being, we have to understand that this is the man that created the universe, my G. If this man can create the universe, if this man can keep summer, spring, winter, fall coming all the time, no meteorites have hit Earth, the Earth is not destroyed. You don't think that he has a bigger picture? The problem with man is we want to know. I got 4 children. They want to know. Sometimes you're not going to be able to give them clarity in that moment. My wife, there's times when she wants to know. I don't have time right now. We got to move. But I promise you, when we get a second, I'm going to give you clarity. I'm going to give you understanding. Even as brothers, there's times you may call me and say, yo, Bolo, I need you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You don't have time to give me a breakdown or say, Bolo, this is why. I need you here. All right, man, I'm there. And then when we get to that point where you can give me clarity, I'll have clarity. But we have to take it, and again, I'm not saying that this is an easy thing. It is hard. I fall victim to this too, Mandrell. But we have to take our earthly thought process, which is hard, because the way this Bible was giving to the Western side of the world, it was giving emotionally. If you look at the Eastern side, it's about the Father. It's not about you or your personal feelings. It's not at all. It's not. When you read the story from the beginning to the end, it's about God. Even when we give you the story of Job, what do people focus on? Job got 10 times what he lost. But that's not the focus. The focus is through all the turmoil and the tests that he went through. The only thing that mattered, the only thing that was there with him through all of this was God. That's the takeaway from that story. That no matter what you go through, Mandrell, me as a man, I can say I will never not be there for you. But I'm a man. There might be a time you call me and I don't pick up. I didn't get a signal. I'm in DJs right now. I'm surprised I got a signal with you guys. It might happen. But the one being that will always be there for you is the Father. And we have to understand, again, that doesn't take away our personal feeling. Because when you read the story of Job, Job was pissed off. Job was upset, even with David. He cried, he did this, he did that. The Lord allows that gap of you to mourn and for you to be upset. Even David's son wanted to kill him. He ran from his son and hid in caves, but he never let go of God's hand. So again, when you say the Old Testament, the Lord was doing this, no, the Lord gave you something. He gave you something and said, I want you to distribute this in righteousness. Some people got it and some didn't. And unfortunately, the majority of people were the ones that didn't get it. Only a minority of people did. So you know what? If I continue down this route, all of you are going to die. So I'm going to sacrifice myself. What's perfect other than God? There's nothing in the universe perfect than God. God came up off high and died himself by his creation. Are you kidding me? Whipped, beat, spit on, ridiculed, flogged, and then hung. For you, for me. And then we turn around and say, you made mistakes. No, he sees the bigger picture. You don't and I don't. The same way your child may not see the bigger picture, but you understand why you're making them do those push-ups. You know that they're going to cry at the 15th push-up, but you know that they can push through. Why? Because you did it. Because you understand where they need to be. That's the point of all of this.
I'm sorry, I'm talking. Let's put a fork in that one for a second, real quick.
I can say and ask something.
Hold on, Pagoda. We got to get Sister Annie and Brother Jay to get their opening remarks. Got to let them get some opening remarks, and then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna try to hash this thing out, and then we're gonna open it up. Everybody, we're gonna just do the hodgepodge. Okay, so first on the docket was I think Jay was first, and then Sister Annie was first, then Jay. So we're gonna let Sister Annie go, and then we're gonna get opening remarks from Jay, and then we're gonna get back into it. All right, Sister Annie.
Hey y'all.
Excuse me.
First I apologize for getting here so late. I was kind of like away from my phone, so I didn't see it. But one, I just kind of like really want to listen in on this one. But I know from our flesh, from our human perspective, we know what we feel are mistakes and things that are wrong and things that need to be corrected or things that shouldn't happen. And then when we see things happening, the being that is over us all, that we see that is allowing these things to happen, we in our flesh, that's all we really have to go by. So without seeking God, without staying the word, building a relationship, your relationship with God, because God will answer questions for you maybe differently than he may answer questions for me. He may send people to you, allow nature, the Holy Spirit to speak to you unique to you, because we all have different kind of like mental guards up. I may be stuck in a thought process because of how something happened to me or how I witnessed something. So for someone to come and have me to shift my thinking from that thing, I may need a different method of someone showing me a way that I can actually see God or hear from God better and more. I don't believe that God makes mistakes. I understand from a worldly view how some things that have happened could be perceived in our minds as mistakes. Like even like when you think about like Gideon, when Gideon was told to go and fight, he was, to some that was like, wait, God, you sure? Well, when you're questioning, asking God, are you sure? It's kind of like saying, are you making a mistake? You told me to go, and I don't know if you necessarily meant for me to go. So you're kind of thinking that has to be a mistake. You sure, God? And then God answered him. He answered Gideon in the way that Gideon needed to be able to receive, understanding that his might and what he needed was based on how God was going to provide for him. But Gideon didn't see that first. So I don't believe that God makes mistakes. I understand how it's challenging to not think that things are mistakes based on what we have deemed as being mistakes from a worldly perspective. And some things that we see that we would almost hope that I hope that this is a mistake that you made because this hurts so bad. This is so rough. This damaged a lot of people. I'm hoping this is a mistake because if you did this on purpose, I got to be really mad at you. So maybe sometimes us wanting to see it as a mistake is because the alternative is anger and, towards God. So, but I apologize that I haven't seen the whole stream, but I did. This feels like it's going to be a full, fellowship right here. And I just wanted to be in the midst of this. So that's all for me right now.
Shout out to Brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building. Thank you, sis. All right. That's Sister Annie. Let's get Brother Jay to get some opening remarks, and then we'll get back to it. Jay.
Can y'all hear me? Is my internet good? All right, cool.
Sound like you need to get those brakes checked, man.
Are my brakes? Can y'all hear my brakes or something? Well, hold on. I'll turn down the volume a little bit so you guys can't hear me all day. But just want to make sure. Let me know if there's any noise. I'll mute myself. But just gotta say this quickly. Now everybody who knows me knows my channel. I am a former Christian, so I was raised on this. And throughout my life, as I got older, there were things that I really questioned, particularly God on a few things. Because trust me, Bolo, I have hella questions for Lord when I get up there. And whether He exists or doesn't exist to me right now, that remains to be seen. But one of the things that got me, when it was a discussion I had in college, and it's still fresh in my brain. Two of my Christian buddies and a couple of my atheist buddies, and it was very civilized. And one of the things that came to my brain was, if you're not a believer of God, regardless of how good you are, you'll be sent to hell. And that struck me really hard when I heard that. I was like, what? So I was a kind person, caring, benevolent. Didn't believe in you because I didn't believe in your notions. But I had a family. I raised them right. Didn't do any evil acts. Didn't steal. Didn't cheat on my wife. Build a foundation for my family. But because I don't believe in you, I'm gonna suffer and die and go to hell for all eternity. That's crazy to me. That was insane to me when I heard that. Because if by the very nature of us being good and following you, and I understand people go their way, but he didn't go his way to commit evil acts. He just didn't follow you, which is a sin. And the more I thought about that, the more I weighed in my thoughts, like, okay, this ain't adding up to me. And then one of my Christian buddies came and said, well, it's very simple, brother. Because you don't live the way of, I don't want to say live the way of God. You don't live in the way of His Lordship. So therefore, because you don't follow Him, therefore you'll be sent down below. And that's insane. And that immediately turned me away from it. Because that means any of my atheist friends who are good people, who don't chastise, discriminate, who don't do any of these type of things, they'll be sent to the fryer at the end of their life. And that's something I couldn't get down with. Go ahead, brother.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you didn't know me, right? And I come knocking on your door, and I said, "Can I live with you? I'm a good person. Would you let me come live with you?"
You would need proof of that first. No.
Why wouldn't you let me live with you?
Because I have no evidence whether you're good or not.
Because you don't know me then, right?
Yeah, I don't know you, yes.
That's the same thing with Christ. You need to have a relationship with him. He doesn't know if you're good or not. You need to have a relationship with him. That's what it boils down to, because everyone's definition of good is different. And your good has nothing to do if it's not rooted in Christ. Every good that man has, there's something attached to it of ego and pride and malicious. So that's the reason why Christ says, I don't understand what you're talking about when you say you're good. I don't know you. And I find it hard to understand how man can think this way. But when it comes to our Lord and Savior, we hold him to a certain a thought process where he can't think this way. You wouldn't let me live with you if I said to you I was a good person. I would have to prove myself to you. Like you said, I would have to have receipts. It's the same difference with Christ. He don't know if you're a good person or not. He doesn't know your heart or not. You have to have a relationship with him for him to understand who you are. And that comes from submitting to him. So there's your answer to that question on why those that say that they are good and doesn't have an exception of Christ in their heart, this is why they will not make it into the kingdom.
All right. And also for the record, for anybody who's hearing this, I don't have any hate for God. Trust me. I don't have hatred for God. Trust me. That hatred is long ceased, but not for him. for other things. But particularly that is something that to look at that like a man who took care of a bunch of kids who never trust me, who wasn't even trying to like get on God's radar. He's just like, I'm gonna take care of these kids because it's the right thing to do, and they need an adult figure in their life. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take care of them. And whether now he could be doing, you can say it's selfish because he wants to take care of the kids, but I see that as selfless. And I know God judges things differently, brother. I definitely get that. I'm not stupid when it comes to that. I get that.
And that's the difference between us and him. I don't know your heart. So I can't tell you whether it's left or right. I'm just man, just like you are. I'm a human being like everyone on this panel is. He's the ultimate barometer. He's the one that's going to judge you. He's the one that sacrificed himself for you. He's the one that gives you breath. He's the one that allows you to get strength to walk this earth. So if you do not know him, that's a sign of defiance to him and understanding everything and every example that he omits, well, that he exhibits, that he exhibits. Anything good, anything loving, anything merciful, anything forgiving. This is our Lord and Savior. So this is why he says, if you don't know me, I don't know you. Now, again, Ane said it in a better way than I said it. At the end of the day, that may not be a suffice answer coming from me. The Lord may give you a different one. He may give you a better answer that suffices your spirit. Have that relationship with him. Talk with him. He's open to the conversation. Talk with them. The worst thing you can do is shut yourself out and not do that.
Well, brother, by following up by saying that is there are even times where I even like make light prayers simply because my mother and father were raised on this, and that's why, if anything, if they are, I'm not even gonna if that. I'm sorry, that's disrespectful. They are followers of Christ. So let me correct that, y'all. So my parents ever watch this. They are followers of Christ. They really are. And the thing is, I would hate for them to be excluded because they shouldn't be excluded because they follow His will. And the only thing I ever ask, or Lord, if I were to ask anything, not even for myself, but them, because I'm selfless, not for God, but for them, because they mean more to me than anyone else. So. Yes, you're right. Only God could possibly know my heart. But Brother Bolo, you might be the only one that asks me these questions. Maybe you're. I'm gonna say this, and I'm not saying disrespectful when I say this. Maybe you're his informant, trying to give me information in the way that only you can give me, but not like a direct land translation. I don't know if you can understand what I just said, but let me know if you did.
I'll call you and
Can y'all hear me?
So, we hear you.
I'll call you and we'll go into a deeper portion of it. The answer that I gave you is based in the scripture. The answer that I gave you, right? Again, it's hard. It is hard. And again, I can only give you what the Father gives me, right? I can't give you no more than that. But maybe he might give you an answer that suffices your spirit better than the one that I just gave. Again, if you do not have a relationship with him, there's an issue. And again, we don't define what good is, he does. So.
Hey, Bolo,
right,
may I ask you a question?
He's a judge and jury and executioner. I got you. Well, not executioner, but judge and jury.
Yes,
Renee. Do you feel that like when we as people, humans, that we say that we believe that God makes mistakes, that like that grieves the Holy Spirit, like that, like what do you feel like? How is even saying that or thinking that? How do you feel? And there may be scripture on it, so I apologize. I don't know it. How do you feel like that's received? Like I don't know if that's like blasphemy, and I'm not saying that it is, but like how is saying that a person believes that he makes mistakes, is that blasphemy?
It depends on the context. It depends on the context and in that heart of that person. That's why the ultimate of God being the ultimate judger or judge is beautiful. Because again, I wrestle with things, and this is not like I've never told you before. I wrestle with the Father taking my son. I wrestle with it, and I ask him these questions. I haven't received an answer yet. Now, there's some people that, have this fence that they need to jump over, and the Lord understands it. The Lord allows you room to grieve, room to be pissed off, room to, to move how you move in the context and the confines of what you're going through at that present moment in time. But, the scripture looks at the spirit. The scripture looks at the spirit of that man or that woman in that moment of that person. You know what I'm saying? If that person is a person that's air quotes an atheist, that doesn't believe in God, and they're like, in other words, you can tell when someone makes a mistake out of love, and a person that makes it, and someone that does it purposely. Now, I might apologize to you, but my spirit, and you'll say, the Holy Spirit has given me discernment to know that this dude right here is not sincere in his apology. But the next person might be able to do the same thing that I did, but the way their spirit touches yours, it's different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yes, there are people look, Peter denied Christ. He denied Christ 3 times. So did Judas. Judas betrayed Christ. And what was the difference between the two? Peter did it in the moment. That's why Christ told him that you're going to deny me 3 times. And I'm letting you know, I understand human flaws, that you're going to flip out. You're about to die. You're going to do things. Judas already made his heart up from the jump. His heart was already made. I'm going to betray him. This is what I'm doing because I already have a plan. His plan was he wanted to push the hand of Christ. He didn't want to accept that Christ was coming here as the Lamb.
Marcus, I didn't know if you were going to say something.
I hope that was a good answer for you, Anae.
No. That was really good. Because I know, whenever when I'm talking to God, I said, forgive me, Lord, if I'm coming across, if there's something I'm not supposed to ask, quickly make my speech go off or something or whatever, or be silent. But, I prayed it all my questions to him are received in the way that they're intended, not to be disrespectful. Some of it is going to come out of, like I said, I think sometimes that it's almost like, man, I hope, say if a person's in a relationship and a person, cheats on them, it's it may be easier for somebody to say, oh, it's a mistake. And it may be somebody else may see it as oh, it's, it's this reason here, because something in them needs to identify it as that, because that's how they're able to cope with it. So if a person says, oh, this had to be a mistake because God is a loving God, so I know he wouldn't do that on purpose. They may need that to be a mistake, because if it's intentional, they're like, wait, I thought you said that you were loving. So the way that they view God as being, allowing or having things to be always a certain way, they need that.
It sounds like they only want it when it's convenient.
That they were right. Go ahead, Marcus. Sorry. No,
So
but
that's what that. Thank you. No, I don't want to cut you off. It's just that when I hear the whole because I came in on the late end of the whole atheist and Christian, what Jay was saying, it's just that when it comes to the whole atheists and atheism, is they don't really believe in miracles. They don't believe in the faith. They don't believe in the grace of what could be good, like rewarding or punishment and that kind of stuff. So I think that just for me, because I do believe in him. I believe in miracles. I believe in punishment. I believe in the thing that you should be scared of more than the devil is God's wrath. And you have to put a respect on that. A lot of people mistake him, him being the Most High, I'm thinking he's just going to be one loving, one-sided type of guy. And, that's like an enabling parent. But if we all know how God is, he punishes those who seek to do bad, even in the good book. You know, even the ones that he gave tests and tribulations and trials, you know, whether it was like Cain and Abel, or what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, you know, etc., so on and so forth. Because I've been, you know, looking more into like the book of like Enoch, Psalms, Ecclesiastes, and then like, you know, Revelations and stuff like that lately. So I'm seeing a lot of more things coming to light. When I was younger, they read me these kind of things, and you know, as a child, you're still trying to ask questions. You don't really know what's going on, and even then, when you are explained it when you're a young kid, you still are wondering. You know, that curiosity of what does it really mean, even after they even explain it to me. And when you're growing up and you're more mature and you understand and see things a whole lot differently, it comes more to light, and it was in front of you the whole time. And I think that's where I'm seeing, just to answer the question, does God make mistakes? I think it's more of he has a plan. And I know that the cliche is God works in mysterious ways. Just because it's not your way, you may not like it, you may not understand it at the moment, but there's a reason for everything, in my opinion.
All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we can hear you.
The power went out here, and so I had to dip for a minute. Okay. I think we got Rico wants to get an opening remark, and then we're gonna go back around the horn. So let me let Brother Rico get an opening remark.
Is the power went out your excuse for not responding to my text?
I did respond to your text. Look.
No, you did.
Welcome, Rico.
Hey, Pagoda. No, I said, are you doing a live? I didn't hear anything. So if I'm late, it's not my fault today. Because I did ask Bro C. I'm like, are we doing something today? I didn't hear anything, but I guess it was the power.
Y'all know black folks, man.
You know.
They always got an excuse, man. Oh, man.
No.
Yes, wow. Can we help you, Ms. Young?
Yes. I'll just open my remark with, because basically I am a little bit behind, but on the question of, I have for a couple of minutes been listening a little bit, and the question is, does God make mistakes? And the thing that comes to mind for me, and again, like you said, you guys know I'm not very rooted deeply in religion, but you know, I know a little bit. And for me, it's kind of an easy answer. It's like, no, I don't believe he makes any mistakes. I believe that what goes on in life in the world is his or hers or their intent. It's exactly as it should be. And I've heard, like you say, where, you know, I heard a few minutes ago, and it really it popped in my head real quickly. And it's like, whether or not we should question God. And I think my belief is God wants us to question him. I don't think he doesn't want us to question, because, you know, I think it's a natural thing. Like we question science, we question everything. But is it belief if we don't question it? So, you know, you question it, you can't find an answer, but your belief will still bring you to believe in him and his healing and restorative power and his power of everlasting life, because I think you have to question things to come to a belief. I don't think you can just come to a belief without questioning. So for me, I guess that's where I think he even made it for us to question. You know, I guess he could have just said, hey, you're not going to question anything about me, and you're just going to just adhere to whatever I say. But I think that, from my understanding, when I've heard people explain the free will philosophy, that's what that's about, so that we can come to a belief. So free will is part of questioning anything and everything. And that's just my little rudimentary, elementary understanding. So I do not think he makes any mistakes. And even the questions that he put before us, I think is part of the grand design for how we're supposed to live and go through, you know, sins, the negatives, the positives. And when things happen to us in life, you know, we always want to question God and question, why do things happen? Why are certain people taken from us? It's all part of it. We're not supposed to have it easy. It's supposed to be a part of it. So I certainly don't think God or, the spiritual beings that I believe in make mistakes. I don't know why they do it. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that they have a purpose, and their purpose that they have is just not meant for me to understand. I just have to live through it, grow through it. And that's that. I hope that didn't sound too crazy to too many people.
No, I agree. I just think there's there's people who question to defy, and then there's people who question to understand and are interested in diving more into the belief. I think that's where people will confuse and conflate the two, like in general, like in public, like meetings and stuff like that, or discussions. Like some are just questioning to defy, and others are questioning to dive deep more into on what you're joining,
Well, that goes, that just taps into the question that Anae had asked earlier. It depends on the heart of the man or the woman that is asking the
Yeah.
question. Again, we have to understand, and this is why I told Mandrell that, we have but a snippet of who our Father is, a snippet. And we do it with our children, we do it with our uncles, nieces, and being that he was in the service, there are going to be things that are not going to be told to you, and there's going to be questions that you ask that are just not going to be answered. But when we're dealing with the omnipotent, we're dealing with the sovereignty and the power and the majesty of the Father, you have to have faith enough to understand that in Jeremiah 29:11, when he says, I know what I've done with you. I know what I've done. I know who you are, and there's a reason why I created you. We have to understand that we're not going to get every answer to every question that we ask. And that's just how it is. Because again, I ask that question all the time. There's certain questions that I ask, and I'm not going to get the answer to everything, and I'm okay. And it just happens that way. Hold on, guys.
Can
All
anybody
right.
hear me?
Yeah, we
I
can
would
hear you.
just add on to that.
All right, cool.
I would just add on to that, and I hope Bolo can still hear me or come back. It seems like the questioning of God only comes when we are going through something. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, people don't walk around every day when everything's going good in life, nobody's questioning. It's like, oh, everything is perfect, everything's rosy, do. But whenever we go through something is when we want to call into question. And I think for me, it's like, as much as we're questioning God, we're questioning ourselves. Because I'm like, we're all these questions when things are fine. No one's questioning it.
Yeah, well, because that's the thing. That's the thing too, though, Rico.
Go ahead.
That's the thing too. That's the issue, because you want to be convenient with your faith, like we said earlier. Like, remember, the devil will try to pull you apart when you are emotional, weak, fragile, unstable, and you're going to question your faith. So he wants you to do that so he can lure you down the wrong path. Now, at that moment, you're going to have to realize and decide: am I still going to be a person of the faith, those morals, those principles and values, while being tested, or am I going to go down the wrong path, good or evil?
And you know what the beauty is in the questioning? It goes into who you are. Why are you questioning? Why are you asking this question? Are you asking this question to be defiant? Are you asking this question to grow closer to me? And if I don't give you the answer, will that change your relationship? Because again, on the opposite side of it, when we want something, we call in God all the time. We pick up that phone and we call him on redial. And as soon as we get what we want, what happens? The calls start to become few and far and in between. So it's the heart of that man or that woman, and that's the beauty of the Father. The beauty of the Father is he's the ultimate judge. He sees things that we can't see, and that's what's beautiful about him.
Well, no, the thing is, I've always said there are going to be certain experiences you go through life, and like I said, because there's about to come up good and bad you have to go through, and it's not the most pleasant. And I can say from personal experience, like, my journey's not done. There's still things I'm going to ask. There's still things I'm going to want to know, because that is the greatest mystery for me. Is what is at the end of this road for me? because I don't think anybody here could ever tell me that. Only from what everyone's telling me, only God can tell me that. So that's what I see, and that's what I kind of believe in at this point. Because I wouldn't believe in some prophet. I would believe whatever was actually written by him, full on. Because anything made by a human to me could be skewed and could have selfish text writing in it. So I would rather hear from him than hear from someone else in some manner. And not to discredit like Bolo or anything what he's saying. I'm talking about like people who are saying things in his name, but technically they're saying it in vain if it has malicious, evil intent, selfish, self-righteous nonsense in it. And that's just kind of like stuff I like to avoid, if anything, because because they kind of come off more as, I don't want to say the word, but they kind of come off as like maybe like obsessed and less of a harmonious person. And I think that's the only word I can actually come to my head when I say like a person of good who follows the Lord is someone who is harmonious, spiritual, and worships God. And a lot of my family is like that. I won't say a lot. I'm correction that. A good portion of my family is like that. So, and my father would always tell me, I still have talked to him to this day. One thing he always scared, well, not scared straight, but more so laced in front of me was, you don't question God. It's really what it is. And it was just, so you don't have it, so don't question him about anything that is going on in your life.
Hey,
It's
Jay,
how I took that.
are you in a hallway or something right now?
Oh, is it loud or anything in my background? I'm out of my car.
No, you're good. I
It's
just
like
want to
an
know if you're.
echo. That's all.
It's an
Yeah,
echo?
it's like
not
Okay,
a
hold
little
on,
bit.
guys.
going.
It's not bad, but you can just hear
It's that long walk down, the light.
Guys, I'm
I'm
sorry to
sorry.
interrupt, but I need to go for a few minutes, so I will be back in 10 minutes or so.
Okay, because I want to get Pagoda's opinion on that too. Being a Jew, I wanted to get his opinion. But okay, he'll be back. Okay, so is the overwhelming consensus that God does not make mistakes? Does anybody think that God does make mistakes? I know Mandriel was here, but he left. I was gone, so I didn't see what happened with that. But does anybody here on the panel so far to believe that God does make mistakes?
No.
No.
Me, I don't know. That's going to forever be a question in my head. Does he make a mistake? No one's ever brought that up to me. Now, if you were to say, in a sense of making a mistake of doing something flawed, then possibly I can see that. But I can't actually give an answer. I would have to go under my tutelage of God again and actually really confirm that if he does, to be honest. So I can't actually give you guys an honest answer because I'm not going to lie and say no or yes.
Okay. But this is just your opinion, right?
Wait, Brother Clarence, might I just ask him something real quick? I know you're going to go to something else. I just wanted to ask this real quick. Jay, if your belief is that he makes mistakes, what do you do with the answer if you've decided that he does? Does that change your relationship with him? Like, what does your belief that he does or does not make mistakes, do you feel that waters down your faith in him?
It wouldn't. I'm gonna say this. In the process of me going out to Christianity, if what you just asked
No,
me,
I'm talking about you. I just want to say
just me
you.
personally. Okay,
your
me personally right now.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
it wouldn't. Okay, I'll say this. It would be like any character I've read where like they've made mistakes, but they've done a flaw or a big part of flaw in their life, but they were able to fix things and turn it around, which shows me God would be more human than he is, well, a God. Like we're more alike. But that would go against his scripture because he's separate from us.
And do you need him to be more like you for you to be able to appreciate him? Because then you feel like he relates to you and that lowers the bar of how you have to grow in your heart?
No, no, no. He doesn't have to be like me. I think he would. First of all, God would have to be separate from us in general, but I think he would have to be separate from me personally. I think yes, he would have to be separate from me, and then maybe through his. I don't want to say it the way I'm going to say it. Maybe through his errors, at least, or I might have, or he may have committed. I can further appreciate and love and respect him even more it because the thing is maybe he had a stumble, but he didn't fall. Like
So
he had a
maybe,
short stumble, but he
so
was able to
maybe,
pick himself up and rise.
so maybe your need for him to make mistakes is so that you can forgive yourself for the mistakes you make, because then it demonstrates that he makes mistakes too. So it may be that sometimes maybe people want God to make mistakes so he can be relatable, because maybe we feel like failures are less than when we make mistakes, and we're wanting him to understand where we were when we made our mistakes. I don't know if that just made sense, but
No. That made a lot
I
of sense,
think,
sister.
oh,
Don't stop.
okay.
That made a lot of sense what you just said.
Well,
Like,
can I ask a question though? Because what I don't understand is how anybody can believe in a flawed or imperfect deity, no matter what your religion is.
Right.
Because if we accept the premise that the deity that we believe in can make mistakes, then our belief in them could be misplaced in a place that we think is mistaken. You know what I'm saying? I think
right.
that whether your deity is flawed or perfect or not, you must believe they are to believe in them. It seems to be like an untenable position to say, I'm going to place my everlasting eternity in Bro C, but I know he ain't perfect. No, I have to believe he's perfect. I have to believe that to place that faith in him. You know what I'm saying? It's so just
Y'all
to
hear
hear
me? Did y'all skip me?
No, if I thought,
just jump in there, Marcus.
If I'll just say this, and I'll close with this. If I thought my deity was imperfect, then I can't believe in them. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't, it's not like you know what they made a mistake about. So I think you have to bring yourself to the conclusion, correct or incorrect, that when you believe in your deity, you must place all your trust, faith, and belief in them. Tell me if I'm crazy. I don't know how you can believe.
No,
Repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said, please.
I don't think you're crazy, Rico. I just think that a lot of the times, us as men, we deal with a lot of fear that we have, because again, if we just look at simplicity of who the Father is and who God is, and when we sit down and look at the math, if we do the math of the creation of the universe, we do the math on the creation of the universe, the fear is the inadequacies of ourselves projected outwardly, opposed to looking at ourselves and saying, where do we fall short? Because if this God can create this universe and keep us safe, raise me every day, give me the strength to go out there and work, make sure that the earth is safely done. Our 4 seasons happens every year. We're still here. How much more faith do I need to have? You know what I'm saying? So again, like I forget who said it. It has a lot to do with the fear that has been put on man from our understanding given to us through society.
I think that's right, and also
I'll take credit for that saying.
See, the problem is we make mistakes as human beings. I think Bola said this about 3 or 4 times. We make mistakes as human beings, right? And most of us are not able to understand that a person that is mistakeless a being, a supreme being that has never made a mistake. Because we look at things, because we look at, if everything is not a happy ending or doesn't have everybody smiling and hugging at the end of it, we think that wasn't a good thing, or that wasn't a necessary thing to happen, right? But unfortunately, in God's book, it's a bigger issue than that. When you're dealing with billions and billions of people, you got to go with principles. Principles matter more than just my relationship with this one person. So we got to think about that, right? It's like the president of the United States. He might have a relationship with this person, but these two sides are warring. If he choose choice A, these people are going to die. If he choose choice B, these people are going to die. And there are no other choices on the table. It's either choice A or choice B, right? But his relationship with that diplomat, he can't look to that and say, well, I got to choose this choice. Now, he got to choose the best choice on the table. That's what he's supposed to do, right? God is going to choose the best situation on the table for his purpose. His purpose, right? His purpose is for us to have ease in the long run. There's got to have to be some struggle, because struggle can teach you what other people cannot teach. Some of us are so hard-headed.
Builds character.
Yes, some of us are so hard-headed and so stiff-necked that another human being coming to us and telling us something, let's say Jesus Christ come down out the sky and everything and say, hey, look, I'm Jesus, I come to teach you. We would still rebel against that, right? Some of us would still rebel. So sometimes you need lessons that you by yourself have to get out of the mud. You got to get it yourself.
You know, it sort of makes me think of, Clarence, like I think of like the Great Flood.
Okay.
And I'm thinking to myself, like when God decided that he was going to wash away the world with the Great Flood, spoke to Noah, told him what to do. I'm pretty sure for however many people that were living on earth at that time, while we know a lot of them were wicked, all of them were not. Okay. Some, I think, still believed in God, even up to the point of them being drowned, however they died.
Right.
And they may have, some believed it and through their demise and still held on to their faith. And I'm quite sure that a lot of them at that point wondered, like, God, it's a mistake. Don't do it, because people didn't want to die. But still, nonetheless, he didn't provide them with an answer because that wasn't part of his plan. His plan was
is that faith if you're actually seeing what's going on?
No, that's what that's what I'm
saying. Is that belief? So at the end of the day, right, you have to understand this man, he talked about rain for 120 years and 7 days.
Okay.
It's the same way it's happening now. You seeing Christ bust out the sky and you say, oh snap, now I give you.
Right.
Hold on, my G. It's a whole different thought. It's like when you watch the movie Constantine. Constantine killed all those demons to try and get into heaven, but he himself killed himself and saw if there was a hell. So there is no faith in that. You saw it. There's no faith in that. You see, this is why God closed the door himself, because us being man, if I'm hearing brother Rico screaming, Bolo, let me in, I believe, I'm going to open the door. That's my brother. I'm going to open the door. If I'm hearing a Nay screaming, Bolo, I'm opening the door. But we have to understand the difference in the thought process. This is why I'm so glad that judgment is in his hands. It's in his hands because he's going to judge righteously with no bias at all. So again, those men and women, I guess, maybe some of them say, I do believe at this point. Look, when you look at the story of Lazarus, the man that was rich and the man that was poor in front of his door, Lazarus believed, but where was he? He was in a place that was hot. And what did he ask Abraham to do? Send Lazarus to my people, to my brothers, so that they don't get the same demise that I get. He had to say, no, I can't send them. They got the prophets. So there is a cutoff. And we have to remember that God is a man that's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He shows us these things. He did it with Sodom and Gomorrah. He did it with Passover. He did it with the flood, like you so eloquently brought up. So he's repetitive. So you can't say, Lord, I didn't know, or Lord, nah, dogs, I don't change. I'm the same. I am the same. There's a cutoff. Anybody can be in that building with the lamb's blood on the door jambs. Anyone could have been there. But when the angel of the Lord is passing through and you're knocking at that door, let me in. Nah, brother, it's too late at that moment. And we have to understand that. Now, again, I'm only man. I can't tell you when that cutoff time is. But the Lord shows us through his word that there is a cutoff time. Seek me while there's still yet time.
Well,
Right, so,
yeah. I was gonna say one quick thing. And me, Bolo, you remember we had a conversation about like the story of Exodus about Moses and Ramesses, right?
Yes, sir.
And I told you, yeah. And remember, I told you how there's beauty and tragedy in that story, but ultimately that story made me cry when I was young because of what Moses was able to accomplish, of getting his people out, of coming back to free his people by doing God's will, and God was with them the whole time. So, yes, so yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I won't get into like the deep detail of like every Egyptian was corrupt under Pharaoh, but I didn't find a problem with what God did. That's what I'm saying.
But every Egyptian wasn't corrupt under Pharaoh. There were some Egyptians that walked out. There were some Egyptians that were with the Jews.
Right.
Not every Egyptian firstborn was killed, and that's the point of it. It's not about color. It's about your heart.
It's about the heart. He was judging you. He's judging your soul.
There you go. It's about your heart. That's what this whole thing is about. Your relationship with the Father. That's what this is. An intimate relationship with the Father. And it's never too late, as you've seen as the man that was being crucified with Christ. It is never too late. However, there is a cutoff time. And only the Lord knows when that is. Me as man, I can't tell you when that is. But he shows you that there is a cutoff time, even with the bridesmaids that made it late. The door was closed. They made it. But he said, you're late. You're late. So we have to understand that, again, this is not about man. We got to put our emotions to the side, and it's hard. Believe me, I'm man too. But at the end of the day, and I suffer with this flaw also, we got to learn to put our emotions to the side and understand this is about him. It's never been about us. It's about his mercy, his grace, his sovereignty towards us, and his patience towards us. That's what it's been. Him being patient. People keep mistaking what grace is. Grace is a time period to get it right. That's what grace is. How many times have we told our children, listen, man, you got this spelling test. I'm giving you grace. I'm going to go out, get my nails done, or I'm going to go out, get my car fixed, or whatever. When I come back, you better make sure them spelling words are right. That's the grace time. When I get back, if you don't have them words right, you got a problem. You know what I'm saying? You got an issue. I don't understand why that's not applicable towards the Father. The only difference is his righteousness overbounds ours. That's the difference. And it's always been the difference. So when we look at, you think the Lord, listen, man, understand, when the Lord destroyed the earth with water, he cried, my G. This ain't something that he wants to do, but you got to understand what it is. The same thing with Aaron when you read Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1. Your children knew what they were doing, and they made a conscious decision to do something profane. They knew. This ain't nothing that they didn't understand. They knew what they were doing was wrong, and they made a conscious decision to do it. That's what sin is. To make a conscious decision.
Just think about the Nephilim.
There you go. To make a conscious decision to disobey God. To say, you know what, man, I'm good. Look at, that's what you're saying. Nah, I'm good, man. I don't need you. I got this covered. Nah, Now, that might be in the moment. That might not be something that you stand on. In that moment, I thought I had it right. I failed. I came back to the Lord and I repented. That has happened to all of us when we thought we had it right. Until we learned, listen, man, we do it his way. All of us goes through that. But there are some people, like Brother Clarence said, that are so stiff-necked and hard-headed that they're just like, man, I'm doing it the way I want to do it. And you've made that decision. So what does the Lord do? He hands you over to your profane thought process, as he did a Pharaoh. Pharaoh wasn't going to release the Lord's people because of his ego and pride. And it shows you, what does it say? Before destruction, you have to fall.
Yeah.
Your pride before destruction. You have to fall. Why? Because I have to show you that I'm that dude. That's what it boils down to. If we want to bring it down to the street, I got to show Pharaoh that I'm the man. Romans 9:13 says that I raised Pharaoh up so that my name might be declared in you, Moses. Everyone is talking about Mike Tyson being the best knockout artist. Here it is. I come from the streets. You never heard about me. And I come in and knock him out. Who's the man now? I am. My name has to be declared throughout the world. He showed you that with Nebuchadnezzar. So this thing is repetitive. It's man that's making a choice to ignore.
Right.
And that's like something else too that I didn't get a chance to talk about. I'm sorry, Proceed. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, man.
No, and I've always like wondered. I've always wondered why people like, and this is just maybe for me, but like I've always wondered why people think like maybe Christians are so docile, so we have to turn the other cheek all the time. But if you remember correctly in the good book, God's children or God's sons, whether it's angels or man, David and Goliath, Michael versus Lucifer, they didn't bend down, they fought. So that's why I always like to refer myself as a soldier of God myself. Now, I know I served in the military, but I always felt like I was on purpose, like I was in his name, in his honor. So, there's shepherds and there's soldiers, and, I want to protect mine in his name, in his honor, as best as I can. I might fall from grace every now and then, but you got to pick yourself up. So I just wanted to get that out there because I always feel like there's this misconception or people don't understand, like when certain Christians people deem certain Christians as like, oh, aren't you supposed to be very peaceful, turn the other cheek type stuff? It's like, yeah, we can, but don't test us either. Like we're not going to tolerate disrespect like that always.
Yeah. No, I definitely get that, and I have nothing but respect for people who are Christian. I love my parents that they are, and also how they raised me under that too. And that's why, even though I'm in the process of making that choice of following God myself without the influence of indoctrination, I'm like, to freely make the choice myself to follow him is going to be a me thing, and no one has any influence on me for that. Like to me, it should always be your own personal choice because God has given you it, free will, as they say. So that's why I'm more often, which is really crazy for me because I don't know, maybe secretly God is I'm bringing myself back to God or pulling me to him because I do defend Christians, particularly. I do. When
Hey,
anybody,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, no. All I was saying is that like, even though I'm in the point where I'm at now, like I'll defend my grandmother. I'll defend my father, my mother, all their wisdom, my aunt's wisdom, my friends who are Christian. And that's just because, not because we all grew up together singing God's songs, worshiping him when we were kids, things of that nature, but because there's an actual attachment to there that I will never replace with or say that was never a real connection. It was a connection because I'd be lying to myself on the inside if I didn't believe that. And you can mistake. I want to say this to everybody. Even I think Christians will mostly get this. You can't mistake for what you felt for that being real when you experienced it, and also of how it made you felt, and what God was speaking to you through other people, and when you were in church. All that time of you growing up to when you're in high school. Trust me, that will never ever leave you. And And if you think you can bury it, but it will never stay buried because it will always be constant in your brain. Maybe not at the forefront, but it's there. So, I mean, sis, what were we gonna say?
Oh no, I just was gonna, and this is just because you use this. I hear you using it a lot, and your use of it feels like it's more than. It feels like it's different from relationship from God. So, like, I hear you saying, you Christians or the Christians or like you Christians. I would just say that I pray, I challenge you. I pray that we all, as we've spoken here, lets you know that we just don't want you to separate from your relationship with God. It's not separating yourself from a structure that may at times cause you to disconnect or question your relationship with God. That relationship with God is bigger than saying or being able to have a label as a Christian. Because if that label is distancing you from your relationship with God, then I'd rather you just say that you know, like, not even give a title.
Right.
So I would just say for you, because saying on a panel or in groups or, you know, you Christians, my concern is your heart. My concern is your heart. Like, I just want you to have a heart for God and have that relationship. So however it is that you're able to do that, like, so I'm praying that you and Bolo are able to connect so that you can be still and being able to receive however the Holy Spirit moves in that conversation. But it's about your relationship with God, not the title. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just say
but,
that.
No, I got you, sister.
Brother Jay,
go ahead.
Brother Jay, let me throw this on top of what Anae said. What we have to do is look at all of this that we're doing, right? It's all spiritual. From the simplicity of the air you breathe to that pigeon taking a poop on your car and not the other guy's car. Everything is spiritual, biggest to the smallest, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying that to say, to kind of tether to what Anae is saying is that God had built those relationships through your grandparents, your aunts, and your fathers to get to you.
Yes.
Don't stop your connection to God at your mother, your father, and your uncles. That love that they felt, that wisdom that they gave you, that understanding that they bestowed on you came from the Father to establish that relationship in you. So that reverence that you have for your parents, your aunt, it's really for him, but you have to direct it at him, because by you leveling it at just your parents, you sever that connection with the Father, like Anae is saying to you. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I can definitely get that.
So in other words, like I always say, I don't like dealing with branches. I like to go to the root. And the root of that great mother that you had, your great grandmother, and the wisdom that these women had, and your uncles and all that, that great wisdom was by that well, that river of understanding that is God. And through that river of understanding that flowed through them, they were able to branch out and touch your heart and connect you, and you felt it. So through your trials and tribulations, you have to understand that the Father's always been there. He's always been there. Through the connection and the understanding that he gave your parents and grandparents to you. He's always been there. He's never left. Yes. Our issue and how the enemy moves is he confuses us to only look at our parents. Well, you know, my mother. Nah, go deeper than that. Go to the callus. Go to the root. Where did she get this love from? She got it from the Father. So you don't even know you're a Christian. You won already. So by you, and understand words are life. And if words are life, they're death. So when you speak that separation that Anae is talking about, it's a spiritual battle that we go against, bro. It starts off spiritually and it ends up in the physical.
Yeah, no, I just think, I don't know if it's from me, my perspective, because I've hung out with Jay a lot, or I've talked to him a lot. But when it comes to this kind of conversation, I just think maybe, I don't know if it's true or Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You may or you may not have had negative experiences or questions or hanging around religious or even non-religious people or people of the faith. And maybe because you put too much stock in man, and I think that's where people misconstrue that it's actually about him, God, not about putting your stock and faith in man, which again, I could be wrong. But maybe that's part of the reason why you may be distant, or maybe you may not have as a strong belief. Because you said before that you used to be Christian, now you're not anymore. So who knows? I've heard people say that, hey, I used to be Christian, and because of certain things happened in my life, I steered away. Some people became Satanists, other people became atheists, other people became Buddhists or whatever. Me personally, even though it says to love thy neighbor and all that kind of stuff and give people grace, I can, but I'm also gonna not hang out with Satanists and not gonna hang out with atheists. I'm not gonna hang out with because they're not really from my denomination of my faith and beliefs. They contrast, they're different. A Satanist is gonna worship, the other guy, the one that doesn't have winners down there,
But what about somebody that's of a different denomination? They're still not of your denomination.
Right. Like I said, I can talk with them and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean that I'm always going to be hanging out with them. I'm not going to be, they're not exactly going to be my clique. Like, it's just, I'm going to be around the shepherd, like as like, around my flock. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying people are evil, but because of that, it's just, for me, it's common sense. I'm not going to hang out with Rainbow Coalition people because they're doing things that are not of, they have a certain agenda. They have a certain way of living that it's not for me.
You don't have any disdain for these people. You just don't have any.
Oh, I cannot hate I cannot hate somebody because they are different in that way. Like, because they never did anything wrong to me. I cannot hate somebody for that. However, that doesn't mean that I'm going to have to hang out with you all the time, because I'm not going to be hanging out with a drug addict because they're drug addicts. I can pray for you. I can feel bad for you. I hope you find your way. I can offer you help, but if you're not going to help, if you're going to be constantly doing these kinds of things, I can't rock with that. Like, it's a boundary for me. It's a limitation for me.
Exactly. Yeah.
In my opinion, I could be wrong, but it is what it is.
Can I just add this, and this will be quick. Jay, back to, a lot of the times, again, when we have that moment of clarity at times, we'll say, damn, why was my mom or my dad or my grandmother or my grandfather taken? And again, I don't know if this is your situation, but something is telling me just to say it. We have to understand that there's a bigger picture in who the Father wants us to be, right? And a lot of the times, I'll use myself. My mother being here stifled my growth. Understand that. The man that the Lord needed me to be, I wouldn't have been if my mother was still here. Does that make sense?
Brother, it does. It does.
There was that the Lord wanted me to work through emotionally, mentally, and physically and spiritually. And I could not have worked through them and understand and be able to sympathize and be empathetic if I did not go through those things. And it's hard to come to that realization. Believe me, I was at the brink. When I lost my mother, I was out of it. Out of it. I was one of those dudes that would tell a person that suffered with depression, man, get up and get up. Get yourself out of it, until the Lord put me there. Now I understand. Nah, it's not that simple just to tell a person get up and get out. It ain't that simple.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So sometimes the Lord has to remove something to make you who you need to be. That's just how it works. And at the same time, it's two birds with one stone. He's calling her home to rest. And I need you to be somebody, Bolo. And the only way you can be that person, I got to make sure that you're fortified to go through these things. And the only way you're going to be able to understand these things, because that's what it's about. It's not about just gaining wisdom and knowledge. It's about, most of all, having understanding, because there's a lot of people that have wisdom and knowledge. And what is the understanding of it? The application.
Because if I know 1 + 1 = 2, if there's no way of me to deliver that to you, then what good is it? So for me to be able to take this word and to deliver it and this gospel and deliver it to someone that is needing of it, that's the understanding that he's talking about. So sometimes we're going to have to go through it. Brother Clarence said this earlier. We're going to have to go through some things that are hard. But you understand something. There are pressures that inspire, and there are pressures that stifle. And the Lord understands who you are. You just need to understand who you are. That's the bigger picture. He knows what you are. You got to understand it. And if he gives you the answers to all these questions, then he robs you of that thought process. If I just taught my child how to walk and they didn't struggle, then the connections, the neural connections that the brain forms in working things out, they'll never get it. This is why these young kids now, they fall under pressure real quick because everything is given to them. They don't have enough time to figure it out. So I just wanted to say that to whoever needed it.
Well,
All right, y'all. I got another question for y'all. Y'all indulge me because I think we got a good spectrum of people here, how they feel about God here. So I want to ask you guys a question. What is a devil? What is the devil?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I'll say this. The devil to me, ever since growing up
Hi,
and
what
now.
I missed?
I'll go.
We'll go to. Let me let Jay go, and then I'll let you go because I have to ask you a question. We'll go. Okay, go, Jay.
The devil to me is more so a poisonous type of virus that likes to infect anything, a vulnerability of a person when they're at their lowest, or probably when they're at their happiest, because how it was always described in the Bible as he leads you to sin, but he needs to get you off at a very vulnerable time in your life. And one of mine would probably be if I lose a loved one, through natural causes, not through a shootout or something like that. But just he preys on that. And yes, as we as humans are very vulnerable when we lose somebody, or whenever we're at a really dark time in our life. And the devil particularly preys on that and feeds off it, becomes stronger, and he what's the word I want to use? He not rides in it. There's a word for it, but it's more along the lines of he's clapping and praying and dancing around a fire in hell, and just can't wait for you to join him.
Okay. Let's let Pagoda go because I know Pagoda had some stuff you want to talk about, but I want you to answer this question, Pagoda. Pagoda, what is devil? What is a devil?
What is what?
Devil.
A devil. You ask me devil in terms of Judaism?
Yeah, whatever kind of way you want to put it.
Okay, in Judaism, devil is one of God's angels. That's what he is according to the Bible.
Okay. All right. You're saying that in Judaism the devil is it's just an angel.
Yeah, he does what God tells him to do.
He does what God tells him.
For example, you can look at the book. For example, in the book of Job, the devil did what he did to Job because God let him do it, and he's just an angel that serves God. That's all. Unlike Christianity and Judaism, there is not two teams of God's versus the devil. The devil. It's in Judaism is God's in full control. Satan is not opposing him.
All right, we're gonna step back into that, okay? Because I got a couple questions on that one, Vagoda. So we're gonna come back to you, but I want everybody to answer the question. I'm gonna let Bolo go last.
I have also a question for Bolo. Something that I want to say to Bolo. Bolo, did you say from what I heard, you said that you said about God that this man created the universe. God. You meant God, no? Bolo?
I think he might be having some technical problems, man.
Yeah,
When
probably. Yeah, just I want to say that God is not a man, as always. So to say this man or this kind of man created the universe, that's no. But
that's
also,
no.
I want to ask him if he. Well, I will ask him also something later when he will come back.
Okay. All right. Hold that question, Vagoda. All right. Let's go to Brother Rico. Does everybody have a helmet on? Rico's gonna say something about God. Can we all put our helmets on so we don't,
I thought you were asking about the devil.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Brother Rico, what is devil? What is the devil?
I think, for me, my belief is that the devil is a little bit of a spirit that lives in all of us.
Okay.
That we're all born with a bit of the devilish spirit that resides in us. And it is our expectation through our journey in life to conquer and overcome that devil within us. I don't see the devil as something that it resides outside of man, but as something that resides within man.
Okay.
Man, woman, child. Through all you have to do is look at all the deeds of humanity through time. And if you can't see evidence of the devil and Satan and all the things that we have done to this world, to each other, I don't know any better way to explain it to you. But for me, I think each and every one of us needs to work on conquering the devil within us.
Okay.
So that's just honest to God. I don't look outside myself. I know he's in me, and it is my job to reside on him through all our flaws and everything that we do wrong, and the way we feel when we're moved to anger, how we feel about other people, the way we even get in these spaces and we say things like, again, I don't rock with people that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not calling you out, Mark, but I know like people of certain races only feel comfortable around certain races, but we say we're all God's people, but we don't treat each other like we're all God's people. That's the devil. That's the devil in all these things. If you think about humans and how we live and how so imperfect we are so woefully flawed. I think we come into this world, if it's 100%, I think we born into this world 60% flawed than unflawed. And it's a constant, the journey from life to death until we leave is to try to get more of those devilish thoughts, needs, and feelings out of us and to become closer to the Creator than how we came into this world. The devil is in all of us.
Okay. Thank you for that, Brother Rico. Sister Annie, excuse me.
First of all, don't be saying what's in me, Rico. Ain't got no devil up in here.
We don't allow him. That's the thing is, and I remember I said I don't hang around them. Doesn't mean I'm gonna banish them. It's not for me. But
no. I'm just saying. I was just using that as an example. How all the things we do throughout humanity shows, to me, in my mind, why we have the devil in us. And even this stupid gender war. Men shouldn't feel the way about women that they do. If we're all God's children, why do we not love everybody equally? We
We're
just
gonna,
don't.
we're
There's
gonna
a
get back
difference
to that.
between loving somebody because
Well,
you
you
love
know,
someone and
Wait,
you
but
want
you
the
gotta
best.
remember
But
too,
that's the
Rico. Like
difference, I
people were
think.
banished from the garden too.
yeah, and I understand that. I'm just
Gentlemen,
saying,
gentlemen.
and I would just say this.
Gentlemen.
I think we take our beliefs and project on what we think or what makes us feel comfortable as to what we think will. Because I even see two godly people practice God differently. And they're both, I'm like, they'll both dislike a community, but completely for different reasons. And it's just like, it's really weird, you know, but I mean, I get it. I'm not banging on anybody. It's just, to me, looking out in the world and thinking of all the wars and all the things that we've seen throughout humanity. I come to this from being a student of history. And as I look through history, the world has the most atrocious thing that mankind has ever done to this world was to be born. Was to simply be born and to come into existence. And we have been screwing up this world ever since.
Okay, hold on, Rico. Rico, hold on to that. I'm gonna let you guys get back to that. But we can't, we have one of our beautiful sisters out here.
Oh.
We cannot be rude to her, right? Got to give her time to speak, right?
Well, no, I mean, I definitely thought that part right there needed to be addressed because Marcus, he said, hang with them, which I don't recall in scripture where Jesus was hanging. So I didn't take his position as something that was of Satan or the devil, but I believe that Satan, the devil, is a deceiver. And sometimes that deception gives the appearance of it being something of God. You know, because we can sometimes receive, you're like, oh man, I just got all this money, or I just get this. And then the price for that may be different. But a person receiving that landfill of money or whatever that thing is, it looks a certain way, but it may be evil. It may come with blood on it. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not literally, but I believe that he's a deceiver. I believe that his job is to deceive us. I believe that his job is to take as many away from believing in God and following God as possible. I know that sometimes things have happened, or I've heard people talk about something being of Satan, and it'll just be something like, oh, Satan got in the way of me getting that job. Well, you didn't really work to get it, or you didn't work to keep it. And we're giving him credit for things that's not for him to have. And we're also, I think, sometimes blaming God for some things that are him. So I just believe that he's a deceiver. And I pray that I have discernment and wisdom enough to know when it's him presenting something and not God.
All right. Thank you, sis. All right. We got Brother Bolo. Bolo, are you there?
I am here. I am.
Okay. We'll go to say you got a question for you, man. It's hot.
Yes, I have a
I didn't even get a
question.
chance to answer the question myself.
Hold on, Vagoda. Let Bolo answer let Bolo answer my question, then you can shoot your question to Bolo. All right. So first,
I didn't even go yet.
who didn't go?
Me,
Marcus
I
didn't
never got a
answer,
chance
but
to
Natalie
answer.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let's do Marcus first, then Bolo, and then Vagoda. You can ask your question. Okay, go ahead, Marcus. Sorry about that.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood the question. Do you mean from like a physical aspect or from like a spiritual, like character type wise? Like,
I mean, from you, what do
for
you?
me?
You can answer. You can hit all of those spots. What do you think? What is the devil? What is devil?
Who the devil literally was considered to be Samael or Lucifer. What point, he was the orchestrator and music choir. He was one of God's, most beloved angels, one beautiful, yet defied him and fell from grace when he tried to oppose him, and the envy and the vanity. And he didn't want that. He wanted to get praised as much as God, or wanted to take that throne from him in a way. So
Okay.
that's why he got casted down. And when it comes to who he is within us, is aka the human side of us. Our aspect is he represents what could be our gluttony, our wrath, our envy, our vanity, our lust, our sins. He wants us to turn against each other, and especially the people of faith, of him, of God. He wants us at our throats. He wants us to defy God. He while him and God are having a arm wrestling match, he wants us to be these flawed, aka like humans that God created, but you know, it's a chess match between them, and like, he wants Lucifer or Satan himself. That's who I look at as he's the guy who's the Antichrist, and he's the defiler, the Marquis of Snakes. He's the one causing all this dysfunction and chaos. He's the one. He's the one that wants us to fall down. That's when I see who I think he is.
Okay. Okay. All right. I got a little question about that, but I'll come back to that, Marcus, where you said that there's a chess match between God and the devil. My interpretation is that there is no, that God has no adversary. This dude is just running his own program, right? He's trying to run his own program, but he cannot escape outside of the walls of God's universe. He has to, even though he's trying to run his own program,
correct,
certain things that he has to do to even exist in this universe, in this world, right? So that was what I was laughing at, not you personally, but just that, because I know a lot of people have that understanding. Hey,
I know, I get you.
There's a contest between these two. There's no contest, right? It's like Mike Tyson against a baby.
Well, I think the devil is trying to compete. I think, yeah, no, I think the devil is the one trying to compete with him, with God. I think God is trying to maybe at some point, like, hey, I'll let you think this, even though I know I am the Most High and nothing can overcome me, especially coming from you. That's why you fell from grace. So that's kind of how my perspective is, and like I said, don't take anything I take for as right as gospel. It's just from my understanding of who he once was and who he's trying to be in us, as far as trying to take us apart and rip us apart and have us turn on each other and go defy God, and that's that's what I'm thinking it is.
Agreed. All right, we got to get back to you, Marcus. We got to get back to Rico, and
wait a minute. I have a question.
We'll go to. Can you just hold on for just a second, right? All right, we got to get back to Rico. We got to get back to Marcus, and then now we're gonna have Bolo do his opening remarks, and then Bogota's gonna get to, run everything at Bolo like he been saying he wants to do. I'm gonna give you all the time you need to do that, Bogota. As long as you stay on subject, we let you ask Bolo all the questions you need to ask him. All right, so Bolo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So Vogoda has a couple questions for you, but before that, I want you to answer the question I've been asking everybody, which is, what is devil? What is it?
Okay. Well, everyone had a piece of it, and they were on 100%. Was an angel, fallen angel, a deceiver, liar, wicked. So the devil is an entity that has access to that portion of us that were born in sin, right? The devil also is a construct. When we look at the society, when we look at the thought process that this world is going in and operating under, it's also a thought process, right? So it depends on the context of the word devil. Devil means liar, wicked, deceiver. So you can say someone has devilish ways, but if we're talking about that fallen entity that does have access to our spirit in the aspect of trying to tempt us or tempting us, it is a being that walks the earth. And as far as that being able to box with the hands of God, the devil knows he cannot. This is why when we read the scripture, he says, when he tried to tempt Christ, he said, this was given to me to give to whoever I choose. He didn't steal it. He didn't rob it. He understands. But just like Pharaoh in his ego and pride, he refuses to submit. Same as when he spoke to God pertaining to Job. He didn't say, I'm going to go do this. God said, don't touch him. But everything else you can have. So the devil operates, like Brother Clarence said, he operates under a certain understanding. There's no one that can box with God. His sovereignty is unmatched. No one can match his sovereignty. So when we speak about who the devil is, he is a liar, deceiver, a wicked being who does not deny who he is, but does operate and plays in games that we try to operate in and we lose. So this is why we have to operate under the understanding and the thought process of Christ. Because again, this entity has been here from the beginning, much longer, and been operating under this a veil of evil for a very long time. So that would be my answer to you.
All right, sounds good. Okay, Vagoda, your time, man.
For a second, I thought that you're going to ignore me, but never mind that.
Oh man, we just got to do things in order. That's all. But now here's your
Yeah,
turn.
and every time I'm less. Never mind.
Remember, Vagoda, we
case.
save the best for last.
There you go. We say the best for last.
Thank you. So, Bolo, you said about God, if I'm not mistaken, this man created the universe. God, I don't know, I don't know from what sect of Christianity you are, but in Judaism, God isn't a man.
What is it? When you read Exodus in your Torah, Exodus 20:2, what does it say?
What is Exodus?
Let's pull it up,
Exodus.
y'all.
The first, please go to it.
One of the books of the Bible.
Yes, but I don't. But in Hebrew, they have a different name for that book, for those books. So you can say Exodus. You can say I don't know what Exodus, the book of Exodus is.
What was that? What was the scripture again? Exodus what?
Exodus.
Exodus what? You went out, bro.
20 verse.
20 verse. Anybody else hear him?
Chapter 20, verse 2.
Verse 2. Okay, here we go. Let's bring that
20
up.
and 2.
Let's see if we can bring that up. Okay, here we go. Let me bring this up, y'all, so we can look at it. See?
Okay, let's see. This is according to the English version of the Bible, the King James version.
Let's do the King James version. Let's do the King James version. I know y'all love King James version. Let's do the King James version. All right, here we go.
I used the original version, but whatever. Okay, what it says in what context?
Let me read it to you, Bola. Let me read it to you, Pagoda. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Okay, there you go.
Okay, how is that? How is that proves that God is a man?
Hold on. That was that was the wrong scripture. Sorry. I'm getting older, and I'm trying to operate this without losing a signal with you guys.
Bolo, you know what? I just want to ask you if you think that God is a man.
Let me preface it for you, and you guys can pull it up. It says the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
Where exactly it says that?
Yes, it says the Lord is a man of war.
Which scripture, brother?
I'm sure if you Google it, it'll come up.
Exodus 15. Exodus 15, 3. Try 15, Exodus 15:3.
Thank you, Anae. Exodus chapter 15.
Okay, I don't know in what context they say it, and of course.
Hold on, let's read it first, and then we'll go further than that. You got it, Brother Clarence?
It's up there right now, sir.
Okay, well, I'm in my car. I can't see it. So can you read it for me, please?
I will read it for you. It says, Exodus 15:3, it says, the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
All right, so I don't know what context you would understand that under. I mean, the only context I could take that is, one, he's a man, and two, he's a man of war. if it comes to that. So Exodus 15:3 of one scripture, there are many. When Christ calls him Father, that is the description of a man.
Wait a
So,
minute, what you read to me, the book of Acts is New Testament?
Old
no, the
Testament.
Exodus is Old Testament, but I did preface the New Testament with Christ when he said, Father, you know, why hast thou forsaken me? And I can give
Yeah,
you
you
plenty
know,
of them.
I'm Jewish. I'm not a Christian, so the New Testament does not have length in my eyes. But
we'll stick with the old. We'll stick with the Old
yeah.
Testament. The Lord, Exodus 15:3 says, the Lord is a man of war. What context would you take that under?
First of all, I want to see in what I want to see I want to, you know what, Clarence, you can type me the name of where exactly it says in the how you said it, the book of Acts, what number?
Exodus.
Exodus chapter 15 verse 3.
Okay.
Say it again.
Exodus 15 chapter 15 verse 3.
15 verse 3. So if you just punch that into Google, it'll pop up.
Okay. Well, in that case, like I said, I want to see the full context of how why this sentence was said. Maybe, it's a metaphor, or for example, you say that somebody that is, if somebody, when you say about somebody that he likes to party, you say that he's a party animal. So you don't mean as he's an animal. You just trying to say that he loves to party. So
let's read the whole thing.
But go, it's only three verses in. You can read from verse 1 to 3, and you can get the context from it.
Can we read it?
Okay, I will check it in the Hebrew verse.
Oh, okay.
I will check it. Let's see what the Hebrew Bible have to say about it. But okay,
right,
that's
so
one of my questions.
Hold on, let Brother Clarence read it so that we can get context.
So everybody can get the context. How about that? How about that? Great Pill, we got a space up here. I don't know if Vaughn's coming up here. So there's a space up here if you want to come up here and challenge Brother Bolo as well. All right, let's read, let's see, Exodus 15. Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he hath triumphed glorious.
For what? Hold on, wait. For what? I will sing a song unto the Lord for what? For he has triumphed gloriously. That's masculine. That's not feminine. That's masculine. For he. That's a description of a masculine spirit. That's a description of a man. Keep going, please.
Okay. Let's do the mathematics. That is a pronoun usually attached to a male person, right? Okay. Hath triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea.
There's he again.
Oh boy. The Lord is my strength and song, and he is become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Holy smokes. Not doing too good, Vagoda. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Holy smokes. All right, Vagoda, boy. Got to climb out of that one.
Okay, I will check the Hebrew Bible about that. And let's see. And I will see what it says. But, if you describe, in those times, you didn't have, how you call it in English, there, and those stuff.
What?
Yeah, but we're not speaking towards thee there. We're talking about Hebrew. Hebrew had male pronouns and feminine pronouns.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you guys, that in the biblical times, if it's not a man or a female, then you do not have words to call it if it's not a man or a woman.
Okay, ask you a question, Pagoda. You've read the Torah.
Okay, so
Right? Have you
wait
read
a
the
minute.
Torah?
Bro, I can finish, please? Look.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. First of all, again, I need to check it, but if you ask me, in those times, to refer to God in a female tone, I think, well, you know what? Let me think about it actually. But again, you can, or if something is not a man or woman, you can still refer to it as a man. Okay, so,
Pagoda, have you read the Torah? Have you read the Torah?
In school I studied the Torah. I studied parts of the Torah in school.
Okay,
Why
so when you
ask?
studied parts, I asked because so you should know whether they referred to God as a he or a she. You
They
studied the
refer
Torah
to
in
him as
school.
a he. Okay, first of all, they
so
refer
all
to
right.
him as a he, but the people that teach me about, I remember that multiple Bible teachers that I had told us that God is not a man. Maybe
Okay,
we
did they?
refer to him as a man, but he's not a male.
Okay, so let me ask you this: when you studied the Torah in school, did you actually open it up and read it where it said he in Hebrew?
Yeah. So.
What do you mean, yes, so? So then your Torah says that he's a he. So you're asking me where do I get it from? It says it in your Torah too. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you that if that in those time, that in the time that this stuff was written, you didn't have a word for something that is not a man or a female. Okay,
No,
so
Pagoda,
what?
I gotta
No.
interrupt you right there. I'm gonna interrupt you right there. I disagree with that. Now that we've always, not we've always, but at the times when these books were written, there were words for all of those things. So
in the times of the Bible, you have you were saying that in the time of the Bible you have Z and Zer.
Yeah,
no,
you have
let me ask.
what?
Pagoda, can you let Brother Clarence finish what he was saying?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to talk also, and every second somebody cut me off.
What
It's
I'm
also the
what I'm trying
lag.
to
There's like
say
a
is,
lag in between.
what I'm trying to say is that there's no saying, classifying someone as something else to create other what do you call that, misunderstandings. At the time when these books were written, there was words for those things. There were now I can understand you saying that at a certain time, but at the times where these books were written, yes, there was definitely words for if something's not a man, if something's not a woman, if something's not a human being, if something's whatever it is. There were words for those things, right?
Clarence, you didn't get what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say that in those times, you didn't have a binary or whatever you call it in English. Okay, what I'm trying to say that people maybe are referring to God as a he, but still is they don't see him as a man. That's in Judaism. Okay, I can ask. You know what, Bolo? I can ask. I can go ask some people that is deep in terms of faith. I can ask them what about what you raised here, but still, I honestly I don't think that God is a man.
Okay.
I don't think that he has a body.
Okay, but see, this is the
He's
difference
beyond
between
it.
the difference
He's beyond
between
gender.
the difference between we understand that he's beyond gender, but there's a specific reason why he takes on the pronoun as father. Because of his sovereignty, because of the power, because of the protection, because of the rock, because of the guidance. And he uses that as an example of how men should be towards their wives and towards their children and family. So there's a reason. But I find it funny that we're talking about a book. You're asking me a question. I give you an answer. And you say you studied the Torah, even in Hebrew. if there were certain words that were feminized and certain words that were masculine, even in the language Hebrew. Now, I understand that there is no is, the in ancient languages, but there were words that differentiated female from male.
Of course. Yeah.
And you said that, all right, so you said you read the Torah, and the Torah says
Listen, bro, I didn't understand what I'm trying to say to you. Bro, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. What I said no, you didn't understand me. You know what? I didn't say it very well. Okay, listen, guys. What I'm trying to say, that in those times you didn't have binary and those stuff. Okay, if you refer to somebody, okay, I'm not an object. Okay, to somebody is a male or a female. If it's not a male or it's not a female, then and it's not an object, then how you can refer it? You call it of course you can call it it, but you cannot call God it. So you know what? Okay, what do you want to say?
Let me ask. Let's just do a logical walk. Here.
Yeah.
Why would you refer to somebody that's not a him as a him? Like your aunt. Do you call your aunt uncle?
No.
Uncle. Okay, the reason why you don't is because that's not proper, right? That's not who she is, right? So therefore, why would God would be misidentified in his own book? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would somebody allow themselves to be misidentified in something that they were trying to use to help other people get out of themselves being misidentified? Right? Does that make sense? It's just being logical.
I don't think it's a misidentification. You know, how you say, what do you want to call God? You want to call him it?
No, I mean, well, you could call God because God is.
I think Vagoda, maybe he's taking it a little too literal.
Yeah, God is a pronoun, right? But it describes this one supreme being. You can only use that pronoun for one supreme being, right? We can't use that the capital G God for all of us, right? For any other person, because that's a pronoun, but that's for this particular exclusive case. This particular case can only be classified as God, right? So we can use that pronoun for that particular case, but we can't use it for the rest of us. If we want to use the rest of us, we can do some semantics and call ourselves gods, right? We can do semantics based on the level of understanding we have. But as a supreme being, none of us are supreme. There is one supreme being, and so that supreme being, we can call him God. This is God right here, right? So that's an exclusive case. So what I'm saying to you is that even though they may, let's say your presumption is correct, they didn't have the thes and all that. It's irrelevant to the fact that they have a way to identify this supreme being. They have a word to identify the supreme being. And the fact that they wanted to not only identify him using that pronoun, but using other pronouns, because I agree with Bolo. I think those pronouns are used to help us as men be better leaders and fathers and directors of the community by looking at his example. If he can do it, then I should be able to do it as well, right? So I think that's what the brother was getting at. So I'm just saying, I don't think that. Now, whether you believe that God's a man or not that's outside the point of what I'm saying. I'm talking about the grammar. That's all I'm talking about right now is the grammar, right? So I think that the grammar is there for us to be able to identify the supreme being. Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
First of all, it's 1 in the morning right now. And you are talking about, first of all, you're talking fast and you're talking about a lot of theological stuff and try to keep with you. I try to keep with Bolo and, guys, I think from when I think about it, I think that people refer to God as a man because when because you see God as a leader, and of course how I say it. If you are going to say, let's pray to this female, then not a lot of people are going to follow you, in those times. And Annie,
Agreed.
please forgive me for what I said.
Agreed. I'll agree with you with that. What does that have to
Okay,
do with what does that have to do with? See, that is what you're describing is manipulating the people. That's what, and I'm trying to keep the issue pure, which I'm going to assert that there is no reason to manipulate the people. Right. So I don't want to call it a female. So we're going to call it a male so that the people will still follow this teaching. And I'm asserting that is unnecessary. We can just tell the truth and the people will still, there's going to be people that's going to reject it. Even if it's a man.
Yeah, also,
so,
Clarence, but also, I forgot to say, in here, if you have a person that you don't know his gender and he's speaking to you and you cannot recognize if he's a male or female according to his voice, then you refer to him as he. Okay, and
let me ask you a question.
Interject, Brother Clarence, just for 1 second. Can I interject?
Okay.
Because again, the conversation is getting convoluted. I get your point, Vagoda, when you say God is much more than just being man. I get your point. And I understand that point, right? However, what we need to understand is the Lord gives us as much as our small brain can comprehend and how he wants us to see him. So when he gives us the title God, that doesn't describe whether it's a he or she. It's just a title. When he says that this is how I'm supposed to be addressed, this is how we address him. So again, you've studied the Torah. And in the Torah that you've studied, they prefaced God as a he, not a she, not a it, or ambiguous at all. This is what you studied. So so the point of the matter is, that he's a he also. In the 5 books.
I know that we refer to him as a he.
Got you. You know that you've studied in the Torah. And for those of you who don't know, it's Leviticus, Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, 5 books of Moses. You know that he is referred to as he, not it. There is no ambiguity when it comes to who God is and how.
I know that we don't refer to him as it. It's not appropriate to refer to God as it. That's why we refer to him as he.
So what I'm saying to you is there is no mistake that because we don't understand who God is, that we just said, let us just fall on the side of him being a he. God tells you that I am a man of war. He told you I'm a man of war. There is no other way to preface that. I am a man of war. I am a man of war. I am a man. There's no
look, like I said to you, it's like I would say to you that I am an animal, I'm a party animal, or it's that make me a party animal? No, it's the metaphor. So
absolutely. But here's where this conversation is getting very convoluted. He's not making an example of him being an animal. He's not making that, because when you read Exodus, which you have because you studied it, when you read Exodus, and now that I'm at the house, I can get it myself. I'm sorry about that, Brother Clarence. I hate just being under the guise of not being able to read it myself. When you read it, and thank you, Renee, for getting it for me, because I'm getting old. It says, I will sing along to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider, he has thrown down into the sea. The Lord is my strength and the song, and he has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him. My Father God, and I will exalt him. For the Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. There is no example of an animal. The reason why Moses is talking about this is because he was just glorified, taken out of Egypt, or whatever happened at this moment, and he's glorifying the Lord. And he's making sure to preface it as he. There's no examples. There's no animal, I'm a party animal. He's not saying that. He didn't say the Lord triumphed over this guy like a gazelle. He didn't say that. And if he did say that, which I could give you, let me give you if verse 3 was just a preface of him being a man of war because they were men of war back then. Where does the four he's come from? There's no preface in those things in he, for he has triumphed. There's no example over that. He won. He has thrown into the sea. He took Pharaoh's men and threw them into the sea. There is no example of that. The Lord is the strength, and he has become my savior. He saved me. There is no example in that. My father's God, excuse me, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a man of war. So I can give you that sometimes the Lord speaks pictorially. I get that. This is the beauty of the Lord. He's the first ultimate rapper, right? He's the first ultimate poet, if you want to do it like that, because this is a love letter, the ultimate love letter. But this here is not prefaced or exampled by an animal that you gave the example of. This is him saying, I'm a man.
Okay, you know what? Listen, I will check. You said it's in the book of Acts 14 equals 3. I will check it in the Hebrew. I will find the Hebrew Bible. I will find this in the Hebrew Bible somehow and check it out. But in any case, you know,
wait, may I just say
I
something?
maybe studied the Bible in school, but I'm not from a religious. I'm not a religious person. I studied. You know, it's just parts of it.
Okay,
I'm not a religious person.
Pagoda, hold on. Sister Annie's got to go, so we're gonna let her get her last words in here.
Okay, just to that end part right there, I just wanted to say something to that. Pagoda, would you at least agree that based on what Bolo said, that is what the scripture says? Can you hear
I
me?
thought that you want to say goodbye, not to ask me another big stuff. But
and maybe sometimes, well, it looks like sometimes we all do something a little bit different. But could you at least agree that what Bolo said is what scripture says? Like
I will say that according to the English King James version of the Bible, he has some case. Okay, that's I will say that he have a case according to the King James version of the Bible. I am not a person of faith.
Because I'm gonna get ready to go. I mean, you can finish your thought when I get ready. I just wanted to, because that's at least a point of agreement in that conversation. Because then,
okay, I want to check it in the Hebrew Bible.
If a person believes that and reads the word, and they believe that God makes no mistakes, then the words that he used in the scripture would seem to be accurate, at least to what's written in there, right? So that's the only point. I was just trying to figure out a way that conversation, because it can just kind of like go in a circle, because you're going to keep to what you're saying, and then we look at the word and we just read what the word says. So that
okay, I want to do my research. I want to ask some few people. Okay, and also yes, I see
because I have to
go
because I have to go. That's the only reason I'm doing that to you, or I would have just muted myself up and let you finish. So I apologize if this feels rude. I just wanted to make sure that I said bye to everybody, and thank Brother Clarence for this. And Bolo, that was just I'm definitely going to listen to the whole stream. I didn't get to hear. I fell asleep last night, but this definitely sparked a very great conversation. This feels so much like fellowship to me, and I'm just thanking God, and I'm asking that he get the glory in this whole conversation. I hope that we all grow in our relationship with God, that we are open to hearing. And like I said, I don't believe that God makes mistakes. I ask that he guide me and help me to, in the times that I feel like oh, this thing right here is so hard for me to understand, and it hurts, so much that he gives me grace enough to have conversations with him and have respectful conversations amongst other people, so that I can hear their perspectives and things like that. So I thank you, Brother Clarence, for this platform, and thank you, Bolo, for the conversation that you allowed to happen on your platform yesterday. So, but I love y'all.
Love you,
Yeah,
girl.
I want to say something to you before you go.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell Clarence to send it to you. You know what? Never
Email.
mind.
Anae, before you go, I want, first off, I want to thank you for helping old man remember stuff. But the Lord is so beautiful in the things that He do. Here we are with the Hebrew, because we
Yeah, I see what it said. It said Ish Milchama, and
Yes.
then it says the name of God. I see.
Okay.
It says Ish and not Isha. It says, in other words, it says in Hebrew, man.
There you go. Okay. You see how the Lord ends things on a proper note, just because Anae said she was leaving. Beautiful.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all.
All right, love you, sis. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
All right, let's talk to Angelus, because he's come up, man, and he said, man, you know what? We gotta figure this thing out. Okay. The Gray Pill Podcast. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to the Gray Pill Podcast, check it out. All right.
Absolutely. And if you want to also, please check out that episode where we destroy the debaters against the
me and Rico got destroyed.
Yeah, me and Gray Pill, yeah. So I appreciate the other squad. Y'all did a valid effort. Y'all tried, but we came, we saw it, we conquered.
Great Pill in the building. Great Pill.
We don't do nothing but we don't do nothing but take L's over here at the back.
I mean, no, you just take L's against the greatest. Just the greatest. That's it. No, I appreciate it. I'm
hey, we'll try and do better next time. Marcus. All right.
I appreciate you, my body.
Who you said we?
Me and Rico.
Okay, Rico, what? I forget what is the name of the guy that spoke for a second ago?
Who? Bolo?
No, not Bolo.
Marcus.
The Mexican. Excuse me, the Mexican guy.
I appreciate it.
Bolo.
Yeah,
that was Bolo. No, just kidding. That's Marcus.
No, not Bolo.
Okay. Hold that question, Vagoda, because we got to move the ball around, man. Hold on. I got another person up here, and I got to get his opening statements. So, Brother Angelus, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, man. What is going on? What is going on up here, man? Who's right?
What up, Ange?
What's going on?
Well, I'm not. I believe in religion, but I'm not that practiced and profound like Bolo is. I used to say in my own little corners, Bolo, like I don't like when Bolo speak because he somehow soothe and calm down the room, which really aggravates me because sometimes I want the engagement, and then Bolo steps in and it all defuses. It's like everybody go back home in their little separate corners. But that's a good thing. That is a good thing because we need people like that. But because I was hoping the page can get moved and turned, because I felt like we was beating a dead horse with the brother with the weird little V and the nice little
Vagoda.
Okay, Vagoda. Yeah.
What?
So are we clear? I just want to make sure, are we clear with the understanding? Because you were saying that there's another interpretation of the quote unquote pronouns, the he and she, and it was just displayed of it. So are we clear in that part to move on?
Look, you just you put the words, but I want to check. I want to check the text in the Hebrew Bible. In any case, I want to ask some few people. You know what? I want to explain to you something. I am not a religious person. I am very close to being an atheist.
Yeah, me too. I'm not that religious too, but I understand like the English language and when people speak and how things. Well, I wouldn't say English. I would say comprehension. So when it was pretty much transpired like a whole 20 minutes back and forth, you made a statement saying that, well, one, you're saying you're not that religious. So that's when if somebody is very religious, like Bolo and Brother Clarence and the nice lady that was up here, those are people like, you know what? Let me have an open ear to listen to, because it comes to get a little bit conflicting a little bit when one person consistently challenges everything that the other person says. So I am not that very religious. I like to learn when other people are to get more insight of the of the when it comes to biblical stuff. So I like to, like, you know what? Let me just close the mouth a little bit, open the ears a little bit louder, and not try to do derails. Like example of you was bringing up interpretations of what today's people say versus what people said back then, which Bolo made it clear. Even we said was it the Old Testament, Rico? I mean, Brother Clarence.
The Old Testament with the Exodus, yes.
Yeah, so we was reading the Old Testament, made it clear, because I even wanted to know too, like, okay, we're just saying one sentence, so let's just read it all. It was read all. It made it clear, he, male. And then you kept bringing up the another version, so now at the very end before the lady left, now it's another version, it's still making it clear of he. So unless you're not very religious and you said it like maybe 20, 30 minutes ago that you have partial studies of who your teacher was. I don't know if that was a female. So unless you have partial studies, unless that whole time you're talking here, unless you could bring it up now, like now, I don't think that's irrelevant for a conversation because you keep bringing it up.
In
So
translation, in other words, it felt like it was a derailed show because of that moment.
Yeah.
What is a derail? What is derail?
It's a derail. Is like I'm saying, like if I'm looking at your avatar and I know that you're a male, but I'm saying you're not a male, you're a V, you're a letter V. That doesn't help with conversation. So I'm saying
He's using it as an example.
Okay, look, I'm a little bit tired. Look, my if you ask if about what is it about the people that teach me about the Bible when I was in school, from what I remember, almost all of them were guys, but they did from a very secularist place, and but still, even them say that God is not a guy, that he's not he's not a guy that throw wonders on people.
Well, let me say this. For all intents and purposes, to understand God's total sovereignty, we don't have that understanding here. We have what the book says. That's what we're left with. Okay, to be in his presence and to understand the totality of who and what he is or what it is, we don't have that. What we have is what we have. And what we have gives him the pronoun of he, the pronoun of father. Okay, that's the pronoun he gives. So there's nothing else I can give you or anything else I can say because there's nothing else to give. So to bring up an argument or to bring up an example of something we cannot quantify or something that we cannot prove, it's a moot conversation because from the ancient texts, it's referred to him as he. So regardless of whether people want to, pontificate on his sovereignty and his power in its entirety, do that if you want. That's cool. That's not a conversation I want to entertain. But if you're going to ask me a conversation, like Ant said yesterday, the answers I'm going to give you is going to be from the book. And from the book that you studied and the book that I've studied, the book that Brother Clarence has studied, Marcus has studied, and so has Grey Pill, it says he. So that's what we go.
Each of us studied a different book. You studied the King James version of the Bible, and Clarence studied the Quran.
I just gave you the Hebrew, and it said he. What's your answer?
You gave, first of all, let's be accurate. You gave me a number of words, okay, Hebrew words in a category, but I want to see the full text of that sentence. Okay, I want to check it for myself.
Okay,
and I want to ask some people that know the stuff. Okay.
Well, the beauty of that is it wasn't just words. The beauty that I gave you was it was prefaced in Hebrew and in English, Exodus chapter 15, verse 3. So you can go and talk to your studies. And here's the problem that I have with this. The problem that I'm having with this is you ask me a question and don't know the answer. You ask me a question and don't know the answer. And then when you get the answer, you say that's not the answer. And you yourself don't know the answer. So that doesn't make sense to me. You got to go.
First of all, I don't think that God is a man, and I definitely a lot of that's in Judaism we don't see God as a man. That's
well. Here's my thing. Here's my thing, and I say,
okay. If you want to believe that he's a man, then go for it. Okay.
Here's my thing, Pagoda. It's not about me believing. It's about me reading the book that you read. I read the same book you read. And the book that you read says he's a man. Now, if you choose to omit and say, nah, I don't think he's a man, I think he's bigger than that, that's cool. But at the end of the day, I'll say this to anybody that takes this position. I can care less what you think. We're going to the book. We're going to the word. That's what we're going to. That's what we
know what's crazy? That's what maybe there's I'm gonna send the olive branch to this one. Maybe there was a language barrier, because what you just said right there, for me, maybe that's what he should have led with, saying, hey, I don't believe he's God, I believe that he's bigger than that. Because me and Arshawn is pretty much, that's our interpretation in the chat. Like, hey, it's saying per book male, right? He's a man. Even the other verse that you read out there that he asked for, he. But the same breath, we're like, okay, we understand that God is more than man. God is everything. God is everything. So I think that's what he went with.
But here's where we fall short on that, a Great Pill. I gave him his language. I can understand your point when you say maybe in English the translation can get lost, which is cool. But here's the beauty of God. He gave us computers. Right? He gave us Brother Clarence's channel platform. I brought it up. Not only did you read it in English, right next to it was in Hebrew. What's the breakdown?
Yes, but you gave me the words that says the words in English says man, and then next to it the Hebrew word for man. But I want to read the verse itself. You know what? Maybe I didn't see. I'm using my phone, my cellular.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I didn't see. I saw that you put the category. You put how you say it in English. You know what? I want to see the verse in Hebrew, not just a word, not just a category of the words. I want to see all the verse that you said to me in the book of Acts 13 equals 3. I want to see it in the Hebrew book. Okay.
Okay. So
but you have a case. Definitely have a case.
Well, let me say this. Arshawn put a scripture in, and
I'm gonna put it up right now. Right now.
But you don't need to be angry.
No, I'm not angry. I just
it sounds like you're angry. It sounds you scream at me like it is something to you.
I'm gonna be honest. I would.
We get it. You're passionate, but come on.
Hey,
1 in the morning.
Hello, I would challenge Bolo being angry versus you being very trolling.
And that is not the only question that I have to you.
Well, hold on, time out. And to be fair, it is 1 a.m. for Pagoda. He's probably tired of milking a goat. And on the other hand, Bolo is just being very passionate. So let's be fair here.
One thing you guys got to know about Pagoda. Whenever Pagoda is getting smashed or about to get smashed, it's always 1 o'clock in the morning. It's late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to bed. Right, for Pagoda.
You don't believe me? You don't believe me, Clarence?
All right. Let me read it. Pagoda, I'm gonna read.
You see the time? You see the time?
The King James versions. I'm gonna read the King James version for you, brother. I see.
You see the time? You see the time in the.
I know it's late. Pagoda. I know it never comes up until we're having a discussion where things are not going exactly the Pagoda way. All right, let me read. Pagoda, listen. Pagoda, listen. All right, so we're gonna read this. This is Arshawn says, because Arshawn says, hey, God says he's not a man as well, right? He said he's not a man, right? So let's read this. Let's read the scripture. Numbers 23 and 19. By the way, thank you, brother Arshan. Numbers 23 and 19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? That seems very clear to me, Arshan. But okay, I'm gonna
No.
Bolo attack that one.
What God is saying there is that he's not man as you and I that would lie. There's nothing that we can hold against him, and there's nothing for him to lie about. That's why when you read further down and just don't stop at God is not a man that he should lie, because man lies, right? And let's read further. Nor a son of man that he should repent. He doesn't have to repent for the things that he do. Who's going to check him? Has he said, and will he not do? What he says here now, he's referring to himself with the capital H. That's why you see when he's using the he, and when you go up a verse, it uses lowercase h, right? Because it's referring to man. Verse 16. Then the Lord met Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, go back to Balak. Thus you shall speak. So he came to him, lowercase h, he came to him, and there he was standing by his burnt offering. Now let's get back to your verse, which is 19. God is not a man that he, capital H, in the middle of the word, because usually capitals start at the beginning, at the end of a punctuation, that he should lie, nor a son of man that he, capital, because it's referring to him, that he should repent. So if I say something to you that I'm going to be there, I don't have to say I'm sorry for not being there. God is going to be there. He said, meaning if God says he's going to do something, and will he not do? That's a question. He will do. Now, notice in this verse, they're all capital H's. Or has he spoken? And will he not make it good? If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. So that scripture, in the context of you saying that God is not a man, he's prefacing it to the point of mortal man, that he doesn't have to lie to you because of his sovereignty and power.
May I say something?
Of course.
If it's late, I want to make sure everybody get their good sleep. So if it's late and it's like 1 o'clock, when would be the best time to go read the Bible a little bit? Since again, he did say he wasn't fully studied in all the wording, so maybe that'd be an appropriate time to get some sleep.
Maybe.
What
All right,
maybe?
y'all. I want to add to that as well. I want to add to what Bolo said as well. Agree with that. Also, just to let us know that there's different types of men. Are there not? We could classify.
Yeah, I want to add also something. You are both using like I said, the King James version book. So again, if you want.
We'll go to. I was talking.
If you want. Oh, so okay. Sorry, I'm not focused.
I get done first, and then you can talk.
Yeah, sorry, can I say I'm not focused?
Thank you.
It is
All
1
right,
o'clock in the morning.
yeah, I know. Okay, so I wanted to add to that. Like, there's different types of men, right? There's good men. Some men we classify as good. Some men we classify as bad, right? So there's different types of men, and I'm going to extrapolate that there was different types of men at that time where these books were written. So to make the clarification, because earlier it was said that God is a man, right? And to make the clear interpretation, so there's no. He's like, I'm not this type. I'm not the type of man that would do these things. I'm not that type of man, right? Because there's different types of men that we would consider, right? But he is, if you can, this is what we call personification, right? Personification, meaning that I have to take a subject and I have to break it down into a human type of understanding, so you as a human being can understand it, right? You can understand that. Well, the closest thing you can understand from me is that I'm trying to tell you, I am the living God, right? But I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm a man. I have male understanding. I move as a, and this is how you should move. I move as a protector. I move as a provider. This is how you should move as a man as well, is to provide an example for us, right? Because we come out of the womb, we don't know what's right and wrong. We really don't. Most of us don't, because we come into such a wicked world. Anything you can do without the retribution of the victim is right, right? If I can go into the bank and steal $100,000, hey, I was right for doing that, right? I mean, we can tell ourselves that. We can tell ourselves. That's why if there was no devil, you wouldn't need God, because God's law would be already established. Everybody would just be doing right. Everybody would just do right. Wouldn't need no jails, no police stations. You wouldn't need no printed paper, because you wouldn't have to sign your name to anything to show a person how serious you are about keeping your word, right? Everybody would just do the right thing, because it was already God established, right? God made the earth. Everything's all established. But there's a devil here, which is part of having a beautiful green earth, is having even angels, even humans having free will. They have a free will to follow you, right? None of you guys gonna go out to a girl tonight and put a gun to her head and say, hey, you better be with me. Who wants a woman like that? Who wants a person like that to say they love you, right? They're only complying with you because of the threat of violence. So that's not really love, is it? It's not really love. The best and freest love is, like Brother Bolo was saying earlier, is when I give you the free will to love me or not love me. Then I'm going to see if you really love me, if you have the option to not love me. But if you don't have the option to not love me, that's a slave. A slave is the one that don't have no options. So we have to have this free will. And this is what I think a lot of people who don't understand the Bible, don't understand any of these books, because the bottom line of all these books is redemption. That's the bottom line. You're already born into a wicked world. You don't know what to do. So if we let you go on your own, you will accept wickedness as the right way to go, because you will see success based on material wealth, as opposed to success being having the comfort of God's understanding of God inside of yourself, right? You won't see it that way. You'll see, oh man, he got a bigger house than me. Okay, I got to go out there and do what I got to do to get a bigger house, right? Or whatever, right? That's why it's very important for us to study these books, because like Sister Sophia said, sometimes you're going to read the Bible 5 times. That 6th time, you're going to find something else new. That's that 7th time, you're going to find something else new, right? It's like when you watch a rerun, right? And you say, man, you think you've seen the whole thing, and then you notice something else that you didn't notice before, right? So that's what we got to do. We got to get studied up, and before we make large statements or really grandiose statements, because I tell this to my sons too. Somebody gonna check you on it sooner or later. You're gonna run into somebody that's gonna say, wait a minute. That mean, and then you don't have the knowledge to fortify your argument, and that's what's going to put you on your back in the argument, right? So, saying all that to say, the devil has a purpose. Like brother said, the devil has a purpose, right? Now, the question is, what purpose would the devil have, and why would God allow the devil to be among us for the purpose, for what purpose? What is the purpose of having a devil? We cannot blame everything on the devil. Well, the cancer is from the devil. This is from the devil. This is from the devil. No, I mean, if God told us to eat a certain way and we don't do it, that's going to develop a problem. The devil's not in the middle of that. The devil is maybe in the middle of that spiritually, where we have connected with that wickedness that's out there in the world, and we start being rebellious, right? Because the devil was the first rebel. So his rebelliousness is now what do you call it, contagious to us, and we can use that rebelliousness to go and put ourselves in bad situations. I will agree with that. But some things is just us. We are not, like, the devil don't come and hold your hand and say, Marcus, you gotta eat these chitlins, Marcus. You gotta eat them up, right? No, nobody's gonna do that. You gotta decide for yourself what you're gonna eat, what you're gonna not do, what you're gonna do. The Japanese call it bushido, right? It's a code of conduct. And it has honor and courage and different things like that. But you got a code by which you live, right? But in this world is so wicked. There ain't no code. The only code is get yours. That's the only code. By any means necessary, get yours. If you have to victimize other people to get it, you're doing the right thing, right? You see Biggie Smalls on this song said, hey, they called the police on me for selling dope out in front of my, in front of the apartment building, but I was just trying to feed my daughter. Yeah, but you increasing the crime here. I mean, we don't mind you feeding your daughter, but you increasing the crime here. See, we have to have in a community that certain things have to go a certain way. And sometimes we got to look at the bigger picture. Now, that's where God comes in, right? Our earth is a community. It's a large community. And sometimes decisions have to be made so that the overall good will happen. Do you guys agree or disagree with that statement? Hello.
I agree with that, brother. I agree.
100%. Also, can I add something to that too?
Of course.
You missed something. Also, you need to add well-nourished rest and well-nourished sleep, so to help the mind and body to process the words that were presented multiple times by Brother Bolo.
Okay, definitely.
Yeah.
Anybody else? By the way, I got to ask you something, Angelus, because you came late. So I asked everybody else. Let me ask you something real quick.
Sure.
What is devil?
I don't like the long stroke stuff. So everything that between you, Marcus, and Bolo said, I think it's like it's embodiment of sin. So when I hear the word devil, I think all things evil, all things trickery, all things lies. So that's what I think of.
Okay. All right. If and I got another question. Guys. Don't go away. If we have someone, well, let me make it even more relatable. If you wanted to be a top-notch basketball recruit, and someone came along and said, "Hey, I invented basketball. I know how you can jump the highest, shoot the best, cross over the best, everything. I can teach you how to do all that." And that person came to you and you said, "No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go my own way." But that person said, "But hey, you doing it all wrong. You're doing it all wrong. You're not doing it the way I have set it up so that you could be you. If you just do it the way I'm telling you, you could be a top recruit. Now I'm gonna do it my way." And then when you're not a top recruit, whose fault is it? I mean, the person was here that said, "Hey, would you say, well, this person is punishing me because I didn't listen to his ways to recruit, his strategies on how to be recruited. He's punishing me." How's he punishing you when he said, "Hey, if I'm telling you how to win and you don't do what's going to tell you to win, then you're going to lose." Period. I mean, that's not hatred or having something against you in particular. Just this is the way you're going to be successful. All right. Establishing that, I have a question for all of you gentlemen. Bolo's going to go last because He's a second to the last long. He's a second to the best long stroker. I think we all know who's the first one. Patrice, right? No. All right. Anyway, okay, gentlemen, what is sin? What is sin? Now, I'm not asking for you to have a, you got to break that down. But in your opinion, when you look at it as a regular, smegular guy, Joe going to work every day, what is sin?
I can answer that.
Of course, you want to start.
Let's
Go
be the
ahead.
first. Okay, so sin is something bad that you do.
What does that mean?
It's like I'm going to steal or doing something bad. That is sinning.
Okay, doing something bad as classified by what? What would classify something as bad? What is the
Yes,
standard
I
of
said it,
measurement?
Clarence. It's like if I for example, if I will steal something from somebody, that's stealing. That is sin.
Who said stealing is bad? Like, where's the
Com-
standard by what?
common sense. If you don't like that something is done to you, then don't do it to somebody else.
Okay, I'm trying to put it out of you.
Also, I had another small question for Bolo that I didn't manage to ask him.
Okay. Go ahead and
Bolo,
ask him.
yeah. Say, are you a Protestant or a Catholic?
I'm neither.
Okay, so in what stream of Christianity do you go to?
I'm a child of God. I read the Bible.
You're what? Child of what?
Child of God. I read the Bible.
Okay.
Child of God.
I don't
Okay.
fall under religion, bro.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. We're going to move on and have one of you other guys. What is sin? What is sin?
I don't know, just pretty much anything that's like morally more morally wrong, because I know pretty much a lot. Jesus, it's crazy because we just kind of had so much of a conversation about this last night about morals versus laws and what a lot of rules made up by men. So I would say anything that's morally wrong doing to another person, or just not even a person, just animal, or just I don't want to say evil in nature, because that might be a little bit extreme. Just more of like a very morally consistently wrong.
Daya.
Just for no reason.
So morally wrong for no reason.
Yeah, just doing things out of spite, just being just an a-hole for no reason, just doing things just.
Okay. Marcus, what do you think, man? What is sin?
I'm here. For me, I think that sin is basically what is considered in the eyes of Him, aka the Most High, aka God, whether it's a cardinal sin or against the Ten Commandments, or something that once you learn it, especially as you're growing into the text or in His beliefs and in His ways, it's against what the opposite of good, the intentions of being bad and impure and vile or evil, and falling into those bad habits or bad temptations. Also, what we consider gluttony, envy, lust, vanity type stuff. All those in all the above.
Okay. I got another definition down here from Marshawn. Okay. All right. Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. What is sin, brother? What is sin?
The disobedience of God.
Okay. All right. Now we all have different interpretations, right?
Okay.
But sin.
Okay.
Oh, you weren't finished, Bolo. Let me let you finish.
No. I was finished. The disobedience of God.
Yeah, I mean that's to the point right there.
To the point.
So I'm trying to show that we all have different perspectives of what sin is, right?
Okay.
And so we all have different perspectives. So how can we all agree on what's not sin? How can we all agree? We must have a standard by which we can all agree.
Absolutely.
Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, that standard would be the Bible.
I would see you. He jumped in front of me, y'all. I was trying to walk us there. I
apologize.
I agree with that, but a lot of people. I agree with that, but I can also make the argument. Just what the last thing both said. A lot of people, just even as the argument earlier, a lot of people take a few things out the Bible and interpret it the way they want to, and that could be deemed evil too. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that's why I try to stick it on more of
Mhm.
the moral aspect of it. But even that can kind of teeter because before the law was actually made, everything changed. We had, quote unquote, how the caveman was living. Then we had the modern age society with, the knights and, kings and queens and all that, the peasants. Then now we're moving more to modern day society. Now, who knows how going to go just 100 years from now? Like, is the laws going to change? Well, the laws change all the time, but is the laws going to change more so to bend more on a more morality sense? So
Yes.
it's always so nuanced all the time, which is for me living in this lifetime is very strange because if I walk up my door and my neighbor just doing something, it's like, okay, he's legally able to do that. But then a month later, it's like, okay, now's the law saying that if he does it again, I can go ahead and sue him or or have some kind of claim against his wrongdoing. So that might be, from the morals to a legal standpoint now. So, yeah, I'll just leave it like that.
And therein lies the problem, right? Because we think just because time changes and because we're now in 2024 that the Lord's word doesn't hold true to time. It does. In our mind, we tend to think that. In our mind, it's about the morality. In our mind, we want to do what we want to do. And if that thing, when it comes to the morality of the Lord, doesn't fit into the scope of what we want to do, then that's off. Chimes changed. We got to get with the times and things of that nature. That's the issue. That's the problem. Even when it comes to the gender war situation. You know what I'm saying? They'll tell you, oh, you've been married for 30 years. You out of the race. You don't know what it is to get a woman today. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The only difference between talking to a woman in 2015 and 2024 is the reach. It's the only difference. But if you throw all of these rocks and all of these gates and all of these things in front of you, therein you're creating your own God so that you can do what you want to do. And that's what man is very good at doing. They're very good at saying, well, you know what? It's 2024. Things have changed. Okay. I'm sure that there's a few things that you don't subscribe to, and I'm saying you in general. There are a few things that you don't subscribe to, and no matter what time, it could be 2088. There are some things you're just not going to subscribe to. So why is it that doesn't change, but the things that you want to do, speaking in general, those things change? It's man's heart. It's always been, and it always will be. Man wants to do what they want to do, and man thinks they're smarter than the creator. And this is what I'm saying. Somebody got to die, bro. Somebody got to. So continue playing that game of Russian roulette. And I'm speaking in general. Continue playing it. If you want to continue to say this is what it is and this is what it's not, you have every right. But understand, to every action there's a reaction. And understand, because Brother Clarence brought it up a few minutes ago, do not blame nobody else but you.
I agree. Well said. Well said.
Oh man. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbi, man. Hey, you know what, Doc? I need to holler at you, man. If you can hit me up in the email, man, get my email and hit me up, man, because I need to holler at you about something, Doc.
You've been
Really
messing
need to
up. You've been trying to holler at a lot of people and forgetting.
Huh? What? What?
You know what, Bolo? You know what, Bolo? I agree with you. That's how he keep
Oh no! Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
He swear he wins on debates, but after he loses debate. So yeah, you're 100% right, Bolo. I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Now, I took a L from Bolo, and I guess I took a L from you guys. So that's okay. Brother Clans is okay with taking L's, right?
When did you
I'm
take
gonna
an L
try harder
exactly?
next time. I'm gonna try harder next time. Okay? Because Brother Clan, man, hey, I can learn just like the next guy, right? I can learn, right? I took these L's, right? Don't let Bolo sing on the next competition. I got it. I learned already. I learned from that, right? And then I'll have the debate here, so I can control the polls. I can control the audience. I can control the chat.
Debate was there here. The debate was here, sir.
What?
The
Bolo, you gotta wait until I call you. You just can't outburst like that. I haven't called your name. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please. I'm sorry. All right, y'all. Okay, so did we define sin? Did we define sin? We defined sin, right? There was a reason why I asked you guys this question, man. I believe all of you guys are very intelligent brothers, man. So that's why I'm asking you guys these certain questions. A certain panel I couldn't ask. I can't ask everybody's questions. But you guys are.
Clarence, if you want the answer, what is a sin, you can always go to some dungeon. But you know what? Never mind that. They definitely know what the sin is.
Yikes. We'll go to yikes. I'm gonna put you and Bolo on the same list. You guys gotta wait till I call your name before you start talking. We gotta put you guys on that list, right?
Why you put me in this the list? Why?
What?
I don't sin very
you keep
much.
interrupting me before I finish. I'm trying to finish my thought, man. I know you guys it's Saturday. You guys want to go spend time with your families. It's 1 a.m. in the morning, right? So I want to finish so that you guys can go and do things, right? But I think the people are getting a lot out of what we're saying here. So that's why I'm trying to hit a lot of different points while we got their attention, right? All right. So Marcus said the advisors or the debaters, the L debaters. Okay. All right. So, all right. We know what sin is, right? We got an idea. Thank you, Doc, because I really need to talk to you about something, man. And get your opinion on something. So that's two people, or maybe you can just give me your email and I'll hit you up. Just go to my about page and you can get my email right there. All right. So now, and by the way, Doc, we got another seat up here if you want to come up here. Shine. All right, so we know what sin is. We have all had a different interpretation. I'm going to go with the interpretation I'm going to use for this next event here is I'm going to use Bolo's interpretation, which was it's just a transition against God. I mean, God says, "Hey, do this," and you decide you're not going to do it, and you don't do it, then that's the sin right there, right? So God said, "Hey, look, this is how you should roll." And you go, "Hey, I'm going to roll my own way," then obviously that's sin. Now, is somebody going to run outside and say, "Oh, there's 1,000 curses on you"? No. If God's way is the healthy way, every other way is not going to be the healthy way, right? You're not going to have a healthier way than God's way. Does that make sense to everybody? You're not going to have a safer passage through all this wickedness than God's passage. Does that make sense? If God said, "Hey, get on this DC-10, we're gonna fly from New York, we're gonna go visit Bolo. We're gonna fly from LA to New York." And you say, "Nah, I'm gonna get on this crop dusting plane. I'm gonna fly my own." You have any flight experience? No. You ever built a universe? No. You ever saved a whole group of people from wickedness? No. But I'm gonna do it all on my own, right? I mean, you're gonna have problems, right? Whose passage is gonna be better than God's passage, right? So that's why I brought up the sin, because now we got to get into how do we get around the sin? If we are born in sin, shaped after iniquity, right? According to the book, How do we get around it? How are we still going to have a good life? How can we have a good life if all this sin is out here? How can we do that? That's why I was getting to the Bible, right? These books that are redemptive books, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. These books, the principle is redemption, right? You can be redeemed as a person, right? Because you already are born in sin. So if you're born in sin and you never hear about God, you're gonna be a sinner. Even if you hear about God, you're gonna be a sinner, right? I mean, this world is so wicked, man. Anybody can get pulled down. You hear about these pastors are getting pulled down, right? These pastors, and they turn out that they suspect, or they got I just was watching something the other day where the pastor's baby mama came in the store. Pastor's baby mama came into the church and sat in the mother's in the wife's seat, right? They had a whole big old thing because the pastor had got her pregnant. Anybody could fall in a wicked society like this. Anybody. So, brothers, how do we get around this sin? We having this discussion. How do we get around this sin?
We can't.
What do you mean we can't?
Everybody do some thing or think something negative here and there. But there is a difference between thinking something negative, or maybe have problems with some people, or even cursing somebody, to call somebody a son of or something like this. There is a difference between that and taking somebody's life or stuff.
Okay,
So
you're saying there's
from the
different
big sins
levels
we definitely can avoid, but the small ones, the daily, that
What is a
one I
small
don't
sin,
think.
Pagoda? What is a small sin? What is a small
Like
sin?
I told you, Clarence.
What?
If, for example, you have a problem, a scuffle, or how you say it, a little fight with somebody, and you call him son of you know what? Or, for example, if you're driving in your car and you accidentally crash it accidentally, let's say that somebody in the road pisses you off and you give him the middle finger. That is not appropriate. That's, you can say, is a minor sin.
Okay. Where is this list of major and minor sins that you are referring to?
I am not. I'm using basic sense. I'm using basic common sense.
But okay,
like I said, there is a difference between what I told you, between giving somebody the middle finger when you are driving, and between taking somebody's life.
Of course, there's a difference in the impact, right? Shout out to Arshan. The impact of those two things are different. Would you agree with that? The impact of you just giving somebody the middle finger as opposed to unaliving them, those two impacts are going to be very different. Would you agree?
Yeah, are you asking me?
Okay. Yes, I'm asking you. Because
the impact from those two stuff are very.
You're the one that brought up that there's a scale of sin. There's a scale.
Yeah,
right?
there's a difference between what I said.
There's a difference. I want you to understand something, Pagoda. There's a difference in the impact. Principally, it's the same thing. Principally, sin is sin. No, principally, it's the same. If you transgress against the God, that's a sin. Whether it's giving somebody a hot foot or unaliving them, the principle is the same. The impact of each sin is going to be different. The impacts are going to be different. Therefore, in a court of law, the punishment will be different. Right? But to God, the sin was done spiritually. Spiritually it was done. Are you following what I'm saying?
Honestly, not much.
Maybe I should have. Maybe this is one I should have let Bolo handle, right? All right. So, all right. Let me get back to my original question, which was, well, first of all, Vagoda brought it up. Let's ask. All of you guys are intelligent men. Let's ask. Vagoda brought it up. Is there a scale by which sin is measured? Is there a minor scale and then a major scale, or how would we measure sin?
Actually, you brought it up about the scaling. I just told you that there is a difference between. You brought it up. Just saying.
You brought it up. You said that there's major and minor sins, right?
Yeah, but about this, all the scaling stuff, that's you.
All right. Brother Clarence is just taking L's today. All right, I brought that up, y'all. Anyway, does anybody agree with Vagoda that there's a scale to the sin? The scale, in your opinion,
There is different
major scales, major sins and minor sins. Does anybody agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that. I have to go. I'll be in the chat. Yeah, I definitely agree with it's a scale to sin, so there's no add to that one. I would like to say thank you guys for
He's
allowing
got
me
to
on.
go because it's 2 a.m. in the morning somewhere.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for dropping by.
Allow me on to have the conversation. Just a word of advice for everybody out there. Again, if you don't have the actual, it's like saying if you're not a lawyer, why speak on law except for unless you just dare to learn. I'm good with everybody sharing information, but let's understand when we share information, we're there to take the information and move forward with it, not try to be combative with information. So let's have that mindset for the next go around when we have these conversations, because it's not really productive at all. Okay, because we don't want to be those other guys or women in those spaces that does that. Okay. But also, I'll also add some words of encouragement for the people that like to be out late on the streams. And if your only complaint is it's late on my end, I'm sleepy, I'm tired, I think as Christian, Jewish, or Islamic men and women, we need to just go ahead and pray to whoever our God or deity is and unplug from the internet, because the Lord didn't create it, the High Almighty didn't create it. And I think that's the time to unplug from these devilish devices that social media created for us and go to sleep. All right. Or take some scriptures that Brother Bolo TV presents to us and read those and study back with some more better insight. All right. With that being said, thank you guys for allowing me. Anything that's petty coming from Marcus will be a representation of the Great Pill Podcast. Thank you.
All right. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. All right. That was the Great Pill Podcast. Shout out to Quantum Love, by the way. Shout out to Lady Q. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Clarence, also, if I may say about the scale, also there is every faith has a different way of handling, the sins that you did over the year or in your life. For example, in Bolo has Jesus that he can go praying to and ask for forgiveness for his sins in the church.
Me too.
And in Judaism, once a year you can, you have Yom Kippur, when you fast, stop eating and stop drinking, and don't do any erotic or something for more than 24 hours. That is a way to clean ourselves from the sins that we did all over the year. So probably in Islam you also have something like this, no?
Oh yeah, there's just fasting, Ramadan, all kinds.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about handling all the sins that you do over the year.
The word escapes me now, but yeah, there's a thing that we do every year.
Yeah.
Not in Ramadan, but it's. When I think of the word, the word escapes me right now. But just sitting down.
Are you referring to the Hajj?
No. That's you can do the Hajj if you want to, but no, the Hajj is a journey. And it represents a journey of life. The Hajj that you go on around the Kaaba stone. That's you see the Kaaba stone.
Is it Sakat or Salat? Sakat or Salat?
No. Salat is when it's the movements you're making during the prayer. But no, the Hajj is going. Do you see the people go around that Kaaba stone? The
In
stone
Mecca.
in Mecca, correct? The stone represents God's unchanging, like Bolo was saying, it's unchanging. It's the principles that God is trying to get us to live by. That's perfection. If we could be perfect, we could do that. So everybody's walking around that stone, trying to walk as close as they can to perfection. You're trying to walk around. You're on a journey, but it represents the journey of life because we're walking, right? But like you said, we're gonna make mistakes, right? We're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna say things. We're gonna do things that's out of pocket. So what we need to be able to live together with other people that's trying to live a righteous life is we're going to need a standard by which we can operate as a community, and that standard is going to be God's word, right? So that's what that's about. Now, my question is, since sin is all around us, how do we best navigate that? How do we best navigate that? Marcus, Bolo? Anybody?
Oh, you asked.
I'm sorry. I lost that. I cut out. I'm back.
Yeah, can you repeat that question?
You at BJ's with Bolo? You guys at BJ's
I'm
together?
I'm not in BJ's.
Whoa, no. No.
BJ?
No, not that.
All right, but yeah, man, guys, what do you guys think? How can we get around? How can we get around all of this sin, all this evil, all this wickedness? How can we maneuver to at least be where we are not victimized at the level that a person with no understanding of the word could be more victimized? How do we get around that?
Well, Paulo, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
No, you can go first, my G. Go ahead.
Yeah, go first, man.
I think it's kind of like your diet. You know, it's kind of like how you intake food and stuff. It's moderation. Like if you have an issue already disconnecting from it, that's the first thing you got to take it. Take one thing at a time. Control it. Discipline. Try not to be around it as much. And surround yourself with positivity. Surround yourself with more things that will help you in your path. Just like if you were like on a regimen, whether it's like physical fitness and all these bad eating habits and stuff like that, and you know, stay away from bad substances, bad influences, you know, as much as you can, because it also comes down to choice as well, responsibility, choice, self-reflection. Because if you're not going to self-reflect, you're going to self-inflict yourself.
Okay.
You know, so things like that, just to not go on a long tangent, you know, but just practice, meditate, or you know, pray, and like I said, practice. Keep practicing.
Yes. All right. Sorry about that, Marcus.
You're good. I was done.
All right. Okay, Brother Bolo, what you think, man?
Wow, that's a very good question. The restoration of our relationship with Christ with God was broken due to sin, and because God doesn't condone our iniquity, right? He doesn't condone it. The cross of and the blood of Jesus reverses that relationship that was broken due to our iniquity. It brings us back to the Father. It brings us, you know, it brings us back, and it restores the relationship due to our iniquity, due to our subjugation of wanting, you know, of our pride and our ego, right? And his blood Christ's blood, Christ's sacrifice, it wipes away our sins and restores our relationship back to the Father. So, and in his example that he led, through his humility, through his service, through his grace, through his mercy, through his sacrifice, his stillness, his patience, all of these things that he is to us is what we should be to each other. So, although, sin is sin in the eyes of the Lord, whether I steal a Tonka truck or you steal a big truck, at the end of the day, the inception of that thought process came from stealing.
Agreed.
Okay, so we understand that there's different levels of punishments when it comes to it, but at the end of the day,
Agreed.
that thought process of stealing is what separates us from the Father. That sin. That
Agreed.
So it's about reconciling your heart to God and understanding that repentance is important and the renewing of your heart. And it starts with us first, opposed to looking at someone else. It starts with us first, seeing what he has done for us, seeing how he has been merciful and grace, blessed us with grace and mercy and patience and all of these things. And once we can embrace ourselves in that cocoon of love that he has given us, and we know what it feels like, we then know how to give it. And we then know how to distribute it out to the world and everyone else.
All right. That makes sense to me. Now, gonna ask you guys another question, because we're taking a logical walk and try to figure this thing out.
Clarence, can I ask can I ask Marcus?
Yeah.
That's his name, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Mexican fellow.
Yeah,
you said that you have what? That you have
That's how you called me earlier. You called me the Mexican guy.
Yeah, so sorry if I, if I'm
Yeah, you're
mistaken,
fine,
you said
bro.
that you're Mexican.
I got a good sense of humor. I got a good sense of humor.
We just teasing you, Pagoda. We just teasing you.
Yeah, you good.
You said, if I'm mistaken, that he is a Mexican or something once.
You were very accurate, Pagoda. Good guess.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Don't call me sir. You don't need to call me that. In any case, you said that you have a YouTube channel. So what is it?
Do I have a YouTube channel?
No, you said that you have a YouTube channel or if I'm not mistaken. So what is the name of that channel?
No, well, me and Wally from Wallyverse, we did a little channel called Weekly Drop Media. So it was just about current events, like entertainment, like sports, politics. Well, sometimes politics. Sometimes if it ever gets into the avenue of religion. We know how
I just
YouTube
want to
is.
ask you about this. I want to talk to you about stuff that I saw that you said half a year ago, but never mind that.
Okay. No, just if you remember, just ask me the question in that private chat or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I will talk to Clarence and he will give me your email or way to contact you. Any case, sorry for interrupting, Clarence. Let's.
For a small fee, Pagoda. For a small fee, I will give you.
Give him a goat. He wants a goat.
For a small what?
A fee.
Small goat.
I'm just. He said a goat. I'm saying a small fee.
Okay, I don't get what's funny in that, but okay.
You're good, Pagoda.
I'm just being funny, Pagoda. I'm saying I'm gonna charge you instead of just giving it to you for free. I would just charge you money, but I was just being funny. All
okay,
right,
you want
Pagoda,
money, huh?
Pagoda. Let me ask you this. Forget that. Let me ask you guys this.
Here is your money.
Nice necklace.
Here is your money.
Pagoda out there, big balling out there in Israel. Big balling.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you guys a question. Okay. Why should we not pursue a sinful life? I mean, when you're doing sin, you have all the fun. You get the girls. You get the money. Sin is Sin is a big business on this TV. Shout out to Big Jeff. Shout out to Jeff. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man. Hope family's doing well. Why should we? Why are we trying? Why shouldn't we rather? Why is God so trying to get us to not be involved with a sinful life? When we watch the TV, the sinful dudes get the girls, right? All the girls want to be with the sinful dudes. Well, let me rephrase that. The more attractive women want to be with the sinful guys. Let me say it like that. So the dudes that's willing to do the dirt to get their money, they get money. That was back when I was coming up, man. They had a saying, crime doesn't pay. Crime is definitely paying today, right? It just don't pay to get caught, right? So why would God ask us to try to live a sinless life or be as close to a sinless life as possible? He knows we're not going to be sinless, but he knows he's trying to get us to not be sinful, where our whole life and existence revolves around being sinful. Why does he not want us to be that way? What is the benefit to us for not? And is there a benefit to him for us not being that way? What is the benefit to that? You guys know I'm going to let Bolo go last, but either one of you guys want to start answering that question? Why should we not live a sinful life if all the sinful people are winning and all the less sinful people are losing? Why should we even do that?
I'll go real quick first. In my opinion, I think the reason why if what I'm understanding your question is, why is this sort of type of behavior being rewarded and pushed upon us? I think it's very simple. It's because we've fallen from that state of having a certain level of like decorum. Shout out to B9. Decorum, not having these principles and values, and frowned upon and shamed for having these kind of sort of traditions or that type of level of culture where we used to maybe have that at some point, and this modesty and these kind of faith and beliefs, and it was to be respected when we used to have these kinds of things. You know, Brother Clarence, you're from a different era, you're from a different decade where even before my time, you probably saw these things more pushed upon, right? And unfortunately now the opposite is happening. This dysfunction, this chaos, this clicks and views and trying to do this clout thing, and this whole, you know, what was considered to think that was shameful behavior is being pushed upon pedal. I think that's part of the reason why, and it's being rewarded. And you know, the ones in charge are probably running some of these kinds of things that down here with us as humans, they're the ones doing these kind of acts. So yeah, I'm gonna land my plane there.
All right, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Vagoda, why should we not try to do wrong? Why should we try to live a righteous life? Why should we? If all the unrighteous people are getting everything that this world has to offer, why should we not try to live an unrighteous life? I mean, a righteous life.
You know, in another 10 or another century or two, what are the life of the most innocent people right now will be considered as sinful. For example, you know, 2 or 3 centuries ago, slavery to had slaves or to make how is it, or to make fur coats from animals was legit, and you can and was not seen as a sin. But now, if you do in either of those stuff, you are definitely, people will see that you're going to hell.
To do what?
So,
you're going to hell? What? To be a slave master?
No. I said that if what I try to say, my point that what is sinful and what not sinful is changing over time. So maybe another century or two, the life of and deeds that most of us are doing now would be seen sinful or not sinful by people that will be living in another century or two.
Okay, now you mean sinful as in terms of religion, or sinful in terms of community, man-made community? Because those are going to be two different
Men
things.
make a community.
Oh, okay, those are going to be two different
But
things.
if about your question, if you, I don't want, you know what, how we say it, you know what is karma?
Karma, yes.
Yeah, what you do sooner or later is going to come back to you like a boomerang in the face.
Yes.
Okay, if you're going to do sick stuff, sooner or later it will come back to you.
Okay.
And to let me tell you all a little secret.
Okay.
All of us are not going to. Someday we are going to kick the bucket.
Thank you for that
And for the people that are faithful, are religious, I mean the people here that, and to all the people that are religious, think that they are going to be judged one day when that happened. So we are going. So if you believe, then you believe that you're going to one day give, to be a judge for all of you, what you did and what you stand for and what you didn't do and whatever.
Okay.
It's pretty late over there.
And
Ain't it?
also,
It's pretty late out there.
we live in a society that if everybody will lie and steal and do the most heinous and disgusting stuff, well, the society will not function very good, if at all. So
we see that right now, right?
Yeah, but still, you don't. The majority is not is a good. The majority of people in the world are people that follow laws, people that are trying to do good overall.
I don't know about that, but I think that the majority of people
Yeah, I
follow
kind of go with
laws.
Bro C on this one.
I think the majority of them follow laws, and they're not following laws because they think that's the right thing to do. Then most of them are following
Because they
laws
have to.
exactly because for the fear of the retribution what will happen if they don't follow the law, right?
So actually, yes, but people can get away with it. For example, I can go outside of my apartment and go
But that further
go
proves
to
Bro
rob
C's
some
point, though.
old lady or steal something from a small child, and I can put a mask on my face or something and get away with it. I'm going to
So
do
that
it?
further
Of
proves
course
Bro
not.
C's point, though.
Yeah, but what is it? What
What
does that
I'm
have to
trying
do
to
with
say that it's not immoral to do it. If everybody will act like this, then a society will not be able to function.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Morality, you wouldn't need if everybody was moral, you wouldn't need laws.
Not everybody has morals or values.
Right. That's the
But the
point.
majority is.
And the society has unwritten norms. They have norms. They're not exactly law. Like you're not supposed to beat up somebody who's disabled. There's certain things that you're not supposed to do in a society, right? There's certain things, right? Now, but we need the laws because the people know that we were born in sin. This is a world where sin, like you said, Mark. I mean, excuse me, like you said, Pagoda, you could go up to an old lady and hit her in the head and grab her purse and run, right? And if they can't identify you, then you're like, hey, I got the $200. I feel good. Forget the old lady, right? Forget the violation that I committed. I just did. Hey, I needed the money. I just did what I had to do, right? But in a moral world, we wouldn't even look at that. That wouldn't even be something to look at, right? Therefore, if everybody did everything that they're supposed to do, would we need the books? Would we need the Torah? No, we wouldn't need the Torah because everybody would just do what was right. We wouldn't need the Quran. We wouldn't need the Bible because everybody would do just what they're supposed to do, right? But because we live in a world where as soon as you come out of the womb, you coming into a wicked world. You come out of the womb into wickedness. Boom, right there.
I
Right?
disagree.
Listen, okay, let me finish. You don't know what's right and wrong. You don't know. Until you know, you don't know. And if you don't know, you have no knowledge. So if you have no knowledge, you can't act on knowledge that you don't have. Does that make sense? So this is the problem that we have in the ghettos of America, because everybody's victimizing, everybody's trying to victimize everybody else, right? So because it's when you're just living, you're living, and you're more apt to be open to right and wrong, right? When you're living, right and wrong. This is right, that's wrong, right? Because doing right is not necessarily going to be a big inconvenience when you're living. When your lifestyle is where you can live and comfortably, doing the right thing is not going to be as much of a inconvenience. But when you're surviving, survival is a whole different situation. Animals are surviving, right? They have to survive. You don't see a lion and a wolf walk into a 3-star restaurant, sit down and order food. No, they got to get it when they get it. And how they get it is irrelevant to them. If all the rabbits are sitting around mourning the loss of one of their little rabbits, wolf walk upon that, man. Hey, that's it, right? So what I'm saying is, the element of whether somebody's in the thinking process of survival, as opposed to just living a regular, just where everything is a little more peaceful in their lives, may play a difference between where they're open to sin or not. Because they won't see it as sin. They're going to see it as survival. They're going to see it as survival. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I get you.
Because
I didn't listen to the whole sentence, but if
all that, I'm not repeating all that.
yes, but what I'm trying to say that if if you need to survive and you need to take somebody out in order to do that, or it's in some cases your life or his life, then you need to do in order to survive.
Well, I mean,
of course,
when you think about it, Vagoda, when you think about it, like these laws are set in place to separate us from animals. That's where it's like a government, like these people, like the common people, they're like Brother C was saying, it holds us in a certain level of like a magnifying glass. Like, hey, we're being watched as well, in a way where law enforcement, the court system, all these laws of the land, we have a jail system. So some people are just using it as a way of, well, because these laws are set in place, I can't live my way. I can't live my life of a, outlaw, to set it in a sort of example. Some people want to live like outlaws.
There you go. There you go. And now, so what we did back in the day, what tribes and communities did back then, they just put you out, right? They just put you out of the community. If you don't want to live, hey, we all living as a community, right? We all have a job to do to help the community survive, right? If you don't want to do what you're supposed to do, or you want to run around sleeping with people's wives, hey man, we just put you out. And if you keep coming back, we may have to do something worse, right? But typically, the people would put you out of the community because you're not willing to live in where the community will function properly, right? But now, y'all, an outlaw can live among the community and still wreak havoc. That's why we have to find out what is sin, and how can we get around living a sinful life. Well, these books come to give us that information, right? But here's the problem. What's the biggest problem with the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah? Let me ask y'all that. What's the biggest problem with that, with those books?
That they were written they were written 2,000 years ago, and times have changed.
Well, that's true, but that's not what I was actually going for, Vagoda. But that you did say something that is true. That is true. Any of you other guys, Bolo, Marcus?
No, nothing off the top of my head.
Nothing on top of your head.
Yeah, I would say man's pride to
Now we're getting somewhere.
man's pride to humble themselves.
Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
To know that and to know our position. To know that there is something above us that we ought to submit to. Listening to the discourse of the conversation, we're worse than animals, man. We're worse than animals because
some could say
brother.
Tell me about it.
To what Brother Clarence was saying, animals don't justify their madness.
Agreed.
Man does. So, when you have someone saying that, I'm winning, I'm here. Understand the thought process of what sin does to your heart. It makes you think temporal. It makes
Good point. Good point.
It makes you think about the here and the now. There was a gentleman that had he had a rope about 4 feet of length, and the first 3 inches was in red. And he said, in sin, you think about the first 3 inches of red. You don't think about the other 4.5 feet of eternity of spending with God. And that's what sin is. Sin separates you from God. It's you and your heart and your ego saying that I don't need you. That's what it says, regardless of whether you say it or not. That's what it says. It's the hardening of the heart. This is why Christ had to come. Because when you read about the law of Moses and you read the covenant of Moses and the covenant of Christ, the difference between the covenant of Christ and the covenant of Moses was the heart. Because the covenant of Moses was cold. Not that it was meant to be cold. That's how man distributed it. Cold. And I'm listening to the conversations that cats are having. I'm looking at the text in the chat that cats are having. We're in the middle of that 120 years and 7 days that the Lord gave Noah. We're back at that. We are back at that. Where the Lord has given us a certain amount of time to get it right, and he's coming because that rain is going to come. It's not going to be rain this time. It's going to be fire. We can play with the words all we want. Let me read it in Hebrew. Let me read it in Greek. Let me read it in English. We can play with the words all we want. God ain't playing. Because here's the thing. The one thing you can't hide from God is your heart. And that's what he's going to measure you by. Your heart. Period. So we can talk all we want. We can sit here and pontificate and I need to know that word and this word. And some people will say, but what about this and what about that? And here's it. God's going to look at your heart, man. That's what it's going to be. That's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. Because again, we can sit here and delineate all night. And I don't have a problem with doing it. But man always finds a rhyme and a reason to justify their madness. Time. How do we deal with the sovereignty of God when he operates outside of time? Time doesn't have an effect on God. So who the hell are we to say that the way he thinks changes with time? Who the hell are we to egotistically think that the God that says I'm the same today, same yesterday, and same forever, that his word is affected by time? You out your mind. But again, who am I I'm nothing but man, just like you. I bleed like you. I cry like you. But the ever living God who created the universe, all we are bags of blood, veins, and pus. And we're going to sit here and say God's word has a time on it. You know, sometimes I'm in awe. I'm in awe of why God. I understand why God got to put a time limit on it, man. Because we be here forever. If he said, I'm going to come back when you guys are ready. Oh, man, chuck another million years. Because we ain't never going to be ready. This is why he puts a timetable on it. It's the same thing with children. If you tell your child, how long do you want to study for this test? You know what the child's going to say? Give me 8 hours.
Right.
So you know
Give me next week. Give me 2 weeks.
So you know what we do as parents? We come in there and say, man, you got 45 minutes to get it right. 45 minutes. If you don't get it right that 45 minutes, you're going to have a problem. I don't understand why we think that the Father, we see how the Father moves. We see that the Father has a problem with cats that don't listen to him. Why do we play with him? Why do we play with him? You see what he did to Sodom and Gomorrah. You see what he did in Egypt. You see what he did at Noah's Ark. He just showed you. Who do you think you're playing with? We seen in Leviticus 10:9, 10:1 what he did to Aaron's 2 sons. Who are you playing with? Do you understand who he is and what he is? And we sit here thinking we're smart people, pontificating on his sovereignty. You know, time comes and, you know, things have to change. And, you know, I have to really understand what, okay, do you. But I'm really in awe of how egotistical we are. And this is sin. This is sin. To not know our position is sin. To not know that you are a lowly man. You're nothing. We are nothing. Nothing. He holds our breath. We don't. To not understand that position is sin. To not understand his glory, his mercy, his understanding, his patience. Damn, is he patient? His patience. If you came and you heard your children having this conversation talking about you as a parent, you would beat the hell out of them. I promise you. And here we are talking about our Father. You know, how did he mean don't steal? Did he really mean not to do this? But hold on. But when we're in this thought process, all right, man. Okay. And again, I'm sinful just like everybody else. I fall short just like everybody else. But the one thing that I don't do is play with his word. It's the one thing I don't do. I understand my position. It doesn't change the fact that I sin. It doesn't change the fact that I fall short. But I understand my position. And when we step out of it, humility is something that we really need. Understand this is why the enemy operates the way he operates. Why do you need to listen to your father? Why do you need to do it the way he wants you to do it? Then when your father kicks you out, what does the enemy say? What does your friend say? Well, you shouldn't listen to me. Because guess what? I'm not going to do what you do in your relationship. I'm going to listen to my father. We got to start being more humble, man. We got to start understanding our position. Please, guys. Because, again, I hope he comes in my lifetime. I truly do. But I can't tell you he will. But the Lord is repetitive. He doesn't change, man. He's repetitive. So that you can't say, well, you switched up on me. It's not. So to be wise in this world is to be at enmity with God. It tells you that. The wisdom of this world is foolishness with him. tells you that. To be a friend to the world is to be an enemy of God. Brother Clarence just said that. That's scripture. This ain't something that we're making up. This doesn't make me better than you. This doesn't make you better than me. So who's good? And what do we judge you by? Because all of us are here to judge.
Question.
We all
Good
make
question.
judgment calls. So when people say we're not here to judge, no, we're not here to condemn. That's what we're not here to do.
Good point.
So what morality do we live by? If we're going to go with society, society doesn't even know what a goddamn woman is today. That's morality. 2024 cats don't even know what a woman is. 2028. It only gets worse, guys. We got drag queens in schools reading to our children, guys.
But I don't yet.
Not yet. It's coming.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for telling me.
What? You see it getting better? You see it getting better or getting worse? If you in your job make a mistake and call someone a he, who definitely looks like a he but identifies as a she, you can get fired.
Not in here.
Well, here we can.
Yet.
At least you don't have missiles on your house, on your houses.
That's true. That is
Look at the
definitely.
bright side.
So you know, it's madness, man. You got one guy that lives on the side of the earth where there's missiles pointed at him, which is crazy.
Crazy.
We got demonic statues for landmarks now.
And you have this side, demonic statues, not knowing the definition of a woman.
Holy smokes.
The world is getting
You
madder.
got goddamn Baphomet.
So the point that I'm trying to make to you is this is what it looks like to defy God. So what is sin? You making a conscious choice to defy God. Now, the Lord will judge your heart because we all slip, right? We all mess up. There are those that continually have that perpetual darkness, and the Lord will turn them over to what they want. As Brother Clarence said, that guy's making bread. So let me go find out what he did, and I'm going to go that route. He will turn you over. You seen what happened to Pharaoh? You seen what happened to him? You seen what happened to Nebuchadnezzar's grandson? It's here, man. It's there for you to read. If you choose not to, it's cool. You don't have to. At the end of the day, we all got to pay the piper. All of us do. There's no one on this planet that don't. We all do. I just hope your check can cover your ass.
Woo. All right, gentlemen. I've had a blast talking to all of y'all, man. Appreciate all of y'all for stopping by and hanging in there with us, man, the whole time.
That was a hell of a speech.
I was really
sorry for interrupting.
I was really trying to look at Bolo's show from last night. It's in the description if you haven't seen that show. It's in the description where the brother High Risk One, he was kind of going back and forth with Aunt T-Biz. So but you guys can go see that for yourself. I think we discussed a little bit of it, but hey man, I think we walked ourselves into a bigger and broader conversation, and I'm glad we did, man, because this is, I just wanted us to get some clarity on, man, why should we rock with God? I think the points were brought up that are very good, that give us good reasons to rock with God, right? Because people just say, rock with God. Oh, just rock with God. That's what you're just supposed to do. No, we need to, in today's world, we got to know why we're doing what we're doing, right? And so let's find out why. You can find a reason to not rock with God. Hey, let me know, right? But until then, man, I think God is you're doing all right by me. So I'm gonna rock with him. All right, y'all. I think we did Lady Deborah said we did 6 hours almost. Well, we did 5 hours, 33 minutes. So Sister Annie's gonna come and get me, man, as soon as she get done making that casserole. So we got to get up out of here, y'all. We got to get up out of here. All right, so let's get some last remarks, And you guys can talk about anything that we talked about today, anything, just put your little 2 cents in there. So let's do that. So let's start with Vagoda, man. Vagoda, you got any last words for us, man? Any last comments for
Why
us?
you start always with me?
Why do I? Because you're the one complaining about how late it is. I thought that you wanted to go
That's
get
true.
to
He's
bed.
being very thoughtful and considerate for you,
That's why
Vagoda.
I'm
It's 2
trying. That's
a.m.
what I
Thank
thought I
you.
was.
You're right.
Keep you up here all night long?
Yeah, you're right. You're lucky that I don't have anything tomorrow. But in any case, Clarence, let's see what I had. First of all, to Marcus, about what you said about the animals, according to some research, animals have some level of, moral code. Okay, according to scientists, that's according to some research that scientists did, chimpanzees and monkeys have a moral code in some degree. And even animals like cats, ducks, dolphins, they can show sympathy, they can show kindness. So they have.
Vagoda, I think that goes back.
Yeah, a praying mantis, kills their husband. You know that, right?
Easy, Mark. Hold
on. Sorry with the K word.
Let me say this, and then you can finish, Marcus. What we were getting at, Vagoda, is that animals don't have a moral code when they're in the survival mode, as any animal, human beings as well. And so when they're in survival mode, you can't afford to have a moral code. It's just like a slave. A slave can't afford to have a moral code, right? Because you may be asked to do something that's outside of your religion, right? But can you obey your religion or you obey your slave master? Survival means that you have to disobey your religion and obey your slave master. That's what survival demands. Now, if you're not trying to survive and you saying, "Hey, I'm willing to be tortured. I'm willing to be," and so what these slave masters would do, at least in America, what they would do, they know that you may be willing to take the pain, but are you willing to watch your child take the torture? So they would have other what do you call that? People that around you that they could torture this person. Maybe you will take the pain, but we're gonna torture this person, right? So therefore, that was pushed people more into compliance by not wanting to see, and a lot of people, and especially black men, what we had to do is act like we didn't care about nobody. Because if the minute they found out we cared about somebody, they would target that person, right? So that's how that would go, right? So I just want to clear that up, that I think every animal, when survival is pushed, I think that depending on, their belief system, they're going to opt to survive, and to survive, that may have to go against this moral code, right? Because you have a domesticated cat, right? It'll play all nice and everything in the house. It's getting food. It has a litter box and all that. But when you throw that cat outside with the rest of them cats, it's a whole nother ball game out there now, right? It's a whole nother ball
Yes, but still, but in any case, where does Marcus gone?
I don't know, but
okay, he will probably come back in a minute. But in any case, also Clarence, what I want to say. Also, let's see. Bolo. You remember that the discussion that we have about Moses, the wife of Moses?
The wife of Moses, yes, I do.
Yes, I did a little bit of research. So if you want, I can come to your channel to talk about it.
Absolutely. Email me.
Okay.
You email everybody else. I feel left out.
Hey, I just I'm just emailing email to Clarence.
Yeah, email.
He's the one that is suffer because of me for my email.
I'll get it to him, Vagoda. Whatever you want, I'll get it to him.
Okay, but in any case, also you reminded me, Clarence. You can please pass the pictures and you saw the videos of the bears that I sent you?
A couple of them, yeah.
No, the video specifically about the bears. If you can pass it to any, and also the pictures of the terrorist that I sent you with the swastikas and the other stuff, pass it please.
Okay. I haven't seen that.
Pass it please to Annie.
I'll pass it on.
Okay, and I'm going to send you tomorrow or the day yesterday another another video for her and you.
Okay.
And also, I want to say to you, maybe in the next month there is going to be something big here. So maybe in the next month I will not be able to contact. I will not be able to have a connection to a computer, or at least not like I'm doing right now. Okay, so if you want to talk about what's going to be right now from the north here, because of the Hezbollah, if you saw the news, then we can do. I can tell you here or in private what exactly is going to be. If you want people in your show to know what is the next step in the war here is going to be before, or in general. Okay, because it didn't start. We right now we don't have the army full invading Lebanon, just skirmishes. But from what I know, they have missiles that can bring down. The Hezbollah have missiles that can bring down all houses in full-on apartments. So, like I said, if we will go to full conflict in the north, then there's a good chance that I will need to go underground. So, if you want to talk about it, then tell me. Then it's you know what I mean. If you want to talk about why we are going to do this and stuff, then Clarence, you are muted. I didn't hear what you said.
I was talking to somebody outside of my door.
Okay, just saying, if you want to talk about all of that and more, then you can tell me before
let's
will start.
Let's try to do something next Saturday. We'll go to.
Okay, but please in that Saturday, please in an hour, not in 1 in the morning or almost 3 in the morning right now.
I'll try to do as early as possible. So
yeah,
we'll see what we can work out.
Yeah, hopefully the rumors about the missiles that the Hezbollah have is not true, and I will not need to go underground.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah. According to rumors, they have more than 100,000 missiles.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but never mind that. I will be okay.
Man. You be safe, man. Be safe.
Yeah, I will need more than Ramadan about that. But in any case, I'm going to sleep now.
Be safe.
Have a wonderful day,
man. Be safe out there.
All right, man. Be safe.
Also, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
What? I'm sorry, Clarence, that I'm taking so long, but still,
go ahead.
Please don't call me sir. I don't.
Okay, but
anyone
be safe out there, brother.
Yeah, I just Bolo. You said that right now going in the ghettos are very bad and stuff, or it's Clarence that says that you would call the ghettos of the USA like Sodom and Gomorrah, or
no, the ghettos would be, I'd say every place. There are some places that are worse than others, and I think when Brother Clarence is saying the ghettos, there are many different ghettos nowadays. There's ghettos for blacks, Hispanics, whites. So there's many different ghettos, and it's terrible in every one of them.
Agreed.
And this is
but you said that everybody in the ghettos of your community, or we maybe talked about other ghettos, everybody there is doing harm to each other. No,
that was Brother Clarence.
Maybe you, Clarence, maybe Clarence, somebody else.
That was me said that. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Bob.
What about
it? Yeah. So I hope that the people there will find some. I hope that there will be some way to help those people. But that's what I want to say. In any case, I'm going to sleep. I can't focus.
Good night.
It might be you to sleep. See ya, guys. Good night.
All right, man. See you later, Vagoda. All right, that was Vagoda, man. Yeah, man. Tough situation that he's in. Tough
Absolutely.
situation, man.
Absolutely.
You know, wow. You know, wow. Can you imagine, you know, that you got to be worried about missiles coming into your, not even, you know, just crime and corruption, but missiles. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes.
It's
All right, man.
crazy.
You guys
You know
gotta
what's crazy?
What's that?
You know, it's crazy, Brother Clarence, that, you know, all over the world right now, there's wars going on.
Correct.
You know, and here in America, we sleep under sheets and we're complaining about women not being submissive and men not doing this and not doing that. and and you better understand that's the work of the enemy.
Right.
Because understand something. If when that over there hits here,
yeah,
these men that are not, these men that are not mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically fortified and tapped into the spirit, you are going to have a problem, both men and you women. I promise you, you will.
Yeah.
So don't think, you know, the Lord tells you, as they say, peace, peace, there is war. So, you know, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Brother Clarence.
No. It's good, man. It's good, man. All right. One thing I always appreciate about you and me, that you know, and you know, everybody that's really around me, is that we just tell the truth, man. We just tell it like it is, man. You know what I mean? So I will always submit to that, man. So I appreciate you, brother. All right. So before we get up out of here, we got a dissenter here, right? We got Diamond Axe, and Diamond Axe says, "All right, I cannot believe in a God that allows little girls to be emmed." Right? What is your perspective on that, Brother Bolo?
Okay, say it again. What happened? What was said?
He said, Diamond Axe said in the chat, "Sorry, I cannot believe in a God that allows little girls to be molested."
Okay. Here's the thing. Whether you believe in God or not, that doesn't change what's going to be done and how it's going to be done. Your belief has none effect on what's going to happen. The only effect that it has on you is where you're placed when we are all judged. So if you choose to not believe and not even have the conversation with the Father, and humble yourself just to say, you know, I'm trying to understand, why do all these things happen, and you are the sovereign God. Why is this? And that's exactly what I was talking to you about, you know, to the panel about. The egotistical thought process for a man made of flesh to sit here and say this about a God that created the universe. He acts like God needs him. You acting like God needs you. God don't need you, G. God don't need none of us. He does not need us. We need him. God don't need to breathe with air and oxygen. He doesn't need gravity. He doesn't need the sun to give us heat. He doesn't need an ozone layer. We need it. So you know, I tell people, be very mindful, and they made a statement earlier about, you know, when she asked a question about blaspheming the Holy Spirit, it's the spirit of that person. When these people act haughty, you read this last night, Clarence. We were talking about a haughty spirit, and it's crazy that, you know, this is coming up. We're having this conversation here. We were talking about a haughty spirit, and listen to what haughty means, right? It says blatantly and disdainfully proud. Blatantly and disdainfully proud, having or showing an attitude of superiority and a contempt for people or things perceived to be inferior. That this is the thing that trips me out. That God, the creator of the universe, doesn't have that spirit. Because if anyone can be haughty and be prideful and egotistical, it would be God. He doesn't even have that spirit. He doesn't even have that spirit. The spirit that he has is of humility. The spirit that he has is of love, understanding, long suffering, patience. That's the spirit he has. And how, man, where you can walk down the street and slip on ice and break your neck, break your leg. A damn eagle can fly out of nowhere and poke your eyes out. And you can sit here and say, well, I don't want to worship a God where he lets molestation happen on this earth. Okay. All right. Let me read Proverbs 16:8. For anyone, think just for him, for everyone. Pride goes before destruction and a haughty spirit before fall. We just read what a haughty spirit is. Y'all cats better learn to humble yourselves, man. Y'all better
Well, I
know.
think well, Bolo, let me say this. You're right. You're right. I don't want to take away from that. We all gonna need humility, because you can't learn unless you're humble enough to understand that you don't know, right? So we all need humility. However, I want to propose what I think the inference is here. The inference here is that God is not righteous. Why would a righteous person let these things happen if they could stop it?
Because he's
Right?
not a person, Brother Clarence. He's an omnipotent being. He sees things that you can't see. The same way as a child, I'll come to you and say, Father Clarence, why are you letting this happen? Obviously, I can't see as far as you can see from the experience that you've had in life and the understanding that you have gained. I'm
Correct.
nothing but 6 years old. I can only understand 6-year-old things. For you to even try to give me an answer to that, it would fall on deaf ears.
Correct.
Your answer to me would be, son, Bolo, there's a lot of things that happen on this earth and you just don't understand it right now. But I promise you, if you come to me when you're 18, we'll have this conversation again. Because although you give me that knowledge, my mind can't wrap around and gain clarity and understanding and discernment with what you've given to me. Remember when we were younger, 2 plus 2 was some hard stuff? Our head hurted.
Yeah.
2 2, and then multiplication came, and we were like 2
Yeah.
times 4, and then division came, and now you got quantum physics where these dudes don't even deal with math; they deal with symbols. They're not
Right.
even math. Squiggly line means something.
Right.
So for me to give someone a squiggly line would mean nothing to you. All it is a squiggly line. But a person that understands quantum physics understands what that means. So for God to give us this clarity, us where we're at now, again, I don't know where he's at spiritually. Maybe he might give him the answer. But I know that as a general statement, we always ask these questions. God, why do you let this happen? God, why is that?
Yeah.
And God, why is that? And God is going to say, son or daughter, we can't even get love together. We can't even understand morality together. How the hell do you want me to answer you about why I let things happen all over this earth? It doesn't not matter if God created the universe or not. Most people are living in poverty and suffering. That's my point. That's my point. So you know what? I like this, and I'll answer you with this scripture. And I hope that you'll give me the leeway to answer him with this scripture, Brother Clarence.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
And this will be Romans. And we'll start at 14. This is what he says. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? Certainly not. For he says to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. This is Romans chapter 9, verse 14. And I will have compassion. So then it is not of him who wills, nor of him who runs, but of God who shows mercy. So at the end of the day, God does what he wants to do. Now, he might be gracious enough to say, well, Bolo, this is why I did that. This is why I took your son, Bolo. This is why I did that, Bolo. This is why I put you in that situation, Bolo. He may be gracious enough to give you that answer. If he is, I'm elated. Let me read on. So then it's not of him who wills, nor of him who runs, but of God who shows mercy. It's about the Father. It's not about us. For the scripture says to the Pharaoh, for this purpose I have raised you up, that I might show my power in you, that my name might be declared all throughout the earth. Therefore he has mercy on whom he has mercy, and whom he wills he hardens. Here's the point that I want to get across. Verse 19. You will say to me then, why does he find fault? For who has resisted his will? But indeed, O man. Now we have to understand the context of why he's saying what he's saying in verse 20. Because this is man questioning God, and God inclining his ear to hear man, his creation. So you have to take into context what he's saying. But indeed, oh man, I want you to understand who you are. You're a man. You're nothing more than a man. Who are you to reply this against God? Who are you to talk to me?
Brother Bolo.
Yes,
Bolo.
yeah.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Diamond wants to come up and explain himself. You good with that?
Absolutely.
Well, people always saying you running, man. I didn't know if you.
Yeah, I run all the time, man.
I didn't know if you had your track shoes on.
I'll finish the scripture when he comes up.
All right. There you go, Diamond. There's your link right there. I'm going to extend this thing just for you. All right, you can come up and explain to us about how your position on God and where you stand right now, because I think a lot of people probably think the same thing.
No, okay, here he is. Go ahead, Diamond.
Here he is. Brother Diamond.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, brother.
Yeah, I want to be respectful as possible, because I realize that y'all are believers and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all, because overall we have to have religious tolerance. That's the biggest thing we have to have at the end of the day. Because everybody's not going to believe in the same God, and some people are not going to believe at all.
Okay.
Now my viewpoint is, my problem is, I cannot say that God is a good and just God when he allows people to get screwed over who don't have it coming. We're talking about children. I cannot trust in a God who does not protect children. So that's my viewpoint. I'm not trying to get anybody to change their opinion. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just sharing my opinion real fast. I want people to understand why I feel the way that I feel, because I used to go to church. I got baptized when I was like 12 years old.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yes, sir.
Do you have where you live? Do they have registered offenders in that area?
I'm sure that they do. You mean for molestation? Yes, they do.
Of course they do. Right? They had, just like they have them where I'm living. They have them where Bolo's living. They have them where everyone's living, right? Because it's such a pervasive problem. Now, my question to you is, do you think you consider yourself a good man, or trying to be a good man?
I'm not perfect, but I believe that I'm a good person.
Okay. Why aren't you going to the sheriff department, printing up that list, and going knocking on those guys' doors every day and following them around? Why are you not doing that? If you're so good, why are you not stopping them from?
It's a good question. I do need to step up and do more. But my whole thing is, first of all, I don't have that kind of, power, and that's not, my thing. But I respect those who do that. And here's the thing: if there are people that that were doing some things like that, I rolled with them when certain things like that happened. So there were times that I was active. So you're right. I could step my game up more. But what I'm saying, brother, is I'm just saying that
you're missing the point. Okay, you're missing my point on that. But okay, I'm listening to you.
No, what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, we need to have religious tolerance. So if someone says they don't believe in God, or someone says they do, or they're Muslim, Christian, Buddha, we don't need to have no conflict with anybody. We need to allow people to have the views they have. But I'm just saying that I used to go to church. I used to be a very strong believer until I thought about our ancestors going through slavery, and some of our people were born into slavery and they died slaves. And I'm saying, what kind of God would let that happen to someone who didn't deserve it?
Okay.
And then what kind of God would charge you for the sins of the father? If Clarence is my father and he's in debt, that's Clarence's problem. That ain't my problem. I'm his son. So why would you charge me? It's like if I create a debt, if Bolo's my son and I create a debt, then why would God charge Bolo for something that he did not do when I should be charged because I create the debt? That's not just. You cannot say a God. We cannot sit there and say it's just, because if I made a debt and Clarence got charged, y'all would say that's wrong. But it's okay when God does it. To me, I just don't agree. Respectfully.
I'm not saying that. I don't think either one of us is saying that, brother. Because just like America runs up trillions of dollars of debt into the Chinese government, right? I didn't charge that. You didn't charge that, but we on the hook for it, right? They're paying it out of our taxes. We as taxpayers are paying that debt, but we personally didn't do it.
Right.
So the complexity of the situation plays a role in what you're talking about. Now, I'm just talking about what you said here on the screen. It doesn't matter if God created the universe or not. People living in poverty and suffering severely. Right. That's true. But is that really, the understanding that we have to have, and I'm not trying to persuade you to believe in God or not. What I'm trying to do is follow the logic that you have, because if the logic is flawed, then maybe you should take another look at the way you're applying that logic. That's my point in this. You know what I mean?
Well, what I'm saying is, if I was God, then every girl would have a guardian angel to guarantee that would never happen to her, and every child would have a parent who's at least halfway decent. Because here's another thing: I'm not riding with no God, because my father got murdered before I was born, and I never got a chance to meet him. So that's why when I started thinking about it, I'm like, wow, what kind of God would allow a man not to meet his own father? What did I do to deserve that? I ain't did nothing. So I'm cool. I'm good with it. And also with the people struggling and struggling around the world, most people are poor. Most people can't afford food. They're struggling just to get something to eat. And it's like, what kind of God will allow 80% of the people to be poor and allow 5% of the people to have all of the wealth? What kind of God would do that? So I'm just saying, if God is just and good like everybody keeps telling me he is, then we need to see some justice. And we haven't seen justice in a very long time. So I'm not depending on God to help me do anything, because God has not helped me do anything.
The problem that you have here is you're trying to use your earthly morality to judge something that's above your understanding.
I was going to get to that, but I'm glad
that's what you're doing. And on your heart, depending on where your heart, because again, I don't know where your heart is. Understanding your heart is probably why you have not communicated with the Father. You're not choosing to humble yourself to say, let me go and talk to him and understand. Let me, you asking me a question I can't answer.
That's the problem. That's why I'm not. Put it like this.
Wait, hold on.
Put it like this.
Hold on, wait, Diamond. Hold on. That's not the problem. Because we're not going to all have the answer to everything, every question we ask. Well, maybe the Lord would answer your question if you humbled yourself and asked it.
Well, when I used to believe, I asked him and I got no answer. I received absolutely no answer at all.
Here's the problem. The Lord knows your heart. Maybe you weren't humbled. Maybe there wasn't humility there. There's a lot of people, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm just speaking in general. The Lord says there's a lot of people that honor me with their mouth, but their heart is far from me. There's a lot of people that sit here. Here's the problem. The most important portion of prayer, you know what it is? Being patient and waiting for the answer. That's the problem a lot of us have. We're not patient enough to wait for the Father to answer on his time, not yours. That's where the ego and the pride comes. The goal, hold on, brother. The goal of you, the goal of man, to sit here and say, I'm not going to serve a God if he doesn't answer this. But he gave you life.
Didn't ask to be here, Bolo.
Hold on. And
life is not good.
Hold on. In his grace and mercy, he is allowing you to speak the way you're speaking. In his grace and mercy. Because a dictator would say, where's Diamond at? Go get that dude and bring him to me now. In his grace and mercy and love and patience and long suffering, he's allowing you to speak this way of him. And you haven't lost your breath yet. That there speaks to his mercy and love. What I
love and mercy.
Absolutely, because if you were in Cuba, you couldn't talk the way you talk about the president. If you was in Africa, the way you speak right now, you uttered your word of the president there, they'd flog you, brother. They'd flog you.
Well, here's what I'm going to say about that. I understand what you're saying.
If you
but here's what I'm going to tell you.
Hold on, I'm going to end it here. This is verse 21 of Romans 9. I'm glad you came up. It says, do not the potter have power over the same clay of the same lump to make a vessel for honor and a vessel to dishonor? You better understand who the Father is and where your position is, who he is and where the position of you are in this universe. Now, again, there's a lot of things that happen. There's a lot of poverty. There's a lot of murder. There's a lot of killing. I get it. I get why you would ask that question. But I don't think the issue is the question. The issue is not the question. The issue is the heart of the person that's asking the question. That's the issue. Where are you at? Are you humble enough to say, I can ask the same question of Brother Clarence? You can ask the same question of Brother Clarence, right? Brother Clarence. If you sit here and say, well, brother, Bolo, the way you came prideful and egotistical. So you know what? I'm not going to answer your question. But the way Diamond asked it, it was more sincere. So I'm going to answer your question. It's the spirit in which we talk to the Father. It's the spirit in which we deal with each other. That's our issue. Floor is yours.
Well, what I'll say about that is, if God came to me right now, and if he asked me what I wanted, right, I would tell him that this is what I want. First thing I would say is, I want you to don't do anything for me personally. I want you to stop all females from being sex trafficked, all girls and boys from being touched when they're children. I want you to stop all innocent people from being hit by stray bullets. And that's all I want from you. You don't have to do anything for me. You don't have to do anything for me. But that's what I would want. Now, but if you say I want to do something for you, I would tell them, just do this to me. Just make it to where I never, ever existed, and no one would ever know I existed. So it'd be like y'all too. It'd be like if God did that tonight, right? Let's say God was Elijah and God said, I'm gonna do all that for you. He said, what you want me to do for you personally? I say, make it to where I would never, ever existed, and Bolo and Clarence would never have known who I was. And my wife would be married to somebody else and would not be with me. Because really, to be honest with you, I really wish I didn't exist. Because there's no purpose, there's no reason for me to exist. I don't want to be here. This place is horrible. Hold on. Let me finish.
Why?
Let me finish.
Why do you feel that way?
Oh, because I wasn't born into a millionaire family. And also, to top it off, I was born, I hate the fact that I'm black, not for being black, because black people always try to destroy and attack each other. Who wants to be part of a race that wants to destroy itself? Who wants to be part of that race? I wouldn't want to be. Never. But the point being, I'm part of the race, and I do what I can to be part of the race, and I'm going to try to help the race, of course. But I'm just saying, but if you ask, if you really ask what life is not a blessing to most people. It's a curse. Imagine if you're a little girl and you grow up in an environment where your father beat your mother, your uncle touched you, right? And your parents find out and they don't want to do anything about it. They blame you instead of holding the uncle accountable. So this goes on for years and God does nothing. And then to top it off, when she finally tells the police and the uncle gets arrested, the family turns against her. So I cannot. So my thing is, I cannot see that as justly. There's no understanding that can be given. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. So I don't believe there's a God keeping score. I believe the world is random, and that's just how it is. I believe things happen by randomly. Who knows what's going to happen today? Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? Here's the thing: the building could blow up, and a preacher who's a good man could be in that building, and a molester could be in the building, and they could both survive or they could both perish. So I believe everything's random. I don't believe there's no God keeping score, because if there was a God keeping score, these things would not happen. If I was God, every girl would be protected. Every child would be protected. Every child would have, no one would starve to death, because it doesn't have to happen.
Well,
These rich people would be bought down.
Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yes, sir.
Are you here?
But I don't have the. Yes, I'm here, but I don't have the power that God has. I don't have that kind of power.
No. What I mean, what kind of power do you think God has? Because maybe that's where we're having a confusion.
Supposedly he has the power to do anything he wants to do.
Correct. So, but there's ways to do things based on the way this universe is set up, right? You can only do things certain ways, right? Right? You can't do things outside of the universe that's created, right? So certain things have to happen. So what you're saying is that everybody should be protected. Everybody should be protected. That's why you have men out here. That's why you have these books out here, so that we can, as men, get this information so that we can look out for these little girls, so we can know better than to be touching on them and like that way. And those of us that know that other men are out there touching on women, we could take action, or touching on little kids. We could take action.
Bingo.
Okay, but that is, God has done what he's doing what he's supposed to do, giving us this information. God is not going to go to every separate person and make sure they got a guardian angel. Can you imagine what a girl would be like with, they could do no wrong because there's a guardian angel right there. They would never have to apologize because there's a guardian angel right there. They never have to do anything. That would be counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish here anyway, right? And
this is what I mean, Clarence.
Wait, let me finish, because you made a lot of good points. The next thing is you said, hey, look, we should be protected, but the only way we can protect everybody is to get rid of everybody. We can't protect everybody all at one time unless we just get rid of everybody all at one time. And God has already said, I'm not going to do that anymore. So now he's got to follow his own word and keep his word. Now, is God the one actually committing these crimes? No.
God's not committing crime, but he knows all. He's supposed to be this being that knows all and sees all. And to be honest with you, Bolo, sometimes I wish God would have shut my eyes. If God exists, I wish he would have shut my eyes. I don't have to deal with this crap of life, because life sucks.
Diamond,
I'm not going to pretend like life is good. Life ain't good. It's not good.
Diamond, let me say this to you, bro. I understand the hurt and the pain that's in your voice and that's in your heart. I understand it. I got hurt and pain in my heart. I want you to look at the back chat and what I wrote you. It starts with the healing of you first. You're not going to be able to understand or communicate with the Father until there's some healing in your heart, bro. Because you have a lot of pain just in the statements that you made now. And we had this conversation kind of sort of the last time I was on Brother Clarence's stream and you and I conversed. It wasn't just us three. We had a whole panel. But there's a lot of pain. There's a reason why the Father continues to bring you here. There's a reason, man.
I'm good.
No, hold on. Listen. I understand. Listen, I understand the thought process of someone functioning in pain. You're saying you're good. It's cool. Listen, I'm saying to you that as brothers, we have to be here for one another. It doesn't make you or me or Brother Clarence less of a man for us to have this conversation offline. It doesn't make us less of a man because there are things that need to be said offline. And I'm saying to you, we can heal wrong, bro. We can heal wrong. There's a lot of men and women that are functioning in their pain. And that pain, it creates a roof above their head to the point of where they're stifled in growth. To the point where you're saying, yo, I don't want to be here. You're functioning in pain, man. And I love you enough to tell you that. I love you enough to tell you that. I love you enough to put what I put in the back. And I know you saw it. I hope you respond to it. Because that shows where your heart is. If you're stuck where you're stuck and you just want to stay here, then that's cool too. But here's the thing. These are sincere questions that you have. Why is God not doing this? Why is God not doing that? Why is that? Those are some sincere questions, brother. Those are questions that I think are legitimate to ask the Father. However, here's the thing. If your heart's not right and in alignment with the Father, He could have tried to give you the answer and you just haven't received it yet because you're not in alignment. If I'm the quarterback and I'm trying to hand you the ball to run as my running back to run through that hole right there, if you're not in alignment with the way this play is supposed to open up and close, everything is timing, my G. And this is purposeful. You were meant to come here. So I extend my invitation to you. Let's talk about it. Let's have this conversation. I don't want to talk online like that. I don't. I'd rather talk to you, maybe we can have a three-way, myself, you, and Brother Clarence. I think there are things that need to be brought out, conversations that need to be had for you to get on that position of understanding why things happen and is there an answer that you can get from the Father? Because again, it's not that you may not be getting the answer. You may not be toned into the frequency for you to receive the answer. That happens too, bro. That happens a lot.
Well, I think
Will you take Will you take me up on it?
Well, my opinion is not going to change, but I'm
not asking for your opinion to change. I'm asking for you to talk to me. That's what
dude. I'll put my number in before I get off here, but I guess at the end of the day, my opinion on the whole thing is I just don't believe there's anybody to really ask anything to, and what Clarence said is correct. I believe that as men, we need to make things happen, and we don't need to rely or depend upon God to make things happen. We need to make it happen. But at the end of the day, if someone believes in God, I respect them. If they don't believe in God, I respect them, and I look more at their character and their deeds versus what they do. So me personally, it's not about pain. It's just that, it's more like I'm just tired. It's not really, to me, I don't see there's not, the value is not there.
The value
Because most people don't have good friends. Most people cannot be trusted.
Hold on.
So to me, there's not a, it's like when you're bored of something, and when you're done with something, it's like you no longer want to do it. It's like being in a relationship with someone where it's not like they're really hurting you because you just don't care anymore. You're like,
slow down. Let me ask you a question. You have two brothers up here, myself and Brother Clarence. Do you think we're cool people? We're good people?
Y'all cool, yeah, y'all cool. Yeah, y'all fine.
I'm offering my friendship to you. Will you accept it?
We can be cool.
Okay, cool. So now you have one less person for you to think that's the worst on the earth. You have one less person. You have a person in your corner. So I just put my number in the back. Okay. No pressure. I don't want you to put your number. No pressure. I put my number in the back. I'm saying to you that I understand where you're coming from, bro. I understand where you're coming from. And I'm saying to you that this is not a place for us to, it's a place for us to have conversations, but to really dive deep into it when you say, hey, listen, man, my opinion is not going to change. Let me show you something. It took you years to get to the opinion that you're in. It took experiences for you to go through for you to get to where you're at right now. You didn't just change like this overnight. This had to build. So now here's the thing, right? If I take two same bottles, Heineken bottles, and I drop them on the floor, right? And I got this from a movie. If I drop them from the floor, I drop them on the floor. One bottle will smash into pieces. The other bottle will smash into a jagged metal. Now, why did I bring this example? The floor is society. The floor is the environment. The floor is the world. The bottles are two individuals. That same situation can happen to somebody where they shatter into pieces and fall apart. And then that same situation could make that person sharp, rugged, astute, on point. What I'm saying to you is what we need to do is find out where it went left. Now, again, I'm not here to sell you God. But Brother Clarence is not here to sell you God. We're not. All I can offer you is what God offered me. Friendship, love, grace, mercy, a shoulder to cry on, and a brother to talk to. That's what I can offer you. And I think that's more than gold.
That's cool. I appreciate it, brother. I really do. But I just, and I'm not, I'm just, that's just the opinion I came to in the last, 5 years. I just couldn't. And the thing about it that's so sad is there were millions of Africans taken out of Africa, out of the east side of Africa, and many African boys were castrated by the Muslims. And I'm just saying, like, where's the law then? I mean, I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're allowing millions of black boys to be castrated for no reason. I'm like, there was no need for that to happen. At least here's the thing I'll say: at least the white man let you keep your dick, for God's sakes. God damn, that's hard, man.
Here's the problem. The problem is the perspective in which you're looking at it from. I did a video on my channel where we had 3 perspectives, right? And the first perspective, it looked like someone was trying to rob somebody. The second perspective, it's where your vantage point is. You're looking at it from the sight of man, and the sight of man is flawed. It's flawed. The sight of man is flawed, and you're operating in that. So when you say but negates everything prior. I don't mean to interrupt you, Brother Clarence, but I'm going to interrupt you. That's what but means. Everything before it means nothing. I'm going to do what I'm going to do now. So I do my best not to use that word but, because it means nothing. It means nothing, the word but. What I'm saying to you is, I understand your thought process. I'm offering the olive branch that Brother Clarence offered me earlier. I'm now offering it to you. I want to give you a different perspective. Are you willing to hear a different perspective? That's what it is. I'm not here to change you. I can't do that. All I can say to you is, this is what it is. Bop, 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 bop. And we can converse and we can have conversations as brothers. The same way I do with Brother Clarence. There's time him and I, we just call it. He'll call me over. I'm just checking in on you, man. What's going on? I'm chilling, man. If something just told me to call you. Thank you. And here's the thing. I could have been going through something just to know that someone calls me and says, hey, brother, I'm thinking about you, puts me in that mood to understand where I need to be and where I'm at. See, the importance of a miracle is not the miracle in itself. It's the effect that it has on that man or woman that the miracle happens to. So I might say to Brother Clarence, I'm having problems paying my mortgage. I need $5. And I'm walking down the street, and here it is. I find $5. I start praising the Lord. And Brother Clarence is looking at me like it's just $5. I'm not saying to him, but you don't understand how it's different. That's the importance of it, man. To know that there's something out there that has your back. See, right now you're operating in self-preservation mode because you don't operate in that thought process of knowing that God got your back. And I'm telling you, God,
He doesn't.
Hold on, brother. He does. Because
No, he doesn't.
I'll tell you why he does. Because it's so easy for you to have a heart attack right now in the middle of you talking. It's so easy for you to slip down some steps and break your neck. It's so easy for you to have a cardiac arrest, a heart attack, a brain aneurysm, and you have it. That's called a present, brother.
No, a president would be born into a $1 million family that's functional.
No, the blessing is you being born. That's the problem.
No, it's not a present. If you don't have power and wealth, Bolo, it's not a present. It's a curse.
But you know what?
Being born in the projects is not a blessing. A blessing is being born to a middle class or upper class family that's friendly and get along with one another, that have power and wealth. That's a blessing. The rest of this stuff is a curse to me. That's just how I see it. I don't see it as a blessing. I really don't. If I had a heart attack right now, that means all the money that I owe people, I wouldn't have to pay them. So hey, I wouldn't be worried. I ain't stressing about having no heart attack. If it happens, hey, bring it on. I'm not worried about it.
Would you consider
the least bit?
Would you consider Robin Williams a blessed man?
To be honest with you, I'm just keeping it real with you. My whole thing is the only reason why that would kind of bother me is because my wife, because I have a wife, so I am married to her. I am married, so the only reason for me to really even care about living one way or the other is because of her.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe she cares. So that's the only reason why for me it's But I'm saying it's not about being depressed and being angry, being sad. It's just that I'm like, I could do this or not do this. I'm not really stuck on this. And if God had my back, I would have been able to meet my father. So I'm entitled to that. I'm having, and so we're gonna get real about something else too.
Here's my question, Don. Before you go, do you consider at the time Robin Williams to be a happy man?
Huh?
Robin Williams, the comedian.
I don't know nothing about him. I know where you're going with this. He committed suicide. I don't know anything about his life. I really don't. So I don't know if he should or if he shouldn't be. I don't know him.
My point to you is having money is not the end all be all to being happy.
For me, it is. I like money a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like money.
Hold on, brother. And that's the problem. Therein lies an issue. That may not be the problem, but that's an issue. You love money. You think that if you were born into a well-to-do family, and it sounds as if and white, that you would
I could be in a black well-to-do family. Black people age better, so I could be in a black well-to-do family.
So a black well-to-do family, you think that you would be better off.
I would be.
Okay, and that's the problem. But you're
No, it's not.
hold on. You're not in a black well-to-do family. You're not. So you're here. So what do? Do we deal with this and say, you know what? Let's get you in a thought process where you could be happy just breathing. Let me ask you a question. If I said to you, Diamond, check this out. I got $10 million to give you. No strings attached. 10 million. I'm a billionaire, so 10 million is nothing to me. I got $10 million to give you. No strings attached. Would you take it?
Sure.
Now, what if I said to you, for you to get that $10 million, you cannot wake?
Oh, give it to my wife then.
I didn't ask you that. For you to get that 10 million, you cannot wake. Your wife is not going to get it. I'm giving it to you. For you to get that 10 million, you cannot wake. Would you still want that 10 million?
Would be worthless then.
So what does that tell you? So what is it telling you? So that means waking up with you means more than $10 million. You being able to wake and breathe and walk and talk and hold your wife, to hold the woman that loves you, to hold the woman that you gave vows to hold the woman that prays for you, to hold the woman that multiplies what you bring. That's a blessing, my G.
Well, you know what? Having a wife is a blessing, but so that's true. But I'm just saying that don't get me wrong. I'm not sad and depressed in my life. I really am at a good spot because I'm doing what I want to do with my life, and I'm living for myself. And I'm not living for anybody else. I don't care about trying to impress anybody else or make anybody else happy. I'm focused on making myself happy. So I do my rap songs. I'm doing my designs. I'm trying to seek financing for my business. I'm focused on living life how I see fit, living life on my terms, and not caring what anybody else thinks or how what I do affects anybody else, as long as I don't hurt anybody else. I won't hurt other people unless they try to hurt me first. So I'm not really depressed.
How is that?
Like people would think I am. I'm really not.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. You're doing it on your terms, living life the way you want to do it. How has that helped your spirit and your heart?
Oh, it helps me a lot, man. Because I was just working. You know what? It was interesting. I'm in Pittsburgh, right? And it was snowing. And I always wanted to make a rap video in the snow. So I went and I made one. I made a video in the snow and I filmed it. And it was so cool. Now the video's not completed yet, but I filmed the portion of my rap video in the snow when it was actually snowing. That was cool. That was great.
What I'm going to say to you is this, and then I'm going to let you know, and they came back. I'm going to say this to you. This is what I'm going to say. That everything you said prior to what you just said now was...
I can't hear you, Bello.
Everything that you said prior to what you're saying now was towards the fact that you're unhappy. I'm not talking about you not being unhappily married. What I'm talking about is what you said. I'm unhappy. I wasn't born in a rich family. I'm born into a race that wants to kill each other and do all these different things. What I'm saying to you is the simplicity in Christ. Christ is simple. He's not complicated at all. He's simple. We make things complicated, right? And I'm saying to you, the simplicity of Christ is this. You're awake. You're breathing. Enjoy that. You can get no better than that.
Well, my whole thing is, when I was living with my family, I didn't really enjoy that. The joy didn't come until I got away from family, because family is a destructive force in most people's lives. So I believe life is enjoyable when you're doing what you want to do, and you're living for yourself, and you're not worried about trying to please or impress everybody else and make them happy. You're worried about you're living life how you see fit. You're moving towards your dreams. You're not living to make others happy. You know what I mean? Because one thing I was thinking about is, like I am a believer in the visions of Marcus Garvey. But me, I'm probably going to fall back from the struggle, because I've just lost interest in a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm still going to be active. I'm still going to try to be active to help Black people, but that's not going to be the first priority with me. I'm gonna fall back from it, because it's just not worth it. I'm just keeping a buck with you, family. Keeping a buck with you, fam. But I'm gonna focus on me and living my dreams. And and here's the thing. I'm not really focused on making friends because most people in most cases, they will turn on you and try to destroy you. Now I know y'all wouldn't do that here because y'all are different, so I really do trust y'all. But most other people, they'll try to destroy you. So I'm not really trying to be cool with a bunch of people. That's the worst thing you could do.
But Diamond, that's the problem right there. The problem is the ones that I know will turn on me and hurt me. The problem is I need to focus on those that won't. The same way we tell these brothers, stop focusing on the women that won't give you what you want in the spirit and focus on the ones that do. So I don't care if I have 12, 15, 13. But I'm going to end it on this. I left you my number in the back. Please call
I screenshot it, man.
Okay.
You know what, dude? I'm gonna give you a call sometime when I got a chance to do so. I'll do that. But the point I guess I'm getting at is overall in life, like my life wasn't necessarily too bad, but I'm just looking at it from the viewpoint that that to me it doesn't. To me, I can be cool with someone no matter what they believe in because I don't care what someone believes in. I just care about their character. So if you believe in God but your character ain't right, I ain't dealing with you. But if you don't believe in God and your character is right, I'll deal with you. You believe in God and your character is right, I'll deal with you. So that's how I look at everything. Because at the end of the day, what is going to happen that people may not want to hear is atheism in the Black community is going to rise. Unfortunately, for people that are religious, they're not going to like atheism. Is going to be on the rise. It's already starting to happen, and it's starting to happen more and more. And and I just what's so sad about it is there's just been so many scandals in the Black church. What's crazy? I just ran into a family member, right, a long lost cousin from out of town who told me that a pastor, touched him, and he is homosexual. He told me when he was 5, a pastor did things to him. Oh, man. It's stuff like that's causing people to walk away from the religion. That's what's so sad about it because to be honest with you, in the days of Martin Luther King, Christianity was very effective to try to get some things done. So Christianity can be effective. But here's the thing I would say.
No, Diamond. Let me say something, okay? And I appreciate and want to hear from you. Brother Clarence has been up here for 6 and something hours, okay? And then you came around here right when he was about to do closing remarks, okay? So I do want us to be mindful of Brother Clarence, okay? Wait, oh my gosh.
He's still listening.
Oh man. Don't do if you intentionally drop down, sometimes you got to be able to hear something that may not be pleasing, but you may have to hear it. And just being mindful, like we have to be conscious and mindful of, of everybody. So I don't apologize for coming up here to do that, Brother Clarence, because I appreciate you and Bolo both, for doing this. I watched you, Brother Clarence, and I just figured, I know, Trey, that's no offense to you. But because I see you coming up here towards the end also. But I just want to make sure that we're mindful of the time that we've been up here.
Here we go. Sometimes Diamond drops off, man. He has bad connection. Here he is.
Oh, I ain't dropped down because
okay. But wait, let me say this to you. Okay.
You're the cutest person on the panel, so why would I drop now?
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute, man. What about me and Trey and Bolo? What about us, man?
Sorry, y'all ain't good looking to me, man. He's the cutest on the panel, so why would I drop now?
I accept and respect
earlier.
that, Diamond. I accept and respect that.
Diamond.
I can't hear y'all.
You can't hear?
Can't hear? Testing. Diamond, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, hey, Diamond.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say something earlier, okay? All right. Hey, Diamond, I heard that you be rapping in the snow. Well, here's NA. I'm asking you to drop a flow. Come on and do it. Let's just see you do it. Let's hear you rap.
Okay. Let me. Here's one that's called Right. Here's one that's called I read a while ago. It goes like this. Okay. Relax and keep pace while I rip bass in your face. You want to go against it, be a big disgrace. You write with eyeliners, that will be your race. Thrown up in the trash with the rest of the waste. Think you can eat diamond, that's come get a deadly taste. You said that you ate me, and that's how you blew, but you forgot about the part where you totally flew. Put your producer and your manager under heavy duress, because track is too heavy and you can't bench press. I'm on your case like Elliot Ness. I said flows like stuff that get stuck in your chest. You can protect against with a lyrical vest.
All right. Okay. Go, Diamond.
And I got a little son. Watch out, Jay-Z. Watch out, Jay-Z.
Yeah, watch out, Jay-Z. I think Jay-Z is shaking in his boots right now.
That's right. That's right. His career is done. Once I get on, they done.
Wait a minute. Hold on, y'all. Lady Navoa has been going at me. Hold on, Annie, because I'm gonna let you finish. But Lady Navoa has been going at me for about an hour or so about the part 2 with me and Bolo. Hey, is Bolo holding everything? No, I'm just playing. It's me. We got to get a couple things done first so that I will have a clear stage to really let y'all see.
Basically, what he's saying to you, Lady Navoa, is he's going to kidnap my family and set it up to where he makes sure that he wins.
So, Lady Navoa, I'm just going, like I said, I just want to make sure that there ain't gonna be no hard feelings. I got to make sure all our stuff is done on this end and his stuff is done on his end. Which is
what y'all talking about, man? Y'all having a debate?
Well, we had a talent show, and of course, since we loaded up the judges, and they felt sorry for him, and they go ahead and let him win.
What were y'all doing for a talent show?
Well, he sang and all like that. I let it go through, man. I let him sing. You know what I'm saying? So
you rap, Clarence?
Yeah. Do I rap?
Yeah.
No, I don't rap, man. I probably should. I probably, if I really thought about it, I probably could get him in a rap if I really started rapping. But I feel sorry for him.
Right. This is how you rap, Clarence. You want to put your rhyme down on the beat, and before you start saying words, you say nothing, something, and then you say I didn't do nothing. Now I got something. You put it down to the beat. So you say it's like, Clarence is a cool host. He's a Muslim. He's tall, mid-skinned, and I love him. Good things is what I think of him. But you would start with saying.
Did you say mid-skinned?
Yeah, mid-skinned.
I just want to make sure.
Sorry, if I think I'm sorry. So the thing I'm getting at is, if you start with saying. Before you say I got a poster, you say poster, toaster, roaster. Then you say I got a toaster. I just put up a Bolo poster, and now I'm going to roast you. You see what I mean? So that's how you rap.
I promise you, Brother Clarence, if you do that, you're gonna get roasted and toasted. And understand.
But the thing about it is,
what is going on up here? What is going on up here?
Well, it's like this, man. When you learn how to rap, it takes a while to learn how to get the beat and get your words together, especially when you're freestyling. Because see, when you're spitting one rhyme, you got to think of the next rhyme. So if I say something like "My rap is the greatest," they fell in love when I state this. There's no way you can hate this. The whole world can relate to this. So it's like you have to think of when you're saying one rhyme, you got to be thinking of the next one at the same time.
Okay. Now see, here we got another dissenter that's coming up here now, right? To back up the other dissenter. Before we do that, hold on, Diamond. I don't want you to go nowhere, especially. You're the guest of honor right now. But what we're gonna have Trey chime in, and then we're gonna have Mandrell chime in. I think Mandrell was here earlier, right?
I was.
Kind of dipped out, right?
Yeah, I was beating the shit out of Bolo, and something came up and saved him from the rest of that ass whooping.
I see.
You still ain't call me.
I see. You're
on with Brother Clarence. I can't interrupt that. I like Brother Clarence.
Thank Thank you. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. Now we got Reese and Neil. Ooh.
And this was supposed to
Everybody,
end
watch
2
your
hours
step.
ago.
Watch your step. Watch your step. All right. So okay. So first thing we're gonna hear from Trey and see what Trey has to say about things. Then we're gonna hear from Mandrell, and then I guess we're gonna go back around the room. All right. Trey, brother Trey, what's going on?
What's up, brother Clarence? How you doing? How's everybody doing today on this nice Saturday?
Fine, brother. Fine. Thank you, sir. How you doing?
I mean, I heard the last little conversation the two brothers were having. I'm gonna go to the question first. So your question was, does God make mistakes?
Yeah, that was it.
It's so now I'm asking. So us 30 million beautiful black people in America's soil, we all mistakes. That's how we looking at it. Are we mistakes? All of us with the melanated skin and the big noses and the big lips and all the math, wizardry, and all to create something from nothings and overcame the most brutal handling of mankind in history outside of our cousin? Remember, Jesus was strung up on the cross. We were hung up on trees. What's the difference? Just a modern era. So we're mistakes. Is that what we're saying? We can't be mistakes. We still overcome it. We still got to try to figure out a way to navigate life. Now, maybe some individuals that made bad choices coming up, and I've noticed that a lot of us, when we get raggled and talked about and capped on and going back and you getting joked on about how we look, how we feel, you know what I'm saying? A lot of us still struggle with that dynamic in their life, even as adults. I think it's a blessing to get old and start having gray hair within itself. Now, if you want to understand your true purpose, you have to leave America's space sometimes. You have to just get away, go to the woods by yourself, and you'll be able to see and find some things that you couldn't find in America. Be able to grow in ways you can't grow in America because now you're living the life that you dream about. But if you don't give yourself a chance, at some point it seems like it's caving in on you. To save us, each man have to save themselves. One man, one hand. That's how we build. It's not, I don't know, it's a scary conversation because there people say that God make mistakes. How can that be so? Why go to church? Why read the Bible if he makes mistakes? We're the most religious people on earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. The God in the Bible has made plenty of mistakes.
Yes,
so
but
that doesn't mean the God again,
has he made mistakes? Is he making mistakes towards as a people? Like, I'm not talking about as what people on this earth are mistakes.
I disagree with that, by the way.
You can disagree.
I'm just asking.
Then you haven't read the Bible.
What people on the earth are mistakes? Is all. And that's the question I'm asking.
According to the way God, according to the way God wants things to work, all people are mistakes. Then
I'm just asking. Yes. Does he make mistakes?
According to the way God explains, according to the way the Bible explains it, how He wants things to work, how He meant things to work, and then how things were executed, and how things are actually done. Yeah, then all humans are mistakes. Then you couldn't have meant to do that because you didn't do anything. We don't do anything you want us to do.
I disagree with you on that.
We don't.
But wait. If you have a child and your child doesn't do what you raise a child, you teach it the right way to go, and your child decides that it's going to do other than what you taught it, was your child a mistake?
Maybe you taught it wrong. You ever considered that?
Let's say you didn't. That's a consideration. But let's say you didn't teach it wrong. Let's say you taught it right.
How do you know?
How do you know? Because the way you teach in a child, just like if I teach you how to drive a truck, I teach you everything that you need to know to drive a truck. Okay, if you don't do the things that I taught you to drive a truck, you ain't gonna drive a truck successfully, are you? So
right. So why don't he? If we're not doing what he wants us to do, why don't he do a better job of teaching?
But if I disobey the teacher that taught me how to drive the truck, is the teacher a bad teacher?
Right. What about the people that the teacher never taught?
See how you just went past that?
I'm just saying, you didn't answer
No. Okay, what was your question again, Brother Clarence? What's your question again?
I
Can I
said,
respond to this real quick after you're done?
okay, hold on, Diamond. I said that if the teacher's teaching me how to drive a truck and he teaches me everything the right way how to drive that truck, I decide that I'm not going to do that, and then I don't get a CDL, I don't get a driver's license. I get mad at the teacher saying the teacher's a bad teacher when I was the one that was disobedient to the teacher.
That's if you decided to do that. But what if you get in that truck and you forget one of the steps?
So whose fault is that I forgot the steps? The teacher or the person that's doing the study?
Maybe you should have did a better job of teaching. Maybe you should have drilled them 1 or 2 more times.
Why? I'm sorry, Mandrill, but
It could
he
go
gave
either
you
way.
this.
And I'm answering his question.
I know, but you actually didn't.
I'm answering. I'm in the process of answering. That scenario you gave right there could go either way, Brother Clarence.
No, it really
can. It really can go either way.
Because either you.
Now, here's the thing. It's different. If you know how to drive that truck and you decide to instead of shifting from first to second, you go from first to fourth gear. All right, you decided to do that, then that's your fault. That's the teacher's fault. If the teacher taught you not to do that and you did it anyway, that's your decision.
Well,
however, people make bad. No, it's not, because people make bad decisions based on the teachings of the Bible all the time.
No, they don't. They
do. Yes, they do.
They typically make bad decisions based on their level of understanding. It's not because of the teachings in the Bible. It's their level of understanding.
Based on their level of
understanding. Let me explain. Let me say it another way.
Okay.
The Russian government.
Into that brick wall.
The Russian government.
You better help him, Bolo.
Okay. I'll use this if you want to. But the Russian government were the first people that sent a projectile into space. They sent monkeys up there. What happened when the monkeys got out of the atmosphere?
It was a dog.
Was it a dog? What happened when the dog got out of the atmosphere?
Monkey.
What happened when the dog got out of the atmosphere?
Nothing.
Pow! No, it exploded, right? Of course it's gonna explode.
Sputnik was a success.
Well, if maybe it was the Chinese government, but one of group of government sent a projectile up there, and
that was the Germans
pressurizing it.
That was the Germans.
Okay, and it exploded, right? Okay.
Can I make a comment after you guys are done?
Okay. We already said you can. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. My bad.
So if the Russians did that, if the Chinese or whoever did that, they did what they thought was based on their best understanding, right? Other people that sent other projectiles up, they know you got to pressurize the cabin, right? Okay. But they did what was the best of their understanding. Now, does that mean you can't go to space? No, you can go to space if you do it the right way. Well, they did it the way they did it based on the way they best understanding. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't intentional to do that, but they did it based on their best understanding. Likewise, most people are working from their best understanding of the Bible, Quran, Torah, etc. They're working on their best understanding.
Okay, here's the problem with that. There is no best understanding of the Quran or the Torah. The Quran. Okay, the Quran is the Quran.
The Bible is the Bible.
All of the Muslims believe the same thing.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. A Muslim in Egypt
believes
the same thing as a Muslim in America or as a Muslim in the Middle East, anywhere else on the planet.
There are different kinds of Muslims, though.
Here's the thing. They're not Muslims. They're not Muslims. If they believe something different from the Muslims in say Saudi Arabia,
yes,
you're like a 5%. Hold on, no, you're like a 5% or something like that. You're not a Muslim.
What do I know?
I'm saying, Brother Clarence, I'm telling you, real Muslims will tell you this. I spent a lot of time in the Middle East, bro.
What's a real Muslim?
A Muslim who follows the Quran, and they don't just cherry pick things out of the Quran that they choose to follow and they choose not to. They follow the tenets of Islam. They do. Period. The thing is, period, and they carry that everywhere they go on the planet. It does not change for them.
Not all of them.
Now, if you find a Muslim that changes it, if you find someone who claims to be a Muslim and they changes that, you're not a real Muslim. And all Muslims will say the same thing. Yeah, he practices Islam, but he's no Muslim. They consider you a practitioner of Islam, but you are no Muslim because you're all in or not. As far as being a Muslim, if you're not, if you're practicing it, yeah, you're practicing Islam. Cool, we accept you, brother.
Islam and not be a Muslim though.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. Islam do it all the time.
You can't.
You do. People do. You just said people do.
No,
you literally just said people do.
I said that some Muslims, depending on where they are and how they've been taught, they believe different things.
Then you're not a Muslim.
They all base everything on the Quran, but just like you have different Christian sects, you have different.
It's nothing like Islam. And don't insult Muslims like that. There's nothing like Christianity. Christianity is a ball of confusion. The Christians don't know what to believe in. You're all reading the same book, but you're getting 18,000 different languages out of it.
Okay,
this
is what I'm gonna do.
Women take it totally different than man in the Christian Bible. They read it totally different. A woman believes she is that one according to that word of the Bible. She is not submissive in church. She is not submissive. That's the problem.
Let me do this, y'all. Let me do this. Let me let Diamond ask this question, and then I don't know if Trey was finished. Back to Trey, and then let Mandrell do his opening.
And why does he never speak to me on a panel with her?
Who?
I spoke and you didn't. When you go back, go back. I spoke and you didn't speak, Mandrell.
I did speak to you, Ine. Hey, Ine, how you doing?
Oh my goodness, how you doing?
I love Ine. I do.
No, I did speak. If you go back, you'll hear it. I did.
Okay. My bad. My mistake.
I guess the thing about it is what normally happens to people is they do follow the instructions, but God lets the engine fall apart or lets the bridge fall down and they get screwed anyway. That's usually what happens to people in most cases, but now here's something that's interesting. The oldest Bible that they found has 2 books that's not in King James. So there's a lot of different interpretations of the Bible, and all Bibles are not the same. So that's something that has not been rectified yet either. And here's the thing about Muslims, real quick. There's a Sunni Muslim, there's a Sufi Muslims, and they do believe some things that are different than what everyone believes. And something else is that there's something called if I'm saying it right, Clarence, it's called Hadith or Hadith.
Yes, the Hadith.
And that was written in conjunction with the Quran. And some Muslims follow Hadith and some Muslims don't. So I would say I think the Muslims are more united than the Christians are because there's less sects. But the Christians, here's the thing. When you look at how Christianity started, there were 3 churches at first. There's a Coptic church in Egypt, Orthodox in Turkey, and in Russia, going towards that direction. And then with the Italians, you have the Roman church. And the Roman Bible has different books than King James has as well. So, that has not been rectified either. And that's something that's quite interesting is so that's why I'm saying, like, when people say, you should believe in that when you look at it from a technical standpoint, you're like, wait a minute, there should be only one Bible and only one church.
And let's not forget the 5 books that the that the Catholics keep in the Vatican archives and they've never published. There are 5 books of the Bible that the Catholic Church have purposefully kept out.
And so here's the thing, man.
So that's something they've never published. And look, they're arrogant about it. They'll tell you exactly where they keep it in the Vatican archives. Can we ever see those? Nope. Why have you? And then they say, you ask them, why have you kept that away from the public? Because humanity is not ready for that yet.
I gotta go, but
they're arrogant about it. Of course, you got to go, Bolo. Now that I'm here in full swing. Now I'm here in full swing. Bolo's got to go.
Let Bolo get. Let Bolo get a last swing out here.
I'll let Bolo get. Yeah. Swing, Bolo, swing.
We've been out here 7 hours. We've been out here 7 hours. Mandrell.
It's crazy how I've listened to Mandrell. I've listened to Diamond. I've listened to all of you guys speak. And none of you take accountability for your faux pas.
I take full accountability for mine.
No, hold on.
I'm completely open to being wrong.
No, hold on. But you have not taken accountability because when Brother Clarence cornered you, you distinctly blame the teacher and not the student for forgetting. You blame the teacher.
No, I cleared that up. I said if you choose to do something wrong.
I'm not talking about that part. When you said, well, if I forgot, that's because of the teacher. No one wants to take accountability and read the book themselves. Because this is what I'll say. Have you read the Bible, man?
I have. Yeah.
You read the whole Bible.
Cover to cover.
And you
several times.
And you understand it.
Absolutely.
Oh, you understand the whole Bible?
Bolo, I've spoken. I have a personal. I told you. My thing is, you have a personal relationship with God, and I walk with Him.
Cool.
Everything I do is according to His direction.
My question to you is this: I want you to hear the answers that you give. You said you read the Bible from cover to cover several times, and you said you understand it in its totality. I'm asking you, do you understand it in its totality?
I don't think anyone does. I don't think anyone.
I didn't ask you about anybody. I'm asking you about you. Do you understand it?
No, you can't.
Okay, so do you understand? No, I don't, or yes, I do.
I read some of it, and I understand what I read.
To you, Diamond. I'm gonna get to you in a second.
I understand a lot of what I read, but to give you a straight answer, no.
So you don't understand. Okay, so then there are holes in your understanding of the scriptures.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Diamond, same for you. Have you read the whole Bible?
I haven't read the whole thing, but I'm in the process of reading it.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, hold on real quick. And to be honest with you, it's quite scary when they talk about the Israelites going in to kill people and take all their stuff.
Diamond, we don't need to go through that. So you haven't read the Bible. Right now you're reading it.
Yes.
So from what you've read so far, do you have your total understanding of what you read so far?
Absolutely.
So, okay, let me make sure I understand. So what books have you read? You've read the Old Testament and you're reading the New. Where are you at?
No, I've read, I think I'm up to, off the top of my head, I can't remember, but if I remember, but it's the part where the Israelites are killing people and taking their stuff and raping their women. Is that part of the Bible?
And okay, and
that's what it says.
Okay, cool. And you totally understand it.
Yes.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is this.
Do you?
Yeah. This is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah, he said,
hold on. Wait a minute.
I gotta go. Let me just say this.
Okay.
Y'all can pontificate and everything. What I'm going to say is this. Okay, man better watch their ego and their pride. Watch your words and watch how you speak. Because understanding we are brothers and we are sisters up here, and we are going to have these conversations. But understand the offense and who it offends. You're not offending me. You're offending him. So don't sit here and say one thing and then out the side. You're not offending me, brother. Because at the end of the day,
I'm not talking about that. It's
okay,
the other issue. It's the other part I take issue with.
Hold on.
Okay.
I didn't die on the cross, so I don't take it personal. He does. So you don't say something and say God is a hypocrite and God is a liar, and then say I follow God.
I'm not saying he is.
Hold on.
Man is. My thing is man is.
I agree with you. If you're coming from that perspective that man is hypocrite and man
absolutely,
I agree with you 100%, and we walk hand in hand on it. What I'm saying is, if this shoe don't fit, don't wear it. What I'm saying is, for anyone to stand up, be it man or woman, and say what they've read, they have the totality of understanding when it comes to that book. You're out of your mind, and I have the right to say that.
Yeah, you do.
Hold on.
Well,
they should have written it better than it should have been written better than if people can't here's the thing.
Hold on.
It should have been written better than. If I don't understand it, it should have been written better than. But I do understand it.
There's a reason why God did that. There's a reason. To teach
ain't no reason why. It don't even make no sense.
To teach man humility. Teach man to work together. That's why. Because all of us, one person is not going to have all the answers. We have to work together. We
all need to work together, Bolo. Some people don't need to be worked with at all. All of us ain't worthwhile. We're all
Diamond. Let him finish because he's got to
go. I'm sorry.
Missing the point. And this is why the Lord said, let the go at the shaft. At the end of the day, the Lord hears, the children of the Lord hear their name. We can't pick and choose who we got to teach. We just drop the gospel and let the Lord do the growing. Our job is to plant and water. He gives the increase. So if we're talking to gain clarity and understanding on the word of the Father, then let's do it. speak with ego and vigor and pride, I won't be a part of it. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to, to measure sticks and figure these things out. I'm here to grow with my brothers and sisters. That's what I'm here to do. And we've been here for about 6 hours. Brother Clarence has been here for 7. I've been here for maybe 3 or 4. So on that, Ane, thank you. Brother Andrell, Brother Diamond, and Wise Words, thank you guys for being here. Brother Clarence, thank you.
No doubt. No doubt, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Hold on. Yeah, Bolo. Yeah, you better run.
Okay.
Better run, Bolo.
I'm gonna call, you were supposed to call me and you didn't call me.
I do apologize, and I will call you tomorrow because I have to bring up the speed on a couple of things, a few developments. Okay.
Talk. We got some things we got to catch up on.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do definitely. And yeah, Bolo. Here's the thing. Bolo. Here's the thing. My thing is this: grew up my whole life in the church, a true believer, my whole life long, right in the church, in the religion. But like I said, the whole course of my life, things hit me different. And so I think God knew that he had approached me in a different way for me to see, because I saw things that most didn't. I understood things most people didn't. So he couldn't give me the same approach as he would give like you or Brother Clarence or Brother Trey or N.A. or Diamond. He approaches me in a different way in order for me to understand. And it's with my personal relationship with him. Like that's why a lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people do the streamline thing. Church, Bible study, the whole 9. It's like for me, yeah, been there, done that, but I see too much. I perceive too much. That ain't gonna work no more. What is this really about? And so, like, remember I told you, Bolo?
Yeah.
I let go of everything and just walk with him.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I am with it. Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that.
Yeah.
There's a decorum that the Lord requires all men and women to walk in. And again, I agree with you. The way the Western culture of how the scriptures was given has been given totally wrong. Totally. Right? So we are more performers in most of the sense. I can't say everybody.
Then God should have came and fixed it and gave it the right way then.
And chill for 1 second, my brother, please.
Let him finish, Diamond.
We are more performers than we are servants and believers, right? And we don't understand who he is. We want him to understand who we are when it should be the opposite way around. So the Diamond, for you to understand who the Father is and understand the truth of what he has given you, the gifts, the grace that he has given you, you have to embrace humility, my G. And I understand, like I said to you before, we've all been through pain, but some people, they endure it differently. Some people are at it differently and go through it differently. From the conversations that we've had several times, and I think we've spoken 3 or 4 times before, there's a lot of pain. A lot of pain, and a lot of questions that you have, a lot of good questions that you have. But I'm going to say to you, I have an angered spirit towards my wife, and I'm asking her a question. No matter what answer she gives me, I'm not going to receive it. I'm not going to understand it in the entirety of how she wants me to get it. I have to calm my spirit so that I can receive everything that she is trying to give me. If I am angered, it's not going to happen. It's not. It's not something that I'm telling you that I haven't experienced. I'm telling you it's not going to work. The Lord tells you, rest your spirit, calm your spirit, hear what's being said, listen, and he'll talk to you. I promise you he will.
Okay. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead before I break out.
Okay. Well, the only thing that I'll say is, I understand what I read, and I was quite horrified by what I read, to be honest with you. So, so I mean, at the end of the day, for a guy like me, I don't really, I'm not really. My whole thing is, in order for me to really become a believer, God will have to come down and be like, "This is the Bible you should read. This is what you should do." And I'll say, "Okay, God," because I ain't listening to what no one's going to tell. No one's going to tell me anything to change that. When God comes down here and says, "Hey, you Diamond," I'm talking to you, Diamond. I'm like, "Oh, okay, God. What do I need to do? This is the Bible you should read." "Okay, God, I'll read that Bible. This is what you should do." "Okay, God." I put the Bible in my book bag, and you'll see me at church every Sunday. But until that happens, I'm good, because I don't believe in any of it. I don't have any faith in it, because I just see the hole. There's too many holes in it, and I don't want to be rude, but I think religions are just fables. That's how I see them as.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you when it comes to religion. But this is what I'm going to say to you, Diamond. First off, on you trying to understand a spiritual book with carnal eyes, you're going to have a problem. I promise you are. The Bible is not a carnal book that you could just pick up and understand it and read it. It doesn't work that way. There are many people that have tried, and it just doesn't work. It's a spiritual book. So before you open up that book, you need to have a connection with the Father. You need to have an intimate connection with the Father. And if you think that God is going to come up off from high to talk to you, you got a problem.
He can send an angel. He can just send an angel. He don't have to come personally. Just send an angel. Just send an angel.
You God himself got to come. So I'm just responding to
No.
that.
Oh, my bad. I'm saying, Bolo, I will accept an angel.
Okay. Well,
an angel that I can see is a real angel. He comes down with his wings and he says, "Hey, you, Jabari, you're not doing right. You're giving Bolo a hard time. You're giving Clarence a hard time. This is the Bible you need to read. Read this Bible. Pray this to me."
How do you know it's an angel? How do you know if it's an angel if you're not having that spiritual connection to the Father?
Oh, because the angel's going to go to you first, Bolo. You're going to tell me the angel's coming. So I already know it's going to be right, Bolo.
He's going to see the wings, Bolo. He said he's going to see the wings.
The wings, but the thing about it is,
the wings in the back.
Bolo's going to call me. Bolo's going to call me and say, "Listen, I just saw your guardian angel. He's on his way. Be there at Friday at 5 o'clock. The live stream starts at 7. You can tell us what he told you. And I'll come on the live stream and be like, 'Hey, Clarence, man, you ain't going to believe this. My guardian angel, he healed my arthritis. He made it to where I can do certain things I couldn't do before. And he gave me the proper Bible to read.'
Well, listen,
he told me to read once a week at this particular time, and he told me that he's going to make sure that my wife's guardian angel come down and everybody's going to get their guardian angel. But he said perfectly that I'm going to help you do what it takes. And when that happens, you got me. But other than that, I'm good.
I'm gonna say this on that, brother. I hope and pray that he does open your heart.
Kind of low, Bolo. You're kind of low.
I do hope and pray that he opens up your heart, and you are able to have that intimate relationship with him, so that you can understand the love, the mercy, and the grace and the sacrifice that he has, and understand that no matter whether you're rich physically, at the end of the day, spiritually, you have everything you need. So with that, I love you guys. Have a blessed night. Man,
okay, have a good one, Bolo.
Bless you.
All right, good one, brother.
Yes. So I just wanted to say,
I wanted Bolo to admit something, to acknowledge something.
Wait, gentlemen.
Why? What was waiting for?
Trey has been sitting on the sideline for about half an hour, man.
Who wants to hear what he has to say?
Let's at least let Trey finish. He never even got to finish his opening remarks.
He didn't. I know.
I'm sorry, Trey. If I cut you off, Trey, man, I'm sorry, bro.
All right, Trey. I'm sorry, brother.
Trey already knows with me, everybody's gonna catch the jokes. Everybody's gonna get a ribbon. Everybody's gonna get poked at. He already knows. Yeah, he and I've been on Black Man Unfiltered. I met him, that's why I met him originally. So
I understand, but Mandra to be a little bully. I take it. I'm a pit bull too. So I just don't bark as much. You know, you got to come up in my yard for me to snap at you. Other than that, keep walking.
That's because you're old.
Okay, if you think so. But just again going back to the question, it's unique that we question the things in our existence in this life. I think, and I'll say it like this, and I always say it. I don't need a lot of people to tell me about who my cousin is. because I've tried to live my life just based on the goodness of my understanding of who my cousin Jesus is, the human version of God's son. I try to respect people. I work hard. Jesus was a carpenter. I have carpenter skills. I have other skills too, but I wanted to work. Jesus helped those that were less fortunate. I try to help those that are less fortunate. He took men who may have had another lifestyle and showed them a way to be better. That's the way I live my life. You know, I took pride on not committing adultery. I wouldn't go sleep with another man's wife or another man's girlfriend, whatever. You know, I didn't lie on people. You know, one of the biggest things somebody can do to me is lie on me. I wasn't going to do it. You know, I wanted to raise my children to be better. I wanted to understand what it took for them to be better. You know, so it's just, you know, I think a lot of us as Black people, our imagination is probably our biggest detriment. It talks us away from being a full version of ourselves, because if you follow the story, Jesus walked around. He walked everywhere. We got cars and we won't go nowhere. We'll stay isolated in our own little community. That's not part of that dynamic. You know, especially as a Black man, we've been beat down and told, you know, we can't do nothing. We ain't nobody. Same thing they did him. Jesus, once he started speaking the goodness of who we are. So, you know, I really have no one direct answer on what it is, but when you speak against your natural being and the true destiny that could be, and you sort of, I don't know, it's like you defeat a defeater's mindset. I can give it, I say, the defeater's mindset, where you still have the ability from this day and going forward to reach the goals that you set in your life, whatever they are, climbing a mountain, becoming rich. A lot of us poor people, we chase richness and don't realize we have the richness and ability to be that rich person based off the talents and skills, you know, just learning new things about life. We're in a modern world, so we have the ability and the opportunities to learn things that we couldn't learn 200-300 years ago. And going from the end of slavery, most of the things that we benefit from today, about 95% of those things were invented by people who were subjugated, couldn't read, no education, and they invented all this stuff we have luxuries for today. Why come us modern 2000s people can't invent nothing? We ain't got nothing going for ourselves. And if you want those riches, you have to put in the work to get those riches. It's not about yourself. You got to serve other people. Those that are less fortunate. I ain't saying serve your cousin who's always begging, but it's some little kids, little old lady, somebody. And that's how I've always been able to, for me, it's always worked to get my blessings in that capacity. And that's why at 55, I'm in the position that I'm in. I don't have to ask people for nothing. And I've noticed when I did dumb stuff happened to me. But when I started coming to that age of reason, about 40, and I start caring about other people more, and just looking at those who need that guidance, man, I've been blessed tenfold. So, you know, it's a tricky conversation talking about religion, because most religious people that are Black, they're the poorest people. And they're from check to check. Nobody's in this dynamic. If you want to be that, put in that work. Because it does say work without faith is dead.
Oh, can I make a response to that real quick?
Okay. Wait, before you do that, let me check with Sister Annie, see if she has anything to throw in there.
No, just that Diamond, I don't know what that sound is. It sounds like you need some WD-40 on a rocking chair or something.
Man.
But that's
Yeah.
I was on mute. That ain't me. I was on mute.
I hear something. No, I don't have anything to say.
It might be an alarm going off, or a smoke alarm or something that's beeping. I don't know.
I was on mute for the last like 10 seconds.
I was too. I muted my mic.
Me too. Uh-oh, Trey. Uh-oh, brother.
Yeah, it might be Trey. It's Trey.
I ain't got nothing beeping. I changed the batteries on my fire alarms. I do all that. Ain't nothing squeaking over. I WD everything twice a year.
Okay, I'm going to get back to Mandrell, but I want to let Diamond address that, and then Mandrell, I want him to say whatever because he tried to he interrupted Bolo, and I want him to finish his comment, and then we can get into it.
I was supposed to.
We go around and
Well, you know how they say ain't no accidents. That was divine.
Me interrupting Bolo was the work of the divine.
Ah,
right, right. So me disagreeing with y'all is the work of the divine too. You just don't understand his ways.
No, it is not. No, it is not. No, it's
Who said no? Who said it's not?
I did. It's not the same.
Well, brother, it is the same because you don't understand God's long-range plans. You don't understand his plans. You don't understand what he told me. What he told me in my heart.
So why did he tell me?
He ain't told me and you the same thing. So let me speak my truth. No, I'm kidding.
Wait. So isn't that a mistake if you don't tell me the same thing he told you? So there's
I ain't going there. I ain't gonna touch that one. What I was gonna say is my viewpoint on it is when you talk about the Bible directly.
Wait. N.A. was talking though. I mean, let's let the lady have the floor for a minute.
Oh I'm good. I just was saying that noise is squeaking or something, but no, I think y'all are doing good, and I want you and Brother Clarence to.
Okay, so real quick,
not you, Diamond. I'm talking about Mandrea.
We ain't heard enough of him for a while, man. I'm cooler than I'm cooler than him. I should speak first. I'm cooler than him.
Are you though?
He can't rap.
No, I can't. That's true. I tried. But I got no skill in freestyle.
There you go.
None.
But
come on,
so real quick,
I got to get to Mandrell on this thing here that he was talking crazy about.
I wasn't talking crazy.
So hold on real quick. What I wanted to say about the Bible specifically is there's no reason to make a book complicated. There's no reason. It doesn't even make sense. The thing about it is, you know what someone told me? Because have you ever heard of the Nuwapians?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I used to study with I used to study with some of them in Pittsburgh, and you know what? The teacher told me, he told me all. Even though what they're saying is not necessarily the truth, but I'm just using that as an example. Okay, but I'm using that as an example. But to me, they're all fairy tales. But the point I'm saying is, listen, what he told me is whatever knowledge you know means nothing if you can't explain it to a thug on the corner. So the point that I'm getting at is, the Bible doesn't need to have all these complex meanings and all this other secret stuff. It should be straightforward. It should be like this. You need not to drink milk. If God doesn't hold on real quick. If God does not want you to drink beer, it should say in the Bible, do not drink beer.
Wait, Diamond. Let me ask you something. Diamond.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're driving down the street and you on the highway and the speed limit clearly says 70 miles per hour, are you only going 70 miles per hour, or do you go over sometimes?
A few times I go over, but here's the thing.
Wait. So everything that's simple is not going to be followed.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, everything just because.
I love it. I love it. I love it. E. He's like, E. You know what? That was cool. I'm sorry if I cut you off. My bad. My bad.
Okay,
that was it. I just wanted to remind you that because you're saying it's almost like we're saying, oh, well, the Bible shouldn't be complicated. Okay, but even if the Bible was simple, even if it was simple, you would still have desires to do something outside of it. Sometimes when people tell you, hey, don't do this thing, you almost want to try it because they said don't do it. Wait, what you mean? What you mean?
Right. But when you get a beating, you know why you got the beating, though.
Huh?
So what I'm saying about this is in some parts of the Bible, when certain people did sin, God had them executed. And I get it. They worship the calf, Bel, or whatever it was called. They worship the calf, and God told Joseph, these people over here worship the calf, take care of it. You were told strictly, don't worship the calf. You did it, you got took care of. So here's the thing. My mom told me, listen, you be in when those street lights get on. Okay, that's a simple instruction. Not get in when I think you should get in. Or she gives you some detail, well, depends on how the wind is blowing. No, she said, get your butt in the house when the street lights come on. So if I stayed out an hour late, I got my behind whooped. It was a simple understanding. But if I'm getting beat because I don't know why she's beating me, And she's like, well, it's complicated. I'll explain it to you on my time, not yours. So it's like this. If I gave my kid a beating, and then I told him, well, read this 12th grade understanding. The kid's 5 years old, but read this at the 12th grade level, and then I'll explain it to you when I feel like explaining it to you. You'd be like, what? You're like, no, I told you not to play with the markers. You put markers on my table, so now I'm gonna give you a beating, or I'm gonna give you I'm gonna ground you. That's simple and plain. So I believe the Bible should be simple and plain.
Diamond, let me address that because you're way off on that one. This one you're way off on.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yes.
Mute up, Diamond, because you gotta let him finish. Mute up so you won't cut him off. Listen up, buddy.
But for you to respond, I want you to promise me that you're gonna call Bolo. Are you gonna do that? At least text him. Hello, Diamond.
He probably trying to be funny because I told him.
Yeah, right.
Clarence, I will call him, but I'm not going to change my viewpoint.
I don't want you to change your viewpoint. Just want you to know that you have a group of people that you can touch base on, man. Some days you might be feeling like, man,
Mandrell, look at that.
This situation, and then you can know that, hey, I got a brother I can call, or some brothers that I can call, and get some different perspectives on some stuff, man. So I want you to do that. At least connect up, brother.
Okay, it's not going to be like tomorrow because I got a lot to do, but at some point I will call him. I will. You know what? I promise you I will call him at some point.
I'm not going to hold you to a date. You do what you think is the best thing to do. I'm going to leave you to do what you think is right.
Yes, sir.
But I just want you to do it. I just want you to do it. Okay. Now, here's what obedience is better than understanding. Do you understand that?
No, it is not. I disagree wholeheartedly.
Yes,
completely, utterly, wholeheartedly.
Give you an example. If
obedience is not better than understanding. Here's the thing. Why should you? Here's the thing. If obedience is better, this is why people sin and do the wrong thing because they don't understand.
Mandrell, I need you to listen to me.
Oh, go ahead.
Tell me if I'm wrong about this.
Okay, I will. Don't worry.
Mandrell, I'm gonna have to tell you to mute up in a second too. Now, come on, y'all.
I have a 2 or 3 year old child.
All right.
I tell this child, don't go out in the street. Let me explain to you. I should try to sit down and explain to the child that there's cars, they're moving fast, they're moving at certain speed. They don't even understand what the speed limit is, but they understand that. But I try to explain to them, they're just not getting it. I can't break it down to them how dangerous it is for their mind is not set up enough to where they can. No, they're not.
You get hit by a car. That's what kept me up the street.
Most 2 or 3 year olds do not understand that type of danger, right? They have to see it or experience it to actually understand that type of danger. So
I think you underestimate the intellect of a child.
Listen. The best protection I can get his child is to get their obedience. That's the best protection I can protect them from. If I say, hey, don't go with strangers, because a stranger might do this or that, they might not even be able to comprehend that how dangerous that situation is. I may say it, but they may not understand it. And my point is that for their own protection, obedience is greater than their understanding. Now, let's relate that. Now, hold on, I'm not finished. Almost. Let's relate that back to us as grown people.
Okay.
The same applies for us, right? Sometimes, for example, me and you, Mandrell, we going to a club, right? We're going to a club. There's Diamond in that club, right? Diamond is in that club, and I see Diamond, and Diamond, pulls out a grenade, right? He says, man, I hate the black community. I want to just blow it up, right?
Do it, brother. Do it.
I say, before me, I go through the door first.
Why I gotta be the bad guy, man?
Because it's my story right now, Diamond. So I see Diamond. Hold on, where's my phone? Oh, hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, so I see Diamond, and I go into the bar, the door first. You didn't get a chance to go into the door. I see Diamond pull out this grenade, and I say, hey, what's up, brother Diamond? I see you, and I say to you, I say, hey, let's go. Let's go. Now, if you don't obey me, you might.
I just threw a grenade at you, Clarence. I just threw that grenade at you. You see me? I just threw it at you.
Let me finish the story, Diamond. Let me finish the story. So Diamond, now, in the story, I'm going to make Diamond a good guy. Diamond going to put the pin back in there, right? Right. He puts the pin back in there before it gets to detonating.
Don't trust Clarence. I'm gonna blow it up. Trust me.
So, but I tell you, Mandrill, hey, just leave. Now you can disobey me and go in there. I'm gonna see from what's going on, and you go up in there, and you might get blasted. So my point is, in most cases, especially when when you're dealing with the righteous, obedience is going to be better than understanding in most cases. Now, does that mean you don't get understanding at all? No, you get the understanding when you can get it, right? You and me, we're not going to understand everything that God does, but we need to be obedient to this good word. We're getting good word, life-giving word here. We should be obedient to that, because that doesn't mean that we're not going to have problems. We're not going to have any issues. It just means we have a bridge to be able to walk away from the issue and walk into a better situation, and with the least amount of pain.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like that's part of the problem with our people is we're obedient without asking questions, and that's what led us. Hold on.
To the wrong things.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. What I meant to say is I feel like, there are times to be obedient, there's times to rebel, but those times should be well planned and well thought out. And see, a lot of times my family was full of it, and they would tell me to be obedient because they just wanted their way. They didn't care about wrong, all right? They wanted what they wanted. They didn't give a what about what was right. They just wanted what they wanted. And when I was obedient, when I was a fool, I should have been much more rebellious against my family, much more rebellious, because the things that they did not turn out good for me. So I don't believe in obedience just for obedience' sake. I believe in obedience when I
said righteous. I said when
you right. But most people
obey.
But most people are asking you for.
If a bad person comes up to you and says, "Hey, come with me, little girl," the sister Annie's a little girl. "Hey, come with me, little girl. I'm taking you to this abandoned building. We're gonna play games over there." Should she go? Should she obey?
Hell no.
Okay, she should not obey. So unfortunately, the situation has gotten so bad in this world, the wickedness has gotten so bad that we have to teach little kids 2 or 3, 4, 5 years old to not obey the wicked person. So they have to be able to determine who's wicked and who's not wicked. That's a hard task in a world like this.
Right. But Clarence, most people who tell you to obey usually are 99.999% of them are wicked. And maybe 1 out of 1,000 an actually good person who means well for you. Most people that are trying to get you to obey are trying to take something from you and take advantage of you in most cases.
I agree with you.
So I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I believe in being obedient to what I want and myself, what's going to be good for me.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to get back to God about that, about the situation changing. Because when I was coming up, and probably Trey the same thing, when we were coming up, what they used to tell you is, hey, you find an adult, find a grown-up, and if you have a problem, go find a grown-up. A grown-up will help you. They don't teach that anymore, because most of these grown-ups out there trying to abuse these kids, so they don't teach that anymore, right? The situation has changed. That's what I've been trying to explain to you guys, because first thing you have is Adam. You have Adam here, right? And the situation is one way. Adam is trying to teach, but the situation gets so bad that Adam is no longer effective. You have to send a Noah out now. Okay, so Noah's out there teaching. Noah teaches and everything, but the situation gets so bad that Noah is ineffective anymore. Now you have to have a Moses come in, right? Moses is teaching. But I'm trying to tell you how the wickedness adapts and changes, shifted. It's dynamic. It changes. So this is what I'm saying. People say, well, God made a mistake because he did this back in this part of the book. And no, the situation was a different situation then. Now it has progressed to this situation, right? Moses wasn't dealing with homosexuals and that in the regard that Jesus dealing with a whole bunch of different stuff. right? Moses never would have been able to handle what Jesus was dealing with.
You're telling me Moses didn't have to
Jesus-
deal with homosexuals in ancient Egypt? Stop.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. What I said was Moses didn't have to deal with the level of homosexuality that Jesus had to deal with.
He absolutely did.
No, he did not.
All they did back then was fuck boys.
I know, but it wasn't like how it was when by the time Jesus comes out.
I don't know about that, brother.
I know.
Well, if you
I
let,
read
if you let
history.
me finish talking, by the time Jesus comes, it is it has woven its way into the Roman culture so deep that is, and the Romans are influencing the Jews, and the Jews are influencing everyone else. It has woven so deep into there to that it's unbelievable. It's always been there.
Hold on, Brother Clarence. The Jews weren't influencing anyone to do anything except oppress Jews back then.
No.
Jews have been universally hated since time immemorial.
No.
Okay. Yes.
That's true. That's
Jews
true.
have been hated by every ethnic group except maybe the Asians. Okay. Maybe the Asians. Okay. Everyone else has always throughout history hated Jews up to present day. People hate
because they always had them banks, man. They always had money, man.
And also today we added something to them today because they killed Jesus. Right. Yes, everyone hates Jews, and now they own banks and all the banks and all that stuff.
Okay,
Jews have always had.
Did you say something, Trey?
I had to say yes. They killed my cousin. They killed.
Okay, but my point is this: there's reasons why the Jews were subjugated. I mean, I wouldn't say hated, but more.
Why were they hated? Why were they hated?
For many different things. One of the things why when Jesus came into the temple and kicked over everything, because they had a setup where they was getting paid to have people to pray for people.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Slow down.
That's one issue.
Slow down, Brother Clarence. Hold on.
The collection plate.
Wait, Diamond. So you're telling me that your God is so petty that he's got a 4,000-year-old grudge against his own chosen people for getting money? Something that churches worldwide do. All Christian churches do that. They operate for look at Joel Osteen and all these big televangelists, preachers. They all do it for money. Why aren't they getting enslaved and all the other crazy stuff that happened to the Jews?
Well,
and the Jews I never said that. I know you didn't, but that's what happened. We're talking about what actually happened. We're talking about what actually happened. Okay, you just said. Okay, they was getting. God walked in there. They was getting paid for their services.
Absolutely.
Cool, because people got to pay their 10% for the tithe.
No, that wasn't 10%. That wasn't 10%.
Why is it 10% now then?
No, 10% is for you want to be able to have a place for the people to come together.
Stop it. No, you had to sacrifice way back then. That's why Cain killed Abel, because God accepted Abel's sacrifice as opposed to Cain.
You can't ask me a question and keep interrupting me. I'm never going to get to the
because you're wrong, Brother Clarence.
Wait, can y'all just mute up so he can get the full question out? Yeah, can y'all just mute up because maybe the temptation of it not being on mute. Just mute up, just so because we want to hear it. Like I don't. No, just so I can hear the full thing because I can't hear his full thought.
I see where he's.
Please, Andrea. Please.
Oh, man, why you gotta be like that?
She'll tell me to mute up too if I was talking over you, brother.
She's gotta be so sweet about it. Now I got no choice but to say okay.
You can't say no. That's
exactly. I can't say no to her. She's being too sweet about it. I mean,
he's a secret weapon we got here.
Hey, he's the sweetest and cutest on the panel.
There you go.
That's why I ain't dropped yet.
I gotta appreciate that. All right, so let me finish what I was saying. Yeah, so that's one game they had going. But it's a lot of other things why that the Jews were have issues with other people. So I don't want to just restrict it to the fact that they were doing that in the temples, because that is documented because Jesus came in there and obviously knocked over everything. But I'm just saying they had other issues. Now you talk about 10% tithing, right? Tithing has got nothing to do with, you don't tithe so that people will pray for you. That's not the purpose of tithing. Tithing is just giving back, showing gratitude, and helping further the teaching further beyond yourself. You're paying it forward. That's basically what it is. You're paying it forward so that other people can be helped. Like you got this information, you can help other people. You can put money in the pot to help other people get this information and help this information go farther, right? To build up resources so that we can promote this teaching farther if it's helping people, right? So I don't want to get it confused where the tithing that's the tithing is what the Jews was doing in the temple when Jesus came in kicking everything over. That's not what was going on. They were actually charging people to go pray, coming in the front door, charging everybody and sending them out the back door, right?
Like they do now.
Like, well, maybe that's how they do it now. But I'm just saying that has nothing to do with God.
When's the last time you've been to church, Brother Clarence?
Huh?
When's the last time you've been to church, Brother Clarence?
I've been in it probably maybe about 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Keep it that way.
Well,
you'll live a much better life. You'll be much more. You'll be much more of a just and righteous man if you stay away from the church.
That is the whole concept of the queen maker. That's the whole concept. Have you ever been done wrong by a man? Yes. See, all men are bad. All men are bad. That is. I
don't adopt that ideology.
Well, that's what you're doing. But
No,
you're
it's
saying, hey, I've been to one church and I didn't
Okay,
understand.
no. It's not one church.
So therefore, I should never go to a church.
I'm talking about churches the nation over. Okay, in fact, the world over now. The Christian faith has become so profitable. It is no longer about God. It is not about God. It is completely. Here's the thing. It is completely and totally up to us as individuals to get close to God. And then we have discussions like this.
I will agree with
It's where we learn things. Like I'm having fun with you, of course. I have fun with Bolo, of course. I pick at him. Yeah, but I do actually listen to him and I learn from him.
Okay.
Just like with you and your ideas tonight, the things that you're saying now, I'm actually paying attention to what you're saying. I'm laughing and I'm making my jokes. Yes, but I really am actively taking in what you're saying, and I'm going to apply this.
Okay.
Your ideas.
Okay.
Whether I agree, whether I'm going to challenge them, some of them at least.
Of course.
Some of them I flat out agree with. Some of them like, I'm not sure about that.
Of course.
But at the same, it's not that I disagree with anything that you're saying. Some of it I question. Other I agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like if you notice, I haven't challenged you on everything you said tonight.
Okay.
If you notice,
some
stuff you said, there's a lot of things you said tonight I haven't challenged because I'm like, he's got a point. He's got a point. That. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? So what is it? It is up to us to have conversations like this and study on our own and grow and learn on our own and share ideas.
Agree.
And like I said, and at the same time, people look at me like I'm wrong for my approach, but I'm like, I don't see the problem with having fun with it. We're just having fun.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I want to say this because see, like sometimes our people will look for ways to justify not seeking this information on their own. Right? They'll say, "Oh, I saw this preacher do this. Therefore, I'm just not going to read the Bible because I saw this person do this." Right? And to me, that what you're doing is giving yourself a death sentence.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? I'm going to die right away? No, you're not going to die right away. You spiritually, you will, because your spirit is given up on connecting to the God. Right? So you're going to spiritually die, and that's going to lead to you. Our spirit is what motivates us. Our spirit drives us. Our spirit, right? When you think you love your wife, I love my wife, but I love my wife in spirit. We are one in spirit. She's not a male. I mean, she's not a female. I'm not a male. We're in spirit. Spiritually, we're connected. That's our spirits, right? But if my spirit is low, then I'm not going to put as much into trying to fight to keep the relationship going, fight to keep the relationship alive, the date nights and everything else. I'm not going to do that, right? Because of my spirit. So that's why I think we ought to protect our spirit very much, because our spirit can get contaminated in a world like this. Our spirit can get contaminated, and we can say things like, for example, you saying things, you just being funny. I know you, Mandrell, you just being funny. But I'm saying some people might hear it and say, you know what, Mandrell said that, because I believe in Mandrell. Mandrell's a good dude. So if he said that, then I know not to even, don't even open up a Bible, and they might take off years of their life because they just won't even just try to get the information. I'm not saying that everybody reads the Bible is going to be a Christian or Muslim or Jew or whatever, but at least they should learn from themselves. They should read it for themselves, and then they should decide for themselves, hey, this makes no sense. But to listen to other people and have other people do that, to me, that's out of pocket.
Can I make a comment towards that?
Huh?
Can I make a comment towards that?
Oh, go ahead.
I think when it comes to religion, a few things, right? To be honest with you, to me, I think the most important thing is the two things. Number one, people should have a choice to choose whatever religion they want to have. You know what I mean? They have the right to be Islamic, Christianity, you know, because you're in the Nation of Islam, right, Clarence?
Absolutely.
Yes. But see, some of the Sunnis would say, well, you're in the wrong thing because you're not Sunni.
Absolutely.
But I believe you have the right to be in the NOI if you want to be. And I believe that if someone wants to be a Christian and go to church every day, I believe they should have the right to do that.
Absolutely.
And I believe if someone wants to be an atheist and they don't believe in God, they should have the right to do that as well.
Absolutely.
So the first thing I think in the Black community we need to focus on is religious tolerance is step number one. So that's what I believe in, you know, more importantly than any viewpoint. And also,
let me throw this in there real quick, Diamond, and I'm gonna let you finish.
Sir.
Okay. My personal thing, I can't make everybody do it, but my personal thing is I would rather you be a educated atheist where you have looked at all these scriptures and you said to yourself, hey, I just don't agree with this. But I know what I'm talking about. I can have a conversation, right? The atheists that we feel like, well, maybe you should get educated before you ask these questions, or before you so strongly hold a position that you haven't even studied for yourself on your own. That's the part I'm like, how can you protect a position that you haven't even studied on your own? That's like, hey, I never been to China, but I'm gonna say, yeah, I know if you can get the best popcorn in China. How do I know? Because I heard some other dudes say that. I don't know that, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's better to be educated, you know, and be an educated atheist, in my opinion. All right.
Right, that's very true. You know, you should take the time to study something. And when I get done with the Bible, I am gonna read the Quran. You know what I mean? But I have been watching videos about the Quran and the Bible, and I've been reading, and you know, I've been seeing the contradictions in both. But all religions are like that, because in India, they have a thing where they believe in Hinduism, but they believe in a thing called untouchable, where they treat people like trash because of the caste system. So to me, it's all. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I just see it all as, you know, fairy tales. My personal opinion.
You're gonna see stuff like that reflected in the Bible, in the Quran, because that's what the culture was at that time.
Yeah,
so,
yes, but okay.
So listen. To relate those principles to the people, they have to relate it to the life they are currently living, right? You can't go to them and say, yeah, boot up your computer. Back then, they wouldn't understand.
Right. Well, then
like what?
God got to make another trip, come back, because everything's getting ready to change. But at the end of the day, what I want to say, Clarence, is interesting is I just wanted to say religious tolerance is important, because a lot of people, I'm telling you, Black atheism and Black people, the Black church is getting ready to collapse. People are not going to go to church. I can tell you that right now.
Wait, hold on. Getting ready to. It's collapsed. It's over.
Yeah, it's already collapsed.
The Black church.
Okay. Well, my bad. Well, okay, I'm okay. I'll give you that, because I'm not.
Structure, you know, the belief in God in the Christian sense is not collapsed, but the structure of going to church on Sunday and all that structure, yeah, that is totally collapsed.
Now here's something else I want people to understand. We want to look at every religion and how we can use it to empower Black people. You know what I'm saying? So my whole thing is, I don't have a problem with any religion, because here's the thing. If you get out of prison and you join the Nation of Islam, because a lot of people who have been ex-offenders joining this in the Nation of Islam, get married. Some of them open up businesses and become productive. So that's a good thing. If Islam and the Nation of Islam can do that for people, then that's what we need, right?
Right.
And here's the thing: if the church can take people and cause them to become successful business owners and then encourage them to do so, then that's something that's good for us. So I don't look at it from a viewpoint of what people believe and all that. I look at it, how can it be used to empower our people? Because now my issue a lot of times with Americanized Christianity that the African Americans have been taught is, number one, it discourages defending yourself. It discourages the idea of standing up for you.
When?
Hold on. I'm not saying the Bible. I'm saying the black church teaches black people not to stand up for themselves. Love your enemies.
Yeah.
Love your enemies. We should hold on. Love your enemies. When the Klan was attacking and unaliving our people, raping our women, even after slavery, we were told, don't be violent, to defend yourself. Pray. We were told that. I've been told it myself in the church. I've seen it so many times. Vengeance is mine, save the Lord, and all this other nonsense, right? So the point that I'm saying is,
some churches was teaching that.
You're right. Some churches. I'm okay. Some churches. But the point that I'm getting at is, it's about, can the religion be used to empower or disempower? Because any religion or even atheism can be used to disempower or empower. So I'm not looking at it from what religion people should be or which God is real, because we could debate that all day. The Muslims will tell you that, hey, if you're not down with the deen, you're going to hell. The Christians will tell you that the Muslims is going to hell. I've heard it all. The Jews will tell you that Muslims and the Christians are going to hell.
And they all serve the same God, literally.
Right. But the point I'm getting at is
just in a different way.
Right. But to me, none of that really even matters. What matters to me as a black person is, how can these religions be used to empower and strengthen our people?
Agreed.
So that's the main thing I focus on. So I don't tell anybody, listen, don't be religious, don't go to church, don't go to the mosque, don't join what's going to empower people. So that's the second thing I'll say.
Okay.
I gotta drop down and take care of some business real quick. Okay. But what I wanted to say, my brother, is listen, man, like I didn't want to come on this live stream and really make things difficult by just saying certain things.
Yes, you did.
You know what, Emmy, you caught me. I was just trying to I just wanted to give Clarence a hard time. But on a serious tip, I want to leave everybody with this, man. I wish Bolo was still here, because at the end of the day, I just want everybody to understand that the biggest important thing is we have to have ideology and religious tolerance. Because here's the thing: in the conscious community, there's Moors, there's Nuwapians, there's Muslims, there's Nation of Islam, there's people that follow Marcus Garvey, there's the new Black Panther Party, there's Osar set, they believe in something that's kind of like Egyptian. There's the Bays, there's Black Israelites, and most of them think that their way is the only way, and they have a disdain and disrespect for those who disagree. 5%ers, or Nation of Gods and Earth, they call themselves now. And the biggest problem I see with people who claim to be enlightened, if I'm a Nuwapian and you're a Moor, we can say, okay, we disagree on the belief system, but we don't need to think that we're better than one another. So my problem comes down to
Bolo.
What's up, Bolo? But I'm glad you're back, brother.
Hey, Diamond. You said God ain't real, right? You wished it, and here it is.
Oh, here we go, Clarence. Here we go, man. Here we go. Listen. I'm not even going to go there, because I'm not talking about that right now. No, I'm not even going to go there right now. Listen. What I'm saying at the end of the day is, the thing I want to leave everybody with, and I'm glad you're back, Bolo. But what I want to leave people with is, listen. There's all these different groups that I named. Some people believe in the Egyptian God. Some people believe in Allah. Some people believe in no God at all. Some people believe in Christ.
Wait,
and
Allah,
Jesus.
Allah is the same God as the Jews and the Christians.
I know, but listen, I understand that. I do have that thing, but there are some people who think that that is not the same God. Some people do not think it's the same God. So I'm not trying to even. I'm not even trying to go there.
Yeah,
Right, okay, I'm not. Listen. I'm not trying to even go. I'm not even trying to go there. What I'm trying to go with it. What I'm trying to go with it.
I don't have much. Let me just say this. First of all, Mandela is wrong. And again, yes, you are. Again, what I'm going to
say is Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians worship the same God, literally.
No, just because you call them the same,
just in a different way.
Just because you call him the same name, don't mean that he's that same God.
He's the same God. You have different judgments.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to drop down real quick.
Yeah, he's right.
At the end of the day, listen, man, I just want everybody to know that I just want everybody to know that at the end of the day, that to me, none of that really, really matters. To me, what matters to me is that we have all these different ideologies, we have all these different viewpoints, but we have to still find a way to be able to work together. And I've seen these different viewpoints cause Black people not to want to work, and I've seen them cause them to want to disrespect each other. So what I'm saying is if a person's a 5%er, I don't agree with their belief system, but I have to respect that person who's a 5%er. That person who's a Moor, I don't agree with what the Moors say. But I have to, but if he or she's a good person, I have to find a way to make sure I respect them so we can work together. So at the end of the day, hold on, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm at work right now,
Diamond, it's only a 12-hour show, man. I mean, you got to wrap it up.
I am gonna wrap it up because I'm getting ready to drop. But what I want to say is listen. At the end of the day, we have to find a way to be able to work together no matter what we believe or don't believe. And we shouldn't put each other down because people believe differently, because there's a million different beliefs out here, and everybody's not going to believe the same thing. And even if we're in the same religion, we can still disagree on how things can be interpreted.
Agreed.
So that's what I wanted to say. And I got love for all of y'all. And I thank you. And Bolo, I'm going to be calling you in probably about a couple weeks because Clarence made me promise to call you, man.
Right.
But don't try to convert me because it ain't going to happen, brother.
I don't think he will.
He will. Yeah, he will. He's going to try. He's going to try.
Well, that's fine. I understand because
take it from me.
I understand, but respectfully, but all jokes aside, I know I'm up here running my mouth, taking a lot of time, but I just want to say at the end of the day, we have to all find a way to work together. So I love y'all.
Okay.
Everybody say.
Love you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, that was our brother Diamond Axe, man, and I'm gonna pull him down, man. Good brother.
Diamond is the long stroker.
What? Man. Speak on it, brother. Golly.
He beats that.
Yeah, I was ready to go to sleep.
Right,
yeah,
crap.
We were supposed to be finished 2.5 hours.
One thing is, I'm about to say, brother Clarence. I want to say, brother Clarence, I enjoy your content. I do enjoy being on your panels. I ain't gonna be up here no 4 hours, man. Come on,
man. I got you. I wasn't either, but the plan wasn't. The plan wasn't that, man. But I saw one of Bolo's what do you call it? What are those things, man? The lifesaver go out, man. I had to stop the show. I had to stop what I was about to do, man. He threw the lifesaver out there. So if my brother throws that lifever, I'm gonna be pulling with him.
I enjoy your content, brother Clarence. I do. I watch you regularly. I do. I may not put that in the comments, but I do watch or listen to, or I'm listening to you. I do enjoy I actually enjoy watching your content. I think that's a big thing for. Taking it as a big thing because I don't enjoy 99.9% of the bullshit I see here on YouTube. I don't like it. You know, I'll have Bolo stuff on. You know what I'm saying? He has no clue I'm watching or listening. No clue, but I am. He knows I watch his content. Shout out to him. He's right here. He knows I watch his content. He knows it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to tell him anything. Because he can call me up and say, hey, Ventrell, you saw my show Tuesday? I'm like, yeah. What you think? We'll have a discussion about that. You know what I'm saying? He just called me up on the phone. He can just call me up on the phone and ask me about a show he saw. He did that week. period. And we'll have a conversation about it because I watch his stuff just that regularly. And you're one of those shows I actually do. Are you and the Seds? He said, Mr. She said. I watch theirs. Arshawn.
Yeah, critically drinking.
Arshawn. I watch his critically drinking. Yellow Pill on
too.
He's on Twitch though. But I still check him out and give him support. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Big Picture is a good channel too.
Huh?
The Big Picture is a good
It
channel.
is, isn't it? Isn't it, Anae? And listen, and we got the Big Picture has new episodes coming up very soon. Mandrell and Shushu has a new episode coming up very soon as well on the Black Men Unfiltered Network. You know what I'm saying? My sister and I are working on that. We got really, really busy, oddly enough, at the same exact time, doing two completely different things. But we got it's like stuff fell in our lap at the same time. And it was like, holy shit. Huh? What's up?
We gotta move the ball, man. We gotta move the ball. I appreciate.
Why?
Yes, we do.
Yes, no one else here is as important than me.
No one else is as interesting as you. I know, man, Drill, but still, just for the principle, we're gonna move the ball around.
I got you, but to the chat, Lady Navoa, behave.
All right, so we got Black Man Unfiltered just came up, so we're gonna let him get some opening remarks. Then I gotta go to Trey, man. Trey been sitting there for a long time, man.
He has. Respectfully.
I know he's ordering pizza, talking to his wife. I don't know what he's doing over there, man.
Yeah, he's probably watching
knowledge to drop, man.
He's probably watching Netflix while we're up here running our mouths.
Yeah, well, you and Diamond, man. Right. All right, and then I gotta let Bolo rock because Bolo. You got a minute? Because I gotta let BMU rock, and then.
I'll do your thing, man. I'm gonna bounce out. Y'all do your thing. I'm gonna bounce out.
Okay. All right,
do that thing. I'm gonna bounce out. Run, Bolo, run again.
All right, let me shout to Bolo. All right, let me let Black Man Unfiltered. Why don't you go ahead and give us some opening remarks, brother?
All right, good evening, everyone. I was sitting here watching this Green Bay 49er game and listening to the show as well.
I thought you were going to watch good teams.
Mandrell.
And I was listening to Long-Winded Willie. And I found out something a long time ago. Those who talk the longest are trying to figure out what they need to talk about or what they want to talk about. I disagree with him on a lot of things. I wish he was still here. No, I don't. Yes, I do. In a way that somewhat.
Kinda, right? Kinda.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. So we could discuss the matter. But yeah, he just, I think that I think sometimes people learn how not to be qualified to talk about certain things. Like, for instance, just an example. I cannot get up here and say, I know how it is to have labor pains and to have children and to go through that pain of bearing children. I can't do a stream and have the title be women don't need to be crying over labor pains. And I think some people are just not qualified. I wish Bolo was still here so he can say something about this as well. It's not qualified to talk about religion, period. I think that people who are just unqualified to talk about it, and you are very influential to people who don't believe in it. People are unbelievers. And when you get to talking, you could say certain things and do certain things and sway people to do things that they wouldn't normally do if they got the right person to talk about it. So I think that we have to be qualified. I think there should be a qualifying, and I think people should hold people accountable when it comes to certain things like that. Serious things like that, religion, childbearing, stuff like that. I think that, it should be the person who's qualified to have the conversation.
All right. Good opening remarks. Brother Trey, you've been over there quiet for a while, man. Come on. How come you ain't been talking? No, I'm just saying. All right, so, you've been over there for a while, man, sitting and chilling. And then we're going to get to Sister Annie, and then we get back around the car, go back around. Because I have a question. Matter of fact, I have a question. Well, I'm going to let you say something, Trey, and then I have a question. And I don't know if Sister Annie answered it, but Mandrell, BMU, and Trey did not answer this question. So I'm going to ask you guys a question.
Right. I mean, like like I said, this is a rabbit hole question. You know, you probably get hundreds of different views just based on it. But I believe just based on the question in my life, I don't think it's been a mistake. Everything has been a part of my life. You know, that's been a part of me being a human. We all have different stories on what has helped us overcome certain things and what our pitfalls were, what are things that we did to help other people, and you know, fall short of sometimes. You know, that's the beauty of it to me. So I don't think it's a mistake for any of us to even be in this space right now. So you know, it's just hard to say for somebody else, yeah. But even whatever happens in my life, you know, I'm still going to believe that my belief in my faith, my God, my cousin Jesus, that I can still overcome until the day I die, despite whatever it is. You know, that's going to keep me motivated, and and that also will keep my children motivated because, you know, I have to inspire them to be great also, despite of. We all do that now today. So it's a scary question because you'll probably get 15,000 different answers if we had 15,000 people. So that's all.
Wait till I ask you guys the next question. Ouch. Okay,
Okay.
Sister Annie, do you have anything to throw in there before I ask the group the question?
No, I'm ready for the question.
Okay.
See?
The question is, what is devil? What is devil?
That's a very subjective question.
Can be.
Yeah, it's very subjective. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like I said, when I read the Bible and what made me start asking questions at such a very young age, I was a boy. I wasn't even 10 yet. And I had adult level questions, you know, about what I was reading in the Bible, you know, and I had adults who couldn't give me answers. Okay. You know what I mean? Because they were most people when it comes to religion. Again, I have a person. I say this again officially. Okay. I have a very strong personal relationship with God.
Okay.
That's when I knew that religion wasn't for me. I didn't accept this fact until I was a full-grown man. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm a born and raised Christian. I am. I still believe in the Christian God. Okay. Still follow him. Everything. You know what I mean? Still worship him. Still pray. The whole 9 yards. However, I lead and live by my personal relationship with him. That's why I seem so out of the box to everyone else. And everyone is so quick to say that I'm wrong because you're taught and conditioned to believe in God and worship God and follow God and operate with God in a very streamlined way. You're not taught to have your own relationship with him in church. You're not. They mention it.
I ain't gonna say that, man.
And here's the thing. No, they mention it, black man. Here's the thing. They mention it in church. They mention it. But is anyone actually teaching you how to do that?
Absolutely.
You know, no, you learn how to do that on your own. I guarantee it. I'll bet you $100,000 right now. And I got it to blow. I'll bet you $100,000. You learn how to do that on your own. No one taught you how to do it because no one can. No one can teach you how to do that. You have to discover how to do it on your own. But the key is you have to be willing to. You have to let go. And that is super hard to do when you've been dealing with something and indoctrinated in something from birth. It is super hard to do. That's why so few people have a personal relationship with God. Most people have a very streamlined thing. Most people in Christianity believe the same thing. How can you when it's a personal relationship? He can't communicate with everyone in the same way. He cannot. Brother Clarence is a completely different human than I am. So is Nate and Trey and you. He can't communicate with us in the same way. We have different life experiences. The whole 9 yards. He has to communicate with every individual person in a completely different fashion, to connect with us in a completely different fashion. No one can teach that. It's not possible.
But my question was about.
And here's the thing. My thing is this: no one's pushing it. Now the devil. Come to the devil. For me, that depends. I have seen the devil's face full on. and it's called the human condition. It is. The devil is a metaphor for humanity. The ugly part of it. As ugly as it can get. Because holy shit, can we be ugly and evil? It's been a long time since I've seen genuine evil, but I've seen genuine evil.
Are you saying the negative I'm just trying to make sure I understand your response. You're saying that what you've seen in humans, the extreme of what humans can do, like just like maybe like in war, or just some of the negative things that that people can do, that's what you're saying you see as what the devil is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. The whole thing about him being cast out of heaven, I think all of that is a metaphor for the human condition. I really do. I'm not saying Satan doesn't exist. I'm not saying Lucifer and Satan, the whole thing. I'm not saying any of that didn't happen. I'm not saying that. So please, people, don't mischaracterize what I'm saying. Don't misunderstand me. That very well possibly did happen. Who am I to say it didn't? However, I've seen the devil in humanity.
Okay.
I've also seen the God in humanity. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what makes us.
I'm looking for your definition because I got to move on, man.
Okay, my definition of the devil,
right? Yes.
Okay.
Your personal. You don't have to have it like you just your personal. What you personally think the devil is.
Gotcha. I think the devil is a being of absolute selfishness.
Okay.
Absolute selfishness. He is a being of absolute selfishness. That means self-pleasure, self-gratification, the whole nine yards. It is not about anyone else except the individual.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I think the devil is, and the devil lives in everyone, every human at least.
Definitely influences everybody. I would say that. Okay, thank you, brother, for that, man.
You ain't been in the right situation, brother Clarence, because I mean, the devil will come one day. Like I hope it never comes, but the devil can come out in you too.
No. I'm not saying that we can't do. Listen, brother, I've explained this on many podcasts where we all have the potential to do lots of good. We also have the potential to do lots of evil. I told you that I explained that the universe is built on a duality, right?
Yeah, that's the balance. That's the balance,
right? So you can't have life without having death here as well.
Yep. Light without dark, substance without oblivion, form without chaos.
Because the whole universe is built on the atom, and the atom has an electron, which has a negative charge, and a proton which has a positive charge. The whole universe is built on that system. That's why when you go out to your car, you have a battery, and the battery has a positive charge and a negative pole.
Hey,
right?
Here's another one, brother Clarence. Have you ever noticed that everything's made of atoms, but atoms are made of the same thing? All atoms made of the same thing. So why does one group of atoms make an apple and another group of atoms makes a pencil? Intentions.
Intention. Well, see, that's the thing. It depends on how they're structured. Just like anything, right?
No. It's not how they're structured. Atoms are atoms. They don't change. They're just what they are.
Yes,
they are atoms. What makes an atom form one thing and not another, from what I gather, is intention. And that's one thing that's overlooked. Intention. The why. Everyone overlooks the why. The intention of a thing.
Okay, put a pin
Does
in
the
that.
why make the structure though?
Yeah.
Okay.
It governs it. It governs it.
Same thing, maybe. Okay.
Let's put a pin in that because we got to move around, Mandro. Got to move around. Everybody is not like you sitting and eating, right? Some of us have been sitting here for 7, 8 hours. Right?
I'm not even gonna bullshit you. I'm eating and drinking.
I can tell you drinking.
Right now, dude.
I can definitely tell you drinking. That for sure, right? I've seen enough of Rico to know when somebody's drinking. All right, let's go to Sister Ine. Sister Ine, what is devil?
I believe that he is a deceiver. I think I did answer it earlier, but like
you did. Huh?
I feel like no, I'm just saying. I just want to make sure I say it while they're here. I may say something different than I said earlier, but I believe that we sometimes give the devil, I think the word I want to use is credit, but credit for some things, and it's not him. You know, why didn't I get a job? Oh, Satan after me. He won't let me get the job. So it could just be that you just weren't qualified. So sometimes we're giving him credit for stuff, and we are crediting God for some things that is of the devil. So I think that he's a deceiver.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree with that. Black Man Unfiltered. What is devil? Don't go nowhere, Trey, because I'm coming to you next.
Yeah, the devil is an entity who is smart enough to play tricks to the point where the biggest thing that he ever did was to convince people he did not exist, and then he existed all along. The devil is someone who is in the frequency of this world. He's in the minds of the most vulnerable people. I think the devil, he dances in vulnerability, and he embraces how can I say it, frequencies. You ever catch yourself listening to me the other day? Let me tell you what happened to me. The other day, I was listening to a song, and my son was in the car. I came on satellite radio, and I'm in there bumping my head. I'm just, man, I like that. Then all of a sudden, it was a song about devil worship. And I said, what the hell? The frequency of the music got you, right? But when you're connected, you start discerning like, whoa, wait, whoa. Then you have to turn it. So that's the devil to me. He's in the frequency and he's in the vulnerability of everybody who's wrong.
But that only works on simpletons.
No. It's some things you could, Mandra, I've been sitting there working. I've heard people say, I'm gonna celebrate this because I'm just gonna do it because I'm gonna have fun with my life. And then you break it down to them and it changes their whole perception of what they believe. Some people are very ignorant.
But I'm about to say that's ignorance, though. That's different.
Yeah, but not intentionally ignorant. But yeah,
this is why you and I've talked in private countless times. This is why I tell you I was born different, because things like that, I do know music has a huge influence on the human condition.
Right.
Period. Doesn't matter your background. Doesn't matter your culture. Every culture has their own music. Music has a huge influence on people, but it never influenced me. Like it was just kind of like nothing. And I always wondered, and it bothered me, black man, that I was like, yeah, I don't have the same thing as everyone else when it comes to this kind of stuff.
It probably because you have the rhythm.
I have rhythm, I think, but
all right, we got to move the ball to Trey. But I'm going to say this about the music situation, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that we should watch the kind of music that we listen to.
Yeah, but he was a pedophile, so I don't listen to him.
Let me finish. He said we should watch the kind of music we listen to. Because he called it mass hypnosis. He called the music that we listen to now mass hypnosis, where you can get lots of groups of people to be move on just desire as opposed to their common sense and their righteousness. They're gonna move on just desire, right? You get enough women in a room shaking their butts, then you're gonna have men coming into that room, and they ain't coming in that room to lay hands on them to save them, right? Right. So
you know what, brother Clarence? I heard Denzel Washington say something. They said, Denzel, do you go to parties in Hollywood? He said, absolutely. They said, really? Have you ever seen anything strange? He said, no, I always leave 30 minutes before the devil gets there.
He shows up. Denzel, he's right about that. Denzel says he shows up early and he leaves early.
Yep, right.
He shows up early and he leaves early. Like before the crazy stuff happens, he's out.
Maybe the rest of us should take a hint from that. Maybe we should take a hint from that.
I agree.
Okay, now we're gonna go over to Trey. Trey, what is devil? Because I got another question for y'all, and then we're gonna get out of here. What is a devil?
To me, what I've experienced in the devil, it's all intentional. It's an intentional evil intent. We just spoke on the music. These rappers are not rapping this music because they want to. They're being told to do it. They're being forced to do it. Their lives are put on the line to do it. So there's an intent, and there's the devil acting in that space. I don't think we are naturally, I don't think that's who we are as a people. I just think that we've been conditioned and intentionally driven to sort of be in that spirit. I watch us around every other race, and we're just as nice as we can be. But then when we start implementing those same beliefs on ourselves, that's where we fall short, because we come from a judgmental lens instead of, an unbiased lens. So I don't know. The devil's in many forms in the human mind, and it seems to happen when most people have. So it's the intention of someone's actions towards somebody. It's all devil to me, because some things we do to each other we don't have to do. We just have that evil intent going into the whole process, thinking about it, acting on it, and then try to deceive our way out of it. Like nothing ever happens. I've seen it in many forms, young and old.
So, but Trey, I don't know if you gave me a specific, concept of what.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes from the human form to me. It all comes from the human form. I've never seen the devil be a bridge. So it's always just the intent of what the individual person is. I can't identify a person. I can't say, oh, this person is the devil. I'm just going to look at their intent as it pertains to other men or women.
Okay.
And you know what? If I may, for just 15 seconds here. Even when I talk about the music, I even talk about alcohol as well. I think even when you go to a store, it doesn't say alcohol on the sign. It says a spirit. Yeah. It doesn't say alcohol
wait,
on
hold
the
on.
sign.
I just got done.
It says hold on. It says a spirit. It's a spirit. And the Bible says men should not become drunken with wine, right? Because of what the effects.
Okay, cool.
Of
this
that,
ain't wine. This is whiskey.
Or no, but meaning that as well. That means when you take so much of that in, you no longer be. The Bible speaks of you should not take enough where you're no longer yourself. You become something else.
Right.
Oh, I haven't done that. I don't do that.
The key word is drunken.
Drunken. There you
go.
go.
That's the key word.
You can drink. Yeah, it's okay to drink. Right. It's okay to drink, but you can't get drunk.
You should not get drunken.
Yeah.
Right? You should not be drunk.
Exactly.
And the Quran says the same thing. You don't want to exceed the limits.
Right.
Quran talks about exceeding the limits a lot of
Brother
things.
Clarence, I got a Quran right now. I can walk right now and get my birth certificate, my social security number, a Quran, a Bible, and the tenets of Buddhism. Okay.
Yes,
now Buddha was never a god. He never claimed to be. You know what I'm saying? There's just a bunch of philosophies about life and principles and things of that sort.
But he was worshipped. He was worshipped.
He never asked for that. He never wanted it. In fact, he spoke out against it. He would not allow people to. He would not. The thing is, but man, that's a man-made thing as far as worshiping him or praying to him. He actively told people all the time, do not do that. I'm just a man, just like you. You know what I'm saying? But he said he's no deity. It's actively in the tenets of Buddhism. He's no deity. He says it full-throated. No mistakes about it. Now, the Quran and the Bible, I do enjoy those texts. The King James Version, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm really not. The Quran, I am a huge fan of. Huge fan of the Quran. I think that Black people in America will be a lot better if we follow the Quran as opposed to the King James Bible. I think we benefit a lot more. The Quran has
but there are so many similarities.
Here's the thing. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that, brother, big man. There are so many similarities between the two. However, here's what the Quran preaches and Muslims stick to. You have Muslims. You talked earlier about Muslims who believe they take a different route with Islam.
Absolutely.
However, the principles and the morality of Islam does not change regardless of what sect you belong to. They all have their principles, the same principles. They all have the same standards. Supposed to. Now, you got places like Saudi Arabia who take it to the extreme. They still do the ancient thing. They still follow the ancient ways where they'll stone people to death. They'll even stone women. I've had to sit there and watch that happen in real time and in real life. I've actually watched a woman get stoned to death. It was not pleasant. Okay. This is why I say the devil is in people. It's in the human condition. You know what I'm saying? I've seen human beings do some evil shit. And I've even been tagged for insubordination and went to a military tribunal for insubordination for preventing evil from happening. I couldn't stand there and watch it. You out of your fucking mind that I'm here and watching this is going on. I'm not leaving with this happening. I can't do that.
You know what's crazy though?
Like I said, I got court martial for it and got demoted, but I didn't care. I mean, I feel
you know what's crazy?
good about it.
What's crazy though, and yeah, a lot of people believe so much. More people believe in the power of evil than they believe in the power of God.
Absolutely, dude.
That's amazing to me.
It's because they believe the ends justify the means, and that's not the case, black man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
It's very selfish. You feel me?
Mandrell, may I ask you something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, sweetheart.
Mandrell, you said that you believe that people would benefit more being a Muslim or reading the Quran. Is that what you're saying? Why? And would you recommend that a person that's a Christian, even if they weren't trying to shift their faith, that they read it just to understand?
I would recommend that they read it and the reason why is because the standards and principles there are hardwired in the faith. You can veer off into other places and make it personal in other things, in other aspects of it, but the principles of Islam do not change regardless of what sect of Islam you're in. The principles and standards are all the same. Now, Brother Clarence says it's supposed to. That's true because you got some people who try to veer off with the standards and principles. It does not work. It does not work on a global scale. Globally, I've met Muslims from Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Sudan, Morocco, all over the Middle East, and in Malaysia, even America, South America. Their principles are all the same. There are some rules about Islam that they do not change. Only in America do they try to change those things. Only in America. What I'm saying is, from my experience, Brother Clarence, I'm speaking. It's anecdotal.
Way of putting it.
Yeah, it's anecdotal. From my experience, I've only noticed in America that is where they try to change those basic standards. Like, here are the rules, right? We all follow these, period, regardless of what we think about anything else of it. These rules here do not change regardless. And I thought that was such a beautiful thing. Such a beautiful thing because they take that is their culture, the standards and principles of Islam. Christianity doesn't have that. Some parts of Christianity, it's okay to drink. Others, it's not. The one I grew up in, it's not okay to drink at all. No alcohol at all, period. No pork, period. You do not eat it. Others, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
But Islam, not the way, the standards are the standards. That's it. Everything else is philosophy.
Brother Clarence and Bolo, and Black Man, I think Trey, you read the word too, but is that like, would y'all say that kind of relates to 1 Corinthians 9, where it talks about, I think it said, well, I'm looking at the scripture, but I'm not reading the whole verse, but it says, to the Jews, Paul said this, I think, to the Jews, I became like a Jew to win the Jews. Would that be kind of like,
I became all things to save some, right?
To save some. Yeah. So would you say that that's similar to that scripture?
What's similar?
Like what Mandrell is saying, like to go and to read and to understand another faith.
I would definitely say that just getting the information, whether you're going to say, well, I'm a Christian, I want to be a Muslim, or vice versa, right? Just getting the information give you a better opportunity to move forward, in my opinion, right? I don't, because you guys know how I feel about the people's personal relationship with God. That's something you have to decide. I can't tell you, hey, you should be a Muslim, you should be a Christian, you should be a Jew. That's not something I can do. What I can do is say, you need to develop that relationship. Now that I can do. And I could say, hey, you can. There's many different ways to get that information. You need to go check it out. But I can't say to you, hey, this religion is wrong, because some religions have saved people. I can't like that's to be like me say, hey, don't be a Christian, right? And here Christianity has saved thousands of people. But Clarence, a lot of people have been hurt behind it too. Yeah, that's true. But a lot of people have been saved too. Same thing with Islam. Same thing with Judaism. Depends on your background and origin and experiences, which thing you're going to vibe with the most, right? You will have the discipline level to deal with the most, right? Mm-hmm. So I can't say you were wrong, because you looking for God. You want God. You just may only have a level of being able to endurance to deal with a certain level of what do you call it? Not hardship, but a certain level of discipline to deal with, to follow the rules of the methodology. So that's why I say you should just read to just get information, and then you can make the best decision for you, because it's going to be a personal decision for you. What religion you follow, what methodology you follow.
And you know what?
I agree wholeheartedly.
Now, I think that, I'm a believer. I used to listen to my grandfather speak a lot. He used to say, if you don't make yourself aware of everything that's around you, you will forever remain ignorant. Yeah. And I think that reflects that scripture, what you just said, become all things to save some. How can I go into somebody and sit with somebody and convince somebody, or not unconvince them, just not even trying to convince them, but to show them by the way I move, the way I talk, the way I do things. If I don't know what that faith is, if I don't know who the devil is, how can I recognize the situation? If I don't know what these people believe, how can I recognize? You have to be able to relate to people, and you have to be able to meet people where they are. And in order to meet people where they are, you have to study and show yourself approved by going and reading some of the Quran, reading the Bible, knowing different things. So when you sit down with people, you don't meet strangers, but you're able to have a conversation, a dialogue with them that can draw them closer in and closer to you.
Very well said. That's very well said.
All right, it's on you, Trey and Bolo, whichever one of y'all want to start.
I totally agree with what I've heard. All of what I've just heard, I can't even really add too much to that, because you have to be able to study in the language to be able to move as those individuals move. You see it in social studies all the time. When you're in Rome, do what Romans do. When we're in America, we take on what America has to offer. When you go to Saudi Arabia, you better move like a Saudi Arabian. Respect those readings, respect those teachings. So, yeah, I agree with all that.
Brother Bolo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you. I agree with Trey. Bolo, you come back for another ass whooping? Black man, you should have seen it. It was beautiful. I whooped Bolo's ass.
I think that spirit is starting to light up in you, Andrew.
Yeah, man. I think he's at Rico's house. They're both sitting at Rico's house right now.
Shut up, black man. Start giving people ideas. You're going to think I'm a nice guy or something. I'm a nice guy or something. Shut up.
I agree with what everyone said. There's a scripture, Proverbs 4:23. It says, "Get knowledge, get wisdom, but with all I get understanding." Mm-hmm. Again, everyone has knowledge, everyone has wisdom. And the understanding that God is talking about is the application of such wisdom and knowledge. And the way you're able to gain understanding is to be well versed. You have to be well versed to go into this world to be able to administer the gospel in a way that your audience can receive it. Right? The Lord said, listen to your crowd so that you know how to respond and you know how to answer. So if you're not well versed and you're not well understood with different types of religions, different types of texts, it's going to be hard to bring that gospel to them in a way that they can understand. Teachers just don't learn one curriculum. They learn different types of curriculum so that they're able to reach children where they are, like Black Man said. Now, here's the thing that, that how the spirit moves. When Black Man brings up music, and, music is a special thing because, again, Mandrell says everything that penetrates the soul needs permission. How many times has someone hummed a song that you paid no attention to, and later that day you're humming it too.
Come on, Bolo.
Here's the thing.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on,
your
let me
participation
finish. Hold on,
is the
brother.
invitation.
Hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead.
Hold
my
on,
G.
Trail.
Hold on. You triggered tonight. I'm not trying to trigger you.
I'm ready for you, Bolo. I'm ready for you. I've been training, Bolo. I've been training. I'm ready.
The point of understanding music is it changes the vibe. Music is everywhere. There's no place that music is not. It's in prisons. It's in movies. It's everywhere. It plays the background to the scenario of our lives. And we have to understand, even when you're driving, when you want to stay up, what do? You'll play hip hop, you'll play rock, or you'll play something that stirs your mind and stirs your spirit in a way where you can stay up. When you want to talk to that woman and you want to set the mode, what do? You throw some Luther Vandross. You don't have to say it. The ambiance allows you to understand what's going on. So music is the only thing that does not need permission to penetrate your spirit. So this is why we should be mindful, because here's a lot of the things. A lot of the times our mind, our subconscious takes in things that our conscious don't understand. And when you look at what man does, they take the creations of God and apply it in a carnal lifestyle, right? Meaning you'll take a cell phone, right? The cell phone will take an update. For that update to be applied to the phone, it has to go to sleep. And then when it wakes, that update is applied. How do you think they get that? These things happen to you subconsciously. When you go to sleep, it's uploaded to you, and this is what you do the next morning. We have to understand that this thing goes deeper, so much deeper than we're actually willing to deep dive into. This is why we say humility is important, so that you can be open and have access to everything you need to have access to in the Father. Because here's the thing, what stifles your spirit is your ego. And the Lord is not going to give you something and change the trajectory in which you need to go in, because the one thing that he's always going to want you to be is humble. That's what he's going to want you to be. It doesn't matter how much knowledge you know. That kid in Karate Kid took that one kick from the first movie to the 10th movie. Why? Because that's what he knew. It's not how many scriptures you know. It's how humble you are when it comes to the Father and the relationship that you have with him.
All right, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. Now, I got another question for y'all. Now, Bolo and I think Ane, both of you guys have answered this question, but I'm going to leave.
Like this time I'm dropping and I'm gone for good, man.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Bolo's gonna hear something else I say. He's gonna come back. He's gonna come back.
Leave me alone, black man. What's going on, baby?
Man, Bolo, my guy.
My G. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. Love you, bro.
All right, Bolo.
All right, let's have you three answer this question. And if I don't know, I'll see how I feel. I might ask you a third question, but right now I'm gonna answer the question. You answered what is devil or what is sin? Trey, did you answer this question?
Okay.
No, you didn't answer this question. Okay. What is sin?
I'll go first. I think sin is anything that defies humility or defies goodness. And I know there has to be some context to that, so I'll give it. Sin is that thing that constantly haunts you, that voice in your head that constantly haunts you when you're in a situation that you're about to do something. That is a prevention of sin. Sin is that thing that you love to do, but you know it's not right, but you continue to do it anyway. It's an addiction. Sin can be anything that you do in. I'll say it like this: anything that you do in abundance that is not right. That's sin. Anything that you do in abundance that is not right.
Okay, anything we do in abundance that is not right. So is the abundance the offense, or is the not right being the offense?
I think that from a Christian point of view, I think God says, ask for forgiveness for your sins. And I think a lot of people are habitual offenders of a sin. God, you know what? Oh my God, this time if I go to the doctor, if I don't have HIV this time, I swear to God from now on, I won't have sex again until I'm married. And as soon as you get the test back and it says negative, next week you toot it up again.
Because you feel safe.
But you just promised God that you wouldn't do it again. And I think I think it's the abundance that causes us to that causes the huge sin. Now you sinned and God said, you know what, I forgive you. I love you, I forgive you, my child. However, you can't keep going back to God for the same thing over and over again. I'm not going to have sex no more. And then use on your third body. And now you're on your 15th body. And you saying, God, I hope I'm not pregnant by this man.
I promise you next time. I'll mean it next time, black man.
Yeah,
I'll mean it next time.
You know, also sin could be, you know, you have been resisting a woman or women in a sexual manner as a man. You've been really holding it down. You know, sin is that very thing that says, come here, boy. And sin can make that woman get more aggressive. She'll get more aggressive with you. And you'll say, you know what, God, after this, I won't do it no more. And you'll go lay down and do what you got to do. So I think that sin just, it connects with the whole frequency of the devil. Just like I said, you may go to the club and just sit in the corner and just have you a nice drink. But then there may be a song that comes on that make you look at that woman and say, ooh, I'm going to lay her down tonight. Right? Those frequencies, right? That I think that sin is the soundtrack for the devil. I think that's what he does. I'm going to put you in situations to make you do what I want you to do. I remember being a young man and I hearing about these things because I don't go to the club. But when they tear the club up on in the club, everybody's sitting calm, everybody's sitting cool, everybody dapping each other up. But when they tear the club up on, guess what happens? People throwing chairs, punching people getting shot. It influences the frequency of that place changes immediately.
Hey, black man, the 3-6 Mafia said, tear the club up, thugs, and the niggas followed the instructions.
Exactly. Now I will say this, Brother Clarence, I saw your face. Listen, I will say this. I will say this. And I am 40 years old, Brother Clarence. I have never taken a drink in my life.
Welcome.
Well, yeah, I just turned 40. I've never taken a drink, and I've never been to a club in my life ever.
You never taken a drink?
Never.
I gotta fix that. You missing out.
Never.
You can be like Mandrell on these panels, right?
Hey, listen, exactly. Listen, next time I come to Dallas, okay, I'm gonna bring my lady, okay, and we are gonna introduce you and your wife to this new invention called alcohol.
Okay? Holy smokes!
Yes, I want to listen.
Rebuke that.
I rebuke that right now. Ain't nothing but
why would you rebuke that? It's a beautiful thing.
You see the devil? You see the devil?
No, that's not what this is. Look at God. That's what you gotta say after you drink it.
You drink of the spirit, and now that spirit is using you to tell us to do something that you did that we don't need to do.
But Jesus turned water into wine, black man.
He did.
So you can drink, just don't get drunk.
No.
You can drink, just don't get drunk.
All right. Who's gonna go now? Either Trey or Mandrell.
I'll let Mandrell go. Mandrell, you going after me because I only want to try to go.
He's gonna read the whole New Testament. Go ahead.
I mean, I think again, it comes back to the intention. I think when I was hearing Brother being mute, I think it's the gluttony of it. We all can do things in moderation, but then when we look at our lives, it's how you abuse it. It's the gluttony of it. You're wanting too much. You got enough. We ain't never satisfied with just having enough to live in a peaceful space. We got to have the bigger and the baddest and all this, and just become consumed with things that at the end of the day, they really don't matter.
Very good word.
So, it's just, I just, and have I sinned? Yes, I've sinned. But I will say this, and as we come into our age of reason, most men do understand the connotations and the negative side of sin. When you start getting around 40, 38, 40 things, you start viewing things a little different. You want things different. You're thinking about other than yourself. And a lot of times I think, as young adults, we stay focused on ourselves. You can see it in our communities. A lot of adults are letting the kids know up front, you ain't shit, you ain't gonna be shit, your daddy ain't shit, your mama ain't shit, the future ain't gonna be shit. And here we are as the elders trying to say, well, yeah, I'm trying to be better, I'm trying to do better, but we still ain't reached back to help that young folk who's still trying to figure out his life on which his or her life, which direction they're gonna go. So, like I said, it's about the action. To me, it comes down to the action, how people treat themselves and other people. Those that may know, but they just may not have the confidence or the understanding. And I feel like for me to overcome that, or even my own sins, I have to dig into helping those that may not have an understanding to do what is right, what is innately in them, and that's to do the right thing. We're just influenced by those sinly things of man, because most of it is man-made that we sin in anyway. So that's what I feel about it.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Let me ask before we Mandrill, because I think Mandrill's gonna have a long answer. So let him go last. Let me let Sister Annie add. Sister Annie, what is sin? What is sin?
Okay, I believe that it is anything that does not please God.
Come on, baby.
I think that sin is to some prideful. They're like, yeah, I did that. Now what? To some, they're ashamed to admit that they have, which keeps them in bondage of healing from it or repenting from it. I believe that sin is not like we give a hierarchy to sin, but I don't believe that God does. Like he sees them all as the same. And I think because of how we place a hierarchy on it, we don't sometimes give people who are in what we deem as being the higher of the hierarchy an opportunity to heal or repent from it. Because it's almost like they got to ask God for forgiveness and they got to figure out how the world is going to, forgive them for whatever it is that they're trying to grow from. So I think that we tend to, in acknowledging something as a sin, we believe that we get to judge it in the way that God judges it. And we don't want to see it the way that God does. Because I think for some, it's like, God better not see me lying about my taxes as the same as he would somebody taking somebody's life, So that's what I think.
Good point. Mandrell, what is sin? What is sin?
Sin is the conscious decision to do something that is against the laws of God. The conscious decision to do something and the actions. Okay. You can because there's been plenty of times where we decided to do something we know is wrong, but we thought better of it and didn't do it. You didn't take action, so you never committed the sin. It's okay to think. It's okay to ponder. It's okay to wonder. But your actions is what our actions is what we're going to be judged for. So as long as you don't act, it's okay. You didn't act on it. You thought better. Here's the thing. You can think what you you can think what you want to think. Did you act on it? You can think about murdering somebody. Did you do it though? No, I didn't. But I didn't think about it. You can't help what you think. You're supposed to think. That's how you make good decisions, by thinking. Now, you do have to contemplate. Hold on. You have to contemplate the bad and the good. You have to contemplate the pros and the cons, the benefits and the negatives. You know what I'm saying? You have to contemplate those. You have to weigh it.
From a biblical standpoint, if you read the Bible says if you've thunk it, you've already done it.
Yeah, but I didn't do it.
In your head. So if you look at
I thought about a lot of stuff, but didn't do it.
Right.
So how am I just? That's one of those things about the Bible I don't believe. I don't believe God is that cruel.
Okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't believe God is that cruel. The God in the Bible is a maniac. He's a maniac. That's why I told you be careful what you believe in the Bible.
Why would you say
he's a man? He spent the first 5 books of the Bible wiping out people, entire civilizations. Whose God would do that? If so, hold on a second. And if you are the God to do that, he needs to tell me why I need to worship him. I have to spend my life on my knees worshiping that.
Hold on. First of all,
you're all hold on. You're all powerful. If you're all powerful,
if you're a God, though, if you are God, how do you discipline your children?
Not like that.
If you're God, what do you mean?
But
hold on a minute. So you're God. You looking down. You created these people to do what they need to do, and you look down and you see women with women, men with men, dog with cat, mother killing daughter, daughter killing mama, son killing daddy, daddy killing son. Right. You, all these different things are taking place. Everybody's doing all this stuff. And you get to a point, damn, like I created them. They don't, okay, I got something for that.
Okay.
And you have to, and God says, you know what? I'm gonna start over. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flood it. And it's what, like right now. You think God is happy with what he's seeing right now?
Right. He flooded the whole world. Yeah, right. He wiped out
but you got grown ass men walking down the street with dresses on, with leopard skin thongs,
twitching their ass and whatnot. Right.
Ass is like. So are you okay when he said I've created Adam, I've created Eve for Adam, and Adam and Eve, and he does not. And we don't promote these things in the Bible right now. It's flipped upside down. And if God came right down here right now with a 500,000 tons of ash and mold, and burn this place down, I can't blame him because of everything that's going on.
I do blame. I blame him because with the flood, he should have finished the fucking job. That was your mistake. If you're all, and the mistake is this, is in the story. He's all. Wait, hold on. He's all knowing. He knows that this is going to happen before anything's done. So he knew we were going to fall back into whatever this is that we call today. He knows that. He's all knowing. Okay. Hold on. He's all powerful because he flooded the whole planet. Now here's the thing. Okay. Why don't you just wipe us out in the front of the beginning?
I'm trying to answer that question for you.
No, because no answer you give is going to be satisfactory. It's not. He fucked up.
I'm not saying it's going to be satisfactory, but
he fucked up. He made a mistake.
What's going on? Okay, that's your opinion. He made a mistake. Okay, that's fine. But let me try to give you some context of what's going on.
Hey, Brother Clarence, do you mind if I just say this one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that I know, Mandriel, I know what you're saying. And what I'm just going to do is just pray to God that he visit your heart later today. And if it's anything that you said today on the panel, whatever, that he revealed to you, if it's something that you might want to pull back just in your own heart. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Well, they don't make them like that every day.
Well, here's the thing. God is not offended by anything that I said. The only thing is, there's no way that an all-powerful, all-knowing deity is offended by anything that I've said tonight. Because if he's all-knowing, he knows that my questions and my statements don't come from a bad place. They come from a place of curiosity, okay, and seeking understanding. Because I'm human, I'm not perfect. I'm not going to understand you if these are the decisions you're making. There's no way that I can.
And I get that. I get that, Mandriel. I'm just saying, and when you have that conversation, I'm saying if that's fine, and because only God knows your heart, I'm saying stand on it. I'm just saying when he visits you and y'all have that conversation, just you and him, that if there is something, because I can't, I know that there's some things that you're saying that's kind of like stinging me a little bit. I know your heart well enough to know you, but I'm saying some things are just kind of stinging my heart because, that's God and I'm hearing you say certain things. So I know that what I'm saying could actually be coming from just my flesh of just wanting to defend God. So that's what I'm saying. If he visits you and he says that, hey, you said this, you probably could have said it this way. I know what you meant, but the way that you came across, because your voice on a panel with other people, how you're speaking, it can maybe potentially turn some people away. It could help have some people curious. So that's what I'm saying. If he reveals to you that for that reason, that's what I would say. He may help you on another panel that you say the same thing ask the same question may deliver it just a little bit differently. That's all.
Deliver it in a different way. You know what, NA? See, this is why I love NA. This is what a woman should be. This is what a woman should be.
Yeah, she should definitely do a class.
She should. This is what a woman should be. Ladies, I hope you paid attention. Take note. That is how you do it. Right there.
How you do it. That is how you do
I'm gonna tell you something.
That is how you do it. Here's the thing. She came, black man. She came to me from a place of understanding, not malice, not contempt, not judgment. She says, "Hey, I hear what you're saying, and believe it or not, I do understand where you're coming from with it. But your delivery, it stings. Now I have no." And she said it in such a soft way. She approached me in a soft way. I have no choice. My natural response to soft women is softness. I know I come off rigid and everything else, and hard and to everyone else. But when I talk to someone like Ine, it's a natural instinct.
And see, that's what me and Ine
to calm down. It's a natural instinct for me to calm down
until you get understanding. When you get understanding, you come back and talk. Shut up for now.
No. Here's the thing. I have understanding, but you guys haven't understood because I'm not done. My thing is this. I'm just letting you know, like, I hope you guys are understanding what you're reading, but you probably don't because it's been drilled and indoctrinated in us if you're like me, from birth. But then I joined the army. I saw war. I saw humanity in its most purest form. I saw humanity's real face for years. Now I get that, okay, there's something wrong with what we've been indoctrinated with. Something's wrong with these stories. Something's wrong with what we've been taught. Now I got real questions and I want real answers now. I'm a grown man. When I was a kid, it was okay if I didn't have the answers. I still fell back on the stuff I was taught. Just trust God. This, thus, and so. Now I don't trust religion. I trust God. He got me through some things that are unbelievable. I should not be here. So there's no way I can say God doesn't exist. I would never say that.
So, Mandrea, that's why it's important for you, and I know who's playing for Misco, but that's why it's so important for you at this moment of you trying to understand. The Bible says, "In all you're getting, get understanding." And
that's all I'm looking for.
And I think until you get the understanding, I think what Ine is saying that you're saying some things that will sway people left or right. And I think that like if you're in a situation where you don't understand something, then you shouldn't speak on it so highly and so negatively when you don't understand it. Because when you do that, you create an atmosphere of confusion. And then people are saying, "Damn, what is Mandrea talking about?"
Okay, cool. But maybe I'm not the one confused. To Vaughn, who's in the chat. Shout out to Vaughn Bryant. Much respect. And Vaughn, I mean this in the best possible way. You know I love you. Vaughn says, could it be that something's wrong with you? Just an opinion. You know, Vaughn, I don't dismiss that. It could be. However, I believe wholeheartedly something's wrong with the message I've been taught. And I think there's something wrong with the message that we've been taught as a people. The Bible has been used to subjugate us and pacify us and make us docile. This is why we don't fight. Hey, hold on. It's a part of the reason why we didn't really fight for everything we should have had. What we did was a half measure. We got the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act in 63 and 64. Okay, or 64 and 65. Forgive me. I'm a little inebriated. But here's the thing.
Just a little.
Here's the thing. We should not have stopped there. The job wasn't finished, but we stopped. It was a half measure. That's why we don't get what we never got what we should have had. Well, it ain't me. Yeah, hold on a second. It ain't me, Vaughn, because all I'm doing is asking questions. That's literally all I'm doing to people who are still true believers in the mainstream way of following God. Again, my walk with God is my walk with God. It's a very personal thing. Okay, I don't fault anyone else for having their own personal relationship with God. I don't look down on people. I just think you're going wrong when you follow the mainstream way of doing things. I just think you're going the wrong way. I think you should make it much more personal and have your own walk with God, like I have for nearly 20 years.
Okay.
I've had my own walk with one step after the other with God. No religion, no doctrines, no Bible, just me and God. Period. Most people don't even understand what I'm talking about because you've never had it. But it is a real thing. It is a real thing. And here's the thing. It's scary to people because you do have to divorce religion to do so. You must divorce religion to do this because religion has nothing to do with God. It's to introduce you to him. That is about it. The
Okay.
10 Commandments, the only thing you can bring from religion with your personal relationship with God, is the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
it.
Andrell, I need to address something that you
Go
said
ahead.
earlier. You said that God is all knowing, right? All knowing.
Hey, that's what they told me.
Okay, so therefore, he should know what's going to happen. I guess your perspective is minute by minute. He should know everything that's happening everywhere, minute by minute.
Hey,
right?
Brother Clarence.
Okay.
That's all knowing, is it not?
Okay.
If I'm wrong, tell me.
So what
Please,
I'm saying
I'm
to you
seeking
is,
understanding and knowledge.
okay, so what I'm saying to you is that the fact that he is all knowing, the reason why he did not, we still have people here even after the flood, he could know something that you don't know.
Of course he knows things that I don't know.
Okay, so therefore, but because you don't know it, your perspective is going to be limited to the reasoning why he did this.
Then what would he blame me for it?
How was he blaming you for it?
I'm going to hell.
Wait a minute. I don't understand. Okay. I'm talking about the flood. Now you're talking about you going to hell.
Here's the thing. Here's what I mean by that, okay?
Okay.
If there's something that I don't know, because there have been entire civilizations, countless people, countless civilizations, never heard of Jesus Christ, never heard of the Judeo-Christian God. Still to this day, there are civilizations who have no knowledge of this.
Correct.
No knowledge of God, the one we serve, right?
Correct.
What happens to them? They're not worshiping him.
Well, they're not going to be put on the same scale.
Exactly.
They're not going to be judged on the same scale.
How is that?
You.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Now, how is that fair, right, or just?
That is the only just way. How can I judge you?
But the Christians say that if you never knew me, you cannot enter my kingdom. They don't know him.
Well, this is the thing. You don't know when they may be introduced. They may be introduced at the point.
Countless people have lived full lives and died and never knew him.
Listen, you can't keep interrupting me because I can't finish the concept.
Hello.
Keep interrupting.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I've had this conversation before, Brother Clarence.
What I'm saying
What
is,
you
says you cannot enter the you cannot enter the kingdom. You cannot enter the kingdom unless you know him, right? That's what you were stating, right?
Go to the store.
That's what I was told in
Wait, Black man,
Christianity.
you're not muted.
Okay,
Black man, you're not muted.
Yeah, Black man, mute your mic, brother. Come on.
All right.
I just didn't want to say something personal.
So now, if you have these whole tribes out there that don't know God, and let's say they pass, do you know if God is going to intercede in that point during their journey or transition to wherever they're going to end up? Do you know if God's going to intervene? You don't know. So
he has to.
Say, wait a minute. Okay, so if he has to, if he's going to do it, then that's on him. He's not. Therefore, they're not going to be held to the same standard as you, who had access to the Bible, who had access to the Quran, who had access to the Torah, who had access to all this information. They're not going to be held to the same standard as you. They're not going to be held to that standard. So therefore, to say, well, you're all knowing this didn't happen.
Right.
You're basing your understanding, or you're basing your judgment based on flawed logic.
I wouldn't say it's flawed.
The logic is flawed.
Here's why I say it's not flawed. Here's why.
Okay.
No one sin outweighs the other. They still sin. They don't know they're sinning, but they are sinning nonetheless. They have to hold on. And according to him, we all must pay for that.
Wait a minute. They're not sinning.
But what happens to people who sin but don't know they're sinning?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
The wages of sin
is death.
Yeah.
So by that logic, we should all go to heaven.
No. That's what's wrong with black people now. That's what's wrong with black people now. We go halfway in and we don't finish.
No, I'm going all the way in.
The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. The wages of sin is death. So that means when you sin,
but
yes,
the gift
you are
must
going
be.
to
But
die.
the gift must be earned. The gift must be
No,
earned.
no, sir.
Gift.
No, you don't have to earn the gift because the Bible says you were given salvation when you were born, meaning that you can't. And that's why I don't like when religious people say you have to find salvation, you have to earn salvation. No. He gave it to you when you were born. You already had salvation. This is not something that you have to earn. You don't have to earn salvation with God. The Bible says it in Scripture. It says that salvation was a gift to you. The wages of sin is.
Gotcha. Wages of sin is death, but the salvation. Okay. Gotcha. I'm tracking. Okay, so if that is the case, I have nothing to worry about. I'm going to heaven, regardless of what I've done and why I did it. No matter regardless of what I do and why I do it.
Let me explain. No, because
ahead,
like the Quran says, you did something while you know. You did something while you know.
The Quran does.
Okay, so you did this while you know. This other person didn't know that they was doing wrong. So
but they was doing wrong nonetheless. No one sin outweighs the other. But Brother Clarence, no one sin outweighs the other.
Just like in the police station, the intent. Sin is the intention to do something, right? You intend to do something. Now, maybe you don't carry it out physically, but your intent, if you had the opportunity, was to carry that, would be to carry that out. You felt that it would be a good thing to carry that out. Just the fact that you entertained that it would be a good thing to go against what God told you, that puts you in a bad place right there. That's the point, right?
No, Brother Clarence, it can't. Listen, this is where you and I are going to disagree.
Let me finish, and then I'm going to let you rock. But the person that didn't know they were sinning, they didn't even know they was transgressing against God.
Okay.
Right?
Fair
that
enough.
person is technically innocent. They're technically innocent.
Okay,
right?
but
Now,
I believe that. I believe that those people. Here's the thing. So I asked that question. I asked that question to get your answer, but I agree with you. Those people are innocent, and I don't believe that the innocent should suffer for things that they didn't know. But you let Christians tell it. Well, the way I grew up, at least, I grew up in a Seventh-day, and my sister and I both grew up in a Seventh-day Adventist church.
Oh, that says a lot.
Christian. So it's still Southern Baptist. We just went to church on the Sabbath as opposed to Sundays.
Go ahead,
you know what I'm saying? It's same stuff. But I agree with Brother Clarence. I think that those people who didn't know are innocent. But in the Seventh-day Adventist church, they're like, no, they're going to be judged the same way. I'm like, wait, why? Why would you judge them the same way? They don't know. These are questions I had. But then when I go to different denominations of Christianity, there's a different answer. Where's your fucking standards? What's the right answer? The answer changes depending on the denomination that I go to. The Lutherans got a different answer. Seventh-day Adventists got a different answer. Southern Baptists, Northern Baptists, the televangelists, everybody has a different answer. And you're all supposed to be Christians. What's the answer? What does God say? And when it comes to what God says, everybody got a different answer about that too.
Mandrell, you worried about, and that's the thing, that for the last 5 minutes you've been talking about what man does, what Christians say, what man say, what Christians say. You've seen me on several panels where people have said something, and what is my common thing that I always say? Hold on. I always go back to what does the word say, because it says my word is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Are you worried about what man said? Man can manipulate anything. However, when we talk about the word, we're talking about what the word say. I'm not worried about what Mandrell say. I'm not worried about what Black Men Unfiltered says. I'm not worried about what anybody else said. Let's reflect back to what the word says. I don't care what anybody else is making up. I don't care. When you know the word, I'm telling you, I said this 2 weeks ago on the barbershop. There was a lady, which I don't believe in women getting up, leading, and preaching at no churches. And a lady got up and fooled us one Sunday, and somebody invited her to preach. Pissed me off. I was about to leave, but I stayed just to say, you know what, let me see what this woman finna lie about today. And she sat there and said, if you discipline your children, you hate them. Now,
What?
hold on. Now, if I believe that, because if I'm ignorant to what the word of God says, and I believe that, then I believe that, oh, I'm not going to discipline my children because I'll hate them if I discipline them. But I know the word for myself. The Bible says, he who can hear, let him hear the word. He who can see, let him see the word. Who can read, let him read the word for himself. Let him make that for himself. So that means when she said that, the first thing popped in my head is what the scripture says. The scripture says, if you don't discipline your children, you hate them. If you don't discipline them, you hate them.
That's that's one of many scriptures that I agree with. I agree with countless scriptures. My principles of manhood, my principles of morality are deeply rooted in Christianity, people. A lot of people think I'm an atheist, Brother Clarence, and which I am not.
I can see that.
I am no hater of God. I am no non-believer. However, like I said, I did divorce religion because in my life experience, I firmly believe that religion is the biggest brick wall between mankind and God. Religion itself is the biggest brick wall between man. There is much to learn from Christianity. There's much to learn from Islam. There's much to learn from Judaism, Buddhism.
No.
And here's the thing: if you want to just look at concepts, okay, one of the oldest religions that I've studied, I studied one of the oldest religions known to mankind, Zoroastrianism. I thought it was just when I heard about it, as a young man, I was like, what the hell is that? Because I never heard of it. But I found out it was one of the oldest religions to ever exist, if not the oldest. So I decided to read up about it and actually study it. And it's a big concept between good and evil. There's a lot of Christianity boiled down into that. So I would never just completely dismiss Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Because Christianity came from somewhere, And so my thing is this. Bottom line, there's a lot wrong with the stories that we've been told in the Christian church. There's a lot wrong with the Christian church, and it is not enough that for my money, it is not to be trusted. I don't trust any religion completely. No. There's much to learn from Islam. I learned how to be a better man from Islam than I ever did in my 22 years in Christianity. My first 22 years. Never read it. I started reading Islam when I was 14. Okay. Didn't take it seriously, but I discovered Malcolm X. And I said, hey, let's see what he believed in. Okay, this is what he believed in. Cool. And that's all I took it for. Then, as a young adult in college, read the Quran again, took it seriously. Got with some Muslims, learned what Islam was all about. Then I joined the army, got in the Middle East, learned what true Islam was all about. And it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You know what I'm saying? That's something I can get behind. Those principles, those standards. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely.
But Mandrea,
here's the thing.
I gotta put a pin in this, y'all. I gotta put a pin in this.
Yep, you got
let's come back. Let's come back to it. I gotta put a pin in this. I got Scam been sitting here for almost a half an hour. I gotta let him get up here.
My apologies to Scam Likely.
Okay. So sorry. Before you go, Scam, I'm sorry, man. Let me let Trey get a last word in. Trey, you want to get a last word in before you go, man?
Well, not really, man. I'll just say, man, appreciate you, man. And, it's interesting, this conversation, man. It is, I don't know how this conversation can probably go on another day or two or three or four. So, I just hope we find something good out of everything that's been discussed here and use it to our benefits to make us better as individuals. And that individual can turn into a collective as a whole because we need it right now. So. Thank you, man. Appreciate you being you.
Bless you, Doc.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Mandrill the Butler and Scam. Don't be too lightly today.
Shout out to Trey Ferg. Shout out to Trey Ferg, man. I mean, much respect to you, brother. I love you.
Oh yeah.
And shout out to Von Bryant in the chat. As another gentleman, I have nothing but love and respect for that dude.
And,
you know what I'm saying?
And condolences to Trey because he just lost his father too. So
Oh man,
Oh
condolences to Trey,
crap!
man.
Yeah, yeah. Seriously,
Everybody,
condolences. I
send
didn't
a
know that.
prayer to Trey, man, for that, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just buried his father day before yesterday.
That's another thing. That's another thing, people, that you didn't know about me. Yes, I actually pray on the daily.
Mandrell, you need to mute your mic because you inebriated. Don't make me call you and cuss your ass out.
Hey, you can call me and say what you want to. I'm going to cuss you back. You know that.
You call him and give him the hook, man. All right,
I actually do pray on. I actually do pray every day.
And these Rico, I can text him and say, "Hey, man, you need to get out of here."
He can text me too, Black Man of Filter. He can text me too. He knows that.
Let's scam.
Damn likely at the same time. He can text me too.
Shut up, Mandrell.
Scam, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me loud and clear? I'm on my cell phone this time.
I can hear you, man, but I have a question for you.
What you got?
And my question is, Scam, what is sin? What is sin?
It's as simple as wrong, evil, bad. A combination or a mixture of those three words.
Okay.
It's really that simple.
Okay. Now, this is a last question. Last question for all of y'all. And then we're going to get up out of here.
Yeah, because, man, they ain't going to let me get the mic back. They're not.
The last question. You're going to get it because I'm going to make sure you get the mic. Why should we not sin? I mean, all the sinners get everything. The sinners get the girls. The sinners get the money. The sinners get the prestige. The sinners get the station in life. The sinners get the most attractive women. The sinners get the best cars. The sinners get everything. They get the likes.
Actually,
they get the views.
I disagree.
What do you disagree?
It's not about what you get. It's about what you can keep. And you'll never have this thing called peace. You won't have the thing. The best things in life are the little things, not the big things. The best memories in my life come from the little things. Shooting people with water guns or going to the park with family, just the little stuff.
Agreed.
And yes, the money and whatever matters, but if it costs you your soul and you can't sleep 8 hours at night, how much value does it really have?
Right.
And of course, it's YouTube. I'm poor. I live in the back of the car, ugly. I'm overweight and all that other stuff. So I don't know what happened.
Now,
but,
you know, I always refer back to, again, referring back to.
Hold on, Black Man, because I ain't going to never get, I won't get the mic. It'll be a slobber fest and I know it's coming. Let me just speak to Mandrell. Mandrell, hear me out.
What's
up,
man?
The deal is, I know you.
You do.
If you can navigate the red pill, the fake traditional and talking point mafia,
amen,
and sort out and realize that 96.3% of it is junk,
amen,
and at 3.5, and the people that you found in this space, you know who to listen to, who not to, and you're able to find some of the top people in this space. You can sort through that in a matter of less than 2 years and become a more effective communicator, listener, and actually show a different person in 2 years. In 40-something years, a lot of stuff and the sources of all the love and support that you've got, you know where it came from. You know where it came from. As well as some of the sport and whatever you see in the space, you know where it came from. If you've seen the dark side while you're in the military, but also got offered a second and third chance, which means, hey, I'm not supposed to be here. That would mean you know who kept you here, and it's probably for a reason. Because he can wax anybody in a snap of a finger. Some people need to go ahead and wax. Well, I shouldn't have said that. So the question would be, if this is the source where all my love and support has been coming from for eternity. Now, we know about Christians and all the junk, the Bible thumping and, oh, Jesus, oh, the Lord. It's junk. People sin. People ain't perfect. And the reason I was able to let go of a lot of that in my 20s is because I realized if I would have got off, or you know what, the pastor got a problem, does have a problem. So how about you get up there and go do something? Like, well, I can't do it. I'm looking at them ladies back there right now. Like, well, hey, we're human. So if you can give grace and find and navigate through the dusty red pill garbage, how can you can't dust through it on something that's way more important when you've been given most of the answers and the sources and the books? Navigate through the junk. You know who people are. They're doing it in red pill. So why would the pastors and whatever be doing anything different when you got the same thing, money, clicks, likes, views, ladies? What do you expect? It's the same formula.
Gotcha.
That's
Here's
all.
why.
That's all.
Here's
That's
why.
all I got. No, Mandrell, I'm gonna pretend like I'm gonna answer to your listen to your response, but I'm really not. I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna listen. You can
Fair
argue,
enough.
foam up. No,
I'm
hold
not gonna
on.
argue.
You can
I'm not gonna
foam up
argue.
at the mouth, yell, and all the Christians. The Christian last week who flipped the Bible and said, beat the hell out the kids because God said so. The Christian who said, cheat on your wife, it's cool. The Christian who said, blame everything on black women and gays. I know. Argue with them. You know what it is.
I'm not here to argue with you, Scam.
Wait, Mandrill. I want you to
I'm
address it.
out. Red X.
I'm gonna address this
Hey,
question.
can I respond? Can I respond to that?
Oh wait, in a
hold
respectful
on,
way.
Andrea. Hold on, just a second. I want to say this before I get out of here too. Like I love Scam to death, but I think that he's a revolving door of something that just irks the shit out of me. Let me tell you why. And I love him to death. That's my brother. I love him. But we keep everything has to do with red pill. Everything has to do with everybody else. Not one time. Hold on, man. I'm not done. Not one time do we talk about the word ever. And that's one thing about me. I'm balanced. I can talk about this stuff that's going on in the world, and I can talk about what it comes from a perspective of what the word says. The word says, what is it for a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul, to lose who he is? Imagine having everything. You know what? You know what's amazing to me? You know, this just came to me. You know, it's amazing. What's amazing to me? How God can fire you and let you keep working.
God doesn't fire you.
Most people will be out here, and most people will come and say stuff, and most people will keep running their mouth and saying stuff and thinking they doing right and thinking they going about things the right way. And God fired you 5 years ago. And you gaining everything. You got the job, you got the car, you can go travel, you can do what you want to do, but God has fired you. That's the reflection of what that scripture says. What is it for you to gain everything, for you to travel, to go here, to go there, here, there, and everywhere? And then when you close your eyes and you die, you alone. When you close your eyes, when you close your eyes and when you open them again, you're not in the place you thought you were going to be at because you were fired. Your character is not judged by what people see, but your character is judged by the person you are when nobody is watching. So we can sit up here all day and like my brother Scam just said, we can sit up here all day and talk about blame everything on the black women and the gays. There are black women. If all the women on YouTube were like Inye here, if they were like her, we would lose money. There would be no shows about black women. She is the example of what women should be. Soft-spoken, knows how to talk to a man, never gets out of her character, never cuss a man out. Never. You have the example of what a woman should be. And if every woman was like that, then we wouldn't have these YouTube streets talking about these things. But they're not like that. So some people who are qualified to talk about it or unqualified to talk about it can talk about that. Right? They should talk about that. Oh, we blame everything on the gays. Okay, well, if you're a Christian, then the Bible says no man should lay with another man as if that man is his wife. So the things that we're talking about is a reflection of the Bible. The Bible says do not prostitute your daughters to men in the world. Meaning, if your daughter dating several men and having sex with different men, fathers, do not prostitute your daughters to men. All the things that we're saying that don't listen to and we consider trash, you can find it in the Word. It's right there. I can pull it up right here and read it to you. So what are we talking about? Ain't nobody against the gays. The Bible says no man need to lay with another man as if it's his wife. It says a woman should not dress like a man should not dress like a woman. It's in there.
Black man.
I'm going to say this and I'm done. How is it that we can sit up here and know what the Bible says, but not be, and the Bible says for us to correct it. And those who speak of a different language, we just should tell them to have a seat, sit down. So how is it that the Bible tells us to do these things and we see a dude skipping down the street in a dress and a thong and we don't say nothing?
Well, how is that relevant when no sin outweighs the other? No. Hold on, I got you. How is that relevant when no sin outweighs the other?
What do you mean? No.
Keep in mind, Batman. Keep in mind, you're not actually friends off of YouTube.
Yeah.
And
My
friends
question
is a
is,
big word for me. It's a big thing for me. Okay. I
Mhm.
don't consider everybody my friend. It takes a lot to get there with me. Okay. I don't like seeing dudes twitching their ass walking down the street. It's to me, but it's sin, fair enough. But everybody sins. Their sin is no different from any sin that anyone else does. So why should I be judging them in a different way than I'm going to be judged?
You should
Because
correct
God's
all
going
of
to
it,
judge us all
Mandrill.
the same way.
You should correct all of it, Mandrill. I'm not saying
I
just
want,
focus
I
on
want to
those.
know how you missed the
Who am I
mark.
to do so?
How did you miss
Huh?
the mark of everything I said that far?
Who?
Black Man Unfiltered.
Oh
How
yeah.
did you miss it that by 4 miles?
I don't know.
Okay.
Everything I said, I threw myself guilty first.
Okay.
I don't know.
I told you I don't
I don't
criticize the
know.
pastors. Oh God!
Wait,
It
wait.
didn't prove to me
I
to be
don't know.
right.
I don't
Scam.
know.
How did you miss it?
Scam.
I don't
Let's
know.
put a pin in that, Scam. You can
Oh
come
my
back and
God!
address that. You can address that.
Oh,
If Black Man is willing to stay around, you can address that. Okay.
oh
He
But
man!
I want.
he can call. He can call me. I call him. We can call.
Okay.
We
Okay.
disagree all the time. I can call him.
In
Yeah.
my
Okay.
evil laugh.
Okay. So now what I want to do is I want everybody to answer that question. That question I asked, because now we talk. Now it's getting a personal thing. I wanted everybody to answer this question. Which the
Go ahead.
question was, why should we not sin? If the sinners are winning, and Scam said, nah, Clarence, the sinners ain't winning. Okay. I just want to see some evidence where the sinners ain't winning. In a wicked world, the sinners are going to be winning. Correct? Okay, so the sinners are typically winning. Why should we obey God? Why should we not sin?
Because I am my own man and I choose not to be that way. Like I always have. My entire life long, I've always done the things that I wanted to do, regardless of what the masses and the crowd did. I didn't always do what my friends did. Some of those guys went to jail. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm here because I didn't do the things that they did.
Same
Some
here,
of
man.
some of them. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. Well, I did get into a lot of street fights as a kid, but then when I realized it was stupid, when I still got discipline, like self-discipline at 12, like 13, yeah, no, I just didn't again. I was like, okay, this is dumb. Look how much can go wrong. And here I am, a full grown man, now fully understanding violence. Like, yeah, getting into a street fight is dumb. You should avoid that at all costs. But we should do these things in the interest of self-improvement, Brother Clarence. You can believe in religion if you like. If you want to do it for the glory of God, I'm all for it. As long as you are improving as a human being, whatever you're doing, that caused you to get there, I'm all for it. Because if Allah, which is the same God as the Christian God and the Jewish God, can make you a better man than other gods can, I'm all for it, brother.
Okay.
Do you?
Okay.
Really, the Minister Society quote.
Yes, that one.
Really, bro.
Yes, really.
Right. Black Man Unfiltered.
Ask the
Why
question.
should we not sin?
Huh?
Why should we not sin?
Self-interest.
We should not sin because we should have like Mandrell said. I'm completely 100% agreeing with that what he just said. Right? You have to be able to stand on what is just, what is right, and even those who are big in the game right now. What goes up must come down, right? And we've seen it last year. We've seen Diddy, right? One of the most powerful moguls, right? Come on down, right? We've seen millionaires, multimillionaires, the CEO of Bed Bath and Beyond. We've seen him jump off a bridge. Okay. Go Google it. He did, right? Okay. He deleted himself. You see all these multimillionaires just have $500 million in the bank and they blowing their brains out.
Okay.
Everything that goes up must come down, and everything that look good ain't always good. And so, sometimes, like, I don't know who said it on the panel, but sometimes peace is what is not the $1 million, not the $500 million, but peace that surpasses our understanding is what we should strive for.
Definitely.
That's all I have.
All right, Sister Annie. Why should we not sin? So much more fun, right?
Yeah. Yeah, some sin are
Allegedly.
allegedly. We should not sin because it doesn't please God. And
good point.
Things are like, there's moments where it's so tempting to just be in that sin. And it is sometimes not always easy to see what sinners receive and not desire it too. But the cost of that is not worth my soul. So I try to lessen the times that I do sin. I definitely try my best to not intentionally sin. And when I do, like, we all know like what our strongholds are. So I try to not place myself in situations that my temptation is not its strongest. So but I want to say something, like, because Scan, what you said earlier, and this is what I thought I heard you say to Mandrell. I thought you were saying, if you're able to filter out of the abundance of things that you hear in the red pill, why not give God, scripture, the same courtesy, because it's more valuable than that. That's what I took from what you were saying. So, but if that wasn't what you were saying, I thought that was really good. But I just wanted to say that that's what I received from what you said. But that's why I think that we shouldn't sin.
Right. That's partially what I was saying, but a little bit deeper. But I know Mandrell knows. I know Mandrell gets what I was delivering.
All right, y'all. We got a new panel member here.
Hey, Patrice.
OG
And
Patrice.
thank you, sis. Inye. Thank you.
Patrice, are you there?
Hey, family. How y'all doing? How's everybody?
All right. We doing all right. We trying to figure this thing out.
Y'all
Took us 9.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm like, they've been going. I don't even know where y'all at now. I just clicked because I said, I want to say hey to the family and be like, y'all know y'all been going for almost 10 hours, right? But no, I didn't.
Told me a couple times.
Just enlighten me on what the subject is, and I'll just fall back until
We started out with a brother that came on the Bolo show last night, asked the question, does God make mistakes? So we were looking at that show. But now I'm asking people on the panel different questions about sin and devil. So I'm going to ask you about the sin part. Why should we not sin? Because we're about to get out of here. 9.5 hours, we're going to get out of here. So why should we not sin? I mean, the sinners are having all the fun. They're partying. They're getting on down. They're doing that. They're doing what they're doing, right? They're making money, doing whatever they're doing. And the people that are trying to live a righteous life, man, are typically under the foot of the sinners. So why then should we strive to not sin if the sinners are getting everything?
So in other words, you feel like that the quote unquote good people that's living by the law of the land and by the word of God is catching hell, basically, and having a lot of bad luck or whatever. And it seems like all the good people are doing well, riding high, off all the nefariousness, basically, right?
Correct.
And I just think that that's the trick, right? That's the trick of the devil. I think that it's like the saying that all that glitter ain't gold. Like, we think that sometimes just because you have all of the material possessions, or you're doing nefarious things and you're hurting people, and you're gaining your gains by ill-gotten gains. I think we think that in our eye, a person that's doing it the right way, look and say, well, why does it seem like they shining? Why does it seem like they popular? Why does it seem like they got all the followers? Why does it seem like everybody respect them? That is the trick of the devil. And I love this quote from The Usual Suspects. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was try to make people think he didn't exist. And I think because a lot of times it looks like it's that way, that the people that are doing things illegally or the wrong way or without the morals, values, and things, it seems because of the world, the way of the world and society. And we know that we are battling up against the spiritual evils of the world. I believe in good spirits like I believe in evil spirits, right? So when you have the two, sometimes it seems, and that's the facade, that is the smoke screening, that is the smoke and mirrors of society and life, is people will have you to believe that they're the good ones, or they're doing the good thing, or it seems like they get all the luck and this and that. But no, believe me, because all the sin that they do on earth is to death. Because if they truly believe in God or the afterlife or heaven or hell, then they know that none of the earthly things they cannot take with them. And God does not judge you by those things. He judges you by the good, not the evil. So when you get to wherever it is you're going and you stand before God, he ain't gonna be looking at, oh, because you had a beautiful home, you had a beautiful car, but you got it through ill-gotten gains. You hurt a lot of people. You did this. You led my sheep astray. You were a false prophet. You this, you that, right? Like those people are actually the ones that are going to get it the worst. So it seems that way on earth, but it is not that way in heavenly realm. If that makes sense. That's the best way that I know to say, don't be fooled by the things of the world, especially the people that are wrong and how they get in it, wrong and how they treating people, committing crimes, ill-gotten gains, whether it's through shady business deals, beating people out of their money fraudulently, embezzlement, scammers, like all of that, right? Like those are the people that, yeah, it seems like they rotten good because now they got it, they got this, but that's a facade. That's all smoke and mirrors. Don't let that get you. If you're a good person that works hard for what you got and got it honest, don't let the facade of the scammers basically fool you, if that makes sense. And that's the best way I know how to answer that. Sorry if it was a little long, but yeah, that's just the best answer I could give.
Not a problem, OG Patrice. Yeah, shout out to OG Patrice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's cool. I like OG Patrice. I don't like a lot of people. I really don't. But I do like OG Patrice.
Hey,
No,
man,
no, seriously, brother Clarence, word up. I don't like a lot of people. I do
man,
like.
Mandrill, you know what you need, brother?
What's
you
up?
need a you need a good pot of coffee, man, and a good night's sleep, brother. That's definitely what you need.
I disagree with the coffee, but I do agree with the good night's sleep.
And I want to say, Mandrell, thank you. I heard that, and I feel the same way about you, young man. I always felt like you were really one of the good guys, like deep down inside. And I'm gonna say this to you because when you first came on the set, and this is why it's so good to not judge people by what other people say about them.
Mm-hmm.
Things that I heard about you weren't good. But I am one to judge people based off of for myself and how I see them move and their actions, right? And I took in what they said, but I was like, okay, but I'm a person. I'm gonna judge people for how they treat me, how I see them move, how they treat other people. And I will say that I have grown very fond of you. So thank you for proving those people wrong, and they don't matter, right? Like those people don't matter. But you just cannot listen to everything somebody tells you wrong about somebody.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to not like them because they don't like you for whatever reason. You know what I mean? So I just want to say that to you. So I feel the same way about you, young man, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know what I don't like about Patrice, man?
Okay.
We've been on here almost 10 hours, and all of us are dragging here. Patrice, yeah, because this is what I think about you and everything like that. Hey, what's going on? Hey, y'all, yeah, you do, right? I'm like, girl, we've been on here 9.5 hours. You should at least sound a little sleepy like the rest of them. Yo,
Yeah,
just show some respect.
But brother Clarence, like honestly, my sister and I have actually talked about OG Patrice like personally. You know what I'm saying? Like one-on-one conversations. We both like OG. We both like and respect OG Patrice. Like we both do. Like my sister's had one-on-one conversations with her for real. You know, and like my sister has nothing but respect for her.
Brother,
Period.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you
You know
something.
what I'm saying?
The same for your sister. The same for
you think that you getting she is even better in person, brother. Man, I'm telling you, she'll light up like the sun, man. She is a beautiful person in person. If you get the opportunity to meet her in person, take it, man.
Absolutely, no doubt.
That doesn't take away from the fact that she came on here acting like she ain't sleepy. That don't take away from that fact.
Oh, I'm not. I'm
show
not
us
sleepy.
a little respect and be like, yeah, Claire, she should be
I'm
dragged
not
a little bit.
sleepy. When I tuned in early and I told y'all I was driving, I was busy all day. Y'all know how the process of buying a new car is. I've been at the car lot all goddamn day, but I came out of there with me a brand new car. You know what I'm saying? God is good. God is good.
Yay!
Right on.
Yeah, if you don't have cash, if you're not paid with cash, it's a process.
The Maserati
It
dealer
really
gonna keep
is.
you a long time.
Look, Mandrell, I traded in my car. It's paid for, so I used the trade in. Didn't have to put no money down and walked out that bad B with
There
a
you
new
go.
brand new Cadillac SUV.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Right on. Congratulations, Patrice. All right, so we got to do this, y'all, because we've been here a long time. Shout out to Sister Annie sat here with me the whole time. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do, y'all. We have got to close this thing down, right? So let's get some final remarks from everyone, and then we'll start shutting the show down, man. We got to shut it down. Shout out to Lady Navoa, by the way, been there the whole time as well. Okay, so let's do it. Let's get some closing remarks. Let's start with Scam, and then move over to Mandrell, and then we move around.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Dustin Crust. I can be found on the Scam Likely Show. I am back.
Yeah, when's the next time
I'll
we can see you?
I'll be doing shows. Surprisingly, as much trolling as I do, my shows are dust free because there are conversations that actually need to be had, and they're just not.
Good.
I don't do blame the women's and yelling the gender war, the talking points. No. We're not doing that. Just no.
You just go to BMU for that.
No, not. I mean, me and BMU are cool.
Oh yeah.
And it's not taking a shot at BMU. I'm just saying, just in general, because I'm on all dust panels. But I go over there. It's a joke. It's a circus. Go troll them and get up out of there, and then go do something productive. But no, as far as religion, I don't try to force religion on people because I see what it does. It causes rebellion. Beating people over the head with the Bible, if they say they don't understand, it doesn't mean stuff more Bible verses in their throat. People who aren't Christian, it's not productive to insult someone's religion. That's worse than insulting their actual parents. Because religion actually created everything positive that may have been in their parents or freed them from the wicked parents that they have.
Okay.
But in these conversations, or in a lot of religious conversations, I apologize on behalf of Christians, on behalf of what Christians have done, and I've probably done some dusty stuff myself. But the message is not being delivered properly on what these good principles really are. It's not. But you throw money in the mix, you throw beautiful women, you throw all the junk in the mix, expect it to be what it is. This is people behavior, regardless English, Spanish, Hindu, Islam, all of it. People are going to be people. Sin's been here since the beginning of time. Love has been here, and the earth was given to Satan anyway. So expect it to be like what it is. Just like people claim about, oh, look at them women's. Look at the behavior of men. You'll probably see a correlation, and it's almost to the point where you expect them to be like what they were led to be. So if the leaders are leading people into a ditch, expect a whole bunch of people with dirty shoes and just dirty and dusty. The conversations could be cleaned up just on the basic principles without deadly force and shaming and blaming and all the judgment, and the conversations would be a lot more cleaner. I grew up in this junk. Trust me, I've seen worse shame and judgment and heathenism From the person with the suit on to the dusty in the parking lot. I've seen it all. Grew up in the black community. And the truth is, the middle class uppity blacks, their job, soon as they buy a house, is to go right around to the apartment complex and shame all of them for not living in a house. Soon as they make 50,000, go find people making 49 and tell them how broke they are. I've seen it all. It just got to stop and people got to get better. That's all I got. Dust and crust. Shout out to everybody. Let's just be better people. Or
Shout out to
get
you,
trolled.
Scam Lightly. I know this was you on the panel. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, that was really good. I like that. That's
Thank you.
what you talk.
Next panel you'll see me on, I'll be back to the dust and going 1-on-6, wrecking up and running up blood pressure and wrecking nerves, and then run out of there. The usual.
All right. Ken. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate
All right,
you, man.
you can drop me down. Appreciate letting me up.
Oh man, always, brother. Always. I didn't even know you were blocked. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Thank you. That was Scam Likely. Okay, man, Jarrell. You can wrap up the havoc you've been causing for the last couple of hours with a statement or a question or whatever, right?
All right. I'll let you guys in a little bit on my own personal life. One of the lessons my father taught my sister and I. One of the big lessons, one of the big overarching lessons he taught my sister and I. He used to say it all the time at random times too. Our whole life long, he used to say this: think for yourself. He would always say that. Think for yourself. Or he'd say, never let anyone else think for you. That's what I challenge all of you to do, and it includes your religion.
Hold on one second. Scam, did you want to come back up?
No, I'm about to say Scam. I think I found another dust panel, man. I'll send it to you via text or something. It's ridiculous. But anyway, did he have anything else?
Did you have anything else?
No, I'm here for the after party. I think Vaughn was talking about the after party.
Yeah,
I think he was talking about the crew, the crew here, the home team, the crew.
Oh, okay. In that case, you can drop me back down.
Okay, brother.
Okay.
Shout out to Scam.
Yeah, all I'm saying is people, think for yourself. I mean, that's how you build a person. Your foundation, for me, Christianity was the foundation. That was my introduction. You know what I'm saying? That's the foundation. My sense of morality, principles, etiquette, ethics is rooted in Christianity, rooted in it. And that has not changed. It's the other stuff that I question. You know what I'm saying? I always, even though in the military, like y'all don't know, I actually got demoted before for insubordination, but I did the right thing. Was I insubordinate? Yeah. I disobeyed orders, but for the right reasons. I saved lives. I freed slaves. For the right reasons. I did it. And I would do it again and would do it again. I said this in my tribunal. You know what I mean? I accept the punishment. I did the right thing. It was the humane thing to do. And so I did something selfless at great personal cost.
Yes.
Great personal cost. Because I could have very well been kicked out of the army.
Yeah.
But I guess I had a good people who were watching it, and I guess I made a strong enough case to where they agreed with me. Like, okay, yeah, you disobeyed orders. You did do that, so you gotta be punished for that, dude. We have to do something here.
Right.
But was it for the right reasons? We understand. We understand. We're not gonna take everything from you because we get it. You know what I mean? And you can't be afraid to stand on what's right, even if it would cost you everything. And I'm extremely proud of myself for doing that. It could have cost me everything. I did it, and I knew it before I did it. I did it anyway. So you cannot be afraid to challenge yourself or challenge other people's ideologies or challenge other people's religion or challenge your own religion. Everything that's brought to you in life must be challenged. It must be questioned. Even your God must be questioned.
Agreed.
God says, worship him, praise him, ask him why. Why should I?
Good
He'll
question.
show you. He'll show you. He showed me. I worship him. I praise him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But again, I think I got past the barrier of mainstream religion, mainstream Christian doctrines, and got into a real, true personal relationship with God. I worship the same God you do. I read the same Bible that you do. I am not an atheist. However, it is a very personal thing with me. So that's where the learning happens. Brother Clarence has a different perspective. So does NA, so does OG Patrice, Scam Likely, Black Man Unfiltered, Trey Ferg. This is where the learning happens. Different life experiences are going to yield different results, are going to bring different answers. So I will listen to these guys' different life experiences and tell me, hey, God got me through it. Okay, Brother Clarence, how? How did God get you through that? That's where the learning happens. How did God get you through your turmoil and your personal trials and tribulations, as we call it? That's how we learn. You can't be afraid to challenge. You can't be afraid to accept challenges. I never was, my whole life long. That's why I don't understand people. I don't understand people who are afraid to accept challenges. I don't understand it. Not saying you're wrong or anything. It's difficult for me to comprehend. Why would you not step out there? That's why I love to go to the unknown. So, because that's where you learn. If you stick in the place where you're comfortable, the place where you already know everything that's going on, you already know how that works. Cool to be there and come back and visit every now and again, but you have to step out into the unknown to learn new things, because you don't know these things in the unknown. How do you learn something you already know? Step out of your comfort zone, people, and get into the unknown, learn new things, grow, evolve. Do things that are difficult, challenge yourself, win, fail. And when you fail, learn how to overcome that hurdle, and go out there and challenge it again and again and again until you overcome it. This is how we grow. We must go through pain before we experience pleasure, because pleasure is earned. It's never meant to be given. Even the kingdom of heaven has to be earned.
Agreed.
It's not given to any of us. We all have to earn it. And as individuals, we all have to earn it in our own individual way. That's why I never dismiss a person's faith. I challenge it, I question it, but I never dismiss it. I may disagree with it, I never dismiss it, ever. Because I learned something from everybody who has a different point of view. So I'll end on that. Challenge yourself, challenge religion. Do not be afraid of it. You're meant to. God accepts the challenge. He welcomes the challenge. He wants to prove to you why he's worthy to be praised. Accept the invitation.
If I may interject here, because I'm looking at Vaughn's comment. Did I miss something prior to coming up here? Something you said, Mandrell?
Probably so. You probably missed a lot that I said, OG Patrice. You missed a lot. You probably missed a lot that I said, OG Patrice.
When it said you still need to take it back, Mandrell, God does not F up, as you put it.
Right. I said God makes mistakes. And I said that God, to clear that up. To clear that up, I don't believe that God makes mistakes. I don't. I believe that God in the Bible has made mistakes, because I think a lot of the things in the Bible were made up. It's not all just straight, specifically God and what God. I think a lot of things in there God actually did, and a lot of that stuff that's in there is things that stories that mankind made up to make examples of things and teach life lessons and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it originally came out of a place of malice or anything like that.
Right.
But that's what it turned into. It turned into doctrines, and those doctrines turned into the gospel truth. You know what I mean? But I think a lot of it is good life lessons. But I don't see a God who wants to be worshipped and wants to prove himself to be worthy of being worshipped and praised, annihilating every firstborn son of Egypt.
Yvonne,
because to me,
he also said God was a maniac.
Yeah, right. I said God was a maniac because I mean, yeah, any God who does that, you're all powerful. Fair enough, but that all powerful is not the problem. But when you're all powerful and all knowing, and you can't think of a better way to handle that situation than to kill every firstborn child of Egypt. Okay, now I got a problem with that. That's evil. That is evil.
Based on your understanding.
I don't think that God is evil. I think there's something wrong with that story. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. And you know what?
That's my thing.
Right. You know what? And I respect people's different point of views, right? Because I know my discovery and my journey, you know, with what I found to be truth or the truth or contrary to how I was raised to believe growing up in the Baptist church, things that I researched and found out for myself biblically from my own studies. And I studied for a year with a lot of people don't know. See, I came from that religious background and I studied for a year with this theologist, right? And so many things opened my eyes. So I had to learn to not get so offended, to respect people's different point of views and things that they said that obviously other people take as like what you said, maybe blasphemous or anything like that, right? But if you are constantly on this journey to learn, to know, to grow, like you said, to develop, you may say things or you know, interpret something because it's somewhere in the Bible that it says, and I wouldn't say that it's saying that God effed up because I do believe wholeheartedly that he makes no mistakes, but it said somewhere in the Bible, and I'm not good as far as like exactly what chapter, verse, and all that, but it says somewhere in the Bible where God created something or did something and then later grieved. He grieved in his heart, like he had a regret of it. And Vaughn can clear it up, or anybody that knows it well. So like, and it's just like we realize we'll do something or make a mistake or say something or whatever, and we regret we said it or did it later in life. So I think that can be so, because we as human beings, if we're made in God's image, we do it all the time. We make mistakes, we say things and do things, and later we grieve or realize, dang, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have said that. I made a mistake. So I believe that part is possible. And it's somewhere in the Bible that it says where God did something or saw something or created something, but then later grieved in his heart. And the perfect example we can look at something like that is like he made Lucifer, and Lucifer was an archangel, right? And Lucifer later became a fallen angel. So I believe that grieved God to know that he created something that later became evil. But it makes sense because he also created us, and we easily can become evil by the choices we make, if that makes sense. So I kind of get where you're going and what you're saying for that. But I think the more we are on our journey to learning and growing in the word and taking our own personal journey with God, then I think perspectives can change.
All right. Is that your last word, Mandrell, man? You got anything else? Is that it?
Yeah, like Von Bryan said, you said God effed up. We all heard it. Yeah, I did. The God in the Bible did. But again, I don't believe all the stories in the Bible had anything to do with God.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of that are good life lessons, cautionary tales, things like that. It's to keep us aware of where pride can take us. Because pride and ego are two separate things. I am a prideful person. I have a lot of pride in myself. However, ego, I actively dismiss it and try to expel it from myself. Actively all the time. I try my very best every single day to not be egotistic or think too much of myself, because pride can evolve into ego. And once you get into ego, you limit yourself, and that can be, and you can get to the point where you can harm yourself and others who care about you, and you can harm yourself. Ego.
But pride can too, Mandrell. Like
pride is tamed, and managed. You know what I'm saying? Ego is
Yeah, but
I'm you know, see, OG Patrice, I'm better than you. I look better. I'm a man and I look better than you. Okay, I'm a good looking guy. Okay,
but let me
you know,
tell you, well,
Patrice, I'm more
was the
successful.
fall.
That whole
Pride was the fall of
nonsense.
Lucifer, though.
Brother
Pride
Ken,
was
Yeah,
the fall.
but exactly. And Lucifer thought too much of himself. He let pride turn into ego. He thought that he could do what God could do, but Lucifer can't create. God can. God created all of known reality. Lucifer cannot do that. To which I still don't understand. Like, if you can't do what he does, at the minimum, you can't do what he does. How do you think he's better than him? Like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, how are you that dumb? And I'm human. I understand this concept. Why couldn't he? He's a deity who actually saw God's glory for himself with his own eyes. I'm like, yo, what?
Okay, do
Maybe
you
read the book
know?
of
Do you know what
Revelations.
his issue was, though? Do you know what the devil's issue was?
What was it?
The whole reason why he's fell out and everything with God. You know? Do you know what his issue was?
Yeah, that's a great question, bro.
That's a good question because I've heard several different stories about the Clarence. What's yours?
Okay, the issue was that he said that here's the man, and he put the man in charge of the earth, right, or the garden. We'll say the garden.
Right.
He put the man in charge of the garden, and so the devil took it as an offense. He's saying, why aren't you giving him all this responsibility when I was here first? I made a fire, right? I made a fire. Him, you made a dust. So that was the issue.
Again,
and the response is the response, which I was telling you earlier. Surely I know what you know not, right? There's something about you. This ain't gonna be good for you if I give you this to take care of, because it won't even be cared for, right? Because you don't have the spirit to do that, right? So or any mixture of things. But that was the initial issue, was that he was over. He felt he was overstepped. Now here he is. He's with God. God is all knowing, like you said. He's all knowing, right? So you should know this man is not gonna make a mistake because he knows everything.
He saw the glory of God for himself. Again, it doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm seeing all this. Okay, I'll see what the glory. If I can see the glory of God for myself, I never, I look at the world, and like I said, I've been to Africa. I'll never go again. Okay, I have an active bounty on my head, millions of dollars, literally. I don't understand why there's so much famine and negative things on a continent that is that fucking beautiful. It is the most gorgeous place I've ever seen in my entire life. Africa. I've never seen landscape that absolutely beautiful. So you can't tell me God didn't exist. That doesn't happen by accident. Just you're there, and it is just absolute beauty as far as the eye can see. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, someone who can create that, why are you so arrogant as to think that you can do what he does?
Well, I don't think he thought that he could do what he does. To wrap it up, I don't think he thought that he could do what he does. I just think he thought that he was being slighted, and he said, you know what? Okay,
again, who are you? You're not in charge of anything.
Yeah, but if this is how you gonna play me, I'm a step, right?
So again, Brother Clarence, who are you? You're not in charge of anything.
Yeah, but let me finish. So on top of just stepping, right? He could have just stepped. I'm out, right? But now, he has no existence without God. So he can't leave the framework of God's touch. So he has to stay in this universe or whatever, right? So he decides, hey, look, this is your boy. This your boy. Okay, this your boy. Guess what? I'm a lion and wait in his straight path, right? In Islam, they say Sarat al-Mustaqim. I'm gonna lay in his straight path, and I'm going to deviate him. I'm going to get him to deviate from your straight path. So he took up the job of saying, okay, since you slighted me, I'm going to spend the rest of my days taking the man that you raised that you think is so good. I'm gonna divert him. I'm gonna spend all my time trying to divert him. And anybody that's working with me, they're gonna be in the business of diverting him from doing what you want him to do. We're gonna offer him everything, girls, money, whatever we can offer him, anything that will attract, or motor or wet his whistle or get his desires moving. We're gonna do that. So that is how we got into this situation here, where, because God, once again, God confronts the devil at a certain place in the Quran. He confronts the devil, and the devil said, "Why are you blaming me? I just made a suggestion." He actually did it. I just suggested to him to do this evil. He did it. You should be more mad at him than at me, because I just made the suggestion. But God said, no, you the cat. Without you, he wouldn't have never even known to do that. He wouldn't even been interested.
He never would
in
have had the idea. He would never had any idea or inkling to do it.
Just like the police, right? Intent means everything, right?
Thank you.
He may have done it, but he was unknowing about the situation he was in. Now, he should have obeyed. Regardless, he should have obeyed. And I'm gonna deal with him with that. This is why I said earlier, obedience is better than understanding, because sometimes you ain't gonna be able to get the whole understanding, right? If somebody say, you walk in and a train is coming, somebody say, Mandrell, stop. If you don't obey, you might get hit by the train, right? And there's not enough time to give you a full understanding of that situation, right? So
with that one, Brother Clarence, I'm inclined to agree with you right off the bat, but I like to give that a little bit more thought.
Give us some thought. Come back, man, because
you're right. Just to know, just out of hand, at first hand, I'm inclined to agree with you on that.
I appreciate
very much so inclined to agree with you on that. But before I say for sure I agree wholeheartedly on that one, I want to give it a little bit more thought.
Yeah, come back and challenge me. We take
if I have a challenge. Yeah, if I have a challenge for you, I'll let you. I'll come back and challenge you on it. If I have a challenge, I'll come back and challenge you on it.
Well, you can come back anyway.
Otherwise, I'll come back and I'll just say, Brother Clarence, I agree. Otherwise, I'll say, Brother Clarence, I agree. You're right. Obedience is better. Is preferable to understand.
Most cases,
you can understand later, but right now, just take my word for it.
Exactly.
Obey.
Yes. Yeah. Especially if it's a trusted source like the God of the universe, right? Yeah. All right, Mandrell, where is the next time we can see you on the Big Picture, man? By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to the Big Picture, get on over there and subscribe to the Big Picture, man. But when is the next time we can see you on the Big Picture or anywhere?
The Big Picture, I'll be it won't be this week, it'll be next week. I'll be dropping the first episode of my weight loss series.
Okay.
I'm titling it from fat and back.
Okay.
No. I'll title it back from fat.
Back from fat.
Coming back from fat.
That's funny. That's just funny.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's the title back from fat.
I like it though. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
But you did good, Mandrell, too. I can really see it. You did a really good job.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not even done today. Like wait until you see the finished project. It's gonna be out. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be bananas. Like the first 2 weeks, I lost 10 pounds. You know what I mean? Like I really, I'm going hard for this for real. You know what I mean? I'm actually doing this. So like I said, you get to see every workout that I do, every exercise that I do for every workout, like the first 6 episodes is going to be the first the workout that I did for the first 8 weeks. So you look at the first 6 episodes, I did that regimen. It's 6 episodes because it's 6 days a week that I work out. I did that for 8 weeks straight. The first 4 weeks, I lost 10 pounds.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. No, the first 2 weeks. I lost 10 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And because I really
like 5 pounds a week.
Yeah, it is. But that's what happens when you actually take it seriously. You can do that. You can do it.
Yeah.
You can. It can be done, and it's not hard to maintain once you get down to size. You have to keep up with the workouts. You have to keep up with the exercise.
My problem ain't never been the workouts. It's always been the discipline to continue to eat right consistently.
Right.
That's my problem.
For me, here's my mindset about it is that I use the tasty flavor, like the junk food, as I call it. I use it as a reward for being good 6 days out of the week. But like on a Saturday or a Friday, like my lady will go to a steak. Well, steak is healthy anyway. So I mean, we'll go out to eat every week.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, once a week we'll go. I'll take her out to eat. You know, and that'll be like my cheat meal for the week. You know.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's like a reward, you know. But you can do the thing is, once you get down to size, now you can do weekends, Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday. You can eat trash food because you're gonna be number one, you're down to size, and you're gonna be exercising and eating right 6 days
Right.
out of
To
the
maintain it.
5 to 6 days out of the week. So you can it's easy to maintain that way, and you don't have to work out as much once you get down to size because your body wants to be there. You know, you just have to it's just management of calories and what you're eating nutritious foods that are flavorful and good and taste good to eat. You know, yeah, it's not as hard as people make it out to be. It really isn't, especially today.
I think it is for our culture because of how, you know, the how we were raised, you know, the foods.
Yeah, it's the foods we're used to. You know what I'm saying?
Harder for us to wean ourselves, and we really need to wean. We should not go cold turkey. We should do less like that. But I think culturally for us, it's harder to do because by the time we get there or realize it, we got some underlying health condition already.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I just thought about? Oh,
what's up?
Okay. Maybe we could do something like a challenge, like the Better Black Body. Like maybe you could help us as a group. You could like help us for like a month, our little team, and then we can just like say what our progress was.
Right. Like I do online personal training as a business.
Yeah.
You know, I do online. Yeah. Now the thing is, I'm not working out with you virtually, but I do make workout. It comes in an app. The workout routines, the eating, you know, the nutrition. It comes in an app. It's on your phone or your tablet or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it's all spelled out. The sets, reps, days of the week, and it's customized to your schedule. You know what I'm saying? You know, all of that. I do all of that, and you guys can hit me up. The link to it is on Instagram. You go to my Instagram profile, hit the Linktree app, hit the Linktree link, and schedule a consultation. I meet with you. we talk in detail. It's completely confidential. No one else knows anything except you and I.
Okay.
You know, yeah. I mean, it's. I do offer that service. You know, and it's far cheaper than the rest of the people would charge you because trainers overcharge for online personal training. They do.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. I'm like, okay, that's an unfair price. I offer you a fair price. I really do. Because what I charge you for a week, you probably pay me for one session. But I'm giving you an option of 5 days a week of nutrition and working out. No, 7 days a week of nutrition and working out, depending on your schedule. And for one session of training, that's how much it costs per week. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like, but you know, I'm like, okay, why wouldn't you want this? You know what I'm saying? For Black people, but most of my clients have been other races. I think I've had 3 Black clients the whole time since I've been doing it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've only had 3 Black clients. I've only had 3 Black clients. Yeah, I've only had 3. The rest of them have been races. All different kind of races. I only had 3 Black clients. I'm like,
well,
wow.
Well, since Sister Annie brought it up, maybe you can connect with her and y'all could figure it out how we could do something. I'm open to anything like that.
Yeah, I'm open to doing a challenge, and we can like do you have your content? I can, you know, you guys can record yourself working out or whatever case. I can you can send it to me. I can edit it together or whatever, and post it on the channel so people can see you guys working out and whatnot.
Now you're going too far. These girls ain't gonna show you all.
Okay, fair enough.
Over and all of that.
Yeah, but my thing is only if you want to. I'm not gonna do anything you don't want me to do. I'm never gonna do that. You tell me I don't want this online, it's never going online. if you give me something or tell me something, I don't want. And you tell me, Andrea, I don't want anyone to know this. Fair enough. No one's gonna find out from me because no one's even if someone comes to tell me, I heard and they was doing this and the other. I'm like, really? And then you could have told me the whole thing. I'm gonna pretend like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't air out people's business like that.
Mandrill, we got to get up out of here, man.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank you for
beautiful channel. Me. Your sister is beautiful. You beautiful, man. You guys are great together. We want to see you next time. We
another episode of Mandrill and Shushu is coming up soon.
Okay, all
My
right.
sister and I've been working on something.
Right.
So I'm working on something. So I think Black Man Essential is going to advertise it. Y'all check it out when it comes.
All right, big brother.
All right, Mandrill.
We thank you for coming up. We appreciate you, man.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Okay, Lady Navarre. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I got 2 knuckle sandwiches for both of y'all, man. I was like, well, why they keep asking them questions? They keep asking them questions. What's going on? Let's get up out of here. All right. I don't know how serious Vaughn is about a backstage meeting. I don't know how serious you are about that, Vaughn. Are you serious?
Say yes or no in the chat, Vaughn, so we'll know.
Yes or no in the chat, because me and Sister Annie did. I think I did 10. I think Sister Annie did about 7 or 8. So I mean, man.
And I gotta get up in the morning at 6 to drive.
Huh?
I say I gotta get up around 6:30 and go drive about 5
me too.
hours.
I'm supposed to be at Anderson Park in Compton tomorrow morning working out, right? So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, Carson, excuse me. What's going on?
Yeah,
right?
bro, you had a long stream today here.
Yeah. Some people came late and they just chill. Oh, let me ask you another question, man, Drill. Mandrill, you didn't answer
You're
that
not
question
talking,
all the
Brother
way.
Clarence. You said, well, wait. I got another question for y'all.
Exactly.
I guess I did it to myself. I did it to myself.
And Annie, watch this, Sister Annie. Watch once he drop us down, how long he gonna long stroke after this.
I really should. I should really long stroke. I said, and when I bring up Patrice, I should really long stroke that one. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you another thing this girl did. Let me tell you another thing. Right? I should long stroke it, but I'm not.
Listen, I just realized today, getting this car, right? You know, when you get a certain age, you realize you like older and mature. Like, this is the first Cadillac I've ever owned in my life. And I realized that all my uncles, older people in my family had Cadillacs when they were all over 40, right? So that's one thing I realized, right?
Yeah.
Getting a Cadillac.
You gotta have that electric seat. You gotta have that seat that you can
Yeah, I got all the bells and whistles, right? But I also realized another thing with getting this car today. I was like, man, it felt so good to not have no car note, and now I got one. I had not had a note in almost 7 years.
Wow.
And now I got a car note.
But
it's good and bad. I needed another car because after so many years, you just time to just re-up. Right. Having that not having a car note is a beautiful thing, but my car was still getting old. So it was like, believe me, I was like, I'm gonna ride it until the wheels fall off.
I know what you mean. I got one.
And now the wheels almost fell off, so it's all good.
I got 2 I'm about to pay off right now. I got my bucket, and then my wife's car is new, but I'm about to pay both of those cars off.
Yeah.
But guess what? I'm gonna have to get I have to get a van because I got to take this baby. I gotta have something
Oh,
to ride
yeah,
this
you
baby
got
around
baby
in.
girl. Yeah, you got baby.
So I gotta get a van. I gotta get another car note. I was like, dang man, I'm be with no car note. And I was like, oh man, it's
Yeah, I was really salty about it. I was feeling away, but it did feel good to be able to walk in there and just trade your car in and no money down and walk out with a brand new car. So that felt good. But yeah, I realized I'm older and mature. I got my first Cadillac, and I noticed more older, mature people, they have Cadillacs. Except for back in the day, the young bucks used to have a Cadillac. But anywho, I digress.
All right, y'all. We're gonna close out. I think Vaughn said he was just kidding around. So I think there's gonna be no meeting today. But we gonna punch out. Ladies, let's get some last words, and then I'm gonna punch out, and then we're gonna be up out of here.
Okay, I'll go because mine's gonna be short and sweet since I missed a lot, so I it is gonna be short and sweet. Stop it. No, I think everybody just have to take their own personal journey, when it comes to religion. I really do. It's a self-discovery for self first. I learned not to be too quick to judge other people that have their opinions about religion or whatever, that is. I know when I walked away from organized religion. I think people think when I say that they think that I don't believe in God anymore. I don't, read or study the Bible anymore or whatever. No, I just chose for it to be a more personable thing for me and not to go in any buildings or institutions or subscribe to any institutions anymore because I saw more hypocrisy, more crime, more sin there than I did in my close surroundings in the outside world. So I know that if I could still live my life the same way that I lived it when I was going to a building, an institution, and subscribing to organized religion, I could do the same thing outside of that. And that's my personal choice. And I believe everybody has a personal choice and walk with God that they have to do that alone. Because at the end of the day, don't none of us have a hell or a heaven to put each other in. And when we stand before God for judgment, ain't nobody else gonna be there with Patrice, OG. You know what I mean? God gonna say OG to me because he know I'm an OG, right? But I'm just saying, he know me, he know my heart. God knows you and know your heart. And I agree. I think that I saw a lot of Christianity and in the Muslim community get watered down a lot. And I love talking about mercy and grace, but I'm like, Vaughn, you forget to talk about the other part of God, the wrath of God, and the people that's gonna, how they gonna be destroyed. So when I talk on that sense and I stand on that sense, I stand on that sense of standing, believing that there's good and evil in the world, and the ones that don't deserve to be here, God's gonna destroy them, and the ones that deserve to be here will be left here on earth where heaven is supposed to be, according to the word. So we do have to talk about both sides of those spectrums more, because I think we paint this picture of, oh, we just gotta pray for everybody and mercy and grace be upon thee. No, not for everybody. See, that's my stand. And I know that may not sit well with a lot of people, and that's fine, because I know what the other part of that is about, how God destroyed the earth because he needed to get rid of rotten people. And there are rotten to the core people on this earth that just are no earthly good. And just like God knows that Satan is right now the only one that is guaranteed to go to hell, everybody else to a certain extent have a chance, but there is damnation coming for those that continuously commit the sins and the evils that they do on this earth. We all got to stand for it. When we get before God, ain't nobody gonna be there with me, ain't nobody gonna be there with y'all. So everybody walk with God, and religion in whatever way should be personable for them. And I land my plane. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, girl. All right. I guess we're gonna hook back up maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We get 10 hours a day. Might we'll see how I feel in the morning. We'll see how I feel in the morning.
All right. I love y'all, family. Love y'all.
Love you too.
All right.
See, man, y'all think I can long stroke? I ain't got nothing on Patrice, man. I ain't nothing on Patrice. All right. Sister Annie.
Oh my goodness, Brother Clarence. First of all, the question, does God make mistakes? One thing I can say is I know he didn't make a mistake with you. You let this string go so long, but it was needed. Like I kept seeing where there were places where it needed to stay longer. You know what I'm saying? Because the heart needed to be able to express itself. Each person's heart needed a moment just to express itself. And sometimes when we're talking, either we're talking and we're Because like you can, like if you listen to like how people talk, or if you have the benefit of like seeing people's facial expressions and their eyes and stuff, you can see where something is, you're saying something and it's not hidden, because they are ready to say the next thing. They're ready to defend their point. So there were so many places where, at least to me, it felt like, it's like, all right, that didn't get in right there. It didn't get in right there. It may not get in right here. It may get in later. It may get in later, you know, when the stream is over or something. But I know within my heart, Brother Clarence, something about this stream has planted seeds for everybody that was up here. It has planted seeds for people that are going to see it. I pray that whoever you are, that when you hear this and when you see this and something about it helps you get your relationship closer to God, thank God that he planted the seed here. Not for glory for us, but thank God that there was a seed planted that you can recall back to that helps them with their relationship. That's what it's about. Your relationship with God. Forget the labels, forget all of that stuff. Tell him to visit you the way that you can hear him. And then pause and be still enough and be open enough and willing enough that however he sends it, that he knows he got to deliver just to you, that you listen. Because sometimes we hear it and we don't want to, because we want to do that other thing we want to do. No, I don't want to believe in God and do this thing because, you know, the church, they're doing this. You don't want to sit in that for a second, because God just revealed something to you. So you rather repel it by saying, I'm comparing me and I'm looking at somebody else and what they're doing. And that's why I'm saying I'm deciding to not have this relationship like I need to with God. Have it with him, not the world. Not the church, the physical structure of the church, not that. Because when two or more are gathered, that's church. So have the relationship with him. Don't run away from something you may have received on this panel because maybe you don't like, you know, me, or maybe you don't like Brother Clarence, or maybe you don't like the tone we had. Let it sink in. Let it sink in, because it's for your soul. That's what this is. This ain't for nobody's glory up here. It's for your soul. But I just thank you. I thank you and Bolo for just that, the whatever inspired y'all to have this conversation, or to, you know, to cover that. But this was so neat. I felt like, that's why I said I came up. I didn't even care if I just sat and just listened to y'all talk. But this was, I thank you for allowing God to use you. I thank you for allowing God to use your channel. Everybody that came up, everybody that was in the chat. I'm thankful for all of y'all. I mean it. I'm thankful for all of y'all. But thank you again, and get some rest. Get some rest.
I don't know about the show tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel.
All righty. All right. Love you, Brother Clarence.
All right, love you, sis. Thank you
All right,
so
bye-bye.
much for coming up here. Now, see, I always tell the sister, I said, you know what? I said, see, you have her, Patrice too. They have a special way to connect with the men that is helps them to soothe the men down, right? Patrice, and they soothe the men down, and when they speak, men will stop and listen to them, right? And so I'm trying to tell them, saying, you know, I don't know if Sister Annie gonna take her show on the road. I don't know, but definitely these women, we have women that are women of God here, women trying to do. Are they perfect? No, man, ain't none of us perfect. But I'm just saying they have unique gifts from God to talk crazy men into at least a couple of moments of sanity. And we need that. We need to have a place like this, man. You see, when Sister Annie was talking, man, all of the guys are like, hey, we need that. They basically crying, right? Sister Annie. Oh, God. Right? Because we need sisters like that. We need Patrice. Because we need sisters like that. We need sisters like that, man. They ain't aggressive, but they're definitely aggressive with the love, man. And it's not aggressive with the, you know, harsh words and everything. They're aggressive with the love, and they're gonna meet you where you at, man. They're not gonna try to shove anything down your throat, but they're gonna definitely try to help you pull you out of the water, right? So shout out to Sister Annie. Appreciate you for that. But I'm not gonna take long today, man. I'm very tired, man. 10.5 hours. I'm very tired. Y'all think about 10.5 hours, no potty, no food, Nothing, right? All right. So man, hey, brother C is tired, right? So I'm gonna try and figure out what I can eat at this late hour, and then get me some sleep, man, and try to work it out. So let's do the rundown, man. Let's get out of here, y'all. Thank you, everybody in the chat, and shout out to Lady Navoa, man. She was really doing her thing out there in the chat today. Thank you very much, lady. Appreciate you, man. You know you always welcome to do that, right? Okay. Let's go through everybody who's on the chat. I'm gonna do them all together, right? Maybe I pull Sister Annie out, but Bolo TV, great job. Very strong performance from Bolo TV. What about Marcus? Marcus, very strong and solid performance from Marcus. What about Diamond? Diamond Axe, right? Just one more thing, right? He's like the Columbo of of the podcast, right? I'm going, but just one more thing, right? Shout out to Diamond, man, good dude. Very strong performance, very solid. What about Jay Takashi? Shout out to Jay Takashi. Go over there and check him out at his channel. But what do you think? Very solid performance, very strong as always. See, we're not all going to agree, man. We all got different opinions and everything, but we're going to definitely agree to try to move the needle forward, right? What about the Great Pill podcast? Oh, well, Jay had a solid performance, very strong performance as always. What about the Great Pill podcast? Great Pill did a great job, very solid performance as always. What about Rico Young, man? Rico Young, solid performance, very strong for being gone for a while, right? What about Vagoda? Vagoda, great job, man, down there in Israel, right? Man, Vagoda is running from bombs and missiles and all this stuff, man. You got to have big balls to sit on a podcast for the number of hours that he sat here, right? And right outside his door, man, they're doing everything they can to try to get to him, right? So shout out to Pagoda, man. Who else, man? Mandrell. Shout out to Mandrell, man. Mandrell, I think Mandrell been visiting Rico, right? Had a little touch of the libations, right? But shout out to Mandrell, right? Another good dude, another good brother, man. Go check him out at the Big Picture. Also, go check him out on his show with his sister, Shoot out there on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. Who else is in the building? But very strong performance from Mandrell, very strong. Who else? Trey was in the building, man. Trey was in the building. Trey Ferg, he was in the building, man. Shout out to Trey. Always a solid dude. Always a solid dude, man. Who else? BMU was in the building, man. Very solid performance, very strong. Who else? Scam Likely, very solid performance, man. Came through at the end, hit a grand slam home run at the end, right? Shout out to Scam Likely. Shout out to Patrice. Shout out to OG Patrice. What about OG Patrice? I was about to give OG Patrice one of these knuckle sandwiches out here, man. I'm like, you keep asking Mandrell another question, girl. I'll give you one of these knuckle sandwiches, girl. Talking. No, but Patrice always does a great job, always, right? But that's why I try to encourage Patrice, encourage Sister Annie, encourage some of you other sisters, even you, lady, come up here and as long as you feel comfortable to come up here and talk, hey, come on up here and talk, because the brotherhood need to see, because we're getting so much bad information that the sisters are against us. There's a gender war and they won't submit and all this other stupid stuff, right? When in actuality, man, if we would act right, the sisters would act right. That's my philosophy, right? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, for every sister that's out there doing something crazy, there's a man out there that made her that way. There's a man out there that made her that way. So what is he saying? He's saying that there ain't no woman out there that's doing crazy stuff and acting crazy without the influence of some man somewhere. So we need to be better men so that the sisterhood can be better women, right? Can't just blame them. They ain't doing right. They ain't doing it. It just kills me when the dudes say, yeah, all these single women, all these single mothers, right? Who's making these single mothers? They ain't just single mothers by themselves, right? Immaculate conceptions, right? There's some man somewhere that made her a single mother, right? Because he ain't there, right? But anyway, we're going to get back to that. Sister Annie said, special thanks to High Risk from Bolotv TV channel. Yeah, man. Shout out to High Risk One. If you're out there, brother, we never went to bash you or nothing like that. If you want to come on and talk with us, that's fine too. But Bolo didn't mean no harm. I didn't mean no harm. Nobody meant no harm, man. We were just talking about your position, and the only reason why we talked about it, because I felt that it was this wasn't Bolo's idea. This was my idea. And so I had to ask his permission to do it. And so, because, we wanted to, we felt that what you were expressing, I felt what you was expressing, a lot of people felt that way. And so I wanted to make sure that we could address a lot of that issue, a lot of those issues. All right. I think that's everybody. Oh, Sister Annie. Shout out to Sister Annie. What did y'all think about her? Very strong performance as always. The sisterhood, I love when they're here, because our sisters, especially when they're here and they can talk to the men. I think the brotherhood needs to see that, and we to grow as men. You know what I mean? And our channel disparages all those myths. Oh, the sisters don't want us. The sisters don't want to deal with black men. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. They don't want to work with us. Our channel dispels all that, right? The sisterhood that's over here, they dispel all that. Sisterhood in the chat, sisterhood on the panels, and we just dispel all of that, man. We work as a cohesive unit, making sure everything is, everything is everything. Patrice said, "Don't make me come back up there." I won't, Patrice. You ain't coming back up here tonight, man. I'm getting up out of here, man. Okay, gang, check this out, man. That is everything. Thank you guys for staying. All of you guys that stayed as long as you did, even if you did 5 minutes, I appreciate you. All of you guys for staying out here and coming in, popping out, whatever you had to do, taking care of your business and coming back and checking to it. But yeah, man, I appreciate all of y'all. So this is what we're going to do, y'all. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. If I feel up to it, you guys will get a notification that we're gonna do a show tomorrow. If not, you probably won't get nothing, man. If you don't see a show by 11:30, you're probably not gonna have a show. Usually, I do a show about 11:30, right? But shout out to everybody who showed up in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Lady Navarro. She said, bro, C, you're about to have me do some typos 2 times. Come on, we're waiting for you. Okay, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm out. I will see y'all on the next one. Peace.